The hero of our story, named David, was a handsome young man and a capable student, attracting the glances of all the girls at school. But the guy's heart was given to one single young lady who captivated him with her beauty and charm. David rejected the attentions of other girls, explaining this with his deep and mutual love. He considered his beloved a real school prom queen, the dream of all young men, and was proud of his chosen one named Mary. Despite his outward happiness, David had to work hard to provide a decent life for his girlfriend and fulfill her wishes. Once in dire need of money, he even begged to be accepted for any job, offering his services. David, despite excellent grades and coming from a simple family, tried to earn money with all his might, by tutoring, working as a waiter, and even as a courier. The young man liked to repeat the proverb that a man is ready to do any feat for the sake of a woman who loves him, and a woman tries to be attractive to her chosen one. David's sharp mind helped him not only in his studies, but also in various games, for which he showed remarkable talent. But in love, everything was not so simple. One day, unexpectedly, the system notified David that he had successfully passed the most difficult test, noting his record time in leadership. The system invited David to enter the dangerous world of the post-apocalypse, warning that death in the game means death in real life. However, David decided that the longer he could stay in the game, the more valuables he could get, because he was used to difficulties. The young man had a hard time believing in the reality of what was happening, trying to comprehend the information received and the proposal of the system. But in the end, he agreed to take the risk. Immediately after this, the system announced the imminent start of the post-apocalypse in 4 hours, calling on David to be prepared and collected. The realization that he would be able to transfer valuable things from the game into reality as long as he was alive caused a storm of joyful emotions in David. Remembering his girlfriend, with whom he had recently had a date, David decided to ask his friends to borrow some money. Realizing that he had only 4 hours at his disposal, David hastily made a list of the most necessary things: food, water, a military backpack, a mining shovel, and a flashlight. He was met at the house by Andrew and Kevin, surprised by their friend's long absence and impatient to hear the latest news. Andrew sarcastically remarked that the beautiful Mary takes up all of David's free time, hinting at their romantic relationship. Confused, David asked his friends to lend him money, explaining that he really needed it right now. Kevin, making fun of David, noted that despite his outstanding mind, his friend's intelligence plummets when he sees Mary. Having given all the money he and Andrew had, Kevin advised them to spend it not only on gifts for Mary, but also on food for themselves. Andrew assured that David could return the money at the earliest opportunity and not to worry about it now. Kevin, saying goodbye to his friend, admonished him to be careful and prudent. Saying goodbye, David promised to arrange a grand celebration for his friends when he returned from that dangerous world. Having bought everything he needed, David, armed with a mining shovel, secretly hoped to use it to find treasure in a post-apocalyptic world. Despite the late hour, David still decided to call Mary, wanting to hear her voice before the upcoming journey. Mary, surprised by such a late call, inquired about the reason that made David disturb her night's peace. She mentioned that she wanted to talk to him about something very important that she had been wanting to tell him for a long time. Mary was ready to share important information, but at the last moment she changed her mind, postponing the conversation. She decided that they needed to meet in person to discuss what was troubling her. At that moment, Charles's voice was heard asking Mary who was calling her at such a late hour. Mary, as if she had not heard David's last words, interrupted the conversation, leaving the young man in bewilderment. David didn't understand why Mary suddenly hung up without saying goodbye. Realizing that the time had come, David collected all the necessary things and prepared to travel to an unknown world. Counting on 7 days' worth of food, David decided to carefully explore the surrounding area, hoping to discover something valuable. Being in a post-apocalyptic world, David could not get rid of the thought of a possible collision with zombies. David, full of determination and youthful excitement, began to explore this world full of secrets and dangers. He felt like a hero of a computer game, plunging with interest into the atmosphere of a post-apocalyptic world. The system gave David his first piece of advice on surviving in the zombie world: you should always keep a mining shovel handy. David tried to clarify with the system what kind of dangerous situations were being discussed in the post-apocalypse and what this talking program meant. But in response, the system only hinted that soon the player David himself would find out about everything. But for now, one should be extremely careful, and this was its second important advice. Don't distract zombies when their attention is focused on someone else, said tip number 3. The system explained that in open spaces, zombies are much more dangerous and aggressive. The fourth tip of the system was to avoid unnecessary collisions that could cost lives. Then David decided that it would be a great idea to distract the zombies he encountered along the way with a thrown stone, as long as he managed to escape in time. The fifth tip of the system was related to the peculiarities of zombie perception you need to use their sensitivity to sounds. David concluded that zombies, being devoid of intelligence, are easily deceived. The young man had no doubt that he could avoid the dangers of the post-apocalypse. The main thing was to stay away from zombies. Suddenly, David stopped. It seemed to him that someone was watching him, and he became wary. David got the idea that maybe there were different types of zombies. But right now, the pursuer may not be a zombie, but a person. Because people in such a world are much more dangerous than the dead. Trying to determine who was in front of him, a local resident or a fellow guest, David decided to hide from his pursuer. He reasoned that regardless of whether it was a person or a zombie, the purpose of the pursuit was the same: to kill and rob. Noticing a building with a single entrance, David decided to take refuge in it, hoping for an advantageous position for defense. David felt more confident being in cover and having an advantage over his pursuer, whoever he was. Suddenly, a strange sound resembling a bird's squeak was heard, and David instinctively became alert, trying to determine its source. Seeing before him something between a fish and a man, David was speechless for a moment, doubting his own sanity. Deciding that this was not a hallucination, but a real robbery attempt, David begged for mercy. The girl who appeared before the stunned David demanded that he give her all the food, threatening him with cruel reprisals. Deciding that her threat was not being taken seriously, the girl, armed with a dagger, prepared to attack. David realized his mistake. He should have first safely hidden the bag of food before going on reconnaissance. Nevertheless, the situation did not seem hopeless. His rival was just a girl, albeit an aggressive one. An unexpected attack from a stranger became a signal for David for his further active actions. But suddenly, with a sharp movement, the girl struck David with a strong kick, throwing him against the wall. She warned David that one careless move would cost him his life, and she would not hesitate to cut his throat. David decided to take a risk and offered to cooperate with the girl, assuring that his supplies were enough for two. The mention of canned meat instantly interested the girl, arousing her genuine interest. Noticing the sparkle in her eyes and anticipation with which she perceived the word canned food, David realized that she was simply very hungry. The girl impatiently demanded to give her the canned food, as she really wanted to eat. David, deciding to take advantage of the situation and teach the robber a lesson, prepared a stun gun and attacked her only to protect his life. He then told the girl that he understood her hunger, but her behavior in this situation was unacceptable. Of course, in the end, David took pity on the starving girl and, giving in, handed her the canned food. In exchange for his generosity, David asked to give him her dagger, assuring that he would only borrow it for a while. Having nearly lost his provisions at the very beginning of the journey, David was determined to be more vigilant. The girl, gobbling up the canned food with gusto, assessed their quality and taste with undisguised pleasure. She tried to guess who this generous stranger was, who turned out to be so inexperienced in the post-apocalypse world. After this incident, David, understanding the need to find a safe shelter as soon as possible, became convinced that the people here are worse than any zombies. Suddenly, rude male voices were heard, demanding to give up all the things without exception. Unknown bandits promised to spare David if he complied with their demands and gave up food supplies and weapons. David thought with annoyance that the noise had attracted new troubles to him, and his journey had gotten off to a very bad start. He understood that there was practically no chance of salvation, because 3 attackers, armed and aggressive, surrounded him from all sides. The impressive size of the bag with provisions made a strong impression on the bandits. They decided that they had found a real rich man. Suddenly, one of the bandits screamed in pain, and not surprising, because David wounded him with a knife when he began to fight off those guys. The second bandit ordered the wounded man to quickly stop the bleeding, fearing that its smell would attract zombies. David took the incident as an excellent chance to escape and took to his heels. Not yet accustomed to the dangers of the new world, he understood that the post-apocalypse turned out to be much worse than he thought. Suddenly, our hero realized that he had reached a dead end, and now they would definitely catch up with him. Would it really all end before it even began? The gang leader threateningly shouted after David that now he would definitely not be able to escape reprisals. One of the bandits, furious that someone dared to attack them, wanted revenge and to tear off David's hand. At this time, the same girl appeared and ironically noticed that the guy was behaving like a naive beginner. The gang leader, interrupting the pursuit, ordered his accomplices not to kill David too quickly. He planned to scare David properly and demonstrate to the unfortunate man the full power of the Tiger Head gang. At some point, the bandits, seeing a girl approaching from behind, became wary and realized that she was serious. After all, right now behind their backs, this girl killed their partner while they were busy with David. Realizing that the girl clearly did not intend to joke and was about to attack, one of the bandits warned the leader of the danger, but it was too late. The girl confidently stated that she had previously had to deal with more serious opponents than these guys and took a good hard hit. Having received an unexpected and very strong blow, even the gang leader, who knew the Iron Head technique, almost collapsed to the ground. She then asked David to immediately throw the knife at her, knowing that there was no time to hesitate. Deciding that in such a situation, dying at the hands of a girl was much better than being torn to pieces by zombies, David accurately threw a knife at her. Linda, as this brave girl was called, tired of children's games, in the next second sent the gang leader to the next world with one blow. The idea that bandits deserved death was clear to the guy, but he didn't want to witness a murder for the first time in his life. After this, the horror-stricken guy made the only right decision to flee from there until he himself went after his former leader. David just shouted to the fleeing robber to never come back unless they wanted extra trouble. Without missing a beat, Linda ordered him to follow her if he wanted to live, adding that now was not the time for stupid questions. The girl, looking around, warned that from the noise and smell of blood, very soon there would be a real pandemonium of zombies here. Calming David, she promised that she would take him to a safe place where they would not be in danger. Watching Linda's decisive actions, David realized that he had made the right choice when he decided to trust her. Thoughts raced feverishly through David's head. He believed that if he didn't irritate his savior, she could become an excellent partner in the near future. Looking back, David noted with a shudder that they were being pursued by a huge crowd of zombies, and he was very lucky that they were able to get away. Quite out of breath after an hour's run, David was glad that he did not miss his daily training in the school gym. Having caught his breath slightly, he sincerely thanked his involuntary companion for saving him from certain death. But in response, with a sharp movement, Linda put a knife to David's throat and coldly said that people are unpredictable and can betray at any moment. Without changing her intonation, she demanded that David put the stun gun on the floor and not even think about resisting. David, feeling the growing tension, tried to calm the girl down and calmly offered to discuss the current situation. He assumed that this was all a misunderstanding, just the consequences of a recent incident with a stun gun when he used it on Linda. As a reconciliation, David promised that he would share delicious food with Linda as a sign of their friendship. Seeing no other way out, he offered a deal if she helped him survive in this damn place for 7 days, then all the food would go to her. The unexpected proposal interested the girl Linda asked with undisguised curiosity where David got such a supply of food. David, calculating his options, thought that he had nothing to lose, since there was enough food for everyone, and even half of the supplies would allow him to hold out here for 10 days. Not wanting to reveal all the secrets, the guy asked to take his word for it, adding that he couldn't tell more yet. He promised to generously thank the girl if they met here in 7 days. Watching the guy, Linda caught herself thinking that she should have killed him long ago. Surprisingly, David agreed to leave her food and water, something no ordinary person in this world would do. Linda, after thinking a little, agreed to peace, but first decided to clearly define the boundaries. Abruptly cutting off David's attempt to get closer, the girl coldly declared that the next room belonged to her, and he had no right to enter there without permission. Quickly giving in, David agreed with the rules, because he understood perfectly well that she was much stronger than him, and he simply had no chance in an open confrontation. Feeling relaxed with Linda, David finally introduced himself to her by name and suggested that they forget past grievances. Reflecting on what was happening, the guy decided that there was nothing surprising in her behavior. She had spent too long alone. Finally, David was able to relax. He managed to come to an agreement with the mistress of the house and, perhaps, find a reliable ally in Linda. After making sure that David was completely safe, Linda tightly closed all the windows in the house so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Curiosity got the better of him, and David, exploring the house, came to the conclusion that wealthy people had lived here before. David, carefully examining the contents of the cabinets, noted with annoyance that apart from rags, there was nothing valuable left in them. Probably quite a lot of time has passed since the start of the apocalypse, and other survivors managed to turn the house upside down. Having opened the elegant handmade box, David was surprised to find jewelry in it, but for some reason he doubted its authenticity. Carefully examining the diamond necklace, the guy thought, what if it is not a fake, and then its value in the modern world can reach hundreds of thousands of dollars? David was sure that if he could exchange all the jewelry he found for food and other things necessary for survival, he could get rich. Anticipating a carefree future, David was already mentally spending his fortune. Suddenly, the thought struck him that he must first ask the mistress of the house whether these things belonged to her. Quietly sneaking into Linda's room, he asked if he could ask him something when she was free. David began to say that he had discovered a valuable jewelry box in the room, and asked if Linda knew who it might belong to. Looking indifferently at the box, Linda asked if we were talking about safes. As if not paying attention, the girl was completely undressed in David's presence at that moment. The guy began to awkwardly apologize, muttering that it was an accident, and he didn't want to embarrass her at all. Noticing the guy's confusion, Linda thought with suspicion, what did he even want? Ashamed, David quickly retreated to the living room and instructed himself that next time he would definitely knock before entering. Having cooled down a little, he asked Linda if she could sell the jewelry. Shrugging her shoulders indifferently, the girl stated that no one would give anything in exchange for the jewelry, since in their world they were of no value. Not wanting to give up, David clarified the conditions under which she was ready to give or exchange them. Grinning slightly, the girl reminded the guy that this is an elite area, and there are similar decorations in almost every house, but they are of no use. They cannot be eaten or exchanged for something worthwhile. David clarified whether he understood her correctly, that there are a lot of decorations here and no one needs them. Having received an affirmative answer, he rejoiced here it was, the long-awaited wealth for which he came to this world. David tried to calculate how much he needed to work in real life to earn at least one diamond necklace. Having calmed down a little, David decided to play it safe once again, and asked Linda if she really didn't need the jewelry. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly remembered that she had seen a large, well-camouflaged safe, and suggested trying to open it. David's enthusiasm knew no bounds. He was eager to evaluate the contents of the cache. Linda led David into the bedroom and, pointing to an inconspicuous door in the wall, admitted that she herself had tried to open it, but to no avail. She warned that such safes are usually connected to an alarm system, which, in the event of several unsuccessful attempts to enter the code, sends a signal to the police. Linda reminded the guy that there was nothing to worry about right now, since the electricity had been out for quite some time. Inviting David not to rush, she went to look for jewelry in other places. David couldn't believe his luck. He easily managed the lock and the jewelry was almost in his pocket. He discovered gold bars in the cache and happily admitted to himself that these trophies had come to him too easily. If bars are so expensive, then a diamond necklace is definitely a real treasure. The guy could not stop the trembling in his hands. He had never seen so much gold in his life. Among the treasures, David discovered bundles of money of various denominations and regretfully thought that they were of no use. David smiled sadly, realizing that these once significant pieces of paper were now only good for wiping one place with them. Having carefully packed the finds, he decided that he would take the jewelry with him. David carefully examined the jewelry again and noted that, judging by the sample, the stones adorning them were the best of the best. Returning to the room and seeing David with jewelry, Linda asked in bewilderment why he was still sitting with these trinkets. Linda sincerely did not understand whether these shiny pebbles could really be tastier than fried rat or sweeter than candy. David countered that he knew how to use jewelry to his advantage, even to his own advantage. To the silent question in Linda's eyes, he explained that he was going to exchange them for food in his world. Linda's eyes lit up and she immediately supported the idea of exchanging treasures for food. David thought that he didn't know if he would see her again, because he wasn't sure that he would be able to return. He remembered that the system did not provide any information about the location of the appearance, but another thought immediately came that the radius of the appearance from the first point did not exceed 100 meters. David promised to bring different goodies every time he appeared in this world. Squinting her eyes, Linda warned that she does not accept excuses and believes that if a person does not keep his word, he is a coward and a deceiver. After thinking a little, she shared information that almost all the food in the city had run out, and their diet consisted of dried rat meat, so products from David's world were a real luxury. David asked, surprised, why don't they just sow the nearby fields with wheat and also build defensive structures? The girl explained that in the few years that have passed since the start of the zombie apocalypse, the government managed to create several colonies for survivors. The colonies are surrounded by high walls, guarded by armed men, and zombies cannot enter their territory. According to Linda, many survivors outside the walls are trying to get to the colonies and get shelter there, but few succeed. Nevertheless, the government continues to actively work to solve the problem, and regularly sends helicopters with humanitarian aid to major cities. The construction of new fortified points can only be done with weapons, and in conditions where you need to constantly fight for survival, this is impossible. Linda asked David what he did besides trading jewelry for food. David, after thinking a little, introduced himself as a traveling merchant from a distant country and said that he would exchange the treasures he found for food. After thinking a little, Linda said that she knew several places where there were still reserves of gold and could take him there tomorrow morning. Suddenly, the girl interrupted herself mid-sentence and said that she heard strange sounds on the street. She pretended not to worry, but she understood perfectly well that the very bandits with whom they had a conflict the day before had tracked her down. David noted that the problems came from where he did not expect them at all, and all because of their indecision. because they left one of the robbers alive and allowed him to escape. Realizing that something urgently needed to be done, Linda ordered the guy to hide in a secret place and under no circumstances come out until she called him. Having taken a quick look at the abandoned house, the gang leader turned to that same guy with the question, "Are his offenders really located here?" Having learned from a henchman that his entire gang had been brutally murdered, he went wild with anger and vowed that he would find Linda and make her die slowly and painfully. Despite the fact that the chances of meeting her in this house were small, he ordered to still look for Linda here and bring her alive if he could be caught. David heard voices and tried to understand what was happening. Did the guys really want to break into their shelter? The girl quickly ordered him to be silent and listened with bated breath to the conversation of the uninvited guests. She whispered that these people are dangerous bandits who kill everyone in their path for food and jewelry. Linda told David that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible, and that if they were lucky, she would find a place where they could safely hide. Going down the stairs, David saw that the exit from the house was blocked, because a huge crowd of hungry zombies was waiting for him near the door. Exhausted, David complained to Linda that the eerie sounds would keep him awake that night if they stayed there. Linda assured David that as long as they didn't make a lot of noise, the zombies weren't a threat since the stairs had long since collapsed. David, realizing the hopelessness of their situation, suggested that Linda at least distract herself by playing on the phone so as not to hear the chilling screams of the zombies. Linda asked if David's phone was working now and if it had any battery left. Noticing the headphones, Linda asked if David listened to music on his phone. She admitted with hope in her voice that she would be very grateful if David would allow her to listen to music with him. The guy without further ado handed the girl the headphones and smiled encouragingly at his new friend. In the face of Linda, who was listening to music, he seemed to recognize the very girl with whom he was in love. They were somewhat similar. For every person, especially in such difficult times, it is incredibly important to be able to unwind a little and forget about problems. Linda sadly thought that in their new world, electronic music, like vinyl records, was supposed to sink into oblivion. The girl recalled with nostalgia how in her youth she listened to her favorite songs on the radio and sang along with them with a smile. She sadly realized that those carefree days were in the past, having sunk into oblivion quite recently. Thanks to David, they returned. The melodies that Linda loved so much, like old friends, filled her heart again. Touched by the guy's action, the girl asked him not to waste the battery charge in vain, because in their situation, this is an unaffordable luxury. Noticing tears in the girl's eyes, David asked if the music had awakened difficult memories in her. Linda admitted that music took her back to carefree days when she was happy, surrounded by loving parents. David's heart sank with pity. He could not imagine the mental anguish this fragile girl had endured in recent years. Linda recognized the tune playing as a hit song that had been popular a few years ago, and asked if David had any other songs from the band. David replied that he listened to different music, and suggested that Linda enjoy the remaining tracks together. Wanting to please Linda and seeing how much music meant to her, David promised to bring her a separate phone with spare batteries next time. Happy Linda sincerely thanked David and began to eagerly await his return. The guy's heart trembled. Linda was so sweet that he involuntarily developed warm feelings for her. However, having pulled himself together, David remembered that he already had Mary, and he could not even afford to think about another. To change the subject, David suggested that the girl turn on the music again, noting that he loved the chorus of this song. Lulled by pleasant melodies, the young people sat in the attic, listening to music until dawn. Tired but happy, they fell asleep only in the morning, huddled together, forgetting to turn off the player. The next morning, Linda explained that Tigerhead was one of 4 powerful gangs that controlled the western part of the city. She added that the 3 guys who attacked them last night were members of the Tigerhead gang, a powerful and ruthless group. According to her, if not for the hordes of zombies, they would not have been able to leave. Because Linda had noticed these guys in the area more than once, they were clearly looking for her. The leader of the gang, as the girl said, is called Tiger. Under his command, there are about 100 thugs armed to the teeth, so it is more expensive for you to get involved with them. They made their base the Colorful Garden, the tallest skyscraper in the western part of the city, which served as a supermarket before the apocalypse. After listening to Linda's story, David realized with bitterness that they could not cope with a gang with so many weapons and people. Linda continued her story by saying that in addition to the Tigerhead, 3 more powerful gangs settled in the city. The most powerful of them was considered the Wild Sands Gang, which controlled the eastern districts of the city. Under their command, there were more than 100 bandits and about 20 firearms. The north of the city was controlled by a gang led by Vincent, whose number was smaller, about 40 people, and the arsenal numbered only 7 or 8 guns. In the south of the city, The most mysterious and sinister gang known as the Flying Eagles ruled, led by someone named Abrams. Even though the Flying Eagles were considered the smallest gang, none of the other three dared to challenge them. According to Linda, in addition to these four main groups, there were several other small groups of survivors living in the city. Some united in small squads, others, like Linda, preferred to survive alone. But there were no more than 1,000 survivors, and most of the population turned into zombies. David smiled bitterly. Yes, this city with the pitiful remnants of a once huge population has become the embodiment of the post-apocalypse. Remembering the purpose of his visit to this world, David asked the girl if she knew where the city's storage facility might be located. The girl replied that she did not pay attention to this, since the bank was looted in the very first days after the outbreak of the epidemic, and all valuables were taken away. However, some gold could still remain, and the most likely place to look for it was the building in which the Wild Sands gang settled. After all, once upon a time the main bank of the city was located here. All funds were transported under heavy security, and in the event of a robbery, they had to be safely hidden. David mentally weighed the pros and cons and concluded with regret that it would be difficult to steal anything from there. It was unlikely that Linda would be able to outsmart the Wild Sands. David assured her that he was not stupid enough to go into the enemy's lair, and said that he had seen people below who looked very much like members of the Tigerhead gang. Since the building was surrounded by zombies, the bandits, fearing a trap, did not dare to get too close. Wanting to cheer up the girl, David reminded her of the food and water specially stored for her. Linda immediately objected because she understood that if David gave her all the food, he himself would be on the verge of death. In response, he only convinced the girl that he still had a lot of provisions and would soon return with even larger bags of various goodies. David warned that he would remain in this world for 7 more days and asked Linda to be careful. Not wanting to part with David, Linda suddenly hugged him, as if she had known him all her life. She timidly asked if he could stay longer or maybe take her with him. David once again explained that he was forced to leave because the mission took exactly a week, and there was no way for him to take her with him. David tried to calm the girl down, promising that he would return in 7 days and bring her even more food, water, and all sorts of useful things. Before saying goodbye, he made Linda promise that she would be careful and try to wait for him. The girl responded by promising that she would wait for David as long as necessary. As David said goodbye to Linda, he caught himself thinking that the last days spent side by side with her had convinced him that she could be trusted. He was restless in his soul. He reproached himself for the fact that, without meaning to, he had brought trouble on the girl. Because of him, Linda was now being pursued by the Tigerhead gang. Saying goodbye to the girl, he promised himself that as soon as he returned to the real world and sold the jewelry, he would buy something nice for Linda. A moment later, he saw a familiar city, surrounded on all sides by bright night lights. Finding himself next to the kissing couple, David heard the girl indignantly. Couldn't they find a more secluded place for their tenderness? To which the guy remarked with a smile that it was very exciting to know that someone could see them. David breathed in the fresh air with pleasure and was glad to return home. Uncomfortably confronted by the young lovers, David sheepishly apologized for his sudden visit here. He noted how strikingly different the fresh air in the real world is from the stinking air saturated with the smell of corpses in the post-apocalyptic world. Comparing these two worlds, he could not help but admit that the real world, compared to that one, was a real paradise. David reminded himself that now he is no longer a homeless tramp, but a rich man. And this means that he can finally tell Mary about his feelings and move to a new level of relationship. David decided without wasting time to call the girl and find out where she was. Hearing his beloved's voice on the phone, he joyfully announced that he had returned, adding that he missed him very much. However, Mary answered a little distantly that she was now inspecting the house with her parents and would call back a little later. David, deciding that the girl did not hear him due to a bad connection, asked her about it. Meanwhile, Mary, with irritation, turned to her companion named Charles so that he would not interfere with her conversation. The guy, wanting to calm Mary down, reminded her that as soon as she told David the whole truth, he would immediately help with the down payment on the apartment. After that, Mary asked David to drive up to the Golden City Real Estate Company in an hour. David enthusiastically agreed. He decided that the first thing he would do was sell his jewelry and gold, and then buy a luxurious villa for his beloved. Without wasting any time, David headed to the nearest jewelry store. Going inside, he asked the saleswoman standing at the window that he would like to talk to the store manager. But the girl didn't even move in response. And then David, frowning, once again asked her to invite the boss. The girl said in an arrogant tone that he could only talk to her. Then David tried to object, noting that he doubted her authority. The seller rolled her eyes and irritably asked David to leave and not interfere with her work. threatening her with security. Then David, wanting to attract her attention, asked if she would like to evaluate a very rare stone. In response, she only contemptuously stated that he was trying to deceive her, mistaking her for a simpleton. And then she once again threatened David that she would call security if he continued to interfere with her work. Then David, without hiding his irritation, asked if there was at least one person in this office who knew about jewelry. To his surprise, a man came out from behind the counter, having heard their conversation. The man introduced himself as a jeweler named Richard, and having learned that the conflict arose over a valuable stone, he immediately invited David to examine it. Delighted by this turn of events, David handed the jeweler his stone. The saleswoman, seeing the boss, immediately perked up and tried to complain about the annoying visitor. The jeweler shouted at her in response and immediately asked her to bring a cup of tea for his guest. The girl nodded obediently and disappeared into the back room to carry out her boss's orders. Apologizing to David for the inconvenience, Richard invited him into a special room to calmly discuss the details of the deal. Having settled down in the room, Richard kindly asked David what he would like to treat himself to. But David, not wanting to waste time on empty ceremonies, offered to immediately name the amount for which Richard was willing to buy this stone. David, in order to speed up the process, warned that if the price did not suit him, he would immediately go to another jeweler. Despite his careless appearance, sitting in front of the man was a brave and decisive man, which means it would not be easy to come to an agreement with him. David waited tensely. It seemed to him that Richard was thinking too long. Finally, the jeweler broke the silence and offered David $8 million. Out of surprise, David even asked if he was joking when he named such a huge transaction amount. But the jeweler, afraid that the client might change his mind, decided to add another $500,000. Richard explained to David that the high price of a gemstone was not only due to its design and processing, but also included labor costs, taxes, rent, and other costs. David agreed with Richard's proposed price and confirmed his willingness to sell the gem. David clarified that the transaction amount would be $8.5 million and proposed to conclude the price discussion at this point. He added that he would never have decided to sell such a valuable stone if not for the dire financial situation of his family. Richard inquired about David's origins, noting that his surname indicated that he belonged to a noble and famous family. David avoided answering the question about his origin, noting that this information was personal and not related to the transaction. In response, Richard apologized for the tactless question, admitting that he should not have touched on a personal topic. David mentioned that he had 9 other similar gems and asked if Richard would be interested in them. Richard assured David that he really needed such stones and asked him to bring them to the store for further inspection. Richard then said goodbye to David, expressing hope for a quick meeting and successful continuation of cooperation. After that, he made a stern reprimand to his assistant, reproaching her for inattention to the client, which almost led to the failure of a profitable deal. David reflected on the sudden turn of fate, because just yesterday he was a poor man, and now he was carrying in his bag several gold bars that had brought him a fortune. The taxi driver, noticing David's thoughtfulness, politely asked him about his destination. David named the real estate office Golden City in the very center and asked to be taken there as soon as possible. The guy had been thinking all the way about the millions in his bank account, but at the same time, he now felt constrained and awkward in an unfamiliar, luxurious environment. He felt like a different person, capable of purchasing a luxurious villa not only for his parents, but also for his beloved Mary. At that moment, David noticed a familiar figure. Mary was standing in front of him, and he could not understand where her mother was, because they were supposed to choose a house together. The realtor at that moment was just asking Mary if she liked this house, and if she was ready to proceed with the transaction. David, not believing his eyes, having difficulty restraining his emotions, asked Mary who this man was and why he was hugging her waist. Mary, embarrassed by David's unexpected appearance, asked for his forgiveness and explained that she had long wanted to tell him the truth about her relationship with Charles. David just looked at her silently, admitting to himself that deep down he already guessed what was happening. Charles, noticing his rival, contemptuously said that he did not expect to see such a beggar in Mary's ex-boyfriend. A man passing by thought that if even a simple worker could get into such a luxurious place, then the security here was probably not the best. Mary firmly stated her desire to break up with David, urging him to look at things soberly and admit the obvious that they were not a couple. Mary reminded David that school would end soon and they would have to face a harsh reality, so she had already found someone who would take care of her. David countered with Mary, insisting that he could take care of her too, and asked if the time they spent together meant nothing to her. He suspected Charles of manipulation and tried to reason with the girl, assuring her that she should not be near him. Mary flared up when she heard David's words and sharply asked him to stop this humiliating circus and disperse on good terms before things got worse. Charles mockingly turned to David, asking if he was the same loser David that he had already heard about from Mary. Charles rudely threatened to break David's fingers because he allowed himself to point a finger at him and advised him to be more polite in the future. Mary, frightened for David, tried to take him away from Charles, begging him to leave immediately because his opponent was physically much stronger. Charles threw a barb at David, noting that he was going out of his way to seem like a tough guy, although he was nothing of the kind. David, unable to bear Charles's insulting tone, without hesitation kicked the bully in the stomach, unable to endure the humiliation any longer. David then loomed over his downed opponent, threatening to strike him again if he tried to get up. He stated that he does not care who is in front of him, and he does not intend to listen to insults addressed to him. Mary, having come to her senses a little, coldly told our hero that it was all over between them. She reminded David of the influence Charles's father had, and stated that she would never connect her life with a poor man like David. After that, the girl rushed to her new lover, caring for him and worrying, as if not noticing David. David thought bitterly that all their feelings and experiences meant nothing to Mary compared to the luxury and material wealth of Charles. Suddenly, a woman realtor ordered the security to pacify the impudent man who had violated public order and started a scandal out of nowhere. The guards rudely ordered David to leave in an amicable manner, hinting that otherwise he would be thrown out into the street by force. David was outraged by the arrogant attitude towards himself on the part of the staff and was ready to enter into a new skirmish. The security guard mockingly asked David if he seriously imagined himself as a client of this prestigious real estate office. The woman added on her own that this worthless guy would not even have enough life to pay for even a bathroom here, not to mention the whole house. David, holding back his emotions, asked the men around him if 6 million was really such unaffordable money for them. The director of a real estate company, who happened to be in the reception area and observed the scandal, looked at the inconspicuous visitor incredulously. The man was dissatisfied with the work of his subordinates, who were unable to calm down a single brawler without his participation. David told those present that he came to this office to buy a house for cash, and he was outraged by such a boorish attitude towards himself on the part of the staff. The director introduced himself to David by name and apologized for the inept behavior of his subordinates. At the same time, the director warned David about the threat of criminal liability for disseminating knowingly false information if the guy turns out to be a simple swindler. David contemptuously stated that he completely disliked this establishment with its low-quality staff and was abandoning his intentions to purchase anything here. The realtor, having no doubt at all that David was an ordinary crazy beggar, asked the director not to waste time and immediately call the police. David just wanted to say goodbye to Mary, who bought into the wealth and high position of her new boyfriend. The director, wanting to find out the situation completely, politely stopped David and asked how much he expected to purchase the property for. David, wanting to teach the impudent people a lesson, calmly replied that he was considering real estate options worth at least 20 million. Hearing the amount David mentioned, the director was delighted because they had just found a buyer for one luxurious mansion. He enthusiastically told David about a luxurious villa with a pool and a park, built to order on the shores of Emerald Lake. However, the director asked to show him financial guarantees that David actually has the opportunity to buy it. David agreed to prove his worth, but in return he demanded that all these people from the staff answer for insulting him a minute ago. The director agreed, and as a first test ordered his subordinates, who had been rude to a wealthy client, to crawl on their knees across the foyer. He flatteringly assured David that for the sake of such a valuable and promising client, he was ready to do anything. The guards watched with bated breath, hoping that David's deception would soon be revealed, and then he would be forced to beg them for leniency. Mary, frightened by David's behavior and fearing a scandal, quietly asked Charles to leave and not get involved in the conflict. An enraged Charles, instead of leaving, roughly pushed Mary away and attacked her with insults. Jealous of her former lover, Charles, feeling the support of his wealthy father, promised to deal with David in the near future in the most brutal manner. Suddenly, he attacked our hero, promising to teach David how to behave with rich and powerful people. David responded by taking a gold bar from his sports bag and hitting Charles in the face with it. The director couldn't believe his eyes, because in David's hands there was a bloody ingot of pure gold. One of the passers-by who saw the ingot in David's hand shrugged his shoulders in bewilderment, thinking to himself that the ingot was probably fake. Mary anxiously rushed to Charles, who had fallen to the floor, and tried to revive him, fearing that he was seriously injured. David, turning to Mary, bitterly noted that sincere feelings and love mean nothing to her compared to a comfortable life. The director came to his senses and asked David whether this was really a real gold bar of such an impressive size. David, with dignity, assured the director of his readiness to purchase a villa on the lake right now, and, to begin with, showed a photo of a bank account on his smartphone. He casually emphasized that this was one of his most minor accounts with the smallest amount. The director, seeing a seven-figure sum on the account and a gold bar in the visitor's hand, ceased to doubt that sitting in front of him was not just a wealthy, but a fabulously rich man. The realtor, in hysterics, whispered to the director that, most likely, David was just a lucky fraudster who had found a way to fake a photo of a bank account. The director, horrified that just a little more, and through the stupidity of his subordinates, he could have missed such an important client, brought the guy 1,000 apologies for the inconvenience caused. He turned to his subordinates and sternly warned that he would kick them out of work if they did not immediately comply with the requirement to crawl on their knees 3 laps around the hall. The director then asked if David was satisfied with such an apology, or is something more required to compensate for moral damage. David slowly told the director that he had not yet decided on the answer to this question, and instead of 3 laps, he suggested that the employees crawl around the hall on their knees for 100 laps. Unlike Charles, he bought this luxurious villa for $30 million not to impress Mary and those around him, but to solve his problems. He was looking forward to meeting his friends and wondering how he could get rid of the huge amount of precious stones and gold. The very next day, Kevin, walking with Andrew, was glad for his friend that he had seen through the nature of the mercantile Mary in time. However, Kevin could not get rid of the thought that Charles, offended by David's blow in the presence of Mary, would probably not leave it just like that and would try to take revenge. Andrew noted with bitterness that David, even having experienced such events in his life, did not consider it necessary to share his problems with his friends. In addition, David stopped answering his phone calls, which caused many anxious thoughts about his possible troubles. Suddenly, Andrew received a strange SMS message from the bank, which said that $1 million had been credited to his personal account. He immediately told Kevin about this, and suggested that he first check his account balance through the mobile application and make sure that this was not a prank on the part of their mutual friends. At that moment, the long-awaited phone call rang. It was David calling. David hastened to reassure his friends, telling them in a joyful voice that everything was fine with him. All the problems had been successfully resolved, and he was on his way home. Andrew asked David if he had transferred $1 million to each of their bank accounts. David just smiled and confirmed this, and then asked his friends why they were taking so long to decide to withdraw this money from an ATM. He called this amount a mere trifle, and easily suggested that the transfer be perceived as winning some kind of lottery. He reminded his faithful friends that they never left him in trouble and always came to the rescue regardless of the situation. Andrew was deeply moved and noted that despite the unexpected wealth, David should be careful. David promised his friends that he would definitely do so and invited them to visit him this evening, after he finished dealing with family matters and other problems. Returning home, he thought with excitement that after so many years of wandering, he was finally able to return back and see his mother. The mother, with joy and indescribable happiness, threw herself on the neck of her beloved son David at the threshold of her home. He warmly hugged his dearest and closest person, understanding his mother's love and worries about his fate all these years. The guy decided not to reveal to his mother the true reasons for his absence, so as not to worry her unnecessarily, and told his parents about winning the lottery. But David returned to his parents not only to meet them, but also to see one important person. Paul was surprised by David's visit, as he did not expect to see him before the holidays. Politely asking if he could come in, David handed Paul a bottle of expensive Chinese Maotai liqueur. Saying that David was too formal, Paul suggested that he not waste time on formalities and get straight to the point. David remembered that in his youth, Uncle Paul was a keen hunter and kept guns and an air rifle at home. The uncle complained that in recent years the government has tightened the requirements for storing weapons, which is why he practically stopped going out hunting in the mountains. Urging David to speak directly, Paul assured him of his readiness to help in any way he could. Thanking his uncle for his understanding, David admitted that he would like to purchase an air pistol from him. The surprised man warned David against rash actions and breaking the law. David hastened to assure that he would soon graduate from university, and, together with his classmates, would go on an internship to a remote place. He explained that in that area there was a lot of small game, for hunting which he would like to purchase this weapon. Paul, warning that the gun was not intended to kill people, agreed to give the gun to David. Inviting David to sit down and wait, he went to the attic where he stored his old hunting equipment. Having found the rifle, Paul handed it to David, saying that he no longer needed it, and it would be better if he had it. The first time he saw the rifle up close, David thought it was powerful enough to take down even a large wild boar. In addition to the weapon, the man also gave David an anesthetic and an intoxicating agent, which he used during the hunt. He warned that inhaling excessive amounts of the intoxicating substance could be fatal. Believing that the intoxicating substance would be very useful for him, David took it and thanked his uncle. Before leaving, Paul once again warned David, reminding him that if a weapon was found, he would face a fine or prison term. David sincerely thanked his uncle for his help and promised to be extremely careful. Returning to the city, David this time not only left his parents enough money, but also bought everything Linda needed. He bought Linda not only a large supply of food, but also a mobile phone with 10 fully charged batteries. In addition to the rifle, David also purchased a machete and did not forget to take the detonators that he and Linda used to blow up a building in the mountains. David remembered that in the post-apocalypse one day goes by 7 and thought about what happened to Linda during this time. The system took a few seconds to process the request and prepare for teleportation. Then she told David that there was a person 10 meters from the indicated place and asked if he really wanted to teleport there. David confirmed his decision without hesitation, giving the command for immediate teleportation. Within a moment, he found himself in a familiar empty room, which he had already missed. Rejoicing at his return, David looked around with nostalgia, the room that held memories of past events. This time, David set himself the task of taking even more gold and jewelry from the post-apocalyptic world. Looking at the remaining food supplies that David had given her a week ago in her hands, Linda realized that this pack of sweet pills was the last thing she had left. David hurried into Linda's room and immediately shouted loudly that he was back, as promised. With tears of relief, Linda looked at David, thanking him for keeping his word. Not understanding the reason for her tears, David asked her to smile and rejoice at his return. Linda assured him that she was very glad to see him and was looking forward to his return. David patted Linda on the head, reiterating that he always keeps his promises. David then invited Linda to eat and tell her about everything that happened while he was away, boasting that he had brought a lot of goodies. Linda thanked David for his care and attention, noting that he treated her very well. Suddenly, David noticed abrasions and bruises on Linda's body, which made him worried. Linda said that the boss of the Tigerhead gang had put a reward on them, and now all the bandits in the city were looking for them. She admitted that she was very worried about him and went out on reconnaissance several times, miraculously avoiding an ambush. David was pained by the thought that Linda had risked her life for him without knowing he was gone. He clenched his fists and angrily promised that he would make these scoundrels pay for everything and grind their gang into dust. Wanting to cheer Linda up, David decided to show her the gifts he had brought. After examining the rifle, Linda noted that it was inferior in power and firing range to David's sniper rifle, but it could easily kill zombies and defend against bandits. Linda thanked David for the gift, admitting that she had always dreamed of such a weapon. Proudly, David announced that he had another surprise in store for her, a supply of food that would last them both a whole month. While devouring the fragrant beef, Linda suddenly wondered why David himself did not eat anything. David replied that he was not hungry and that he enjoyed watching her eat, inviting her to eat a little more. Linda, refusing to eat alone, said that he should eat too so as not to remain hungry. Remembering another surprise, David took a small object from his bag and handed it to Linda. Seeing a mobile phone in David's hands, Linda blinked her eyes in surprise and asked who it was intended for. David replied that this gift was especially for her and took out 10 more charged batteries from his bag, which would last a long time. Touched by David's attention, Linda whispered that he was very kind to her and always took care of her. Linda bitterly admitted that after the start of the post-apocalypse and the death of her parents, no one treated her with such care. In response, David suggested that they put off talking until later and enjoy the music after she had eaten. From Linda's story, David learned that during his absence, the amount of food had decreased significantly, and there was even a skirmish between the tiger and bear gangs. She also reported that several groups of survivors had left the city in search of a government colony. The next day, David invited Linda to shoot the new rifle a little so that she could get used to the weapon. Having never seen Linda with a weapon, David assumed that she must have a well-developed eye. Linda noted that although the power of the pneumatic gun was not bad, it would be difficult to hit a person with it at a distance of 50 meters. David suggested that she shoot from close range, since then no one would hear the sound of the shot. Linda asked with interest whether the two of them were strong enough to deal with the Tigerhead and Wild Sands gangs. David confidently replied that they would succeed, but this should not be their battle, but a battle between these factions. He recalled that in a post-apocalyptic environment, no one needs gold, so most likely it is still stored in a bank vault. David wondered how they could enter the bank building with one of the gangs and then deal with everyone. He shared with Linda a plan to sow chaos among the 4 largest gangs in the city, so that as a result it would be easier for them to operate. Surprised, Linda asked how exactly he was going to do this, since the task looked very difficult to complete. David smiled mysteriously, answering that it was for this purpose that he brought the detonator with him from his world. He recalled that only one gang, the Bears, had explosives and grenades in the city. David explained his plan to blow up the Tigerhead gang's warehouse and set up the Bears to start fighting each other. Linda quickly grasped the essence of his plan, clarifying that they must play off the two forces so that the gangs would destroy each other. David was only a little afraid that such an important facility as a food warehouse should be well guarded. But the girl reassured David, assuring him that in the evening the electricity in the city was turned off and the guards went to bed at 8 o'clock. She knew the layout of the building very well and said that there were many emergency entrances and exits, suggesting that they first deal with the tiger himself. Hearing Linda's words, David was delighted, as her knowledge turned out to be very useful. He confidently stated that those who were pursuing him and Linda would have to pay dearly for their actions. Satisfied with the plan, David suggested that Linda should not hesitate and go to the place to prepare everything properly. Seeing how poorly guarded the Tiger Head Gang's warehouse was, David tensed, suspecting something was wrong. Carefully pushing aside the wooden partition on the window, David and Linda entered the warehouse building. Having assessed the situation, David suggested not wasting time on the sleeping guard on the first floor and immediately going up to the 5th. Climbing the stairs, David noted that the small number of guards on the ground floor suggests that all the most valuable things are stored on the upper floors. David suggested that the 4th floor most likely contained the rooms of the leaders and key members of the gang, but their leader Tiger should be on the 5th floor, where the main food supply is stored. At this time, the guard on the 1st floor had a dream in which he happily devoured fried chicken. The bandits guarding the warehouse on one of the upper floors were anxiously discussing the fact that their food supplies were running out. According to their calculations, there was about a month of food left, and they understood that something urgently needed to be done. One of the bandits suggested taking a risk and organizing a raid on a neighboring gang of bears. Another objected that the bears had explosives and grenades in their arsenal, so capturing them would not be so easy. The partner hastily interrupted the conversation, reminding them that their leader Tiger would definitely not like such a discussion. Having apologized, he explained that he was simply tired of constant stress, hunger, and uncertainty. A few minutes later, one of the bandits invited the other to go to the toilet, located at the end of the corridor. Hearing the door slam at the end of the corridor, David decided that he had finally found the tiger's room. There was another room nearby, the door of which was locked, and David assumed that this was where the food warehouse was located. Remembering the gangsters' conversation about a possible clash with the bears, Linda asked David if they should just wait for the gang war to start. David explained that he could only stay here for 7 days, and the tigers, according to the guards, still had a supply of food for a month. He understood that there was less and less time left, and there was no point in waiting for these two gangs to start fighting themselves. The only problem was that Tiger probably had the key to the warehouse. Linda, however, reassured David, saying that she could handle the lock in just a few seconds. She proudly noted that her lock-picking skills would come in handy here. Linda, deftly wielding the wire, proudly declared that it would not be difficult for her to open this lock, and no door would become an obstacle to their path. Opening the warehouse doors, David immediately realized that in front of them, as they had expected, was the main warehouse. David suggested setting up explosives and leaving quickly, since they had nothing else to do here. Linda felt sorry for exploding such a huge amount of rice, and asked her partner if it was possible to take at least one bag with her. David forbade her to do this, because the heavy bag would prevent them from quickly retreating later. Suddenly, they heard the screams of alarmed bandits, who informed their boss that a group of zombies had entered the building. Linda, hearing painfully familiar voices, assumed that the uninvited guests entered the territory the same way as she and her partner. David decided that someone had disturbed the zombies and suggested that Linda hurry up and leave so as not to come face to face with them. Finding themselves in front of a locked door, the bandits begged the boss to let them in, explaining that they had very urgent news and desperately needed help. The criminals, in a panic, told the boss that things were bad. Zombies had entered their territory, and asked the boss to somehow resolve this situation. The boss, throwing open the door, and without saying a word, punched his subordinate in the face with all his might. The boss was angry that he was disturbed while he was having fun with the girls, because he strictly forbade them to do this. The bandits apologized to the boss and, stuttering, explained the reason for their late visit in some incredible way. Zombies made their way into the building. The tiger was surprised how these bloodthirsty creatures managed to penetrate such a protected territory, which was well fortified and reliably protected. Noticing that the lock was broken, the enraged boss angrily asked who dared to enter this room without permission. Seeing a puddle of spilled wine on the floor, the boss could not contain his anger and loudly asked who had caused this chaos. Suddenly, the guy's gaze fell on the suspicious bags, and he realized with horror that someone had planted a huge amount of dynamite in the room. Just a few seconds later, a deafening explosion occurred, throwing everyone present with a powerful blast wave. When he woke up, the boss confidently stated that someone had deliberately used explosives to destroy all his supplies, and assumed that this was the work of the bear gang. David realized that their daring plan had worked and urged Linda to get away from this place before the bandits overtook them. David's cunning plan was to pit two warring clans, the Wild Sands and the Flying Eagles, against each other in order to use their enmity to his advantage. While searching for a way out of the building, Linda discovered a ventilation hatch and asked David if he thought they could get through it into the next room. After making sure that there was no one in the room, Linda called her partner to go downstairs and continue their difficult journey. Continuing their path, the heroes suddenly saw at the other end of the corridor a huge crowd of hungry zombies who were apparently looking for their next victim. David, without hesitation, ordered Linda to be on guard because at any moment these monsters could attack them. Seeing such a huge number of zombies, Linda decided to divert their attention to herself in order to give David time to retreat. David wanted to warn his partner that edged weapons are what should be used against zombies first. But this was not the first time Linda had come face to face with mutants and knew perfectly well how to fight them. David also had extensive experience in destroying the Walking Dead, but gained only in computer games. But in reality, he had to deal with this for the first time. Despite the whole situation, David confidently told Linda that they would get out of here safe and sound, and from now on they would be comrades in arms. David invited Linda to leave this terrible place and reassured her, because the zombies were very slow and were unlikely to be able to catch up with them. After some time, they finally left the dangerous building and returned to their shelter, which was located nearby. David couldn't help but think how good it was that there weren't even more zombies in this corridor. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have been able to escape alive. Having returned to a safe place, Linda admitted that she was terribly tired and very hungry, because it took them quite a long time to get to the shelter. David, having congratulated his partner on the successful completion of their dangerous mission, offered her a good meal, which he prudently put in his bag. Linda, thanking David for so much delicious food, jokingly compared him to a guardian angel who will always come to the rescue. David, still smiling, once again noticed to himself that, despite their long acquaintance, he still never ceases to be amazed at Linda's appetite. Seeing a familiar can in David's hands, Linda wondered if he had taken beer with him, and could she also have a little beer? To which David replied that good girls should not drink beer, and added that he had brought juice and carbonated drinks especially for her. Slightly offended, Linda replied that she was no longer little and had the right to decide for herself what to drink. Giving up under Linda's pressure, David said that he needed to get himself in order and, leaving Linda alone, went to the shower. Left alone, the girl thought that she had not tried beer for a long time, and she couldn't wait to remember its taste. David, wanting to know details about the game, turned to the system with a request to show him a hint that he did not have time to read earlier. The system agreed, asking David to be more attentive and listen carefully to what he was being told. David carefully studied the information displayed on the monitor and realized that in front of him was a panel of his game attributes, the player's profile. The system explained that this panel is necessary so that the player can track the dynamics of his performance during the game. Having studied the indicators, David could not contain his surprise, because in his opinion, some of the data did not correspond to reality and were greatly underestimated, to which the system reassured David, explaining that there was no need to worry, and the indicators in the game were slightly different from the indicators in real life. David asked what he needed to do to change the indicators and significantly improve them. The system advised him not to rush things, noting that everything has its time, and after he finds gold, new opportunities will open up for him. David came to the conclusion that, in principle, the game system remained unchanged and reminded him of the one he loved to play so much before. But now, everything happens in real time. Having found out the price of the upgrade, David, slightly disappointed, decided that the system had done this on purpose and illegally inflated the initial cost. The system in turn tried to reassure David and convinced him that there was no need to worry about this, because this deal was worth every dollar invested. The system assured that one of the benefits of the update will be the opportunity to improve skills. For example, David will have a chance to win a unique skill book in the lottery. Updating the system will give him the opportunity to destroy real, not virtual zombies, and thus upgrade his skills, which will bring him closer to victory. The system advised David not to waste time and worry about acquiring the required amount of gold for the upgrade as quickly as possible. Despite the danger, David mentally returned to the day when Charles had so cruelly offended him, and realized that now, more than ever, he needed protection. The guy was a little scared by the fact that he could not know about the side effects of the changes happening to his body, and assumed that, for example, he might lose all his hair. However, this problem did not seem so important to David, especially since he would be able to address this issue to the system at any time. Now David was busy solving a new global problem, mining gold in order to update the system as soon as possible. Suddenly, David's thoughts were interrupted as his gaze fell on the empty cans on the table. With great difficulty, David carried the sleeping Linda from the sofa to the bed and made her more comfortable. She turned out to be not so light. Looking at the sleeping beauty, David noted that Linda has an attractive appearance and can rightfully be called one of the most beautiful girls in his entire life. The guy continued to admire Linda, noting the beauty of her angelic face and realizing that it was difficult not to fall in love with her. David couldn't help but think that Linda had a devilishly attractive body that would look stunning in any outfit. David compared Linda to Mary and noted to himself that unlike Linda, who was always happy to see him, Mary now treats him with obvious contempt. But our hero caught himself in time to think that he should not be distracted by all sorts of nonsense, because he was faced with more important and urgent tasks. David decided to cool down a little, realizing that if he didn't immediately take a cool shower, he might do something stupid. As soon as the door closed behind David, Linda opened her eyes, and it became clear that all this time, she had only been pretending to be asleep. Linda asked herself the question, is David really indifferent to her and perceives her exclusively as a friend and not a girlfriend? Although on the other hand, Linda thought, why bother with all sorts of nonsense? Because they are just friends and partners. The next morning, David woke Linda and, telling her that it was time to move out, ordered her to pack her things. Once outside, Linda heard the aroma of grilled meat wafting nearby and asked David if he felt the same as she did. David confirmed Linda's words, noting the pleasant smell of freshly cooked meat in the air. Linda told David that she was terribly tired of eating only canned food and sandwiches, and she wanted normal meat food. Just at this time, one gang leader rudely asked his subordinate if they had weapons with them. But what was happening there? The leader promised that if they managed to pull this off, they would not only be able to enjoy the taste of meat, but also have fun with the girl that night. Having carefully looked at the strangers, David asked Linda if they had met them before, and what if they were from the Tigerhead gang. Linda remembered that one of the bandits' name was William, and that previously he had indeed been the leader of one small group that was part of the Tigerhead. Realizing that they were bandits from the Wild Sharks group, David decided that he would not miss the opportunity to use this information for his own purposes. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a female voice, which ordered everyone to remain in their places. David was surprised by the sudden appearance of a stranger, and he assumed that besides them, there was someone else here. William tried to calm the girl down, assuring her that there was no need to worry and do stupid things. Janine, as that mysterious person was called, briefly asked the uninvited guests about the purpose of the visit, warning them that they had little time. William told her that they saw the girl shoot a boar and therefore came to join her and eat it together. Linda brought her partner up to date, telling her that Janine was actually a former police officer. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, Janine has been using this house as a safe haven, uniting a group of survivors around her. Now they include the wounded partner Carms, who severely injured his leg, and several other people who do not know how to handle weapons, children, and several women. Linda asked David how he thought about helping Janine and her charges fight off the bandits. David was happy to punish the bandits and at the same time use the given chance. Janine looked out into the street through the boarded-up window and shouted loudly that the guys could very well earn their own food. William explained to Janine that they had been returning from hunting empty-handed for days because they had been catastrophically unlucky. In this regard, William hopes for at least half of Janine's spoils, noting that he is ready to leave the rest to her and her people. Carms tried to reason with Janine and advised her not to argue with the bandits and to make concessions, since the number of their group was small. Janine still considered Carms' proposal a failure and did not agree with his argument. The girl knew for sure that if she gave in at least once, the bandits would sit on their necks, after which they would constantly be attacked and threatened by them. As a result, Janine refused to help William and his gang, and wishing them good luck, ordered them to get away from their hideout. William responded by noting that they would not be able to persuade Janine for long, and if she continued in the same spirit and refused to give them half of the food, they would have to force her. Janine responded with a menacing threat that the madman who decided to approach even one step would be immediately shot. She noted that William should not underestimate her and take her for a stupid girl, because she was used to being the first to open fire to kill. William, filled with rage, gave his band the order to attack and tear their enemies to pieces. Loud cries of bandits were heard everywhere that the shooter had escaped, and demands to immediately break down the door. At this moment, Janine realized that there were few cartridges left and it was necessary to conserve ammunition. Carms, assuming that the remaining bandits were going upstairs, decided to go down and deal with them on his own. The bandits received a clear order to open fire on Janine as soon as she came into view. David understood that it was impossible to hesitate in such a situation, and whispered to Linda that the time had come to act decisively. He ordered the girl to use the skills she had learned and shoot the main shooter of the enemy gang. William was shocked to learn that the enemy had a sniper and that his best marksman had been killed right before his eyes. Janine saw this as an opportunity to quickly eliminate the gang leader, hoping that this would cause the others to flee and save them. Noticing Janine, William did not hesitate to give the order to shoot her. Finally noticing a sniper in the distance, the bandit leader ordered his men to take cover from the deadly bullets. Janine was tormented by the question, who is this mysterious assistant who, out of nowhere, came to their defense? William was determined that he would deal with the man who dared to challenge his gang. Decisive Janine wanted to go down and come to the aid of Carms, who was fighting the bandits alone. The man, trying to calm the girl down, briefly explained to her the situation and the situation on the street. Janine reported that the enemy has more firepower, but someone is helping them. The girl was surprised to note that the Wild Shark's shooters had fallen silent, as if someone had removed them from their positions. The bandits began to doubt William because he promised an easy victory, but the enemy turned out to be much stronger. Realizing that the matter had reached a dead end, William decided to offer Janine negotiations and stop the senseless shootout. The girl was surprised by William's desire to talk, but agreed to listen to his conditions. The bandit leader begged to let his people go, promising that they would not bother Janine again. Not knowing what to do and who this mysterious savior is, Janine decided to consult with Carms. She understood that revealing the stranger's identity now would be unwise and dangerous. Gathering her courage, Janine shouted to the Wild Sharks that she accepted their apology and spared their pathetic lives. David ordered Linda to wait for his command and not to shoot until he ordered. Janine decided to let the Wild Sharks go, but threatened them, making it clear that this was their last chance. Carms, reflecting on what had happened, assumed that the stranger sincerely wanted to help them. Retreating, William, without hiding his anger, threatened to return with reinforcements next time. Having waited for the right moment, David ordered Linda to shoot, warning her not to miss. The bandits, outraged that the shooter broke his promise, became furious. Janine could not understand why the gang leader was provoking the mysterious sniper. William, gripped by panic, meanly ordered one of his guys to shield him from the bullets. Trying to save his own skin, he shifted the blame for the shootout onto the sniper, who allegedly broke his word. David reassured Linda, noting that the rifle he had chosen was too powerful for her, although she was good at it. Linda asked her partner when she would finally be able to shoot with his personal rifle, but our hero was already busy with his next plan. He told the girl not to come out of hiding and not to worry, assuring that he would take care of their safety. A few minutes later, Janine saw David, who was walking towards them with his hands raised. David greeted Janine kindly and asked her not to be afraid, assuring her of his peaceful intentions. Janine, gathering her courage, asked the stranger who he was and for what purpose he had come. Offering cooperation, David immediately promised food as a gift and a sign of goodwill if they believed him and let him in. Refusing the offered food, Janine replied that they did not need anything. David, not wanting to give up so easily, insisted on his offer, promising protection from gangs and a stable life. Interested in the stranger's proposal, Carms advised Janine to listen to him. The girl, still not trusting the stranger, agreed to let him in, but threatened him with violence in case of danger. David once again repeated that collaborating with him is the most reasonable decision in the current situation. Before the guy was inside the building, Janine, pointing a weapon at him, ordered him to put his things on the floor and not make sudden movements. David tried to calm the girl down, assuring her that he came in peace and had nothing to hide. Looking warily at the stranger, Janine ordered a boy named Zach to examine his things, especially his bag. The boy, having opened the stranger's bag, was shocked by the huge amount of food lying in it. Seeing Zach's reaction, David promised to give them all the food in exchange for agreeing to cooperate. Janine, deciding to continue the conversation in a safer environment, invited the guests to go up to the second floor. She made it clear to the guy that she was a good shooter, but only opened fire on bad people. Carms, looking at their savior, was surprised at his young age, because he expected to meet an adult fighter. Despite his misgivings, Carms nevertheless greeted David and politely asked him to feel at home. David did not expect to see other children besides the boy he had met earlier. He noticed that the children treated him with caution and distrust, as if he were a stranger. Janine rushed to reassure David, explaining that the children were acting wary because of their difficult past. And then our hero realized that he had earned Janine's trust, since she led him to where the children were. Plucking up courage, the girl asked David about the purpose of his visit and unexpected help. David, without hesitation, invited Janine to join forces to fight the powerful gang of wild sharks. Janine, outraged by such a proposal, caustically asked if he even knew how many people were in the gang. Carms, watching the young man, noticed to himself that he was unlikely to pose a threat to the wild sharks. Zach was amazed at David's courage in deciding to challenge an entire gang of ruthless killers. He thought David was incredibly cool, because he dared to do something that no one else dared to do, to resist the wild sharks. Understanding the doubts of those gathered, David asked for some time to explain his plan. David explained in detail his strategy, the essence of which was to pit the Wild Sharks gang against the Flying Eagles, as had previously happened with the Tigerhead and Bears gang. Janine, considering David's plan, admitted that if successful, there would really be no major gangs left in the city. However, to David's surprise, the girl refused the offer, explaining her position in detail. Janine firmly stated that she could not abandon the wounded Carms and defenseless children. She emphasized the complexity of the situation, because she would have to save not only the children, but also the wounded Carms, who would not be able to move quickly. Janine frankly admitted to David that she was not going to fight with anyone, but only wanted to get food and quickly leave the damned city. David, not losing hope of cooperation, suggested that Janine reconsider everything, promising even more food if she agreed. Confirming David's words, Zach opened his gym bag, which was filled to the brim with a variety of supplies. Looking at Janine's reaction, David assured that this was only a small part of the food he had. The girl couldn't believe that the guy had so many products at his disposal. David advised the girl not to worry about the origin of the food and make an informed decision. Janine, knowing full well that if they agreed they would no longer have to worry about food, was still hesitant to completely trust David. Realizing the gravity of the choice, the girl asked the experienced Carms for advice. After listening carefully to both options, Carms admitted that he completely relied on Janine's decision. Suddenly, Nancy intervened in the conversation. She believed that it was better to fight for your future than to hide and live in constant fear. Nancy, not wanting to be a burden to Janine, timidly asked for a chance to prove their usefulness. Janine seemed torn between the desire for revenge and fear for the lives of the children who could die in this struggle. The boy, who did not share Janine's fears, called her a coward and volunteered to help David take revenge on the gang. The thirst for revenge for his parents, who died at the hands of the Wild Sharks, did not subside in Zach's heart, and he longed to fight. David reprimanded Zach, disapproving of his rudeness towards Janine. The attentive guy noticed that absolutely all of Janine's decisions are driven by concern for the children she is trying to protect. David said that if he were Janine, he would have run away a long time ago, but she still staunchly protects everyone who needs her help. Realizing the incorrectness of his words, the boy hastily apologized to Janine. Janine, outraged by Zach's words, emphasized her readiness to take revenge on the killers of the boy's parents. The girl admitted that the only reason for her inaction was the numerical superiority of the Wild Sharks. Janine, after listening to David's bold plan to destroy the Wild Shark gang, asked him what other details of his plan he had not told. David laid everything out for her, once again describing in detail his strategy, in which the main emphasis was on provoking a war between two large gangs. Having carefully assessed all the factors and understanding her key role in this dangerous but courageous plan, Janine agreed to risky collaboration with David. Delighted by the agreement, David wasted no time in hurrying the slow Zach to get ready. Janine gathered everyone together and solemnly announced the move and a radical change in plans. David rejoiced at his new allies because the advantage was now on his side. On the same day, the new allies decided to practice shooting pistols a little so as not to lose their skills. David suggested that they use captured Wild Shark pistols, which they had taken after a recent shootout. Taking the pistol in her hands, Linda immediately noted the lethal power of the weapon, highlighting its deafening loudness of the shot. Janine, having finally learned the true number of allies with whom she would have to challenge the entire gang, was amazed at their courage. David reassured that despite the absence of a large squad, there was no need to worry, because he and Linda had excellent shooting skills. At this moment, Carms noted the refreshing taste of the beer and began to thank the guy for the generous gift. Linda admitted that David initially had more beer, but most of it went to her. Addressing the senior former officer, Janine said that beer is now being exchanged for 3 packs of cartridges on the street. Carms, as if not listening to her, noticed that with cigarettes, the pleasure would be more complete. David promised that, despite the upcoming difficulties, next time he would definitely get cigarettes. David offered Janine a can of cold beer to quench her thirst. Janine was surprised to receive such a valuable treat and admitted that she had not drunk beer for a long time. The girl confirmed David's words, saying that beer calms the nerves a little, allowing you to forget about problems at least for a while. Janine took a sip with pleasure, noticing that the beer was so refreshing, as if she had not drunk it for ages. Addressing the children, David urged them not to be shy and treat themselves to sweets. The children asked Janine if they could eat all the sweets their new friend offered. Janine allowed the children to try the sweets, but made it a rule to take 1 sweet for each child. Suddenly, David drew everyone's attention to the sound of an explosion, guessing that it was the Bear and Tigerhead gangs who began a fierce fight. David pointed out to Janine the visual evidence of his words: the escalating war between the Bear gang and the Tigerhead gang. Janine decided to trust David for now, but she was tormented by an unresolved question that she hastened to ask. Janine asked David why he didn't hide with Linda, having enough food to wait out the danger, and why he needed to interfere in the gang wars. David admitted that he simply intends to stop this chaos and take revenge on these bastards for all the suffering of ordinary people. After that, David called Zach over and handed him a pistol, which he had picked up from one of the bandits who was trying to escape. Zach was shocked that David would entrust a gun to him, a child with no experience with guns. David explained to Zach that, despite his young age, he is already a real man who is obliged to protect his sister with a weapon. Zach, not knowing what to do, turned to Janine and asked if he could take the gun David offered. Janine, after weighing the pros and cons, allowed Zach to take the weapon, but at the same time strictly warned him about the need to be careful. Zach thanked David for the unexpected gift, clearly not expecting such generosity and trust. David ordered Zach to remember his instructions and, starting tomorrow, begin daily shooting training along with everyone else. Janine wondered who David really was if he first came to their aid without hesitation, and now he is imposing his patronage on the children. David suggested that everyone get some rest, as they would be heading out at dawn. The next morning, after having a hearty breakfast, David, Linda, and Janine moved towards the base owned by the Wild Sharks gang. Thanks to her good knowledge of the area, Janine quickly led her companions to the Wild Sharks headquarters, which was located in the area. The base turned out to be well fortified, so the fellow travelers decided to take refuge in the nearest abandoned building. David noted that only some of the bandits had firearms with them, while the rest were armed with knives and homemade clubs. Janine, understanding the situation, decided to first eliminate the bandits with firearms. One of the bandits decided to take advantage of the moment of calm and go to the toilet, saying as he went that he would be back soon. But the very next moment, the bullet overtook the unsuspecting bandit, ending his life. Immediately, a general alarm arose. The guys warned each other about a sudden attack and called for caution. Panicked, the bandits ran chaotically in search of cover, not understanding where the aimed fire was coming from. Pleased with the results of the surprise attack, David decided to focus his anger on his next target, the Flying Eagles gang. The location of the Wild Sharks headquarters near the Flying Eagles base made them an easy target. The leader of the Wild Sharks gang, named Vincent, was enraged by the audacity of the attackers and wanted to see who dared to raise a hand against his people. He was indignant at the surprise of the attack and vowed to take brutal revenge on the offenders as soon as he learned their names. The bandits expressed confidence that only their sworn enemies from the Flying Eagles gang were capable of such a daring attack. Vincent besieged his subordinates, pointing out to them that what was happening aroused serious suspicions and doubts in him. After all, the Flying Eagles would not just start a war, which means there are some third forces behind this. He decided to first check the information and thoroughly find out what happened between the bears and tigers before drawing any conclusions. Vincent ordered one of the bandits to carefully question all the informants and find out if anyone suspicious had appeared in the city lately. If both the bear gang and tiger head suffered losses, he could easily capture the Flying Eagles, taking advantage of their weakened state. The rest, as Vincent said, he would deal with personally, promising them painful reprisals for each killed member of his gang. At the same time, fun reigned at the base of the Flying Eagles. Unaware of the danger, the leaders spent time playing board games. The bandits who surrounded the playing leaders admired the luck and talent of Abrams, who constantly won, and invited him to continue playing for a few more games. Abrams, flattered by the praise and attention, suggested finishing the game for the day, enjoying the moment of triumph. But at that moment, their conversation was rudely interrupted by the message that a fire had started at the sentry post. David said that there would be enough weapons for everyone, and this was especially important in the context of a zombie apocalypse. Janine compared the Flying Eagles and Wild Sharks to her new group, considering them to be very little threat against the bandits. David could not help but know that his opponents were accustomed to cruelty and were indifferent to the death of others. At this point, Linda reported to David about the completion of his mission to set fire to enemy posts. Then David joyfully announced the completion of the mission and the possibility of returning back. He emphasized that in one night they managed to start a conflict between all the gangs, including the tigers and the bears. David seemed to predict that the gangs would fight until each other was completely destroyed, leaving no chance for a peaceful solution. The guy seemed to have foreseen the imminent outbreak of war between the flying hordes and the Wild Sharks. He noted with pleasure that the events taking place were part of his thoughtful plan, which would be interesting to watch. The group leader decided to use his free time to practice and improve his shooting skills. But to his surprise, after firing 10 shots, David never hit the target. Janine noted with irony that in this way he would only waste all the cartridges. David apologized to Janine, saying that he did not want to wake her up with his noise. Janine responded by reassuring David, explaining that she had gone out to get some fresh air and offered her help in learning how to shoot. David happily accepted Janine's offer, recognizing his need for an experienced mentor. The girl was grateful to David for helping her regain her self-confidence. The guy did not immediately understand what she meant and asked Janine to clarify her words. Janine explained that thanks to David, she had regained the confidence and determination she had almost lost. Already during their training, David admired Janine's accuracy and composure. Where did she get such talent? Janine calmly explained that her shooting skills were a result of her previous work as a police officer. She said that after the start of the apocalypse, she protected civilians along with Carms and other companions. The girl remembered very well how the lack of food led to conflicts and the death of her comrades. Janine admitted that after the tragedy, she lost faith in her ideals and the meaning of the struggle in the new world completely disappeared. She added that despite caring for the found children, her will to fight had almost faded. David was surprised by how Janine managed to protect the children in the face of gang violence and food shortages. Janine explained that the gang leaders were former petty criminals whom she had arrested. She spoke with regret about how these people gained power in the new world and created dangerous gangs. And now that these little scoundrels had become powerful gang leaders, she could no longer do anything against them. David objected to Janine, because he saw her as a strong and courageous girl and tried to convince her of this. Janine, unlike many, did not succumb to the general cruelty and continued to protect her territory and children. He sincerely admired the courage and determination of this seemingly fragile girl. David then suggested that Janine continue her interrupted shooting practice. Janine assured David that he would quickly learn to shoot if he really wanted to and set a goal. She explained to David that the main thing is to understand the essence of shooting, trust your feelings, and then mastery will come. Janine told David to focus on the target and imagine himself hitting it. She continued the instruction, explaining that the sight, muzzle, and target must be in line. At some point, Janine asked David if he was ready to take a shot and hit the target. After making sure David was ready, Janine commanded him to pull the trigger. A second later, David happily reported hitting the target, noting that he finally understood how to shoot a pistol correctly. David noted that hitting the target is a very pleasant feeling that cannot be confused with anything else. After this, the inspired guy promised Janine to show her the wonderful world that they would create after the destruction of the gangs. Slightly surprised, Janine asked David what he meant by talking about a wonderful world. David assured Janine that after all matters were completed, they would leave this dangerous place and live in complete safety. In response, Janine only suggested continuing the training and returning to the conversation later. Linda, who had been watching this scene from afar, also wanted to join in the shooting, hoping that she could learn to shoot as accurately as Janine. The brutal war between the Tigerhead and Bear Gang was always accompanied by continuous shooting and explosions. When David and Linda infiltrated enemy territory, they observed the developments with their own eyes and collected information. As a result, the Tigerhead Gang was defeated, suffering huge losses, and no more than 10 people remained alive. The noise of the battle attracted hordes of zombies who surrounded the building where the remaining guys from the group were hiding. The Wild Shark Gang took advantage of the situation and sent all its forces to destroy the weakened enemies. David's cunning plan worked, as the Flying Eagles sent a spy to the Wild Shark's lair immediately after their confrontation began. Abrams tried to rally his supporters, calling on them to prevent the destruction of the Flying Eagles by a gang of wild sharks. He called upon the Flying Eagles to punish their enemies for their insolence and intrusion into their territory. David, having learned that there were few guards left inside the Wild Sharks building, decided that it was time to act. With a well-aimed shot, David hit one of the headquarters guards, spending only one bullet. David then ordered the remaining guard to remain still and obey orders, jabbing his gun into his back. David promised to spare the guard's life in exchange for cooperation and valuable information. Linda confirmed David's words, saying that there were indeed only 2 guards on duty on the floor. The captured guard said that the food was stored on the top floor under heavy security, and advised them to visit the gold warehouse. He added that the warehouse is located on the ground floor, and it will not be difficult to get to it. The guard mentioned a mysterious vault at the end of the corridor, which he himself was afraid to enter. He tried in every possible way to convince the raiders of his sincerity and desire to help. Janine advised David to advance through the building using the guard as a human shield. David thought that Janine was very careful and attentive to all the details. After these words, he ordered his captive to continue moving and not even think about resisting. The guard was already mentally starting to think through his escape plan, because he knew these places better than anyone else. He hoped to get to the fire escape unnoticed, warn his accomplices, and repel the raiders. In addition, he has an insidious plan to kill the guy and capture his girls. Moving along the corridor, the prisoner calmed his victims and pretended that nothing threatened them. David, sensing something was wrong, ordered the girls to stay put, deciding to check what was ahead. The guard, seeing his chance, ran to the very end of the corridor. David, realizing that they had been deceived, rushed in pursuit of the fugitive, because he could not be allowed to get to his people and reveal their plan. Running further and further, The guard was glad that he had succeeded, promising to return for the girls a little later. Suddenly, David heard some suspicious sounds ahead and tensed up. What was going on there? The very next second, he was surprised to discover a crowd of zombies and could not understand who had attracted them there. Janine asked David what they would do next because the dead were already nearby. David, assessing the situation, decided to leave before they were surrounded by these hungry zombies. Janine noted that the search for gold is very important to David and they cannot just leave. She said that if gold was going to help them destroy the gangs of thugs, then they needed to act now. Linda supported Janine because they have a great chance to get all the wealth available here. David agreed with his companion's arguments, noting that next time it would be more difficult to do. He focused on the task and suggested getting to the gold warehouse, leaving everything else for later. David ordered the girls to run to the end of the corridor as quickly as possible and not be distracted by anything. Having reached his destination and opening the doors of the warehouse, he saw huge mountains of gold right in front of him. David asked the girls if they had any idea how much all this treasure of gold could cost. Janine, without hesitation, answered that before the onset of the apocalypse, all gold belonged to the state. Then, embarrassed, she apologized to David for the inappropriate phrase and asked him not to pay attention to it. However, then they had the most difficult task, and David began to think about how they could deliver this gold to the cache. Of course, it was clear to everyone that our heroes would not be able to carry away these gold bars. They simply did not have the strength to do so. David decided to mentally turn to the system, hoping to receive valuable advice from it. The system immediately congratulated the guy on his valuable find and asked if he wanted to update his game program. David, in response, hastened to find out from the system what the total weight of the discovered gold was. The system calculated that the total weight of gold was 46 kilograms and offered to invest it in the development of their abilities. Having heard the system's answer, the guy told his companions that they would not be able to take this gold with them now. Janine didn't understand what they were talking about and indignantly asked why they didn't take the gold. Linda offered to take at least a small part of the gold and pick up the rest later. David explained to his puzzled companions that the gold would be taken by a secret organization for which he had been secretly working all this time. He apologized, adding that he could not disclose all the details so as not to reveal his connections with influential people. David once again explained that his task was only to find precious bars and information about their location. Linda asked David if she understood everything correctly, that he constantly disappears for a whole week precisely to meet with those people. David was not taken aback and immediately replied that Linda perfectly understood the reason for his absence and praised her for her insight. Janine became interested in the activities of David's organization because it is no coincidence that he has such valuable food. David only asked Janine to take his word for it, citing a strict ban on disclosing information. He swore that he would never harm his companions or use them for personal gain. Janine admitted that she had been watching David all the time and was confident in his honesty, so she stopped asking questions. After that, David asked to wait for him outside and watch the door. But you just need to be careful and not run into an angry crowd. Before leaving, Janine reminded them that they were in the dangerous headquarters of the wild sharks, and they should hurry up. Left alone, David gave the system a command to start downloading a new program. The system confirmed receipt of the command and warned about the start of an update that would take time to load. Finally, the system reported the completion of the update process and the successful activation of auto-loading of the ultra-large system storage space. It became incredibly easy to place any object in this space. You just had to think about it, and the system instantly moved it there. David, without wasting any time, wanted to move all the gold he found into the system space. The system confirmed the successful movement of gold, notifying that 1,000 kilograms had been deducted as payment for the upgrades. David was amazed at how quickly and easily the updated system worked. Moving heavy loads was no longer a problem thanks to the mobile space. David, eager to learn about all the possibilities, inquired about the availability of new program updates. The system offered a transition to the next level, allowing access to a tempting lottery system with the opportunity to win valuable prizes. Despite the high cost of the upgrade, David decided to activate the download, wanting to try his luck. He knew that his fighting skills were low, so he had to rely on the girls for help. But a man cannot always be under the protection of girls, and must become stronger in order to protect them and everyone else. The system notified David that the update and download process had completed, after which he would be able to take advantage of the new features. David wasted no time in ordering the lottery program to be activated to try his luck. He asked the system if this device in front of him was really the same lottery system. The system confirmed David's guess, adding that the cost of each draw is 5 kilograms of gold, and the prizes are incredibly varied. David was outraged when he heard the cost of one draw, since he had just spent a significant amount of gold on upgrading the system. The system tried to reassure David, assuring him that this was the best value for money offer for the prizes on offer. David agreed that the high stakes were worth it, since he now had enough gold to invest in his own strength. In addition, David has always been lucky in games, which instilled confidence in the successful outcome of the game. David, filled with hope for success, decided to try his luck in the lottery right now. In his dreams, David already saw himself gaining incredible super skills, fighting flying eagles and wild sharks, and after returning to the real world, defeating the treacherous Charles. But all of David's dreams, which could change the course of the game, remain just dreams for now. The system voice congratulated the player on gaining a minor but useful skill to increase agility, and asked if he would like to continue. David was disappointed to spend 5 kilograms of gold on such an insignificant skill, so he demanded that the system immediately give him a super skill. Determined, David wanted to make 10 more attempts without doubting that luck would smile on him, but David's luck ran out and the long-awaited super skill never happened, despite all his attempts. Instead of the coveted skill, the system congratulated the player on receiving the shooting skill book. In order to master the shooting skill described in the book and move to the next level, the player must defeat 1,000 zombies. David was very upset after wasting a lot of gold, but he had no choice but to start exterminating the zombies. He hoped that after so many unsuccessful attempts, the chances of obtaining a super skill would increase significantly. David, driven by excitement, decided to challenge fate and ordered the system to make 10 more attempts. Fortune once again passed David by, leaving him without the super skills he dreamed of. With the exception of a couple of packages of sharp sticks and a bottle of mineral water, David had nothing worth dropping. Despite the setbacks, among the winnings there were also useful things. A box of rifle cartridges was just what you needed to improve your shooting skills. And finally, luck smiled on David, because among the winnings he discovered the long-awaited super skill of the Fiery Hand. The Flame Hand super skill was a powerful weapon that could crush boulders with one blow, and now this ability belonged to David. David only had 2 kilograms of gold left in his system's space account, which he decided to save for emergencies. David remembered that 1 day in the real world is equal to 7 days in the virtual one. It was necessary to deal with the wild shark gang as quickly as possible for the safety of his friends waiting for him in real time. At this time, Janine enjoyed the taste of cola, noticing that just 1 sip of this drink can give real happiness. Linda supported her friend because she too was trying the cola given by David for the first time. The only thing that could have made this moment even better was a cold Coke with ice. Janine noticed that before the apocalypse, ice cola seemed ordinary, but now it has turned into a real luxury. Linda reassured her friend, assuring her that with David in their lives, they would never need food and drinks. Janine noticed that Linda was literally glowing with happiness when talking about David and asked about her feelings for him. Linda refuted Janine's guess, answering that she just really appreciated David and his help. She then turned to the guy to find out if he had finished his business. David confirmed that he had finished everything and hurried to call his companions to leave this place. Janine was very happy to see that the Wild Sharks' headquarters was empty, because this was a great chance to blow it up. David replied that he had a better plan and offered to help the Flying Eagles gang. Linda objected, reminding David that although the Flying Eagles gang is considered the weakest, they also have a lot of bad things to their name. David reassured Linda he had assessed everything correctly and his plan was well thought out. In his opinion, supporting the Flying Eagles is the best way to harm the Wild Sharks. Fortunately, the headquarters of the Flying Eagles gang was not far from the place where our heroes were hiding. Abrams ordered his men to hurry to resupply their ammunition and prepare for a firefight. He threatened to show these upstarts who is boss and what awaits them for their insolence. One of the guys, in order to cheer up his comrades, recalled Vincent's promise of imminent reinforcements. The bandits turned to Vincent with the question of why he sent them to certain death, knowing that they could not cope. Vincent contemptuously replied that he did not consider these guys to be people. For him, they were cannon fodder. All this talk about loyalty is just to brainwash the fools. Cunning Vincent sent the recruits as bait to lure the enemy to the main gate. The rest of the headquarters would be left unprotected, and with Vincent having 4 times as many men, the Flying Eagle gang would be finished. Suddenly, the bandits noticed movement on the roof. Someone was trying to climb up. The bandits immediately raised the alarm, calling on everyone to open fire on the uninvited guests. A message came over the radio that there were a large number of wild sharks on the eastern side. Abrams, having heard the report, ordered his best shooters to defeat the enemy who was attacking their territory. He ordered his men to climb the stairs and attack the enemy who dared to invade them. Every second counted. It was necessary to quickly climb the stairs and neutralize the enemy. The bandits hastened to report to Vincent that they were being attacked by wild sharks, and the battle had already begun. Unexpectedly, the bandits were stabbed in the back, because they were attacked from the very rear. One of the guys suggested that these were the same people who attacked them last time. Abrams, to check his guesses, sent soldiers to the nearest building. He was sure that the enemy was hiding somewhere nearby. Vincent was beside himself with rage. He could not understand where the shooters were hiding and how they managed to get into their territory. Vincent was shocked by the impudence of those who dared to oppose him. The leader cursed the insolent people who dared to challenge him and ordered to find the brave souls. To speed up the search, Vincent promised the first person to discover the enemy a generous reward in the form of a bag of flour and a bottle of wine. Soon the bandits had already discovered the enemy, who was hiding on the roof of the building. Linda panicked, realizing that they were now exposed and no longer had their advantage. She remembered David's advice to her during training that the sniper should change position after each shot. Now that they had been discovered, it was necessary to urgently change the position so that the enemy could not calculate their location. Meanwhile, Abrams ordered his troops to reliably defend the northern, southern, and western sides. One of the bandits happily told Abrams about their first successes in battle. The wild shark's attack was blocked thanks to unknown help. But who could it be? Abrams was delighted by the unexpected help, and it seemed to him that it was the Lord God himself who had sent them protection. David was pleased that the Flying Eagles did not even know where this help came from. He knew that even if the two snipers couldn't defeat the wild sharks, they would be able to hold them off for a while. David himself decided to wait for the best moment for a surprise attack from cover. The bandits panicked under fire. The snipers were well camouflaged, and their location could not be calculated. Vincent was furious with his own powerlessness. He could not calculate the location of the shooters, whose attacks had already claimed the lives of more than 20 of his people. The soldiers reported the sad news that the Flying Eagles had begun their attack and asked Vincent for further instructions. Vincent was slow to answer. He was completely confused and did not know what to do in the current situation. The leader, overwhelmed by cruelty, gave his men a merciless order to continue killing, leaving not a single fugitive alive. Abrams suddenly felt the atmosphere become tense, and an uneasy feeling made him look out of the window. With alarm, he noticed a cluster of enemies below who, like predators, were preparing to attack. One of his comrades asked Abrams if they had enough ammunition to repel the enemy attack if the enemies decided to storm the building. Abrams rudely replied that in the event of an assault they would not be able to escape and would have to take an unequal battle, fighting hand to hand. Suddenly his comrade noticed the approach of a new group of enemies and hastened to inform Abrams about it. Apparently reinforcements had arrived. These were the wild sharks themselves, led by their ruthless leader. David grinned contentedly as he watched the enemies, confused by Linda and Janine's daring actions, finally come into view. Pointing a machine gun at him, Vincent loudly greeted Abrams, promising him quick death at his own hands. Abrams in turn cursed this smug dandy who was responsible for the death of his people. Suddenly, Vincent made an offer that he simply could not refuse. He promised to save the lives of all of them if they joined him. He swore that he was even ready to stop the bloody offensive and leave Abrams as the leader of the gang in exchange for his submission. Abrams, calling the enemy's proposal the ravings of a madman and not believing a single word he said, contemptuously accused him of lying. Rejecting the humiliating offer to become Vincent's puppet, Abrams challenged him to a fair fight. Noting with regret that Abrams had missed his chance of salvation, Vincent ordered his men to attack immediately. A generous reward of 10 bags of flour was placed on Abrams' head, and the thirst for profit pushed the thugs, mad with rage, to attack. Giving orders to his men, Vincent, driven by a thirst for revenge, decided to storm the building. He promised his soldiers a quick victory, and his enemies a painful death under heavy machine gun fire. He had no doubt of his victory, and furiously sentenced his enemies to a painful death. One of the guys, horrified by the enemy's firepower, asked Abrams in a panic what they should do. At this moment, William, trying to encourage his men, shouted encouragement so that no one would dare to be afraid and retreat. The sudden roar of the explosion made the stunned bandits freeze in bewilderment. Seeing a rocket flying straight at Vincent, the terror-stricken bandits screamed, warning him of the danger. Abrams, watching this spectacle, decided that the mysterious stranger who appeared out of nowhere was a messenger from heaven to save them. The unexpected attack took Vincent's people by surprise, and they had no choice but to flee in panic, saving their lives. They scattered, seeking salvation from imminent death, forgetting about their wounded leader. The only one who was not afraid to stay with his commander was William, Vincent's faithful henchman. William carefully supported his wounded comrade, trying to stop the bleeding and calm him down, promising that he would not leave him in trouble. Vincent cursed and admitted that the enemy had become stronger and was no longer afraid to challenge him. An angry Vincent tried to understand who dared to interfere in their showdown. David smiled contentedly as he watched the plan he was developing bear fruit. One of the survivors, grieving for his dead comrades, realized that their gang had suffered 2 heavy losses. Abrams ordered to immediately bring a device capable of multiplying his voice, microphone, and huge speakers. At that moment, David mentally commanded the system to reduce the size of the grenade launcher to pocket size. Pleased with the result, David noted to himself that such a compact size is much more convenient for storage. Turning to his mysterious savior, Abrams, speaking on behalf of the entire Flying Eagles gang, expressed gratitude to him for his help. He promised that their gang is always ready to help and repay in kind, if you just call them. David carefully thought through all the results of the battle and realized that both gangs had suffered significant losses. The Wild Sharks suffered the most, with their numbers reduced by more than half, with most of the survivors injured. The Flying Eagles also needed time to recover from the battle, so there was no fear of conflict with them in the near future. Pleased with the result, David decided to return to his original plan of action. Carms was delighted, noting that he never expected such a successful attack from David, because they inflicted damage on two gangs at once. The only thing that upset the old man was that due to injury, he was unable to personally take part in the shootout. The little girl Sharon ironically noticed that everyone already knew about Zach's reaction speed and accuracy, so she asked him not to get into trouble. David called everyone to order and promised that in the future they would have the opportunity to prove themselves. Zach, swelling with pride, solemnly declared that from now on the protection of everyone falls on his shoulders. David decided not to risk the lives of his charges and find them a new shelter away from the angry bandits. Linda asked if it was safe for them to move to a new place, because now they are surrounded by peace and quiet. David hastened to reassure her, explaining that it was much safer in the suburbs, because although there were a lot of zombies there were practically no living people left. Janine asked David with interest when he would join this organization again. David only promised that he would stay there for no more than a week, and he needed to hit the road very soon. Linda asked to bring them eggs next time, as well as ripe tomatoes and apples, dreaming of enjoying fresh produce. David reassured Linda, saying that it was no problem for him and that they would soon have fresh food. Carms timidly asked to bring him some cold beer, immediately starting to make excuses for his insolence. David assured Carms that he would try to fulfill his request, because he honestly deserved it. Raising his glass, David invited everyone present to celebrate their first joint victory. The next morning, all our heroes went to the nearest suburb, where there were many more zombies than in the previous city. Looking around, David noted to himself that the area was literally teeming with zombies, and a plan had matured in his head. He planned to train to kill zombies, improving his fighting skills and reaching new levels of skill. David decided to teach Sharon and Zach how to use weapons, and solemnly presented them with pistols confiscated from the Wild Sharks. He believed that in these turbulent times it was necessary to be able to stand up for oneself and protect loved ones. For shooting practice, David gave the children an entire box containing about 10,000 rounds of ammunition, enough for a small squad. Soon David announced the start of training, explaining that they needed to clear the entire area of zombies. Zach immediately responded enthusiastically to the offer, boastfully declaring that he would definitely outperform David in shooting accuracy. Linda also really wanted to take part in the shooting training. Janine tried to reason with Linda, suggesting that she do something more useful for the girl. After all, for example, you can go to the mountains and stock up on edible herbs. While David returns back, they will need something to eat. David supported the sensible Janine's proposal, admiring such a great idea. He complained that he could no longer see instant noodles and would be incredibly happy if he could diversify the menu a little. Linda was not very happy in her heart that she would not be able to spend time with David. After all, she wanted to be with David before he left on a solitary and dangerous expedition. After some time, David helped Zach climb onto the roof, from which all the surroundings were clearly visible. From the height, there was a beautiful view of a huge concentration of zombies moving towards them. Sharon screamed in fear as she noticed the zombies surrounding them on all sides. David hastened to calm the frightened girl, promising that she would soon see for herself how easy it was to deal with them. Wasting no time, David gave the order to the children to start shooting. Zach gladly took the gun and was enthusiastically ready to carry out David's orders. Throughout the long day, David taught the children the rules of shooting, carefully observing their training. They trained hard for several days, expending almost 3,000 rounds of ammunition and clearing the area of zombies. The boys made great progress and were now able to protect themselves in case of danger. The voice of the system was heard in his head, informing David that the player had reached the 3rd level and increased the speed and accuracy of hits by 80 points. The system also reported that the player has reached the 2nd general level and is now able to develop other skills. When David returned home, he was surprised to see a richly laid table and was surprised to ask the guys what the holiday was about. An embarrassed Linda replied that they just wanted to express their gratitude to him for his concern for them. David felt uncomfortable. He was not used to such attention and inquired about the reason for such magnificent celebrations. Carms explained to him that Janine was very upset when she learned about his imminent departure, so she decided to prepare a farewell dinner. Linda and Janine went to the mountains to collect various herbs and seasonings for the holiday table. Carms noticed that despite his advanced age, he had not experienced so many emotions and thrills for a long time. After that, Janine invited everyone to quickly sit down at the table and enjoy the treats. Touched by such care, David heartily thanked Janine for such a magnificent festive dinner. Janine calmly replied that in her previous life she had to cook much better at numerous banquets. Janine also noted Linda's skill and dexterity today. She outdid herself on the hunt and got a pheasant. David mumbled embarrassedly that they were friends and all these ceremonies were not at all necessary. Hearing David's words that they were just friends, Linda was confused and froze for a second. Linda's face showed confusion at David's words. Did he really only see her as a friend? By this time, Zach was already exhausted from hunger and asked the adults if they could finally start eating. Janine nodded to the children, allowing them to eat, and moved the plates of food closer to them. She asked the children to chew their food thoroughly and not to rush, because there was a lot of food. Linda, with concern in her voice, asked David what he planned to do if he was leaving completely light and didn't even take a backpack with him. David reassured her and replied that his pistol would be enough for him to defend himself in any situation. David, saying goodbye to his friends, assured them that they could safely leave all their worries to him. Janine enthusiastically supported his decision and promised to look after everything in his absence. Linda, slightly worried, invited David to join him in this risky business. David, however, asked her to stay and protect the others while he was away. He promised to return in a week and not a day later, which caused relief among his friends. Linda, saying goodbye, agreed with a calm soul and asked him to be careful. Janine wondered at that moment if he was going to lock himself in the room again. And so it happened. David closed the door tightly behind him and gave the system a command to move. The voice system confirmed the start of the process of moving the player to the real world. After just an hour, the hero was already enjoying communication with friends on the summer veranda. Having refreshed himself a little with a glass of cool beer, he eagerly called everyone to the table. Andrew was surprised to notice his voracious appetite and asked if he was starving somewhere. He was also surprised to notice the huge amount of food David had ordered. David explained that he had originally planned to invite friends to the restaurant, but changed his mind. To himself, he remembered that meager diet in the post-apocalyptic world, where he had spent a lot of time. David noted with gusto that in the real world you can not only enjoy clear skies, but also eat plenty. He admitted with sincere joy that living in this world is real happiness. Andrew asked Kevin in a whisper whether their friend's mind had been damaged by the wealth that had fallen. Kevin reminded David about the incident with Charles and warned him about the possible consequences. David, taking note of his friend's words, suggested changing the topic of conversation and inquired about their plans. Andrew shared his dream of opening his own business, but has not yet decided on a direction. David, showing business acumen, immediately asked if he was interested in jewelry making as an option for his business. He made a tempting offer to his friends to open a jewelry store with minimal investment on their part. Friends, inspired by the prospect, enthusiastically agreed and offered their financial assistance. However, Andrew had great doubts, because even winning the lottery would not be enough for such a serious project. David hastened to reassure his friend, assuring him that he would cover all initial expenses. As proof of the seriousness of his intentions, David announced his readiness to invest 2 tons of gold. Kevin, amazed by what he heard, took a deep breath and asked to calculate what the price would be for selling that amount of gold. Andrew, after some thought, calculated that 2 tons of gold corresponded to approximately $800 million. Having rechecked the calculations, he was once again amazed at how huge the sum was at David's disposal. David, not wanting to delay the meal, suggested postponing the calculations and promised to show the gold in his villa. Kevin, in complete shock, asked when he managed to acquire a villa, suspecting that it was someone's generous gift. Arriving at the place sometime later, the friends were amazed by the luxury and scope of the villa. Kevin honestly admitted that he had never seen so much gold in his life. Andrew, feeling like the hero of some strange dream, said that he did not want to wake up. Kevin, playing along with his friend, jokingly offered to give him a kick to bring him back to reality. Having come to his senses a little, Kevin nevertheless urgently asked David to tell the truth about the origin of the wealth. He added that he knew his friend well and was sure that David would not break the law, even at the risk of everything. In response, David changed the subject and tasked them with finding suitable premises for the store and completing the paperwork. Kevin, with sparkling eyes and incredible enthusiasm, took on the task assigned to him. Andrew, wanting to discuss important issues with his friend about stocks and trading, tried to stop him. David, sincerely considering his friends to be his full-fledged partners, presented them with 10% of the shares of his stake. Andrew was a little embarrassed because despite their friendship, business is business and 10% is too generous. David was quick to dispel his doubts, assuring him that he had unlimited faith in their abilities and potential. Having proven himself to be an excellent psychologist, David invited Andrew to take over personnel management because he was much better suited for such a role. Kevin, being a more businesslike guy, was entrusted with the management of the company's affairs and the development of jewelry design. In the future, when the company became stronger and took a strong position in the market, David planned to open an investment firm. David saw his friend Andrew as the head of this company, seeing him as a talented financier and leader. Kevin, touched to the depths of his soul by his friend's kindness and care, could not hold back his tears of gratitude. At that moment, a truck arrived at the house with the goods that David had ordered earlier. After unloading the truck, which was filled to the brim with a variety of products, David invited his friends to evaluate the purchases. Kevin, looking puzzled at the bags of rice and flour, asked why they were buying so many cereals. Seeing the mountains of fresh vegetables and fruits, he smiled and suggested that David had decided to throw a feast for the whole world. David, however, dispelled his assumption, assuring him that everything he bought would definitely come in handy in the near future. Kevin did not argue, and having said a warm goodbye to his friend, went with Andrew on business for the new company. As they left, they reminded David that this conversation was not over yet and they had a lot to discuss. Left alone with himself, David decided to walk around the city a little and enjoy the peaceful life. He caught himself thinking that lately he had increasingly had to exist in a post-apocalyptic world. The long struggle for survival in that cruel world could not but leave a mark on his soul and character. Having survived many dangers, he began to look at the world completely differently and appreciate simple things. Perhaps the sudden wealth that fell on him, which radically changed his life, also had an impact. He thought that if not for an accident, he would now, like many of his peers, be chasing a dream. A guy suddenly ran past him, swearing loudly under his breath. He was afraid of being late for an important interview. At that moment, David realized with bitterness that all his past achievements now had no meaning. In the face of real problems and difficulties, his superiority faded and was lost. Fate gave him a unique chance, opened up incredible opportunities for him, and he had to take advantage of them. Suddenly, someone called out to him and called him by name. These were the bandits who had been following David from the very beginning of the walk. Noticing his fear, they grinned sarcastically. Noticing how scared the guy was when he saw them in front of him, David immediately realized that Charles was behind this attack and decided to teach him a cruel lesson. Without losing his composure, David boldly admitted himself and asked what they needed from him. He reminded them that they had been following him for a long time and demanded an explanation as to why they decided to show up now. Fuse, the gang leader, appreciated David's composure and noted that not everyone is able to remain calm in such a situation. He asked David if he had heard of him and his gang and added that he was here for his own personal reason. David immediately accused them of lying, being sure that Charles and his insatiable thirst for revenge were behind all this. Fuse mockingly replied that very soon David would have no time for jokes and promised him an unforgettable experience. He confirmed the guy's guesses and said that he had received a clear order to deliver David's leg to Charles and intended to carry it out. David, feeling a rush of adrenaline, declared that they could take not only his leg, but also his life. Not wanting to start a fight in the middle of the street, he suggested they move to a more secluded place. Fuse took his words with joy, offering to move to the forest where no one would disturb them. One of the bandits, amazed by David's courage, warily asked Fuse to be careful. Fuse, not wanting to take risks, gave the order to call for reinforcements. He did not want to leave David a single chance. Turning to David, he noted that despite everything, he respected him for his courage and willingness to fight. David, wanting to put an end to the useless chatter, defiantly suggested getting down to business as quickly as possible. Fuse, smiling maliciously, promised our hero an unforgettable performance in response. He admitted that if not for the order, they could have become friends, having found a common language. Meanwhile, David was preparing for the fight, mentally rejoicing that he had managed to upgrade his flaming hand skill to the 2nd level. And now he will finally be able to put his new skills into practice in real combat. Fuse suddenly realized that this was not a timid student, but a real fighter skilled in martial arts. He immediately ordered his men to surround David and attack using all available weapons. David understood that it would not be easy for him, and attack from several sides at once did not bode well. Fuse, not the least bit doubtful of his victory, rudely invited David to show everything he was capable of. The next moment, Fuse's face contorted in surprise as David deftly grabbed his machete with his bare hands. Looking at the confused bandits, David compared them to kittens trying to portray formidable predators. Not wanting to waste time on empty talk, he dealt Fuse a crushing blow. The force of the blow threw the guy to the side. Did David really master his new skill that quickly? Feeling energized, David encouraged the others to continue the battle, showing that he was ready to fight to the end. At this moment, reinforcements arrived to help the bandits, and now David's task became even more difficult. Anticipating imminent reprisals, they surrounded David, threatening to tear him to pieces. Fuse calmly noted that now the numerical advantage is on his side, and the guy will definitely not win. He informed David that now he would take not only his leg, but everything else. David understood the limit of his combat capabilities, expecting to cope with only a small group of opponents. The unequal number of attackers left him no choice but to be the first to engage in battle. He decided to use this situation to test the potential of his new skill. The leader of the bandits, Fuse, called on his accomplices to attack David altogether, leaving him no chance. But when the bandits saw David's weapon, they were surprised, considering him too young to own a pistol. They immediately reproached Fuse for not saying anything about David's armament. David urged them to attack him en masse, without fear of consequences, since they were so brave. He defiantly called them the last cowards who only know how to attack one unarmed person in a crowd. Fuse tried to encourage his men, arguing that David's weapons were merely a means of intimidation. He reminded them of their numerical superiority, because David simply did not have enough bullets for everything. Seeing the bandits' indecisiveness, David asked who would dare to take the first bullet. Fuse became alarmed and realized that David was determined and not bluffing. Fuse began to make a pompous speech about the strength of his gang, but suddenly stopped when he saw David's gun in combat readiness. Stuttering, he hastily changed his tone and offered David friendship, trying to resolve the conflict. Panicked, the bandits begged for mercy, assuring David of their surrender. The next second, David kept his word and shot straight into the leg of the leader of this gang, Fuse. After that, he said that their number and status did not interest him. The only important thing was in whose hand the gun was now. One of the bandits, begging for forgiveness, repented of his crimes and expressed a desire to start a new life. With contempt, David asked if it was really this coward who intended to lecture him just a minute ago. The bandits timidly asked if they could leave, fully admitting that David was right. Disgusted, David ordered them to get away and not appear in his path again. Trying to calm the wounded Fuse, the bandits assured him of an immediate delivery to the hospital. Left alone, David thought that he had managed to scare the bandits to death, and for a while he had avoided the problem with that idiot Charles. At this time, David received a call from an alarmed Andrew, who learned about his abduction. David reassured his friend, assuring him of his safety and the successful resolution of the situation. Surprised, Andrew clarified whether David really dealt with the Yakuza representatives alone. David confirmed that this was the case and immediately asked Andrew to pick him up in his car from here. Already sitting at a table in a cafe, Andrew could not hide his indignation at the daring attack on David. He couldn't understand whether Charles really believed that his action would go unpunished. David, turning to Andrew with a request to search for information about Charles, informed him of his intention to lie low, at least for a while. Andrew immediately promised to keep David informed of all his findings. Remembering business, David asked Andrew about his news and the reasons for Kevin's absence. Andrew reported some problems with the license, which is why Kevin went alone to find a suitable store. But Andrew was quick to reassure David that he didn't have to worry about the store. David asked them to report their readiness to open as soon as the first important information became available. Andrew happily agreed to keep him informed of all matters, but his anger at Charles still did not subside. David tried to calm Andrew down, assuring him that sooner or later he would answer for his actions. After these words, David hurried to get up from the table and go to one place, citing urgent matters. He said goodbye and asked Andrew not to try to contact Charles, so as not to expose himself to danger. Andrew pretended that he would do so, but thought to himself, "Is it really possible to leave the offenders of his best friend unpunished?" After that, Andrew called Kevin with a request to report on the results of the search for Charles. Kevin replied that he found the villain in a club near the center where he constantly hangs out. At this time, Charles, coming out of the toilet, was just about to pick up a couple of girls of easy virtue. Suddenly, from behind, Kevin approached Charles with a banal request for a light. Charles reacted rudely as always, demanding to remove his hands and get the hell out. But the flurry of blows that fell on him a second after that forced him to sharply change his tone. Andrew suggested beating the insolent man so that he would remember this day for the rest of his life. Frightened Charles loudly offered money in exchange for his own safety. He was ready to do anything to be released. Kevin replied that they were not interested in his money and that today he would have a hard time. Then Kevin told in detail what was waiting for Charles in the toilet stall and invited the guy to plunge into it with his face. Charles, begging for mercy, insisted that he would not survive such humiliation. Kevin mockingly shouted that it was too late and together with Andrew hurried to run away from this place. Meanwhile, David was busy preparing for the upcoming transition to a post-apocalyptic world, carefully collecting the necessary things. He hoped that the collected supplies would last them for a long time. Suddenly he decided to add a cooler with cold drinks to his supplies. David anticipated the delight of his loved ones when they saw how much food he had prepared for them. Turning to the system, David activated the function of transferring things to put them in a special small cube. The system, having clarified the request and reminded about the super fresh function for unlimited storage of products, requested confirmation. David was pleased to note the versatility of the system, which is so necessary when transferring things from the real world and back. A system notification sounded indicating that the transfer to system space was activated. Meanwhile, Linda began to worry about David's long absence. Harms hastened to reassure Linda, expressing the idea that even if David did not return, they should wish him good luck and in no case hold a grudge. He emphasized David's uniqueness in being able to provide such support during the difficult times they were going through. Janine supported Carms, noting that in this world everyone survives alone. Linda disagreed with Janine, recalling the promise David made to her right before he left. Despite her past doubts, hope still glimmered in her heart, and she continued to wait for David's return. Linda shared her memories of David's joyful return after a long absence. Nancy supported Linda. She was also sure that David simply could not deceive their hopes. Sharon also stated that she would not survive David's absence, recalling his promise to practice shooting together. At that moment, David just entered the room and happily greeted everyone. Linda, without hiding her emotions, rushed to him with hugs, having already completely opened her feelings to everyone. David greeted her and slightly made fun of her, in his opinion, excessive emotionality. Zach breathed a sigh of relief, admitting that he had already begun to lose hope and was glad about his return. David patted Zach on the head in a friendly manner, assuring him that he always keeps his promises. Inviting them to come closer to him, he informed everyone present about the treats he had brought. He pointed to a basket of fresh fruit, which in a post-apocalyptic world was a real luxury. It was as if Janine had only now realized how important David had become to all of them. At that moment, David handed Janine a cold drink, setting it aside especially for her. He asked Janine if this was the drink she had been wanting to drink for so long. Janine looked at the bottle of cold cola in surprise and was amazed at David's capabilities. Where did he get it? The taste of the drink was the most desirable in recent times, especially since the heat outside was hellish. Having appreciated Janine's reaction, David promised to continue to delight them with similar surprises. Carms carefully asked David if he had forgotten about his small request. David immediately remembered Carms' request and, smiling, took out a pack of cigarettes. Carms thanked David, once again convinced of his reliability and responsibility if he gave his word. Inhaling the familiar aroma of fresh tobacco, he was ready to cry with happiness right now. Carms immediately addressed the children, warning about the dangers of smoking at their age and emphasizing that cigarettes are intended only for adults. David approached Janine and Linda with a proposal to start cooking dinner and asked where they kept the pots. David then gave detailed instructions on how to make a delicious soup. He advised adding more different spices to give the soup a bright and rich taste. He then turned to Zach and Sharon to help pour water into the pan. Linda reported on the work done. The vegetables were already washed and the meat was chopped. All that remained was to cook them. Satisfied, David asked Linda to place all the ingredients next to him. Linda, enjoying the aroma wafting from the pan, expressed confidence that with David next to her, she could not be afraid to try something new and unknown. David, inviting everyone to the table, noted with a slight smile that from now on he would guarantee everyone a well-fed life. Seeing a large piece of meat on the table, Zach immediately staked it out for himself. Nancy carefully fed the little girl, telling her to take her time and eat calmly. Carms, inviting everyone to the table, announced the main rule: you can take whatever you want and in any quantity. Janine, looking at the fragrant dishes on the table, again felt a wave of appetite. Suddenly, with some surprise, David turned to all his friends and asked why they all suddenly became sad. David was overcome with anxiety when he noticed tears on the faces of his companions, and he hastened to find out the reason for the general excitement. The young man assumed that the problem was in the prepared treat and anxiously asked whether it really tasted so terrible. Janine hastened to reassure David, assuring him that the reason for the tears lay not in the food, but in the memories that had come flooding back to them. She explained that before the onset of the apocalypse, this simple dish was an ordinary food for them. With sadness in her voice, Janine added that at that time there was no shortage of food, and living conditions allowed everyone to enjoy a peaceful sky above their heads. Zach admitted wistfully that he missed his parents and the times when their family meals were filled with happiness. Sharon supported Zach, noting that she also misses her parents and regrets that she will no longer be able to see them. Sharon's heart was filled with grief from the realization that her parents would never return and would remain only in his memory. Carms admitted that he is tormented by similar feelings and really misses his child. After the onset of the post-apocalypse, the man was unable to protect his family and now he was alone. Nancy reminded them that their loved ones had turned into soulless zombies, and if it weren't for Janine, they wouldn't be sitting together at this table now. Linda added that the familiar taste of food is like a time machine, taking them back to carefree times when everyone was happy. On their way to today, there were many difficulties that they courageously overcame. David urged his comrades to leave the past behind and think about the present, because the post-apocalypse has already arrived and the past is irreversible. He believed that through their common efforts, they would be able to create their new home, even in a post-apocalyptic world. Linda's curiosity haunted her, and she decided to find out from David what plan he had come up with this time. David shared his idea with the group that there was a sea nearby, and they needed to get there in order to find an island and make their new home on it. David assured everyone that once they found a place with fertile soil and enough water, he would take care of the seeds so they could grow vegetables. The young man added that they could set up a pen for wild boars so that they would no longer have to worry about food. The journey ahead is long and difficult, since they do not have a car, but if they make an effort, they will definitely get to the sea. Janine frankly admitted that before she would not have taken such an idea seriously, but now she believes David and is ready to support him. Zach assured Janine that he and Elizabeth had mastered their shooting skills and were ready to provide protection for the group, so they needed to hit the road as soon as possible. David decided to intervene and cool Zach's ardor, saying that now was not the time to rush, because they all needed to eat properly. We need to eat a hearty meal so that tomorrow everyone has the strength for the long and dangerous journey to the sea. David raised a can of cola and offered to drink to the bright future that they would build with their own hands. In addition, he suggested honoring the memory of those killed and making them happy that others continue to fight here on this earth. It seemed to Linda that every day David was becoming more and more like a real leader, and perhaps the fact was that he had met his man. David finished the contents of his jar to the bottom, mentally wishing everyone good luck on their journey. He then told the crowd that he had new clothes for each of them, and suggested they try them on after dinner. Janine wondered where David got his clothes and was especially struck by the fact that all the sets included skirts. The girl noted that the outfits seemed overly revealing, and even a little strange to her. Linda hastened to reassure her friend, assuring her that the clothes were completely normal, and moreover would suit her very well, since she had an excellent figure. After some thought, Janine agreed with Linda, noting that the clothes were actually pretty good. Linda, looking at her outfit, wondered why these panties were so small. The headdress with cat ears also caused some confusion in the girl, and David decided it was time to relax a little and soak in a hot bath. A letter from Linda was waiting for him in the bathroom, saying that she had prepared a hot bath for him. David noted to himself that Linda had been incredibly kind to him lately. The young man thought that taking a bath in a luxury villa and during a post-apocalypse are two completely different things. Why does he need all this money and luxury if he cannot fully enjoy at least one day? Deep down, he dreamed of creating a safe and comfortable space for each member of his group. The system interrupted David's thoughts, reporting that its operation was stable and no problems had been detected. David was surprised to ask the system if it was listening to his thoughts. The system hastened to reassure him that it was simply fulfilling its function, and then advised him to look for more gold to develop it. David made a firm decision to become stronger in order to ensure the safety of himself and his companions. At this point, Linda decided to ask David if the water temperature suited him. David thanked Linda and replied that he was happy with everything. Linda, without thinking twice, told David that she wouldn't mind joining him and taking a bath together. David was taken aback by this proposal and hesitantly noted that this was not the best idea. Linda didn't pay any attention to the guy's words and added that she was already almost naked. David decided not to give up and tried to stop the girl by inviting her to take a bath a little later. Linda, however, stood her ground and insisted that David let her stay. David desperately tried to convey to Linda that two adults only take a bath together if they are romantically involved. Then, after thinking a little, Linda invited David to become his girlfriend. David never expected such a turn of events, and asked if her feelings for him could really be called falling in love. Linda admitted in response that all her thoughts lately have been occupied only with him. David's thoughts rushed from side to side. He could not decide what to do. He didn't want to take advantage of Linda's trust and naivety, because she most likely perceived him differently. Linda couldn't understand why he was hesitating and confusedly asked David what was going on. David realized that he could no longer hide his feelings from her and asked the girl for forgiveness for his indecisiveness. Linda, blushing, also apologized for her awkwardness, but she still found it difficult to understand herself. David didn't want to rush things, so he asked Linda directly if she was sure that her feeling could be called love and not gratitude for her help. Linda was upset that her feelings were being questioned and directly asked why he suddenly began to doubt her. David assured Linda that he cared about her, but he wanted her to understand the difference between love and gratitude. Linda honestly admitted that she did not fully understand what David wanted to explain to her. David assured that they had nowhere to rush, because this was not a matter of life and death, and a little later they would definitely sort out their feelings for each other. Understanding what true love is not an easy task, and you can't rush here. David tried to reassure Linda, assuring her that she could always take back what she had said if she changed her mind. Linda sheepishly replied that she had already decided everything for herself a long time ago. When David found himself in his room, he thought that if he had not pulled himself together at that moment, everything could have ended in intimacy with the girl. David enjoyed the moment, feeling a pleasant languor throughout his body from the hot bath. He himself didn't understand why he was hesitating, because Linda's feelings were visible to the naked eye. Linda is an incredibly beautiful, kind, and caring girl that every man dreams of. David couldn't understand why he was afraid to reciprocate Linda's sincere feelings, because compared to Mary, she was just an angel in the flesh. Maybe it's all about a painful breakup with his ex-girlfriend, or is he really starting to like Linda? David knew very well that the stronger the feelings, the more painful the separation would be. Suddenly, Linda broke the silence, entering his room, and invited David to continue. The girl put on the intimate suit donated by David and asked the young man how he liked her new look. David was taken aback by such a revealing outfit and asked what she was up to this time. Linda, without hesitation, directly asked if he liked her clothes, to which David hesitantly replied that he simply couldn't help but like her. But David immediately asked where the girl got such a revealing outfit. Linda innocently replied that the suit was in the pile of clothes David gave her that evening. David was speechless for a second, because he had completely forgotten about this incident. He remembered how long he spent choosing clothes for each girl the night before his departure, spending endless hours in online stores. His choice fell on the image of an innocent student and beautiful underwear. An online store offered him to buy this suit, and David decided that Linda would like it. Linda at that moment confidently said that she had figured everything out a long time ago. She added that since she met David, she had completely forgotten about hunger and other needs. Linda emphasized that the most important thing for her now is the feeling of security that she feels next to David. The girl again confessed her love to him, and hinted at what she expected from this evening of unforgettable sensations. David just asked if she was sure of her desire and that they should do it right now. The young man was worried that in the morning she would regret what happened. Linda tried to calm him down and said that she had thought about everything for a long time, and now she would definitely not change her decision. Having slept well, the next morning the whole group went to the sea. On their way, they did not meet a single car and had to walk. David again thought that he needed to find gold to improve the system, in order to transfer some kind of transport from his world. During the day, the travelers met several zombies, which they were able to easily deal with thanks to their preparation, as well as the availability of weapons and ammunition. The group tried to use edged weapons so as not to attract unnecessary attention to their movement. David noticed that after pumping the system, he became more agile and resilient. Janine asked David in surprise if he had been hiding his outstanding martial arts abilities from them. David decided to ignore Officer Janine's constant concern, although he had already begun to notice it. Linda assured David of her safety, because his physical strength, courage, and intelligence served as reliable protection. Janine was surprised to note how much closer Linda and David had become lately. Having reached the abandoned area, David and the rest of the travelers decided to make a rest stop. David expected to find valuable items in an abandoned, wealthy area that could be used to improve the shelter's security system. Despite the abundance of villas, David chose a hostel for the night because it was the tallest building, providing the best view of the surrounding area. It was decided to spend the night in the building and decide on further actions in the morning. Suddenly, local bandits noticed a delicious smell coming from the direction of the building. It was the enticing aroma of ham, hinting at the preparation of a delicious meal somewhere nearby. The bandits who were pursuing David's group noticed their large bags and decided that the travelers had a lot of food, so they offered to attack and take away everything valuable. However, there were those among the bandits who were afraid of the armed men. Realizing that there was practically no chance of victory, the gang leader was reminded that there were only 2 men in this group, one of whom was wounded, and all the rest were children. The decision to attack was made, but it had to be reported to the leader, whom everyone called the head man. Carms enjoyed the aroma of fresh cigarettes given to him by David. Remembering that Linda's shift at the post began 3 hours ago, Carms asked why they didn't wake him up. Linda explained that she decided to replace him at his post, knowing that his leg was not yet fully healed. Carms had to admit that keeping watch with an injured leg was problematic. Before going on vacation, Carms asked that any incidents be reported to him immediately. Watching Linda, Carms thought that young people become especially energetic when they are alone. Watching the pouring rain, Linda thought that by morning everything around would turn into impassable mud. Suddenly she felt someone's presence and noticed a suspicious movement in the grass. Appearing to the headman, the bandits reported that the main forces had been assembled and were ready to attack. The leader asked if they could cope with the girl guarding the entrance to the building. The bandits assured the headman that they were ready to provide support from the rear in case of unforeseen circumstances. Making sure that everything was under control, the headman gave the order to begin the attack. David's premonitions were justified. Someone had been watching them all the way, planning an attack. Movement was observed on both sides, indicating that the travelers were surrounded. Hearing the noise, David turned to Linda and asked about what was happening outside. Linda reported that she counted about 20 people, but because of the rain, she could not see if they had weapons. David wondered if perhaps it was just a vanguard and the main force was vastly outnumbered. The guy has distributed positions for defense. He, Linda, and Janine occupy the windows and open fire if necessary. And Carms controls the stairs. Carms confidently stated that he would not allow the enemy to break through the stairs. He would take it upon himself. Zach and Sharon were eager to fight, wanting to show their offenders their strength and determination. But Carms sent the fidgets to protect the others and collect things in order to be prepared for any development of events. David carefully monitored the enemy's movements and tried to understand what they were up to. Apparently, the enemies planned to take the travelers by surprise and easily carry out their insidious plan. David decided that to intimidate the enemy, it was necessary to kill several attackers. Meanwhile, the bandits were silently approaching the building in which our heroes were located. A sudden shot that struck one of the attackers on the spot caused panic in the ranks of the bandits. In horror, they scattered, saving their miserable lives. Linda was delighted with David's accuracy, stopping the enemy with a well-aimed shot to the head. She was overcome by the desire to finish off the bandits, but common sense still prevailed. David noted that shooting was risky, as the sound of gunfire could attract zombies. Janine supported David, advising him not to start a noisy shootout. Furious, Linda vowed revenge on anyone who tried to harm David. Looking at the girl, David realized that she was really capable of tearing apart enemies with her bare hands. The headman was at a loss, not understanding how they could resist people who had so many weapons with them. He decided that David had modern weapons, such as a night vision device. The bandits realized that attacking the enemy both day and night was tantamount to suicide. The headman has come up with an insidious plan to set a horde of zombies living in the west of the village on David's group. He ordered the bandits to drive the zombies to the hostel where David and his group had taken refuge. Now the headman was confident of his victory, anticipating the successful outcome of his raid. Waking up in the morning, David was pleased to note that the rain had stopped. David, confident of safety, suggested that Linda go and rest, believing that those guys would not appear again. Linda refused in response, wanting to stay close to David until he disappeared again for a whole week. David tried to reassure his friend, assuring her that there was no danger. Suddenly, a suspicious noise coming from outside made David wary. Linda calmed David down, explaining that the noise was coming from the approaching zombies, but it would be difficult for them to reach them. David was glad to have the opportunity to practice shooting at live targets. He invited Linda to go on vacation, assuring him that he could handle the monsters himself. Linda did not even think about obeying David, deciding to stay nearby and protect their squad together. Listening to the sounds made by the approaching dead, Linda noted their unusualness. From the other side of the building, the characteristic roar of zombies was also heard, which indicated the approach of a huge horde. Linda didn't understand why the zombies weren't attracted by the shots that rang out at night, and why they only appeared now. She was sure that bandits were involved in this, otherwise the strange behavior of the monsters could not be explained. David was enthusiastic about the event, seeing it as a chance to practice shooting. He said that the bandits who attacked them at night were stupid and did not pose a threat. A huge horde of zombies surrounding the building was an excellent opportunity for him, Sharon, and Zach to hone their shooting skills. David reassured Janine about the food supply, assuring her that there would be enough food for several days. Linda fully shared David's optimism, especially since even Carms stopped panicking. Hearing the roar of countless dead people outside, Carms was at first very frightened. He wondered how there were so many zombies around the building and what to do with them now. According to Carms, it was no longer possible to get out of the trap. The children, unlike Carms, did not feel fear, remembering David's words about the need to train shooting skills. Janine tried to reassure her friend Carms, reminding him that the dead would not be able to enter the building. She sent everyone to bed, suggesting that they continue training in the morning when David woke up. The bandits were triumphant, rejoicing at the success of their plan and already preparing to break into our heroes at some point. The headman had no doubt that David, fighting off the monsters at such a pace, would use up all his ammunition. Despite the danger threatening the group, in the morning a calm atmosphere reigned in and around the building. Having slept well, David was in a great mood. He was ready for a long shootout. Zach reminded David about the zombies, wanting to start training as soon as possible and not put it off for a long time. David decided not to rush, figuring that he needed to have breakfast first. The guy was sure that the bandits were still watching them, and decided to anger them even more. For breakfast, David decided to cook beef and onions so that the smell would spread throughout the area. Having heard about beef, the children were happy that they would get the most delicious morsels. Janine tried to reason with David, reminding him that they could be locked in the building for a long time. But David reassured her, hinting that there was a problem much more serious than a lack of food or ammunition for defense. While watching the building, the bandits ate bland vegetable soup for breakfast. The headman was already fed up with the meager food, but consoled himself with thoughts about the food supplies of David's group. Suddenly he felt a delicious aroma coming from afar. The bandits also smelled the aroma of fried meat coming from the side of the building and were ready to do anything to take the provisions for themselves. Soon there was no doubt someone was cooking beef with onions and spices. David smiled contentedly, inviting everyone to the table and asking Zach and Sharon not to be shy. He boasted that the taste of the beef he prepared was not inferior to dishes prepared by the best chefs in the world. Sharon screamed with delight, demanding cutlery for herself. Janine admitted that David had surpassed himself by preparing such a dish, and pleasantly surprised the young girl. Linda noticed that it was not in vain that she chose such a guy, the best guy in the world. Janine, I didn't quite understand David's plan. Did he really prepare a fragrant dish on purpose to anger the bandits? David did not deny the obvious. He wanted to piss off his enemies and did it on purpose. Janine, although she scolded him verbally, still realized that this plan had its plus. Meanwhile, David offered everyone more broccoli and fried shrimp, tempting them with the mouth-watering aroma. The bandits loudly expressed dissatisfaction, comparing their meager diet of vegetable soup with the luxury of others. They were surprised by the calmness of the headman in the current situation, because many of the guys were already on edge. The wrath of the bandits was caused by the need to eat even human flesh for the sake of survival, while others prospered. The headman called on everyone to remain calm, reminding them of the life of their village before the apocalypse. In the past, their village numbered more than 300 inhabitants who worked the land and lived modestly, but in abundance, without expecting trouble. The rapid spread of infection after a zombie attack has reduced the once prosperous village to a handful of survivors, leaving a total of 20 people. The headman explained the loss of self-control due to prolonged hunger and the proximity of desired food. The headman's plan was to wait until their rivals were full and drunk, and then take everything from them. The leader of the bandits was informed about the shots heard by his people, exactly in the place where our heroes were located. The headman assumed that the shooting meant the group would soon leave, and suggested waiting until their ammunition was exhausted. David at this time praised Zach for his accuracy, noting that one more hit would earn him 10 points. He encouraged Sharon, who had only 5 hits, and warned about a possible loss. Sharon emphatically stated that she did not intend to lose in this competition. Janine asked Carms if they would use up all the ammo during such an intense training. Carms assured that there would be enough ammunition, especially since this is the only way to teach the guys marksmanship. David rewarded Zach with a chicken leg for his excellent performance during the shoot. Sharon, to her surprise, heard from Zach and offered to split the prize between two. Zach generously offered Sharon half of his chicken leg to keep Sharon from getting depressed after losing. Sharon tried to refuse the treat, believing that Zach alone deserved this prize. Zach sincerely did not understand her refusal, reminding that they are family and always share with each other. Carms was touched by the boys' kindness and the cohesion of their small family. Having appreciated the efforts of the children, David decided to award prizes to everyone, encouraging them to continue in the same spirit. He urged them to share everything equally and not give in to greed now and in the future. Janine asked David about food supplies, given their rapid consumption. David responded by assuring Janine that the food would last a long time and they should not worry. Janine couldn't understand where David got so much food from, because his bag was always full. Zach happily reported that he had learned to shoot a rifle and was now almost at the same level as his teacher. Janine decided not to dwell on David's secret, although she was very curious. After some time, Zach asked his mentor how many zombies he was going to destroy. David asked everyone to remain quiet and just watch his actions. The bandits were amazed at the amount of ammunition their opponents used to shoot continuously. The sounds of shots did not stop since the morning, and caused them bewilderment and questions about the amount of ammunition remaining. The power of the fire impressed them so much that they thought about the enemy's intention to destroy all the zombies in this settlement. But the headman urged patience, confident that the shooting would attract even more zombies and the enemy would at some point run out of ammo. David suddenly admitted to his friends that he was very tired and decided to take a break. Linda, noticing his fatigue, offered her help in order to also show gratitude to her boyfriend. David politely refused help, believing that these loads were good for him. He explained that together with the children he is developing shooting skills, which have become much better recently. Our hero came to the conclusion that in order to improve, he needed to continue killing zombies, despite the difficulties. The next morning, while everyone was eating, drinking, and resting, David calmly continued to exterminate the zombies. The sounds of shooting attracted more and more zombies, providing him with valuable combat experience. The system suddenly congratulated the player on reaching the 4th level of the shooting skill, and informed him of the need to destroy another 10,000 zombies. David noted his progress in shooting, comparing his skills to Janine's, and maybe even better than hers. His skill had reached such a level that he could use a regular rifle as a sniper rifle. David regarded his 7-day siege as an excellent opportunity to improve his fighting skills. One day, David told everyone that he had brought everything he could in his bag. Carms looked with admiration at David's unusual bag, suggesting that there would be enough supplies in it for a whole month. Janine eventually had to admit that she was wrong about saving food, realizing that there was more than enough food. Before his departure to the real world, David urged everyone not to limit themselves in food, promising to replenish their supplies in 7 days. Janine assured David that they believed him and would look forward to his return. David intended to exchange the gold he had for food, so that the guys would then have plenty of provisions for several months ahead. He firmly promised to share his plan to sell the jewelry at a more opportune moment, but for now, he wanted to keep it a secret. Janine, touched by David's help, assured him that no one from the group would ever reveal his secret unless he wanted it. Carms also shouted out that there was no way in hell they would talk about where David was getting food from all this time. The boy Zach, wanting to reassure his mentor, swore to remain silent even under pain of death. Feeling gratitude and warmth from his friends, David gently asked them to relax and not make such a big deal about it. As he prepared to leave, David was reminded of the importance of being vigilant and careful now because of the remaining threat until he returned. David had already asked the system to move him to a more comfortable place, but this time the system mixed up the coordinates again. She moved him to where there were thickets of bushes, and David realized that this moment would need to be worked out separately. David's missed calls included calls from Kevin, Andrew, and strangely Mary, making him wonder why she called. David's thoughts wandered around Mary's desire to return, but he decided to first find out the current state of affairs with the store. Moreover, by this time his friends should have already done a lot for their common business, which also required a lot of effort and attention from David. Andrew's call began with questions about where David was now and what was the reason for his long absence. David reassured his friend, citing a business trip and communication problems, and then cautiously asked if the police were looking for them. Andrew, not understanding the reasons for concern, responded only by asking why the police might need them. David, fearing persecution by the Black Tigers gang, confessed to Andrew about beating one of her boyfriends. Andrew assured David of their complete safety and informed him that all work in the store would be completed soon. Moreover, as Andrew himself said, even if these bandits go to the police, they themselves will quickly be handcuffed and thrown into a pre-trial detention center. Delighted by the news from his friend, David suggested postponing the discussion of the details until tomorrow, because it was already late and the guy was a little tired after moving. Mary's sudden call made David think hard about whether he should answer, but curiosity got the better of him. Finally, after answering the call, David briefly asked Mary what exactly she wanted to discuss with him. The girl's voice was somehow strange, and David for the first seconds could not understand what was happening to her. Mary finally asked him if the rumors about David's run-in with a member of the Black Tigers were true or just stories. David sharply asked Mary what this had to do with her, and for what purpose she was asking such questions. Mary, feeling guilty about her past mistakes, asked David to just listen to her without interrupting. She warned David of the serious consequences of his action and emphasized that he should be very careful in the future. Mary said that the information that David had a combat pistol came as a complete surprise to Charles, who did not intend to leave it unanswered. She then reported that Charles had hired a hitman to eliminate David, urging him to be extremely vigilant. Charles's unexpected visit to the place where she was talking on the phone with David forced her to abruptly end the conversation, leaving David to think about her words. David was surprised by Mary's behavior and the information he received from her, trying to find the strength to think through everything thoroughly. Information about a hired killer will make anyone nervous, especially a very young guy. Moreover, in the real world he could not use weapons so freely, and the skill of a flaming hand against a crowd of thugs may not be enough. At this very moment, the system contacted our hero and, as usual, offered him its help. David, in an effort to improve his security skill level, wanted to play the lottery with her. The system, without objecting to this, reported that it was ready to launch the lottery and began downloading the necessary data. After the analysis, the system reported the presence of 75 kilograms of gold in the system space, which was enough to launch one draw. David made the decision to use 25 kilograms now, and then, after receiving the gold from the basement, to launch 10 more games. Having learned of David's plans, the system reported that the cost of the update, which would activate the trading house system, had been reduced to 25 kilograms. Delighted by the opportunity to directly exchange gold and jewelry for the necessary goods, David enthusiastically set about launching the lottery. Anticipating the imminent upgrade of the system to the next level, the guy tightly grabbed the lever of the lottery machine. Calling on luck to help, David started a lottery draw, hoping to win. The result exceeded all expectations. David won some valuable prizes, but was not going to stop there. In an effort to better understand his capabilities, David turned to the system with the question of what exactly constituted the basis of his inner strength. The system, responding to the request, reported a direct dependence of internal strength on his intelligence, and each point of intelligence is equal to 10 points of internal strength. After seeing the final results of the lottery, David was happy to notice that the other attributes had also reached normal levels. After completing the game, David decided to test his new running skill to evaluate how much faster he had become. David knew that the distance to the city was 5 kilometers, and this was the ideal distance to test his strength. Having taken the first few steps, David immediately noticed that his body became mobile and light, as if floating in the air. Having covered the distance in just 9 minutes, David was surprised to realize that each kilometer took him less than 2 minutes. Feeling an incredible surge of strength, David thought that with such data, he would definitely become an Olympic champion. At that very moment, one of the gang guys named Matthew was scolding the old man for trading in the territory controlled by these bandits. Old Eaton, who clearly did not expect such a reproach, admitted with remorse that this was his first time trading in this place, and that he really did not know about the local customs. Matthew, not wanting to delve into the problems of a newcomer, calmly stated that ignorance of the rules does not exempt from paying taxes for trading in their territory. David, observing what was happening from the sidelines, concluded that the Black Tigers were continuing to engage in extortion as before. Joseph, unlike the aggressive Matthew, tried to smooth out the situation, offering to calmly discuss everything and find a compromise. Turning to the frightened Eaton, Joseph tried to calm him down, promising to resolve the payment issue. Those around, who became unwitting witnesses to the scene, watched in surprise as the young guys pestered the defenseless old man. David concluded that the reputation of the Black Tigers leaves much to be desired, since people prefer not to associate with them even in such situations. Suddenly, Joseph's attention was drawn to a young girl standing next to Eaton. It was his daughter. Not missing a chance to use the situation to his advantage, Joseph pretended that the girl reminded him of his sister. Pretending that he was sincerely glad to meet, Joseph noted that the girl had already outgrown her school uniform. Without hiding his intentions, Joseph took a step towards the girl, wanting to take a closer look at her. Eaton rushed to his daughter's defense, loudly declaring that the girl was not even 18 yet. Offended by the old man's words, Joseph threatened him with violence if he did not calm down. David watched with indignation what was happening, not understanding how people could remain indifferent to such arbitrariness. Joseph, ignoring the old man's words, continued to step on the girl. He clearly liked her very much. Unexpectedly for everyone, Master Lee, who was passing by, intervened in the situation, sharply declaring that a real man would never offend the weak and would not raise his hand against a woman. Master Lee's words greatly angered Joseph, and he, threatening violence, ordered the old man to take his hands off him. Master Lee, undeterred by the bandits' threats, calmly suggested that he first try something before making threats. At that same moment, Joseph felt as if his body was bound by an invisible force, and he could not move his arm or leg. Matthew, also not understanding what was happening, supported his comrade, and ordered Joseph to tear off the impudent old man's head. David watched the scene in bewilderment, not understanding Joseph's strange inaction. Thanks to his unique skill, David saw Master Lee's aura, which was invisible to others. Our hero clearly saw that Joseph could not attack the old man, because at that very moment, he was bound by Master Lee's energy. Master Lee continued to taunt Joseph and reminded him of his threat to rip his head off. An enraged Joseph turned to his men, who stood rooted to the spot, with an order to help him deal with the old man. Matthew no longer wanted to endure this and rushed to attack. He thought that he could easily deal with the master. But Master Lee only grinned in response to the guy's threats, praising him for his efforts and the first blow to the street, which he didn't even feel. Then Master Lee said that he still had to work long and hard on his mastery. Matthew, amazed at the ease with which the old man withstood his blow, asked if he had magic. Master Lee only answered that magic was already a relic of the distant past, and he had more effective methods. With irony, he noted that modern youth are so steeped in technology that they have completely forgotten about such an ancient art as Kung Fu. The bandits observed the incredible strength of the elderly man, who was able to repel their attacks from all sides with such ease. They understood that they were faced with a real martial artist, a person with phenomenal abilities and talent. Finally, Joseph's patience ran out, and wanting to destroy the impudent old man, he decided to resort to extreme measures. With a cry of rage, he commanded his men to draw their weapons and kill Master Lee. Joseph said that he dug his own grave, and now he will deeply regret it, since he is tired of living. Master Lee, not paying attention to the bandits' empty threats, agreed that he was already tired of living, but at the same time calmly dodged all their blows. He then calmly added that there is no one in this world who is capable of killing him and mastering his fighting technique. A second later, Master Lee saw that the guy had a knife in his hands. Did this fool really think that this would help him cope with the master of Oriental martial arts? Compared to Master Lee, these guys were weaklings, and the master easily knocked the knife out of the bald leader's hand. Before teaching others, they should take care of their own development, and not expose themselves to the next trick of a nimble master. During the fight, two bandits accidentally collided with each other, and their pose turned out to be very funny. That was all they were good for. Unexpectedly, the leader Joseph jumped out from behind Master Lee, trying to at least stab him in the back. The master was a little surprised that this bald guy was still standing, but was ready to correct this little misunderstanding. At that very moment, using his new fire hand skill, David himself attacked Joseph, throwing him several meters to the side with one wave of his hand. Master Lee was surprised to recognize the top-class flame hand technique, and now he was wondering who became this guy's teacher. He was amazed at the incredible strength and skill that David possessed, because he was still so young. Master Lee was pleased with David. After the guy easily defeated the leader, he saw great potential and talent in him. After that, David ran up to the old man and the girl, hoping that they were not hurt during this skirmish. Having received gratitude for the rescue, the old man asked how they could thank their saviors for the help they provided. David, in response, only warned about a possible revenge, and asked his grandfather not to trade in this place anymore. Matthew, running away from there, was surprised by the appearance of the master, and could not understand who could have called him here. Joseph loudly asked his comrades not to run away, to wait for him and not to leave him alone. David, turning to the shaved guy, was not going to let him hide after what he had done, warning him that he had not yet finished talking to him. He understood that today's incident would cause a new meeting with the bandits, so he needed to seriously scare them. Of course, he knew about the influence of the Black Tiger group, but how could people be brought to such a state? Suddenly apologizing for his question, Joseph asked the guy which group he represented. David said that he does not belong to any of the groups and lives on his own, without someone else's cover. Master Lee said that this shaven-headed youth did not deserve the right to know his name, and promised to tell David later, when they were alone. David immediately told the skinhead that the master wanted him to leave, and advised him to leave while he was safe. Joseph was very surprised to recognize David as the same guy who had recently fought with Fuse. He remembered that, according to rumors, that guy not only dealt with everyone, but even shot Fuse, who is now in the hospital, in the leg. Joseph realized that meeting with a participant from a previous fight was not the best event, and the only way out would be to escape. Hearing David's words, Joseph suddenly came to his senses and said that he had been thinking a little and had not heard the question. David was already losing patience and rudely asked if he was really deaf or just pretending. David repeated his order to Joseph to get out of here immediately. So why the hell was he still standing there? The shaven-headed idiot immediately assured that in a second he would no longer be here. Everyone present laughed in unison. They did not even believe that such a dangerous gang could run away from fear so cowardly. One of the passers-by turned to David with advice to immediately leave this place, since the Black Tigers gang would not forgive him for today's failure. Another passerby supported his comrade and repeated the advice to leave. Otherwise, everyone will come running here for David in the near future. David thanked everyone for their concern and decided it was best to leave the area. Master Lee invited David to join him for a cup of tea. David agreed with great joy, seeing this as an excellent opportunity to get to know a person he considered a true master and get an assessment of his level. Master Lee assumed that David had reached the second level of flame hand technique and inquired about his age. David said that he was 21 years old and that he was a simple first-year student. The young man's skill aroused the admiration of Master Lee, and he expressed his compliments to David. After some time, Master Lee asked David to fulfill one small request for him. David assured the master of his readiness to fulfill any of his requests to the best of his ability. Then Master Lee invited David to show him his skills and compare the Taijiquan technique and the fiery hand technique. David immediately tried to object to the master, explaining that the flaming hand style could cause injury to the teacher. Master Lee calmed the young man down, assuring him that it was not for nothing that Tai Chi was called the best skill and that David would not be able to hurt him. The master asked David not to overdo it and suggested that they just show each other their skills. David, although not immediately, nevertheless agreed to fulfill the master's request because he could not refuse an important request. Feeling the special aura emanating from the master, the guy also wanted to measure his strength with him. Master Lee gave David the right to strike first, promising to wait for him and repel the attack. David, in response, asked the teacher to attack him first, fearing to strike too hard. Master Lee politely refused David, because if he started first, then the young man would have no chance of winning. After these words, David agreed to the master's condition and warned that he was not going to stand on ceremony with him if he himself wanted it. To begin with, David decided to use only 30% of his strength and then act according to circumstances. David, having activated the fiery hand skill, directed only a small part of its energy towards the master, warning in advance of his attack. David was amazed at the master's quick reaction and thought with annoyance that he could not follow his movements. Having found himself several meters away from the master after a light blow, David was ready to admit his victory. Master Li explained to David that the power of Tai Chi lies in the ability to use softness to overcome hardness. He assured the young man that he had not yet shown him even a small fraction of his strength. David apologized for his overconfidence and promised to fight much harder from now on. David decided to use the full power of his super skill, and at the same time test what he was really capable of. Master Li laughed cheerfully and again invited David to attack, assuring him that he would again parry the blow. David asked him to give him as much useful advice as possible after the fight. Master Li suggested finishing the fight first, and only then moving on to discussing the training. After a few minutes, the battle ended with Master Li's victory, and he admitted that he enjoyed this competition with the young student. David thanked the master for the instructions, trying not to show that his whole body was aching from the missed blows. Master Li noted that, despite his young age, David had already achieved great success in developing inner strength. He simply did not have enough experience, and in order to learn how to use the technique 100%, he needs to practice more in real combat. David admitted that he had one request, and that he did not know how correctly it would be voiced. Having gathered his courage, David timidly asked the master to take him, such a fool, as a student, and teach him Tai Chi Quan. Master Li was surprised by David's desire to begin teaching Tai Chi without fully mastering the flaming hand. David reassured the teacher, assuring him that he was under no circumstances going to quit. He realized that despite all the power of the flaming hand technique, in a fight with a strong opponent, even it does not guarantee him victory. David talked about the ability to use it for both attack and retreat, as well as to withstand enormous force. The guy was sure that Tai Chi would help him hide the shortcomings of the flaming hand and avoid the risk of harming others. Master Li agreed with David's opinion, confirming that flame hand was an excellent form of martial art technique. But the teacher immediately warned that the flaming hand has always been a Buddhist martial art, which is based on compassion. Master Li praised David for understanding the power of his skill, while at the same time being afraid of harming others. After some deliberation, he accepted David as a student, noting that the young man had excellent character qualities. Delighted, David thanked the master from the bottom of his heart for the fact that he would now teach him how to use his skills correctly. After this, Master Li said that he needed to talk to David before starting his fighting practice. He said that he owns a secret technique of fist fighting, which is passed down in their family from generation to generation. David was beginning to realize that by his behavior he had managed to earn the trust of this elderly teacher. The guy assured that he would work hard and asked not to worry about his ability to work. The teacher noticed that the success of learning depends only on David's abilities and diligence. Master Li warned David that if he did bad things, he would regret it greatly. David, feeling the powerful aura emanating from the master, realized that it was better not to deceive this man and listen carefully to his instructions. At one point, Master Li suddenly asked David to bring a cup of tea as a sign of respect. David, in response, laughed kindly at such an unexpected change in the topic of conversation, and was ready to happily fulfill his simple request. It was a great honor for him to become the student of this unusual old man, and he was ready to devote himself completely to martial arts. The next day, Andrew decided to check with David whether he thought it was too much to buy expensive cars for them. Did he really want it? David explained to his friends that the new machines would help them work even more efficiently and live up to their status as shareholders of the company. Andrew asked David what kind of car he was planning to buy for the first time. David, beaming with joy, told his friends that he had decided to buy himself a minibus. Kevin, outraged by David's choice, thought that the sudden wealth that had fallen on him had deprived him of common sense. David only answered Kevin that he had his own reasons for this, and it was better not to ask about it again. The minibus would be the most suitable transport for Linda and the others, and David knew they would be very happy. After a short time, David invited his companions to go to a car store. Admired by the brand new SUV, Kevin decided that this beast was worth a fortune. Kevin admitted to his friends that without David he would not have had the courage to come here. At this moment, the girl explained to her partner that he was obliged to call her when wealthy clients appeared. The guy timidly reminded his colleague that she herself asked not to disturb her during her vacation. The girl threatened her partner with serious reprisals if she once again found out that he was independently serving wealthy customers. David was surprised by such strict rules of service in this establishment. Without hesitation, he apologized for the concern and turned to the salon sales staff with a request to help him. David explained that he and his friends came for a consultation to find out more information about the cars. The girl, with an arrogant look, asked David and his comrades about the purpose of their visit. and whether they knew the cost of all these luxury cars. Noticing that David and his friends were looking at the car, the girl told them to remove their hands if they still couldn't buy a car here. After that, she decided to evaluate David's appearance, wondering if this guy could be the son of rich parents. After examining David's pants, she decided that these were the most ordinary pants from the market. The girl noted the good combination of shoes and clothes, but they were also very ordinary. In the end, she decided that he was just an ordinary student, and they were selling luxury cars that cost more than $1 million. David, having accepted the girl's challenge, asked her if she really thought that he couldn't afford an expensive car. The girl disdainfully advised him to first carefully evaluate his capabilities and once again warned him not to touch or damage the car. Then she told her assistant to conduct a consultation because she was used to dealing only with rich clients. He immediately tried to calm the guys down for this girl's behavior and offered his help in choosing a car. David asked the guy if he really was in danger of being fired if he didn't meet his sales target. As the lady had said, he assured the guy that he would help him meet the quota if they were satisfied with the consultation. The guy began demonstrating the car, noting that it is a 4-door sports car, and its cost starts from $630,000. Kevin began to dissuade his friend from buying such an expensive car, believing that he needed to live within his means. He believed that a person's honesty and personal image mattered more than luxury attributes, such as an expensive car. David didn't even pay attention to this and asked if there were even more expensive cars in this showroom. Of course, he valued the opinions of his friends, especially after many years of friendship with them. But now it's his turn to take care of his friends, and they have no right to refuse his help. David convinced his friends that this money was just a small thing and that in the future he would help them become real billionaires. Kevin confirmed that their friendship is much more valuable than any luxury sports car. Watching the guys, the consultant even envied their friendship, although he still did not fully believe in their real worth. And yet, he invited David to consider one of the most expensive cars worth almost $1 million. David liked this model, but he expressed a desire to see a sports car worth more than $1 million. The guy asked if they were happy with the next car. It was the most expensive model in the series. Our hero, not wanting to waste time, invited his friends to try him out. The guy immediately agreed and took his friends to the car for a test drive. Kevin admired the high level of the luxury car and invited David to take the wheel. Andrew also expressed a desire to try the car, since he had previously only driven his father's car. At some point, the consultant announced the cost of the car at $2,300,000, noting the complete correspondence between the price and quality of the car. Andrew was shocked by the announced price, admitting that he did not suspect the existence of such expensive cars. Kevin loudly said that it would be better for the consultant to immediately warn about the price in advance, otherwise they would not even get into this car. The girl, suddenly appearing nearby, indignantly asked what they were doing, and why they still hadn't left the salon. She asked hysterically if they could now compensate for the damage to the damaged car. Kevin did not expect such accusations, making excuses that he had only sat in the car for a few minutes. David reassured his friend, urging him not to pay attention to the saleswoman, assuring that he would deal with the situation himself. The girl reproachfully turned to her young colleague. Because these students are not even able to buy a used car, isn't it clear? She continued to scold him for allowing poor clients to get into an expensive car. Andrew, unable to bear the disrespectful tone, asked the girl why she allowed herself to talk like that. The girl, mistaking the guys for ordinary students without money, suddenly threatened to call security. Andrew was outraged by her behavior because in business, every client is important, and you can't behave so disgustingly. David did not interfere with calling security, deciding to see what would happen next. A few minutes later, the girl turned to the approaching security guards, pointing out the clients who allegedly refused to leave the car dealership. The guy tried to reason with the girl, but she was already on edge and didn't want to listen to anything. The guards, without even really understanding it, threatened our heroes to force them out of the elite salon. Andrew, entering into an argument, suggested that they try to do this and then the next time they would meet, but in court. David, remaining calm, challenged the guards, asking what would happen if they stayed here. The security guard once again threatened to use force if he did not leave the dealership immediately. When the man tried to grab David, he politely warned the guard not to touch him and to remove his hands. Otherwise, he would not be responsible for himself. David clearly warned the guards about the consequences that awaited them. They shouldn't have believed him. With one deft blow, David threw both guards aside, showing his strength. Andrew was amazed at David's strength and reaction. He had never seen such a quick reaction. Kevin, rejoicing at the excellent throw, filmed everything that happened on video, anticipating quick popularity on the internet. The girl immediately threatened David that he would greatly regret that he dared to raise his hand to protect them. She demanded compensation for the damage caused, threatening to call the police here. David took out a gold bar, declaring that this amount was more than enough to compensate for the damage. After these words, he accused the saleswoman of provoking this strange conflict out of the blue and stated that they had nothing to fear because they just came to buy a car. He added that they have a video recording of the incident, which will be published online. The girl did not believe his words, deciding that in front of her were jokers who had simply seen enough detective stories. But unexpectedly, one guard quietly told the girl that the ingot looked real. The girl began to have doubts suddenly. In front of her were not ordinary students, but someone more important and influential. David addressed his friends, reminding them that every customer should be treated with respect, regardless of their appearance. He decided to teach the girl a lesson, warning that her attitude towards customers could harm the reputation of the car dealership. The girl did not take David's words seriously and stated that their store did not need such clients. She became angry with a colleague who took the side of clients and threatened to complain to the central office and have him fired. The guy, already completely tired of this attitude towards himself and towards clients, himself decided to leave here. The girl, without even trying to stop him, wished him all the best, only in a different salon. In fact, this kind guy just wanted to do his job well, but certainly not at this price. He was not going to adopt her rude mannerisms in order to achieve success and meet his sales target. David suddenly asked the guy to stay for a while, making it clear that he appreciated his human qualities. He noticed that rats are found everywhere, but it is important not to turn into the same animal yourself. To the amazement of everyone present, David announced that he wanted to purchase 3 cars in the maximum configuration in different colors. The girl, not believing her ears, reminded him of the cost of 1 car. David, confirming the seriousness of his intentions, asked to give him the details for transferring money. Kevin, holding a smartphone in his hand, reminded her once again that very soon she herself would lose her job. The girl, starting to get nervous, warned David that she would call the police if he turned out to be a fraudster. A minute later, the security guard loudly informed the girl that $7 million had just been deposited into their company's account. The girl immediately ran to check the information in person, not believing her ears. After checking the database, she discovered that the sender of the funds was none other than David. The girl, delighted with the royalties from the sale, thought that now they would be able to repay the loan. David, having made sure that the money had arrived in the company's account, offered to start processing the documents. The girl instantly transformed, turning into a polite employee, always ready to help people. She immediately apologized to David for her behavior and promised to be friendly to all clients in the future. But David strongly doubted the girl's sincerity, noting that she realized that she was wrong too late. Andrew also did not believe in her repentance, believing that she was driven by fear of losing her job. The girl began to beg David for leniency, fearing that he would write a complaint and she would be fired. She was ready to do anything so that he would forgive her and not complain to anyone. The girl, almost on her knees, begged forgiveness from David and his friends for the recent scene. David responded by telling the girl to give all her commissions from the deal to the consultant guy who handled them for her. The guy was stunned by David's generosity, because none of the clients had ever shown him such a good attitude. David threatened the girl with serious consequences if she did not follow his instructions. She, knowing full well that she had nowhere to go, accepted the loss of a large sum of money. David, satisfied with the lesson, said goodbye to the girl and advised her to remember this day forever. After that, the friends went for a drive in their new cars in a great mood. Kevin, admiring his friend's behavior, noted that he was incredibly cool. He noticed that David had changed a lot for the better after breaking up with Mary. David thoughtfully said that his life experience had taught him a lot, and now he knows that it is important to be able to control oneself in any situation. He believed that one should always act carefully, without flaunting one's virtues. Suddenly David noticed 2 attractive, expensive cars ahead, but at first he didn't think anything of it. Andrew, looking at his watch, reminded his friends that it was time for them to meet the jeweler and suggested that they overtake these cars. The friends, captivated by the idea, quickly lined up, preparing to overtake. Jacob, who was driving one of the cars, drew attention to the cars that were clearly about to overtake them. His friend Peter, smiling, prepared for an interesting competition. Kevin noticed the eagerness of the 2 cars in front to race and noted their obvious driving prowess. Andrew excitedly offered to make a bet and beat his rivals, but suddenly David stopped the ardor of his friends, reminding them of safety, which they put first. Moreover, Kevin used to only drive his father's car during the holidays. David once again urged his friends not to take risks and not compete with those 2 majors. Andrew, having calmed down a little, agreed with David, realizing that he was overreacting due to the unexpected wealth that had fallen upon them. Jacob was puzzled as to why 3 luxury cars weren't chasing them, because usually in such situations, no one gives up the competition. Peter decided that these cars had not yet been registered and were being transported to a car dealership for sale. Jacob objected that car dealerships cannot use unsold cars for trips around the city. Peter wondered if these guys were the owners of newly purchased cars. Jacob decided that most likely the buyers had not yet had time to get used to their new powerful cars, and that was why they were driving so slowly. He reasoned that people who could afford 3 of these cars at once were clearly unusual individuals, and he wanted to get to know them better. Meanwhile, Andrew drew David's attention to the fact that the cars ahead were slowing down and seemed intent on approaching them. David nodded slightly and decided to find out what exactly the drivers who showed such unusual interest needed. Jacob loudly suggested stopping at the nearest gas station and trying to make acquaintances. After some time, all the cars stopped at a gas station, giving the drivers the opportunity to communicate in a relaxed atmosphere. People passing by looked at the impressive row of cars with admiration, dreaming of taking spectacular photos and sharing them on social networks. David politely asked the strangers what the reason for their attention was and how he could be useful to them. Jacob explained with a smile that he and his friend Peter would like to establish friendly relations. David, delighted at the opportunity to make new acquaintances, introduced himself and his comrades. He hoped that from now on their paths would cross more often and they would become good acquaintances. Jacob wondered why all the cars were the same had his new acquaintances really decided to organize their own car club. He noted to himself that members of the elite usually prefer Ferrari or Porsche cars, and the choice of Mercedes surprised him somewhat. David assured Jacob that it wasn't the brand of the car, they just liked the look of the cars and bought them right away. Jacob again noticed that such pleasures are not cheap, and asked with curiosity what it was like for them to sit behind the wheel of such a Mercedes. In response, David, without thinking twice, threw him the keys to his car, offering to experience all the delights of driving on his own. He noted that it is impossible to understand the sensation of a ride without trying to ride it in person. Peter was surprised by such a generous offer to ride in a new acquaintance's luxury car. David, looking at Peter's confident appearance, assumed that he was not new to driving and handled cars expertly. Jacob never expected such generosity from David, but still accepted this offer from him. Peter was slightly worried that in the event of even a minor accident, he would have to give up his car as compensation. Jacob, wanting to resolve the situation and amuse his friends, suggested that David exchange cars for the duration of the trip. After that, the guys exchanged places in the cars, deciding to celebrate their unusual acquaintance with lunch in a cozy restaurant. During the conversation, it became clear that Jacob and Peter are not just wealthy people, but heirs of influential and wealthy families. However, the young people turned out to be extremely pleasant and easy to communicate with. New acquaintances were pleasantly surprised that David and his friends, being students, decided to open their own jewelry store. Jacob was so fascinated by his new acquaintances and their business idea that he suggested exchanging phone numbers to continue communication. He enthusiastically assured his new friends that if they needed any help or advice in the future, he would be there to provide support. Jacob looked forward to future cooperation and sincerely rejoiced at their acquaintance, which promised many interesting prospects. The next day, before his departure, David took care not only of food, but also brought a roomy minibus, which was filled with various supplies. It was completely incomprehensible to David how his friends managed to hold out for a whole week, because the city was filled with hordes of hungry zombies. Having mentally given the command to the system to transfer all the contents of the minibus, David began to wait for the result. The system activated the subspace. Asking the guy to wait a little while the transfer process was completed. Suddenly finding himself in the bathroom, David could not contain his emotions. The system had once again chosen the most inappropriate place to move. The system responded by reminding that landing points are set at the player's subconscious level, and it has nothing to do with it. David had no choice but to focus on how to quickly dry his wet clothes and get himself in order. Suddenly he heard a surprised exclamation from Janine, who had never expected to see him in such an unexpected place and in such a form. David, trying to hide his embarrassment, asked Janine what she was doing in his room. Janine defiantly reminded the guy that he was in her room and not the other way around. In the next room, Linda's excited voice was heard, who had been waiting for David's return for a long time. David hastened to reassure everyone that everything was fine, and he had just returned from a trip. Delighted Linda, without hiding her overwhelming feelings, rushed towards her beloved. She admitted to David that she had been very bored all this time and was looking forward to his return. At that moment, Zach appeared and asked if David could smell that rotten smell in the air. He invited David to go out into the yard to look at what could truly surprise him. A giant mountain of zombie corpses awaited David in the courtyard, from which an unbearable stench emanated. David asked if all the guys had been doing all this time was shooting zombies. Sharon, not hiding her pride in herself and her friend, confirmed that she and Zach managed to achieve significant success in shooting. Carms, in turn, added that the attackers no longer dare to approach the house, but only occasionally lure zombies, trying to overwhelm them with numbers. David realized that those guys were planning to wait until his friends ran out of ammo before attacking. Quite a clever tactic on their part. Janine couldn't restrain herself. Is David really praising the guys, completely forgetting that this mountain of corpses stinks terribly? She admitted with annoyance that if they had not had to wait for David's return, they would have long ago left this place, saturated with the smell of death. David assured the girl that he did not want to offend anyone with his remark, but simply praised the guys for their skill in shooting. Janine noticed that she had absolutely no idea how he ended up in her room, but she decided that it was just a ridiculous accident. Linda reminded David that he needed to leave this terrible place, which brings nothing but bad memories and a disgusting smell. Then David suggested that the guys not waste time and get ready in the evening to hit the road at dawn. The headman, meanwhile, was reflecting on the fact that 7 whole days had already passed, and his opponents were still alive and showed no signs of weakness. After listening to the report of his comrades, who daily risked their lives in order to lure the enemy out of hiding, he decided to change tactics. The headman admitted that they initially underestimated the enemy, who had much greater resources than expected. Realizing that there were practically no zombies left in the area, he saw the growing panic in the eyes of his accomplices. The headman ordered to continue to lure the remaining zombies to the group's house, confident that they would not be able to hide from this unbearable corpse heat. The bandits supported the leader's proposal, anticipating how their opponents would choke on the stinking air. The headman was able to once again convince the guys that all their efforts would not be in vain. His authority was recognized by everyone, so the guys decided to obey him and continue to hunt down our heroes. Meanwhile, David looked with admiration at Linda, dressed in exquisite erotic lingerie. He thought that in this seductive outfit the girl could easily compete with the most popular singers on stage. For him, only Linda's opinion was important, and he was completely indifferent to the opinions of others. David carefully asked Linda to be quiet, fearing that Janine might hear them from the next room. Janine noticed to herself that she was not deaf, and that she heard perfectly well and knew about everything that the two of them were doing there. In the morning, new adventures awaited our heroes, because with the return of David, it was time to act. One of the bandits stared in surprise somewhere in the direction of the house where our heroes were staying. Not believing his own eyes, he called the headman to see it in person. The headman responded by asking what attracted their attention this time had aliens really landed near the house. Seeing the car with his enemies driving away from the house, he was greatly surprised by this turn of events. How can the fugitives have a working car and gasoline because this was a real shortage in luxury? The bandits unanimously proposed to organize a pursuit, but at the same time they doubted that they would be able to catch up with the leaving guys on their own 2 feet. The headman understood that their opponents were much more cunning and stronger than they thought at first glance. After weighing the pros and cons, he decisively rejected the idea of what he considered a senseless persecution. Instead, the headman suggested that they carefully examine the place where their opponents were spending the night, not overlooking a single detail, in case they were lucky enough to discover something valuable from the forgotten supplies. This idea seemed much more interesting and safer to the bandits. Meanwhile, in the minibus, Janine asked David if he wanted to switch seats because it had been a long time since she had driven. Linda, carefully watching Carms, noticed that he had turned pale, and it seemed, had also long been unaccustomed to driving fast. Carms nodded embarrassedly, confirming Linda's words, and admitted that in recent years he had become very unaccustomed to cars. Zach, meanwhile, was racking his brains over one question, the answer to which he stubbornly refused to come to mind. He wanted to understand why they left bags of rice for those criminals, because they behaved not only ugly, but also downright vile. Zach angrily declared that he would not stand on ceremony with these scumbags, but would simply shoot every single one of them. David, smiling, advised his brother not to worry about trifles and asked if Zach had forgotten how they so famously dealt with all the zombies. Sharon suggested that this was some kind of payment to the criminals for their efforts in destroying the hordes of zombies, wasn't it? It seemed to Carms that David, being a kind person by nature, simply took pity on the unfortunate criminals, deciding to give them a small gift. At this moment, joyful exclamations were heard. One of the bandits discovered something valuable and hastened to share his joy with the headman. Imagine his jubilation when 2 forgotten bags of rice were discovered in one of the rooms. The headman examined the bags, and at first even believed in such incredible luck, because recently rice had become a real value on the black market. But after a moment, he began to be tormented by doubts. He suspected that the enemies had deliberately left these bags, having previously poisoned the contents with some dangerous poison. One of the bandits, exhausted by hunger, without hesitation declared that he would gladly eat even poisoned rice. The headman, without arguing, decisively ordered to light the fire and begin preparing dinner. Meanwhile, in the minibus, Zach could not calm down and was still muttering with anger about the vile behavior of their recent opponents. Wanting to cheer Zach up, David promised to tell him something funny. With a mysterious smile, David announced that he had added a secret ingredient to the bags of rice for an unforgettable surprise for their offenders. Zach was overcome with burning curiosity and hurried to find out what kind of mysterious additive David had mixed into the rice. It turned out that David added a laxative to the rice to teach those who wanted to set a horde of zombies on them a lesson. Imagining the dire consequences of such a treat, David and Zach laughed heartily. Janine, hearing the infectious laughter, decided to definitely find out the reason for it. So the journey to the gathering place continued. Our heroes intended to arrive there as soon as possible. Traffic on the highway was severely hampered by many abandoned cars, forcing travelers to make their way along the side of the road. Sometimes they managed to move along country roads, but most often they had to maneuver between abandoned cars, which significantly slowed down their progress. According to Carm's map, they had to cross a small town to reach the end point of their route. The complete lack of information about what was happening in the city, of course, was not the best news. With the onset of darkness, exhausted from long wandering, the travelers stopped, pitching a tent to rest. Janine and Linda volunteered to be on duty, protecting the peace of their tired comrades from any trouble. And almost at dawn, the girls still allowed themselves to rest a little before the journey. The next day, David was driving the minibus, replacing the tired Janine. Finally, after overcoming a long and difficult path, the group reached their goal of the cherished gathering place. Harms pointed out to David something interesting that was located to the right of them. David had to admit that Carms was right. He turned out to be absolutely accurate in his conclusions about the location of the destination. Continuing their journey, they found themselves on the outskirts of the town, where apparently life was still glimmering. After the second day of travel, night fell on the ground, forcing the travelers to stop for the necessary rest and recuperation. Janine asked Nancy if the children, tired from the long journey, were already sleeping. Nancy reassured Janine, assuring her that Elizabeth and Zach had been fast asleep for a long time. David's absence from the car made Nancy anxiously wonder where he had gone. Janine assumed that David had gone towards the highway to reconnoiter the area. At this very moment, David was just wondering whether they should take the risk and enter the city. The unknown was frightening. David could not decide to enter the city without the slightest idea of the situation inside. Little Zach considered all these thoughts unnecessary and suggested boldly moving into the city if David wanted it. But if a detour is possible, it would be correct to still choose a safer route. Janine was convinced that it was the thirst to replenish his gold reserves that had driven David all this time. She reminded her friend that their well-being and availability of provisions was the result of the exchange of David's valuables for much-needed products for everyone. Janine admitted that she was ready to help David in his search for gold, fully understanding the importance of this matter for the well-being of the entire group. At this point, Zach advised Janine to have an open conversation with David and reassure him that his friends were always ready to help him, no matter what his goal. And if David is in danger, they can always come to the rescue, so he has nothing to worry about, because they are armed and ready for anything. Harms turned to Linda with a request to influence David and assure him that the group would provide him with reliable protection. Nancy supported Carms, adding that now she, along with everyone else, is ready to join the defense. Faithful and devoted, Linda assured her friends that she was ready to follow David and would support any of his decisions. Linda suggested that Janine convince David that everything would be okay because everyone was supporting him. Seeing the cohesion and unanimity of her friends, Janine agreed to talk with David. At that moment, David was alone. He dreamed of updating the system as quickly as possible, but he strongly doubts the presence of gold in this city. The risk of running into a gang of wild sharks was too great, and meeting them promised big trouble. Updating the system was of the utmost importance, but the safety of Linda and the rest of the group was priceless to David. David was ready to accept the need to exchange jewelry for food once he reached the gathering place. Noticing his friends approaching, David was delighted and said that he had long wanted to talk to them. He informed his friends about his decision to bypass the dangerous city, since their safety was more important to him than any gold. Touched by David's concern, Janine noted that he was absolutely right in making such a decision. Janine's words came unexpectedly to him, because they didn't even know why he needed this gold. Janine explained to David that they had discussed everything and were ready to support him in his desire to mine gold. Touched by the devotion of his comrades, David nevertheless continued to assure them that entering the city was madness. Linda interrupted her friend, reassuring him and assuring him that Janine had a great plan. They will find a safe place where they will leave Carms with the children, and they themselves will go to the city to explore. Janine asked with hope in her voice if David would feel calmer now. David was still tormented by doubts, because Carm's leg had not healed, and the children were too small to leave them unattended. Janine assured her friend that their adventures were not in vain for Sharon and Zach, who had learned a lot and would be able to stand up for themselves and Carms. Janine gave David no chance to object, reminding him that it was he who taught them survival and prepared them for possible dangers. The guys became stronger and more experienced, turning into a cohesive team capable of withstanding difficulties. Janine reminded David that they had all become a real family and should stick together through thick and thin. Linda supported Janine, emphasizing that she would always be there for David no matter what happened. David, touched by the words of his friends, sincerely thanked them for their support and apologized for his fussiness. Zach suddenly appeared, delighted to see David. David smiled at the joyful boy, asking him the reason for such a good mood. Then the others joined them, and together they felt like one family. David decided to cheer everyone up by offering to listen to a song he composed. Zach was pleasantly surprised by David's offer. He didn't know that the guy could also play the guitar. David admitted that he learned to play the guitar in peacetime and did not even hope that this skill would ever be useful to him. Friends were amazed at David's skill, and Janine once again praised herself for throwing in her lot with such a person. The sounds of the guitar, merging with the crackling of the fire, echoed in the approaching dusk. Tired travelers, forgetting about the dangers of the world around them, listened to the melody with pleasure. Once again, David surprised his friends by proving that in the most difficult times, art can become a real salvation. Time flew by, the flames of the fire went out, and the tired travelers went to bed. At first light, David began waking up the group in preparation for scouting the city. The importance of the moment gave Zach authority, and he, with the most serious look, assured David of his help. Little Elizabeth looked cheerfully at Janine and David getting ready to set off. Janine promised to return soon. They just need to do one important thing in the city. David handed Carms a whole carton of cigarettes, advising him to take his time and enjoy it. Carms noted with a sly smile that he still had half of the previous block left. David just waved his hand, assuring Carms that he had enough cigarettes for everyone. Carms accepted David's gift with sincere gratitude, especially since cigarettes were very rare in this world. Saying goodbye to those leaving, he wished them good luck and caution in this dangerous undertaking. David noticed the distress on Janine's face and wanted to know why she had suddenly changed. Janine reproached David and explained that smoking was harmful to Harm's health, which left much to be desired. David understood Janine's concerns perfectly, and noted that in peacetime he would have long ago persuaded Carms to give up this bad habit. However, now, when their life is full of dangers and suffering, David did not want to deprive Carms of at least some pleasure. David believed that smoking, at least a little, helped Carms cope with stress and relax. That is why David did not limit Carms in his habit. Janine, although she did not share David's point of view, respected his opinion and decided not to argue. Suddenly, Linda became alert when she heard the sound of an approaching car. The car that appeared around the turn resembled the vehicle of the wild sharks. Only these people were armed a little differently. It became clear that they had ended up in the lair of another gang that had captured this town. Decisive Janine immediately suggested attacking the bandits to clarify the situation. David was inclined to a simpler solution: peaceful negotiations and the exchange of food for valuable information. Janine doubted the success of such an undertaking, believing that in a post-apocalyptic environment people would kill for food without hesitation. David, not at all doubting the correctness of his approach, proposed to discuss their further actions and develop a plan. After some time, Linda appeared in front of silhouettes of people who noticed our heroes on the road. Two bandits, talking rudely, ordered the travelers to stop and raise their hands up. The bandits threatened to kill any attempt on their part to resist. The weapon pointed at the guys said that those guys were not joking and it was better to do as they said. David, keeping his presence of mind, quickly figured out how they could get out of this situation. Together with Janine, they portrayed tired travelers, and Linda took up a shooting position and was ready to open fire at any moment. Approaching the bandits, David portrayed a traveler exhausted by the road, looking for help and protection. He asked the bandits for help in exchange for a modest reward in the form of food. The bandits claimed that their territory served as a refuge for many people like them. This reputation was due to the reliable protection they provided. Entry into the city was allowed in exchange for a small amount of food, the availability of which was immediately checked with travelers. David confirmed that they had provisions with them and asked to give him some time to get them out of the bag. Janine, outraged by the stranger's behavior, asked why he was staring at her all this time. The guy responded by saying that he had not spent time with such an attractive girl for a long time, and he immediately liked her. Suddenly, the guy asked with disgust why Janine smelled so bad. Everyone immediately smelled a disgusting smell and asked if the travelers had fallen into the dung. The guy demanded David's bag to check the availability of food supplies himself. David begged not to take all the food, and leave them at least some for their sustenance. The guy still couldn't get used to this terrible smell that came from our heroes. Having opened the bag, the bandits were happy to find a lot of delicious fresh bread in the package. The food supply, according to their calculations, should have been enough for a decent amount of time. The guy reported the confiscation of all the food, and only after that allowed the travelers to enter the city. Janine was relieved that David's plan had worked and that, despite the unpleasant smell, they were able to avoid problems. David called out to Linda and ordered her to move towards the city. Janine stopped the guy, saying that she first needed to find out something else. David didn't understand the girl's strange behavior at such a crucial moment. Why did she stop? Janine wanted to understand why they suddenly began to smell this smell, which even she had difficulty controlling. David pulled this trick on purpose to get rid of those guys as quickly as possible. It was part of his plan. Then he took out a jar, assuring that with the smell that came from it, no one would be able to get close to them. Janine did not understand her companion's plan. What did he keep in this strange jar? David explained that it contained stinky tofu, which smelled like rotten fish, but he said it tasted like a real delicacy. David handed the tofu to Janine, inviting her to see for herself the terrible smell. The girl, as soon as she inhaled the smell of tofu once, she immediately vomited. After some time, David was happy to note that they had almost achieved their goal. Once at the shelter, the travelers realized that it was much larger than they imagined. A sudden shout from a stranger interrupted the silence, and he inquired about the purpose of the travelers' visit. David replied that they had come from another city in search of a safe shelter. Two guys with machine guns ordered them to quickly raise their hands up and not move until they were given permission. David noticed that all their food had already been taken away, and the weapons pointed in their direction were completely useless. Margaret interrupted David's speech, explaining that weapons were intended for protection, not for taking food. Margaret inquired about whether the guests had passports, because it was necessary to at least somehow establish their identities. David replied that all the documents were lost long ago, and they simply had nothing to show them. Even in the post-apocalypse, it was important to have documents with you, and therefore Margaret did not know what to do. After thinking a little, she ordered to write on a piece of paper the name, gender, age, and last place of residence of our heroes. At the same time, Margaret asked if the guests had bathed in manure, since they smelled so terrible. David made the excuse that they had not washed for several days in order to reach their destination as quickly as possible. Margaret warned that, despite the fact that the shelter was intended for such wanderers, there were certain rules. Those who want to stay, she said, will have to work for the local boss. David wanted to find out what kind of work was offered to them in exchange for shelter, but they would soon find out. In any case, as David assured, varied work, and even paid work, will not be superfluous. Showing the local currency, Margaret said it was Tim's money that was being used to pay for the work at the location. Margaret reported the possibility of providing housing and other necessities in exchange for food or local currency. David concluded that Tim was a very smart and rational ruler, which only increased his desire to see the city from the inside. David thanked the girl and, without even thinking about offending, called her Aunt Margaret, assuring her that they understood everything and were ready to do a little work. Margaret was outraged by this treatment, recalling that she was only 19 years old. She warned that kidnappings, thefts, and robberies are strictly prohibited in the city. According to her, regardless of the identity of the offender, the consequences will be inevitable and severe. The punishment for such crimes is death, and the court very quickly imposes the death penalty. David reassured Margaret, assured them of their integrity, and asked not to worry. David realized with joy that they had finally entered the protected area of the refuge. The atmosphere of the city, surrounded by high walls, seemed calm and peaceful to him. Janine agreed that they could feel safe inside the shelter. David decided that they needed to return for Linda and the others as soon as possible. Janine, sensing something was wrong, stopped her friend, asking him to be more careful. The girl suddenly drew attention to the gloomy faces and haggard appearance of the local residents, which for some reason she had not noticed before. After this, Janine suggested that David turn his attention to the direction where the barn was located. Seeing a barn filled with vegetables, David concluded that the city was capable of feeding itself. Despite the availability of food, David assumed that its distribution was strictly controlled by Tim. Suddenly, a man unfamiliar to them asked if they were new to this settlement. He invited them to come up, introducing himself as the employee responsible for distributing work. David suggested that Officer Janine should go to this guy. Maybe there would be work for them, too. After confirming that they were indeed new, David asked if there was any suitable work for them. The employee reassured that there was work for everyone, because more than 300 people live in the city. He suggested looking at the list of vacancies, pointing out the daily salary listed next to each position. David was amazed at such a large selection of vacancies, because for such a small settlement it was too many. The employee said the list is updated daily, so if nothing works, you can always wait. However, he recalled that obtaining food and housing is only possible if Tim has money, which is given for work. David, after listening to him, inquired about the cost of renting the cheapest housing here. The employee replied that renting a place in an unfinished house would cost 6 of Tim's money for 12 hours. Upon learning of this, David was indignant, because for a day of work, some vacancies pay only 6 of Tim's money. The employee calmly replied that he did not set the prices, advising him to choose a good job for the sake of comfortable housing. By the way, he added, for every couple he employs, he receives a commission in the amount of 2 of Tim's money. He warned the guests that later complaints would not be accepted, and it was better to think everything over carefully right away. Lowering his voice, the employee advised them not to be fooled by the tranquility here, because strange things happen here at night. David remembered the words of the woman at the entrance that theft was prohibited in the city, and asked what was happening at night. He noticed that all the residents except those close to Tim looked exhausted. The man in charge, sighing, explained that when hard work begins to tire, and the money earned is still not enough, David will turn into the same person. He added that hunger can push a person to do terrible things, and decided to share a story that he himself witnessed. One day a newcomer came to their city, who spent his earnings on food every day, leaving no money for housing, so he had to sleep in dark alleys. The night passed calmly, and there seemed to be no signs of trouble or any problems. But in the morning, something terrible happened, something that changed the life of this poor fellow forever. Unknown people cut off his healthy legs, and in the morning he woke up disabled, no longer capable of anything. The guy trembled, remembering this incident, and with fear warned the travelers about what could happen to them at night. Seeing the expressions on the faces of his interlocutors, he exclaimed indignantly that everything he said was true. David asked how it was possible to cut off legs without a person feeling anything. Returning to the previous conversation, David asked if he could become a bodyguard to make more money. Janine supported her partner by choosing the same position, which was close to her from her previous place of work. David was happy with this decision, looking forward to how they would approach Tim and get comfortable here. The employee noted that it was not he who made the decision, but with such a physique, the guy was unlikely to be able to get the position of a bodyguard. But he advised sending a girl with a pleasant appearance to become a dancer, in case Mr. Tim himself liked her. The employee then remarked that Mr. Tim was the most important person in the city. Everyone unquestioningly obeys his will, and Tim's main hobby was always only one. He collected beautiful girls to organize swimsuit parties at his luxurious villa. Janine was shocked to learn about such vulgar entertainments of the city owner. David firmly stated that they were not interested in such vacancies, and they insisted on the position of bodyguards. If they are offered only such a job, they will have to leave this place immediately. The person in charge, seeing their determination, agreed to apply for the position of bodyguards, inviting them to come by at the same time tomorrow. David was angry. How dare he offer Officer Janine a job as a dancer? Janine insisted that intimacy with Tim was achievable through getting a job, even if she had to attend a party in a revealing outfit. The girl insisted that this position opens a direct path to Mr. Tim, despite appearing at the event in a swimsuit. Hearing such a statement, David flew into a rage. He did not like the idea of such a development of events. Janine, puzzled by her partner's violent reaction, could not understand the reason for his sharp disagreement. David waved his hand and muttered that he simply could not imagine Officer Janine in a swimsuit in front of some horny old man. He added that the very thought of this makes him sick because no one has the right to observe Janine in this form. Janine didn't understand that at that moment jealousy had already begun to creep into David's heart, which is why he reacted to it this way. Cheers from the crowd heralded the arrival of Mr. Tim in a luxury car, causing widespread excitement. He arrived just in time for lunch, and everyone around was waiting for Mr. Tim to appear before the people. Janine invited David to go to the scene of events and see the local ruler with his own eyes. Those gathered expressed great joy and greeted Mr. Tim, admiring his appearance. The guards, trying to restore order, demanded to maintain distance and threatened with violence for violating the established boundaries. David grabbed Janine's hand and pointed at Tim, drawing her attention to the sparkling golden scepter. David guessed the fabulous cost of the stones decorating the scepter. They looked so luxurious. Janine also believed that this ruler's jewelry alone was worth a fortune, although the population here was poor and hungry. David ironically noted to himself that even Officer Janine succumbed to the charm of all these shiny trinkets. In a fit of emotion, David promised to get these stones to present them to her and Linda as gifts. Janine just said that she would be interested to see how David would do it. Tim, addressing the crowd, announced the start of the long-awaited lunchtime, and soon everyone would be fed. With a mischievous grin, he asked those present if they had worked hard enough to afford to eat. According to Tim, only those who work tirelessly for him deserve respect and the opportunity to satisfy their hunger. The men unanimously began to shout about their services to Tim, demanding a well-deserved reward in the form of food. David, watching what was happening, was already beginning to understand what kind of relationships reigned in this settlement, and how people had to pay for their safety. He compared the locals to hunger-crazed zombies controlled by Tim with food. Janine reminded David that before the apocalypse, Tim was an influential tycoon whom she had encountered in her line of duty. She added that even in the past, Tim had always acted meanly and unscrupulously, using people for his own gain. Tim called the crowd to order, offering to exchange money for food prepared by his people. A young woman turned to a food distributor with a request to sell her 2 servings of meat soup for herself and her child. The seller rudely answered the woman that the amount she had was not enough even for 1 bowl of soup. The woman, outraged by the price increase, recalled that previously the cost of 1 bowl of soup was only 3 bills. The young man explained that the rise in food prices was caused by the complexity and danger of food production. The woman begged for leniency, begging him to sell her at least 1 portion for her hungry child. Exhausted by hopelessness, she, with tears in her eyes, begged the man to take pity and sell the bowl of soup. David realized with bitterness that the money the woman earned was only enough for 1 portion of meager food. The seller, turning to the next person in line, demanded that order be maintained and not create fuss. Desperate, the woman asked the guy to put more food because her child had not eaten anything for a very long time. The seller refused to fulfill her request, saying that he would put exactly as much as was required. In an effort to stop unnecessary proceedings, he barked that people without money should not create a queue. The mother, trying to console the child, stroked his head, realizing how exhausted he was from hunger. Feeling some movement from behind, the frightened woman turned around sharply, fearing that they wanted to rob her. Seeing a stranger in front of her, she screamed in fear, accusing him of trying to take food from her child. David tried to calm the woman down, explaining that he was not going to take her food, but on the contrary, he wanted to offer her a loaf of bread. The woman, without hesitation, refused the handout, loudly shouting to him that she would not eat bread. David tried to convince the woman that he had other food besides bread, inviting her to choose, but she did not even listen to him and ran away. After this incident, David noted the strange behavior of people who refused to eat in such a difficult time. Janine agreed with David's opinion about the strangeness of the city, offering to continue observing. At that moment, one of the military men approached Tim, reporting that several people wanted to join the expansion group. Kruger, speaking to Tim, offered to send the men tomorrow as planned, based on his instructions. Tim, without rushing to answer, reminded the volunteers of the mortal danger awaiting them, urging them to make thoughtful decisions. One of the guys asked if they were guaranteed to receive bread if they agreed to join the volunteer group. Tim assured that in case of voluntary consent, people would receive bread, instructing Kruger to distribute it to everyone present. When people saw the bread, they became indescribably excited, not believing that they were so lucky because it was real bread. One of the men, fearing injustice, kept order, reminding everyone about the distribution of only 1 loaf per person. Tim ordered Kruger to keep an eye on the new recruits, preventing any escape attempts. Before leaving, Tim reminded Kruger of his request to send him several girls, wanting to relax and have fun. Suddenly his gaze fell on Eugene, whose appearance caused Tim genuine surprise. Curiously, he asked Eugene about the reason for his visit. Kruger, outraged by Eugene's silence, addressed him rudely, reminding him that he was ignoring the question addressed to him by Mr. Tim himself. Tim asked Kruger to be more restrained, noting that Eugene is a good guy and therefore deserves to be treated with respect. Eugene, standing right in front of Tim, begged him for help, promising to work like hell if the answer was positive. Tim, in response, only asked Eugene to calm down and calmly state his request. Eugene spoke of his sister's illness, who had been suffering from a high fever for several days, begging Tim to send a doctor to her. Tim stated that the problem is easily solved and he can accept the sick girl at home because he has plenty of food and medicine. Eugene hesitated, not daring to send his 15-year-old sister to Tim, and did not know what to do. Tim, noticing the guy's hesitation, assured him of understanding the situation, because the desire to protect his family is quite natural. But he immediately reminded that he is, first of all, a businessman, and his actions are dictated solely by the desire to make a profit. After some deliberation, he offered Eugene a deal to return to the expansion group in exchange for his sister's treatment. According to the agreement, Eugene will rejoin the group, and Tim, in turn, will send a doctor to Ashley. Seeing no other way out, Eugene gritted his teeth and agreed to the terms of the deal in order to save his sister. Tim was already rubbing his hands, satisfied with the outcome of the negotiations, and set the time for the group's departure. Meeting Eugene's gaze, Tim reminded him to show up on time without trying to trick him. The meeting came to an end and Tim ordered his men to disperse. One of the guys, having heard about Eugene's decision, could not believe that he again agreed to take part in a dangerous expedition. His interlocutor recalled that Eugene risks his life for his sister, because joining the group is almost certain death. He added that last time Eugene was lucky to return alive, but who can guarantee that luck will be on his side this time too? The second guy, interrupting his comrade's thoughts, assured him of the opposite, because no one wants Eugene to die. Trying to justify himself, the guy talked about the danger of the upcoming mission, because they had to go to a city infested with dangerous zombies. Returning home, Eugene tried to cheer Ashley up by promising that a doctor would come soon to examine her. The guy blamed himself for not being able to provide his sister with normal food, causing her illness. The girl, sobbing, begged her brother to stay, fearing for his life because the mission was too dangerous. Eugene, calming his sister down, lied to her that his agreement only concerned the role of Mr. Tim's bodyguard. A sudden knock on the door made Eugene wary. He demanded the uninvited guest to leave. Having broken the flimsy door, David entered the house, apologizing for the inconvenience caused, and promised to fix everything. Pointing his baton at the uninvited guests, Eugene asked who they were and whether they had come on Tim's orders. David assured Eugene that he had nothing to do with Tim, but was there to help with the medications. Janine saw a little girl in bed and realized that she had a very high fever. Eugene listened to the guests incredulously, believing that their words were a blatant lie and they wanted to harm Ashley. Fearing for his sister, he stood between Janine and his sister, demanding that they not approach Ashley. He warned that he was not used to offending girls, but would be forced to use force if they did not stop. Outraged, Janine reproached the guy for being slow because delay in such a situation could cost his sister's life. Janine's words made Eugene wonder if these people really came to help. David, seeing the guy's confusion, assured him of his good intentions, promising to first cure Ashley and then ask him for help. Eugene, sensing the sincerity of the guests, hesitated, not knowing who to believe. Love for his sister forced Eugene to overcome his pride, and he, falling to his knees, begged the guests to save Ashley. Touching the girl's forehead, Janine noted with alarm that the temperature was approaching 40 degrees. The girl turned to Eugene with reproach. How could he allow his sister to be in such a state? She couldn't believe that the guy was so careless that he didn't even make an attempt to reduce the fever. After asking David for an antipyretic, Janine turned to Eugene with a demand to bring a basin of water. Janine gave clear instructions to Eugene, demanding that he do everything necessary. Having sent the guy out, Janine began examining the patient, trying to stabilize her condition. 5 minutes later, the girl's temperature dropped, causing relief to everyone present. Janine allowed David and Eugene to enter, assuring them that the danger had passed. David asked his friend about the girl's well-being and tried to understand whether Janine was able to help her. Janine confirmed that she provided her with all the necessary help and assured that the girl would soon get back on her feet. Eugene was overjoyed to learn that his sister's fever had subsided. He was filled with gratitude for saving Ashley, the only person he cared about. This guy was convinced that from now on his life was in the hands of his saviors. David found this reaction a little strange, but he made it clear that their help was not accidental. Our hero suggested that Eugene first get to his feet and then continue the conversation. Eugene, not fully understanding what they wanted from him, assured that he was ready to do everything in his power. David said that they had been in the city for a long time and wanted to get information about the current situation, asking Eugene to tell everything in as much detail as possible. Eugene had thoughts that he would be asked to commit murder, help escape from the city, or carry out a kidnapping. David at that moment introduced himself to the guy and also introduced Janine as a former police officer. Eugene assured that he would tell everything he knew and mentioned that the only relative he had left was his sister Ashley. David invited Eugene to sit down and handed him a bottle of cola. Let it be a small gift in honor of their first meeting. Eugene, in disbelief, asked if it was real cola and if David was really giving it to poor Eugene. David asked him to keep his voice down, reminding him that even walls can have ears, because Eugene doesn't want other people running in here, right? Eugene decided that his sister could drink cola when she woke up, since she used to really like this drink. David noted to himself that Eugene, despite his outward rudeness, was kind to his sister, and thought that there were very few such people left in the world. Janine, showing interest in Eugene's past life, asked where he served before the apocalypse. She noted Eugene's agility and good physical condition, suggesting that he served in the special forces. Eugene confirmed Janine's guess, clarifying that he was forced to resign after being injured. David at that moment realized why Eugene's team valued him so much and immediately asked if he received the scar on his face during his service. Eugene replied that the scar was received in the northern region during a fight with zombies, after he joined the expansion group. David clarified whether the expansion group is engaged in eliminating zombies in the north and obtaining food. Eugene explained that there were about 2 million zombies in the north, so it was almost impossible to clean up. He also added that Tim has enough food even to provide it to his many henchmen. According to Eugene, Tim organized a group with the goal of finding gold bars in the city. He highlighted Tim's unhealthy obsession with gold bars, noting that he had always been like this. Janine said that Tim's team used to be involved in luxury real estate, for which he was nicknamed Golden Tim. The girl explained that Tim forced clients to sign unfavorable agreements and gathered hundreds of thugs around him even before the start of the post-apocalypse. She added that Tim is an ardent fan of gold and is obsessed with the idea of possessing unlimited quantities of it. Janine said that not only does Tim collect gold, but most of the furniture in his house, including the toilet, is made of gold. A whole evening wouldn't be enough to tell stories about all of Tim's crimes. There are so many of them. Janine interrupted her story about Tim, suddenly remembering how she had arrested him and how he had threatened her with violence. Tim was sure that wealth and power would help him quickly be free. He promised unearthly pleasures to those who would help him the entire time he was in prison. An angry David hurled insults at Tim, calling him an animal and promising to show him the bliss he deserves. Janine couldn't help but think that even while in prison, Tim retained his power and ruled the world even from behind bars. Before the onset of the apocalypse, Tim escaped from prison with the support of his former subordinates and continued his criminal march. She could not even imagine that he would appear in this city and begin to rule it like a feudal prince. Eugene asked David if he wanted to challenge Tim, clearly implying that there were good reasons for this. He pointed out Tim's impressive arsenal, which included food supplies, an impressive amount of weapons, and even a tank. David responded with a counter-question, asking Eugene why he himself did not join Tim at one time and provide a comfortable life for his sister. Eugene responded by saying that he knew what all the other residents of the city were eating, except for Tim's people. David suggested that it was a meat soup, and then in horror asked if it was made from rats. Eugene admitted that he would not refuse rats, but, unfortunately, something completely different ended up in the cauldron. He explained that in the city, food can only be obtained in exchange for Mr. Tim's currency, which can be earned by hard work throughout the day. As Eugene said, Tim sought to establish absolute power over the city, not disdaining any means. According to him, Tim invited city residents to join the so-called expansion group, promising them a reward in the form of expired bread from the warehouse after participating in the cleanup operation. Disabled people had no choice but to fight the zombies. The situation was clarified only last month, when Eugene himself was forced to join the ranks of the expansion group, unable to find anything else to support himself. It turned out that the purpose of disabled people was terrifying, but very important in Tim's eyes. It turned out that they served only as bait, the task of which was to attract the Zombie King to themselves. The Zombie King was a serious threat, so the disabled huddled together and attracted his attention, giving others the opportunity to do their own thing. Stunned, David asked what kind of monster this king of zombies was, and whether there really was a hierarchy among the living dead. Eugene explained that the Zombie King was many times superior to normal zombies in both strength and speed, making him an incredibly dangerous opponent. Being a former Special Forces soldier, Eugene had excellent physical shape and an instinct for self-preservation, much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Realizing that he was just bait for the monster, Eugene, of course, went crazy and tried to escape, glad that he managed to break away from the Zombie King. However, the triumph was short-lived, and the next moment this huge monster appeared before him. Overnight, the Zombie King overtook Eugene, making him feel like an insignificant insect in the face of a huge predator. According to Eugene, the Zombie King differs from his fellows not only in that he kills people, but also seems to enjoy it. It was this monster that left a terrible scar on Eugene's face, cutting it with its claw like a dull knife. Only after receiving the last scratch, Eugene, gathering his last strength, managed to escape from the monster pursuing him. Tim was absolutely sure that Eugene had managed to defeat the Zombie King, and therefore tried in every possible way to force him to join the expansion group again. David was amazed that Eugene survived after facing such a dangerous enemy. He immediately contacted the system with a demand to get in touch, and it seemed that he was extremely dissatisfied with its silence. The system apologized and said that information about the Zombie King was not in its database, but may appear after the next update. An enraged David accused the system of lying and said that if he were in Eugene's place, he would already be dead. Janine reproachfully turned to David, reminding him that he had forgotten to tell the most important thing about Tim's activities. Eugene warned those present that what he was about to tell them would not give them pleasure. He shocked them with the terrible news that the people killed by the Zombie King were also going into action. The bodies of the dead were delivered to the city, where they were boiled along with the bodies of zombies, turning them into a kind of soup for local residents. David was shocked by what he heard, calling what was happening real madness, and Tim in his eyes turned into an inhuman tyrant. Eugene honestly admitted that for a long time, he had illusions about working for Tim. He couldn't allow his own sister to eat human flesh, so he went to great lengths to save her. Eugene was forced to make a living by catching rats in the city and collecting edible plants outside of it, which led to serious health problems for his sister. David rushed to reassure Eugene, assuring him that he had done everything in his power. David asked Janine to prepare thin millet porridge with sugar for Eugene's sister as soon as the girl woke up. Eugene, with hope in his voice, asked if David really had some millet. David reassured Eugene, assuring him that they had enough millet and other products. He turned to Janine with a request not to spare sugar for the porridge, wanting to make it even tastier. Surprised, Eugene could not believe that they also had sugar and asked David where he got it from. David offered Eugene a deal: he would provide his sister with normal food, and he in turn would help them deal with Tim. Without hesitation, Eugene agreed. Today, David saved his sister, and now Eugene was ready to risk his life for David. David shared with him that to carry out the plan, they needed the help of one familiar person in the city. He decided not to rush things and first deal with current affairs, so that he could then fully concentrate on the main goal. The first step, as he himself noted, was to transport Eugene's sister to a safer place. David told Eugene in detail what exactly he needed to do, and our heroes began to implement the plan. That same evening, one of the soldiers at the security post approached Eugene with the question of whether he would go out of town again in search of edible plants. Eugene asked the fighters to open the door, confirming the guard's words. The fighter noticed that tomorrow Eugene's group will be sent to the city, from where they may not return, which means his little sister will go to Tim. Walking a little deeper into the territory, Eugene saw the dining room right in front of him. Suddenly a stranger appeared from behind, threatening Eugene and his companion with a weapon, and demanding to introduce themselves and explain the purpose of her visit. Suddenly, having seen David's clothes, Linda clarified who they were and who exactly they were looking for. Trying to speak as calmly as possible, Eugene explained that David had sent them and told them to show him the phone. Linda immediately confirmed that David had contacted her and given the necessary instructions. She ordered Eugene to follow her and not to worry about anything, because Linda had already scouted the area well. Finally, they reached the collection point. A large, comfortable car stood next to them. Nancy hastened to reassure Eugene, assuring him that they would definitely take care of his sister. Touched to the depths of his soul, Eugene, barely restraining his emotions, began to thank Nancy, noting her extraordinary kindness. Carms turned to Linda with a question about the trustworthiness of this guy, since he seemed to him somehow too simple-minded. Linda replied that in the note, David described Eugene as a completely reliable person who could be trusted. Carms calmed down, deciding that in this case, there was nothing to worry about. A short time later, returning back to the settlement, Eugene asked the soldiers to let him in. Finally, Eugene arrived at his destination. He was now safe. Linda, at that very moment, was beaming with joy in the arms of her lover. Janine, meanwhile, was surprised to notice that Eugene was let in without any questions or search. David, realizing that important matters now needed to be resolved, immediately proposed developing a plan of action. Tim's apartment was located on the top floor of a high-rise building, where there is an armory and an ammunition warehouse. The building was under continuous surveillance and strangers could not get in there. There were more than 20 people on duty at the entrance, not to mention the patrol cars cruising near the building. Even if the building was penetrated, carefully guarded entrances to each floor remained. David asked Eugene if his knowledge of the building plan had anything to do with being on the expansion team. He shared his thoughts on how he and Eugene would get inside the building tomorrow. Still not believing in the success of the enterprise, Eugene noted with doubt that the volunteers were being escorted into the city practically under escort. Inspired by Eugene's words, David instantly figured out how to turn this circumstance to his advantage. Eugene cautiously recalled Tim's weapons, numbers, and equipment. David didn't seem to care at all. He just asked Eugene how easy it was to win over people from the expansion group. He confidently stated that nothing could be simpler because these people have one motivation: food. David then showed Eugene several pistols, asking him if it was possible to give a worthy rebuff to the enemy with such weapons. Eugene, dumbfounded, asked where the guy got all these pistols and in such quantities. Not without pride in his voice, David told where he got the weapon from. According to David, they seized these weapons as trophies from large urban gangs. David mentioned that they still have a lot of weapons in stock for future members of the expansion group. Delighted by the news of so many weapons, Eugene proclaimed with confidence in his voice that now they would definitely cope with Tim. David cooled his ardor, advising him to be careful and act according to the situation. David wondered out loud how risky it was to let Janine and Linda go, only hoping that they were now safe, and at that moment he saw them in front of him. The girls had already changed into the costumes they wanted to wear for this mission. The first thing Linda asked David about her new look was whether David liked her. David stared at the girls in their police uniforms, which looked nothing like what police officers wore. Starting up, David immediately ordered them to change clothes, informing the girls that these clothes were needed for completely different purposes. In such provocative clothes, not only to fight, but even to appear on the street is indecent. He carefully hinted to the girls that the lower part of the costume was too tight, and exposed all the details of their forms. Linda responded by saying that in this form it would be much easier for them to enter the enemy's lair, especially if men were standing at the entrance. The next day, Commander Charles introduced himself in a threatening tone as the leader of the expansion group, ordering everyone to remember this forever. Additionally, he said that from this moment on, all those present would come under his direct command. As a warning, Charles promised to brutally deal with anyone who dared not follow his orders or leave the squad without permission. Suddenly, he interrupted his speech and attacked the soldier, noticing that he had fallen asleep during his address. Quietly muttering under his breath that fighting such soldiers would simply disgrace his name, Charles looked contemptuously at his charges. The reaction of one of the soldiers was full of contempt. He considered the guy, who could not even fight back, to be a weakling. Eugene pointed out that many in the squad do not even get enough food to restore their strength, and it is simply not fair to compare them with the commander's stamina. Charles, irritated by Eugene's interference, replied that, despite respect for him, he would not tolerate bickering on his part. Eugene tried to smooth things over by noting that he had no intention of arguing but was merely stating an obvious fact. Furious, Charles muttered through his teeth that if Eugene was tired of living, then he could continue to provoke him into this conflict. David apologized for Eugene and was quick to remind them of the importance of staying united in the face of adversity. Taking Eugene aside, David advised him to avoid conflicts with Charles, assuring him that they could deal with him later, once they had successfully left the city. Realizing his mistake, Eugene apologized for his reaction and suggested they forget about the conversation. Charles, turning his attention to David, sharply inquired why he was seeing him for the first time and whether he was new to their squad. With suspicion in his voice, Charles asked David if it was too arrogant, as a rookie, to immediately strive to get into the expansion group. Noticing the bag in David's hands, Charles could not resist asking a caustic question whether he was secretly trying to appropriate the spoils of war for himself. Taking advantage of the moment, pointing sharply at the bag, Charles rudely ordered David to immediately take it off and show all the contents. Eugene, seeing this scene, suddenly remembered that there was a weapon in David's bag. Having carefully examined the bag and found nothing suspicious, Charles burst out with curses and threatened to kill David if he discovered that he had stolen anything. Announcing the imminent start of the operation, Charles ordered everyone to check their equipment and prepare to move out. When the commotion died down, Eugene quietly asked David where the contents of the bag he had seen that morning had gone. David, avoiding a direct answer, said that this was a secret that he would reveal at another, more appropriate moment. At this time, Tim decided to check with his accountant Kruger how likely it was that the transaction with Charles would be successful this time. Kruger tried to reassure Tim, assuring him that the situation was very different now, since last time they simply did not know about the existence of a zombie king in this area. He explained that a group of scapegoats would lure the zombie king away from the vault, and Captain Charles and his men would take advantage of this and take the gold. Satisfied with the plan, Tim happily rubbed his hands together, anticipating the imminent realization of his longtime dream. Tim then admitted to Kruger that he wanted a golden statue of him to be installed in this city as a sign of greatness after the successful completion of the case. He promised to generously reward Kruger and Charles for their participation, assuring them that they would never want for anything if the gold mining operation was successful. Kruger thanked Tim for his generosity and kindness, hoping to always be close to him. Tim, smoothly changing the topic of conversation, asked Kruger about his desire to have a good time, hinting at the girls whose company he likes to enjoy. Without missing a beat, Kruger assured Tim that everything would be organized to the highest standard. Just at this time, two charming girls caught the attention of all the guys on the street. Admired by the beauty of the strangers, the guys could not take their eyes off them. The girls approached the very guy who was responsible for finding work in the settlement, and Janine asked him to tell them where they could find work. The administrator was struck by their beauty, and trying to be as gallant as possible, asked where they came from. At this time, David began to notice that the further they moved into the city, the more anxious he became. Eugene, in response to his comrade's mood, explained that this area of the city used to be considered the most densely populated and cheerful in the north. But at the beginning of the disaster, many residents simply did not have time to evacuate and turned into zombies, making this place uninhabitable. Eugene couldn't wait to find out when they would begin their task. David explained that now was not the time for active action, because Charles's people were behind them and would open fire at the slightest suspicion. David urged Eugene to be careful, reminding them that the success of the entire plan depended on their caution. Suddenly, one of the soldiers from Charles's squad approached them, warning the guys against rash actions. In addition to what was said, he warned that there was no point in even thinking about escaping, since there was no chance of escaping from them. The soldier, having softened a little, promised not to tell Charles about their conversation, provided that they did not do anything like that. David hastened to reassure the soldier, assuring him that they were not going to run away and were friendly. The soldier did not believe their words, noting that he had extensive experience communicating with such individuals who dreamed of escaping, and he saw right through them. He explained that this time the situation was completely different. Mr. Tim promised a generous reward for his loyalty. Eugene could not help but wonder if helping in the search for gold was the very devotion that was so generously appreciated. Nodding, the soldier confirmed Eugene's guess and admitted that he himself immediately signed up for the expansion group when he learned about the opportunity to get rich. He said that the central bank in the north held an incredible amount of gold. The soldier explained that at the beginning of the apocalypse, gold was still valuable, so the rest of the city's banks moved their reserves to this safe vault. An incredible concentration of gold is now concentrated there, but after the disaster, it lost its value in the eyes of people concerned only with survival. According to the soldier, Tim, having solved his basic food problems, was carried away by the idea of getting this gold and promised those who would help him a huge reward. David had the idea that information about the city's gold could be very useful because it would allow him to update the system. At that moment, a menacing shout sounded. One of the guards hurried David and Eugene, threatening reprisals for the delay. David hastened to apologize and, quickening his pace, promised to keep up with the group. As soon as the danger had passed, David decided to find out from the soldier where he got the information about the gold and how reliable it was. The soldier explained that he exchanged this information from one of Tim's associates for half a loaf of bread, which is considered an expensive payment in conditions of famine. Continuing his question, David asked about the amount of reward Tim had promised. The soldier admitted that the reward was only food. Tim promised to give everyone 10 chicken legs, 5 chicken heads, and 1 breast to everyone who brought gold. Seeing the sincerity in the soldier's words, David promised him his share of the gold, realizing that he still would not risk taking it. Eugene, having heard the soldier's story, began to doubt the success of the planned plan, recalling the king of zombies living in the vicinity of the storage facility. David firmly stated that plans were changing, and now their main goal was to take the gold and leave, and they would deal with the zombie king later. Eugene did not argue with his friend, assuring him that he was ready to follow him and support any plan. After that, their group slowly moved towards the city under the leadership of Tim's people, seeing a picture of desolation and destruction everywhere. Even though it was daytime, they constantly encountered groups of zombies roaming the streets. David and Eugene had to use primitive weapons so as not to reveal their true level of martial arts skills. All the other participants in the campaign were scared to death and did not even dare to touch the weapon. Tim's men tried to stay away from the main group, most likely for fear of provoking the zombies with shots. According to David, for Tim's subordinates, the lives of travelers were of no value, and they would not waste ammunition to protect them. After overcoming many obstacles, the group finally managed to reach the central bank, located in the northern part of the city. A huge number of zombies were roaming around the bank. None of those present had ever seen such a concentration of monsters in one place. Addressing the tensely silent people, Charles announced that he would go on reconnaissance to find out the situation. Returning after some time, he tried to calm the alarmed people, saying that they only needed to find gold and quickly leave. David calmly said that he had no doubts about the plan and invited everyone to follow him and Eugene towards the bank. David did everything possible to instill at least a drop of confidence in the people chosen as zombie bait. Charles suddenly invited everyone to wear body armor with reinforced steel plates, which he allegedly prepared especially for them. He expressed confidence that these body armor would help them survive, even if they had to face very strong zombies. David had doubts about the sincerity of Charles's action. He looked too much like a calculating manipulator pursuing personal goals. Turning to Eugene, Charles sharply said that he did not need to wear a bulletproof vest and ordered him to remain in place, supposedly protecting him from danger. But Eugene, not wanting to part with his comrades, invited Charles to take his vest and go to the vault along with everyone else. Eugene's determination was unshakable. He firmly decided not to leave his comrades and to be with them to the end. Charles asked Eugene if he was really so stupid that he would deliberately defy his orders, knowing the possible consequences. Despite the threat, Eugene replied with dignity that he was an adult who made his own decisions and would not regret anything. Charles muttered under his breath that it was in vain to give him a chance at all, because people like him should die first. David looked at Eugene approvingly, noting that he had done everything right, and if he had obeyed Charles's order, he would not have been able to go to the vault with everyone else. David was sure that Charles had an evil plan, but he promised himself that he would deal with it later. At the same time, in the settlement, Margaret loudly ordered the girls to speed up their pace, declaring that Mr. Tim did not like to be kept waiting. Linda decided to take advantage of the moment and suggested that Janine find out the location of Tim's arsenal. Janine responded by reminding them that David had only given them the task of finding information about the location of the gold. Linda felt that her talent was being wasted on such trivial assignments. Margaret notified Tim that she had fulfilled his instructions and brought new girls, ready to get to work. Looking at the girls brought, Margaret involuntarily fell in love with their beauty. Even she, a woman, found it difficult to hide her admiration. Entering Tim's office and finding Kruger lounging in a chair, Margaret sharply asked what he was doing here and where Tim himself had gone. Angered by Kruger's behavior, Margaret repeated her question about where Tim was now, not wanting to leave it unanswered. Kruger casually said that Tim had kindly allowed him to choose the girl first. Furious, Margaret called Kruger a liar, refusing to believe that Tim could give him such a right. Kruger, looking at the girls with undisguised interest, compared them to high-class goods, calling one better than the other. Kruger then disparagingly called him a dwarf, laughing at his habit of always getting the best. Suddenly, he was attracted to one of the girls. She brought him into wild delight. He had never seen such unearthly beauty before. Kruger released the other two, ordering the third to remain alone with him. Kruger's sympathy for Linda was not helpful now, because their risky plan could collapse overnight. Going to Tim's party without Linda seemed unthinkable to Janine. She couldn't leave her friend in trouble. In a decisive tone, Kruger made it clear to Janine that she could leave, but Linda should stay with him. Janine tried to object, convincing Kruger that she could take care of him herself. Angered by the refusal, the man unleashed a stream of insults on Janine. He wanted to be with a young and innocent girl, and not with the masculine Janine. Pushed to the limit, Janine defiantly asked who exactly he dared to call masculine. Linda, trying to calm her friend down, begged her not to worry and, most importantly, to take care of herself. After all, Janine asked Linda to be extremely careful around Kruger and to call for help if things didn't go according to plan. Satisfied, Kruger, calling Linda his baby, ordered her to immediately begin fulfilling his wishes. But suddenly Linda walked past him and headed somewhere to the side. But what was she up to? He continued to watch Linda's embarrassment with a grin, mistaking it for ordinary girlish shyness. But suddenly Linda, trying to gain time, invited Kruger to play an adult game, which he was definitely not ready for. Kruger's face changed dramatically when he realized the real meaning of Linda's words about completely different games. Now he will really have fun. At that time, David's group steadily continued on their way, overcoming the dangers encountered along the way. David shared with Eugene his observation that as they moved forward, the foul odor intensified. Eugene confirmed David's words that he also smelled a disgusting smell, reminiscent of a sickening mixture of blood and excrement. Having discovered a huge number of severed human hands, David assumed that they were in a zombie lair. One of the soldiers did not understand how zombies could be here if Commander Charles kept assuring them of complete safety. Suddenly noticing something at the end of the corridor that caught his attention, Eugene asked David to look there. He suggested that the last door on their path was a dead end. Determined, David proposed to immediately knock down the door and personally check what was hidden behind it. The soldier reminded David of Commander Charles' orders to first report the situation before taking any action. He then called on everyone to help David and open these doors together. At the same time, one of the soldiers reproached Commander Charles for essentially dooming Eugene to certain death. With obvious contempt in his voice, the commander called Eugene an ungrateful man, unable to distinguish good from evil. The soldier recalled the well-known rumors about Eugene's fight with the Zombie King himself, but immediately stopped short and said that he did not believe in the veracity of these stories. Without hiding his hostility towards Eugene, the commander called him a cunning man who was planning something wrong. Charles noted that only thanks to his cunning plan was it possible to lure the Zombie King out of his lair. Meanwhile, David happily told the group of volunteers that they had finally managed to break down the door. Eugene, fearful of attracting the attention of zombies nearby, asked David to be quieter. Noticing another door, Eugene called David, wanting to confer with him. With doubt in his voice, he asked David how they would open this massive door. The soldier believed that such a massive door would not yield even with the use of explosives. David, trying to instill confidence in his comrades, announced that he had a plan to open this door. Eugene asked David if they should call someone for help. Seeing the weapon in David's hands, Eugene asked in surprise where he got so many weapons. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. It had been a long time since he had seen so many weapons, which were now worth their weight in gold. David simply replied that this was the smallest part of his arsenal. One of the volunteers asked if David would give them at least some of the weapons so they could fight together against the zombies if they attacked. David confidently stated that his power far exceeds all their imaginations and called for them to join his rebellion against Tim. David was ready to start a rebellion against the tyranny of Tim, who had long ago lost all right to power in their settlement. The guy, turning to David, admitted that he always suspected him and Eugene of some kind of conspiracies. and now he learned about their true goal to overthrow Tim. David, in an effort to calm people down, asked Eugene to tell them what he had seen with his own eyes earlier. Eugene asked people a simple question. Do they really believe that Tim's system is for the benefit of everyone? Stating that reality was very different from their imaginations, Eugene began his story. Suddenly, Eugene stopped short, as if doubting something, and decided that it was dangerous to continue his story now. One of the volunteers was furious when he learned the truth about what the food they had been given all along actually was. He called on everyone to take up arms and destroy Tim, taking revenge on him for all his atrocities. David responded by noting that although the truth may be cruel, it is the truth that can change the world for the better. He urged them to believe in him and assured them of a fair life that would come after they got to the gold. The guy confidently assured David that if he kept his word, they would all follow him and kill Tim. David understood perfectly well that hunger and hard labor sowed hatred of Tim in the souls of these unfortunate people. Developing a plan for further action, David ordered everyone to move away from the door before the explosion. David warned everyone that a very powerful explosion would occur any minute. The guy looked at the door, which did not have a single scratch on it after the explosive detonation. But this is simply impossible. Eugene saw this too and asked David how they would be able to blow up this damn door. Eugene noted that it now became clear to him why all the banks in the city kept their wealth here. David suggested that the fools outside had already come running towards the sound of the explosion. Noticing that the door began to open slowly but surely, Eugene asked David to take his time. Eugene, with joy in his voice, informed everyone present that they had finally managed to open the door. The guy exclaimed that all their efforts were not in vain and they would be able to carry out their plan. The volunteer advised not to hesitate for a minute and immediately check how much gold is inside. Eugene, suddenly feeling that there was a suspicious silence around him, suggested they wait a little. The soldier, seeing something terrifying, screamed in fear, warning everyone about a zombie running towards them. David, instantly assessing the situation and preparing for an attack, commanded to activate the flaming hand. Unexpectedly for everyone, a huge furry paw appeared from behind and grabbed the zombie, not allowing him to take a step. Eugene recognized with horror the hand of the zombie king himself, the threat of all living creatures on Earth. David expected much greater strength and speed from the zombie king, although this was still enough to cause serious problems for the group. He remembered that the zombie king only feeds on people, but then why did he catch a zombie like himself? Apparently something happened to the zombie king, and now he began to feed not only on human flesh, but also on his own relatives. Eugene loudly asked David if they were going to fight the zombie king. Panicked, David shouted at Eugene to run as fast as he could without looking back. Eugene followed David without another word, because he couldn't stay here when all his comrades took to their heels. The situation became tense. Everyone held their breath, preparing for the inevitable fight with the monsters. Charles, trying to speak confidently, ordered his men not to let anyone outside until the zombie king showed up. The soldiers reported their full readiness to unquestioningly carry out the commander's orders. Seeing a window ahead of him and a real opportunity to escape, David perked up a little. For the first time in his life, coming face to face with the zombie king, David was amazed by his appearance and incredible speed for such a monster. Realizing that they would not be allowed to leave just like that, David decided to use this situation to his advantage. Seeing that the zombie king was about to overtake them, Eugene fearfully shouted at David to run faster. Suddenly, David turned around and decided, why exactly should they be afraid of this brainless carcass? David loudly declared that no one in this world could stop him from returning back with the gold he had mined. But the very next second, David realized with horror that he had greatly underestimated the dexterity and agility of the zombie king. Faced with such horror for the first time, David was unable to contain his emotions. At this time, one of the volunteers ran to his comrades and informed everyone that they had managed to escape. But suddenly, Commander Charles loudly ordered everyone to remain in their places and not move. With a threat in his voice, Charles declared that he would shoot to kill anyone who dared to take even a step. The guy tried to explain to Charles that the zombie king himself was chasing them, and they urgently needed to get away. An angry Charles reminded the guy that he was in charge here and that his orders should not be violated. The guy wondered if Charles really couldn't understand the seriousness of the situation. Angered by the cowardly behavior of his subordinates, Charles considered them cowards and despicable traitors. One of the soldiers pointed out to the commander the weapons of the fugitives, which were significantly superior to their own. Charles responded by asking the soldiers why not attack the fugitives with Molotov cocktails. But suddenly it seemed to dawn on him. He suddenly realized that using Molotov cocktails now was extremely unwise. The volunteer still held the gun tightly in his hands and was ready to shoot at any second. But one of the guys reminded him that David was still inside and he couldn't shoot blindly. The soldier, widening his eyes towards the tunnel, asked again, "Wasn't that guy among those who ran out?" Suddenly, seeing the huge figure of the zombie king in front of him, He fearfully shouted to everyone to flee. Charles was glad that the zombie king had finally left the building and could now be destroyed. The volunteer called on the brothers in arms to open fire and stay as close to each other as possible. A soldier from Charles's group gave the order to all volunteers to shoot at this giant monster. Suddenly, the volunteer begged for mercy for himself and his comrades, seemingly losing his nerve at the sight of the zombie king. Another guy shouted that it was useless to use conventional weapons against such a formidable enemy. The next second, grabbed by the monster's monstrous paws, the guy desperately begged for salvation. But it was too late. This mutant already held him in his huge paws and was ready to break the poor fellow in half. One of the volunteers decided to leave this nightmare in order to save his life. Gathering his last strength, the volunteer ran away, forgetting that all his comrades needed him. Deciding to use all available means, the soldier prepared a Molotov cocktail to throw at the zombies. But instead of throwing it at the zombie king, he hit his own, and the guy's bulletproof vest caught fire right on him. The sharp, pungent smell emanating from the vest made the volunteer wonder what they had slipped into these vests. He continued to desperately call for help, but no one could come close to him, because he was completely engulfed in flames. Charles gave the order to use incendiary Molotov cocktails against the mutant, even if his own people from the squad were under attack. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Charles made the difficult decision to sacrifice his men to destroy the monster. The invisible force controlling the gameplay persistently urged the player to return to consciousness. Through the veil of sleep, a voice reached David, forcing him to come to his senses and come to his senses. The system informed the player that death in the game would mean the end of his real life. In response, David accused the system of deception, claiming that it had not kept its promises to help him. The system coldly responded to the player's accusations, stating that such functions were outside its software. At that moment, David realized that there was nowhere to wait for help, and if he didn't help himself, he risked staying here and dying. Noticing Eugene lying unconscious in the distance, David turned to the system with a question about whether he was alive. The system responded by suggesting that Eugene was unconscious, but his vital signs were stable. She also warned our hero that if he did not urgently take care of his wound, he would die from blood loss. David realized that from the very beginning they had been used as pawns in someone else's game, doomed to die. From the very beginning they were sent to certain death, but they pretended that they were accepted as soldiers like the rest of the main army. Crouching in pain, David feverishly considered his next steps, hoping to find a way out. Seeing that for some reason the player took a lighter out of his pocket, the system hastened to warn him against rash actions. Despite the pain and fear, David firmly stated that he was not as weak as he might seem at first glance. An episode came back to David's memory of how he generously shared cigarettes with comrade Carms. Carms admitted that he still had half a pack of cigarettes, which he simply forgot in his pocket. David, wanting to reassure his comrade, assured him that he had enough cigarettes and therefore should not refuse. Touched by his friend's concern, Carms sincerely thanked him for his support and such valuable gifts. David added that soon everything would get better and they would no longer have to value small joys so much, because there would be plenty of supplies. Unexpectedly for David, Carms admitted that he also had something for his friend. The surprise was the lighter, a completely useless thing for David, who never smoked. But Carms hastened to assure that he does not want to teach him to smoke. This is a completely different matter. According to Carms, it was his personal talisman, which more than once brought him good luck. David sincerely thanked his friend for such a valuable gift and promised to cherish it like the apple of his eye. It was now that David realized that he urgently needed to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, he risked dying from blood loss. Looking around, David realized that there was nothing suitable for dressing around, and he would have to take extreme measures. Gritting his teeth in anticipation of unbearable pain, David prepared to act, realizing that there was no other way out. The next second, he set fire to the wound to stop the bleeding and give himself a chance to survive this fight. Despite the horror he experienced, David was glad to see the gold bars found in the cache. Moving along the dark corridors, David came across zombies who, during their lifetime, apparently worked as salesmen. Obviously possessed by the habits and desires of the past, the zombies were still trying to sell something to the guy passing by. Seeing the suffering of the unfortunate zombies, unable to become human again, David felt sincerely sorry for them. After a short time, David turned to the system with a request to check the amount and authenticity of the gold found. The system informed the player that in order to update, it needed to determine the amount of gold and requested permission to carry out the operation. Without hesitation for a second, David agreed to the upgrade, looking forward to purchasing new skills and weapons. Having received the go-ahead from the user, the system began updating, promising to significantly expand its capabilities. After the update was completed, the system space has increased significantly, and the first level store has also opened. When David saw the range of products offered by the first level store, he did not immediately understand why the store's products were hidden, and he could not see them. The system responded by noting that it did not understand the reasons for his dissatisfaction, because it was doing everything as it was intended in the program. She explained how the store works, and promised even more amazing and useful things in the future. Still furious, David demanded that the system immediately provide him with the cheat item or feature, but the system once again asked David to calm down, otherwise his wound would open and he would die. Having reminded the player of the mortal danger, the system once again invited him to familiarize himself with the store's assortment. David thought about purchasing 10 miracle beans, because even if he manages to avoid a mortal fight with the Zombie King, there's always a danger of contracting an infection from the wounds received in battle. Knowing the toughness of the Zombie King's skin, David was disappointed to think that even an impressive supply of ammunition would not guarantee victory in this battle. The random attribute book could of course enhance his flame hand skill, but right now, he simply couldn't even get close to the Zombie King. Suddenly, David remembered another item that could instantly increase the level of a skill. David approached the system with a request to purchase miracle beans and an experience package for beginners. The system confirmed the purchase, reminding him of an upcoming update, after which David will be able to gain access to more advanced and powerful items. The action of one miraculous bean restored David's physical strength to 50%, which gave him an additional chance of survival. The system informed David that his flame hand skill level had been successfully raised by 1 level. After consuming 50 beginner experience packs, the flame hand skill was upgraded, enhancing David's chances of success. At this time, a zombie who got in David's way insistently demanded that the guy issue a card. The second zombie continued to pester David with his requests, begging him to buy him a bag, not paying attention to the fact that now was not the time for shopping. David, having waved away the annoying requests of the zombies, focused all his attention on the upcoming battle with the dangerous Zombie King. Commander Charles watched in horror as his subordinates quickly died at the hands of an incredibly powerful mutant. Gathering the last of his courage, Commander Charles decided to fight the mutant, not losing hope of victory despite the losses. Charles understood that neither weapons nor grenades had any effect on the mutant and decided to take a desperate step. Charles motioned for the mutant to join the fight, encouraging him to fight without hiding his excitement. In the heat of the attack, Charles exclaimed his determination to fight to his last breath, without retreating an inch. Alas, Charles's bold statement was cut short by a painful blow from the mutant right in his face. The mutant was already raising his hand for the second blow, when suddenly something unknown prevented him from continuing the attack. The iron chain that bound the mutant's hand stopped his movement, and Charles wondered in bewilderment to whom he owed his salvation. Commander Charles was surprised to see his savior, exclaiming how he dared to return, risking his life. Eugene gloomily replied that it was too early for Charles to die. He spared his life to avenge his suffering. Eugene angrily accused Charles and his men of inhumanity, using the survivors as bait for the Zombie King by forcing them to wear vests filled with gunpowder. Eugene vowed revenge on Charles, promising a merciless fight that would last until his last breath. Charles coldly noted that he was not at all surprised by Eugene's choice, because not everyone decides to throw in their lot with Mr. Tim. The Zombie King's gaze, full of rage and lust for murder, was fixed on Eugene and Charles, two daredevils. Forgetting about their enmity, united in the face of a common danger, and attacked the Zombie King from two sides. At the same time, the volunteer firmly decided to get to the gold reserves, realizing that this was his only chance to start a new life. After the onset of the post-apocalypse, he felt like a ghost, and this opportunity to start everything from scratch seemed like a unique success. He thought about it, and realized that he had never brought anything to the end in his life, missing all the chances. After graduating from university, he hid behind various nonsense to sit back and play computer games, wasting his youth and becoming a 40-year-old loser. He was sure that he could live his whole life like this, not expecting the post-apocalypse to destroy his illusions and force him to fight for survival against monsters. The volunteer screamed in fear at the mutated old man who was approaching him. He begged the old man to let him live, desperately trying to avoid the attack and save his life. His mother Dorothy screamed at her son to run, realizing that she would not survive the zombie bite. Gathering her last strength, she ordered him to take care of himself, abandoning all hope of salvation. With bitterness, she realized that she would no longer be able to protect her child, releasing him into the cruel world of the post-apocalypse. The son, full of grief and determination, vowed to his mother to survive in this chaos, no matter what. At that moment, David leaned towards his surviving comrade. He had already decided that he had died in this nightmare. The volunteer asked David if there was gold in that bank that Mr. Tim needed. He was worried that his bread would go to waste and longed for confirmation of the presence of gold in the bank. David assured him that more than 20 tons of gold were stored in the bank, and that this would definitely be enough for bread and everything else. The volunteer was relieved that the transaction would be successful, and mentally turned to his late mother to tell her about his achievement. He was glad to see something through to the end at least once in his life, even if it meant helping a cruel tyrant. David noted with bitterness that all the guy's thoughts were occupied with gold for Tim, a pathetic dispenser of scraps. In the pursuit of survival, they were forced to sacrifice their dignity and ideals. But in the end, they still died like cannon fodder. Not knowing their names, David promised himself to save them from Tim's tyranny, preventing further humiliation. Commander Charles furiously shouted that he was not afraid of the mutant and would tear him apart with his chainsaw. Eugene furiously ordered the vile zombie to die, attacking him from behind, wanting to end this nightmare as quickly as possible. Gathering his remaining strength, he pierced the mutant's hand with a huge iron pin. Pain pierced the body of the mutant, who had not met worthy resistance for a long time. The huge zombie paw that suddenly appeared above Eugene's head was already too close to dodge. The paw closed around the guy's body and he, barely holding back a cry of pain, prepared to accept death. At that moment, David rushed to the aid of his friend, ready to risk his life to save him. David angrily shouted to the mutant that he had returned to take revenge for the previous attempt to kill him. Activating his deadly flaming hand ability, David challenged the mutant to dodge the blow. The mutant was surprised to realize that the guy was not at all afraid of him and prepared for defense. David's attack was devastating after a strong blow. The mutant fell onto the road, crushing the asphalt beneath him. The victory was not easy, but David was already carrying his wounded comrade away from danger. David anxiously asked Eugene about his well-being, begging him not to die. Eugene weakly told David that he had to leave because the Zombie King was still around. Feeling that his vitality was leaving him, Eugene asked David to take care of his sister if she was left alone. David, trying to cheer Eugene up, told him to hang in there and not give up without a fight. David then handed him the healing fruit, assuring him that he would not let him die so easily. Within a couple of seconds, he noticed the immediate effect of the medicine and asked Eugene how he was feeling. Eugene was pleased to note that his breathing had returned to normal, his leg did not hurt, and his wounds were no longer bleeding. Eugene turned to David with interest, trying to find out what he had given him. David avoided answering, asking Eugene to remain where he was and wait for his return. Eugene, wanting to help David in the fight against the Zombie King, offered his help. David, knowing that Eugene's wounds had not yet healed, advised him to stay in cover, because he would only hinder him in battle. He ordered Eugene to take care of himself and wait for his return, promising to return soon. Eugene said thoughtfully that he probably understands who David really is, and he has every reason to believe his guesses. He thought to himself that David was a true wizard, capable of incredible things. Without hiding his anger, David promised to take revenge on the mutant by returning his blow with triple force. David decided to use the system to get information about the Zombie King and his weaknesses. However, the system reported that David's level was too low to access such hidden information. Without giving up, David calculated his strength, noting 450 points of internal strength and 30 seconds of maximum activity of the fast-running skill. In his mind, he set a goal for himself to end this fight and use all his skills to the maximum in 30 seconds. Just in case, he once again asked the system a question about the consequences of complete depletion of internal strength during a battle. Having received a response from the system about a critically small amount of time, David tensed, realizing that delay is like death. The system, as always encouraging and motivating, assured David of its support whenever he needed help. The countdown has begun. The system counts down every second until the internal strength is completely depleted. She hurried David and thereby added nervousness to an already tense situation. David didn't waste a second and, activating his Flame Palm ability, rushed into the attack, trying to finish off the Zombie King as quickly as possible. The voice of the system sounded louder, reminding us of the diminishing reserve of time. David was jubilant when he saw that he had inflicted serious damage on the Zombie King, and it seemed that victory was close. But it was too early to relax, because taking advantage of the moment, the Zombie King dealt David a blow that said otherwise. David flew far to the side. This damn mutant turned out to be really strong. Each blow felt like hellish pain, and it seemed to David that his bones were about to turn into dust. The system, seeing David's deplorable condition, advised him not to hesitate and to use the miraculous bean right during the battle. The magic bean restored David's strength and desire to fight. The fight is not over yet. In an effort to calculate his actions, David asked the system about the remaining reserve of internal strength. The voice of the system warned about a critically small reserve of internal strength, only 150 points. Quick calculations gave David a disappointing result, only 10 seconds to change the course of events. Analyzing the enemy, David noticed that the rough skin of the Zombie King had one weak spot, namely his head. It was necessary to find a way to securely bind the Zombie King in order to deliver the decisive blow to the head. David realized that the Zombie King's blind lust for murder made him predictable, and he completely surrendered himself to the battle, forgetting about caution. The time had come to demonstrate real martial art. David was ready to take advantage of the chance given to him by fate. Grabbing a strong chain and throwing it around the mutant's neck, he shouted that he would never be able to break it. The countdown began. The system activated the fast-running skill, giving David one last chance. David was already anticipating the crushing blow that would put an end to this fight. With a wild cry, he brought down on the monster all the rage that had accumulated in his heart for all the suffering he had caused. The chain could not hold the Zombie King forever. He had to act quickly and decisively. But suddenly, the cold voice of the system rang out in David's head, signaling the depletion of his internal strength. The time of his superpower had expired. Hearing David scream in the distance, Eugene felt something was wrong. His intuition told him about trouble. The next second, he quickly ran up to David, hoping that everything was okay with him. Approaching the place of the fight, Eugene wondered what happened here, and was it really over? The first thing he saw was the lifeless body of the Zombie King lying on the ground. Charles quietly said that this guy David himself killed the Zombie King. He saw such agility and strength for the first time. He turned to Eugene with admiration and asked, "Who is this David, who is not only incredibly strong but also fast as lightning?" Charles added bitterly that during the fight, the brain matter of the Zombie King got into David's eyes and now he is doomed. Hearing about the infection, Eugene rushed to David, wanting to get him to a doctor as soon as possible. Charles tried to stop Eugene, shouting to him that he had gone crazy and would now turn into a zombie himself. The system announced the introduction of a virus into the player's physiological structure and the possible consequences of infection. A system notification sounded and David had successfully unlocked the hidden task, which he could accept or reject at will. David was confused. In all the time he had been playing computer games, he had never encountered hidden tasks. The system offered the first option, refusing to complete the task and receiving blood serum that gives complete immunity to the zombie virus. The second option is to accept the task and receive a blood serum of a different type, which gives partial immunity, but makes the player half a zombie. The system explained that accepting the task would bring an increase in physical strength, but would also have side effects. David had to kill all the Zombie Kings in the world, and the more he destroyed them, the more experience and rewards he would receive. David will be able to complete the task only after killing 1,500 Zombie Kings, which seemed to him an almost impossible task. If he refuses to complete the task, David will never again be able to use the unique abilities of the zombie. The virus began to act, and the system hurried David with a choice that could radically change his life. David hesitated. Was he really going to become one of these monsters that he was so desperately destroying? But an inner voice told him that there was no other way out. To protect himself and others, he needed to become stronger. The cruel world of the post-apocalypse did not forgive weakness, and David had to admit that his old life was over. He needed to cast aside his doubts and make a choice. He promised himself that he would protect them all and find gold to save them. In anger, he blamed the system for not warning him earlier about the consequences of the battle with the Zombie King. The system defensively objected that David had not asked her anything, and now he could only make an informed choice. David decided that he could become human again, and therefore he needed to try to complete the task, no matter how strange it may sound. Gathering his will into a fist, David announced his decision that he accepted the task. Charles noticed that he was right, and David began to turn into a zombie before his eyes. Eugene watched in horror, calling out to David and trying to calm him down. He tried to reach his friend's consciousness, reminding him of Linda and Janine who were waiting for his return. Eugene noted with alarm the increasing number of zombies that had suddenly appeared in the area. Charles tried to reason with Eugene again, shouting that they needed to leave before it was too late. Eugene firmly replied that he would never abandon his savior, showing his true loyalty and devotion. Charles was furious at such stubbornness. He tried to force Eugene away from David, who was turning into a zombie. Eugene, without hesitation, shouted that he was ready to accept death, and his principles and feelings would not allow him to betray his comrade. Remembering that he was the one who brought David here, Eugene was adamant in his decision to stay and protect him. His soul was heavy at the mere thought that he might have to kill David, who had turned into a monster with his own hands. Charles just waved his hand at him, considering him a crazy fanatic seeking his own death. David's voice brought Eugene back to reality. It turned out that he was still conscious and heard their conversation. David was touched by the self-sacrifice of a friend, who, risking himself, stayed with him to the end, no matter what. He reassured Eugene, assuring him that everything was fine with him and that his transformation into a monster was cancelled. At the same moment, a system message sounded. David unlocked a new mode, which significantly increased his strength and abilities. Intrigued, David rushed to learn about the new skills he had acquired from the zombie virus. The system warned that these skills cannot be influenced using the experience book, and they will increase depending on the level of David himself and the number of zombies killed. Excited by the new possibilities, David was ready to fight Tim. Charles, seeing that David was all right, called for a hasty retreat, realizing that they needed to get out of this place. He shouted at them not to hesitate and to run as fast as they could until they were surrounded by hordes of zombies. At some point, it began to seem that there were more and more zombies, and there was practically no chance of salvation. But Eugene noticed that the zombies did not show any aggression towards them, which was very strange. He looked at the crowd of monsters in bewilderment. What were they afraid of, and why didn't they attack? David explained to Eugene that the zombies were afraid of him because he had just killed their king. A new leader has risen from the ashes, and now David has essentially taken the place of the slain zombie king for all these creatures. Eugene, having heard such a statement, thought that the blow to the head had nevertheless affected David's mental state. Feeling his friend's distrust, David decided to demonstrate his newfound abilities. He mentally activated the zombie brain biotic skills and zombie mind reading, bending the will of the dead to himself. Eugene fearfully pointed to David as two zombies approached them. Gathering his courage, he told David to hold on. Together they will cope with these monsters. David, ignoring Eugene's warnings, commanded the zombies to kneel and do his bidding. Eugene watched in shock as the zombies, without a second's hesitation, obediently carried out David's orders. He also tried to address the zombies, but they, naturally, did not pay any attention to him. Eugene couldn't believe his eyes. Could David really be controlling these monsters with his mind? David ordered the zombies to remove the vests filled with gunpowder from all the bodies and put them in a pile. Eugene silently watched the coordinated work of the dead soldiers. It was like a bad dream. Commander Charles realized with horror that David had not only killed the zombie king, but had also enslaved the will of the others. David, ignoring Charles's questions, stated that he did not care who he thought he was. The main thing was that they would all face retribution. With anger in his voice, he attacked the scum who was even more disgusting than the zombie king himself, forcing people to work like cattle. Charles declared to David's face that after these words, he would kill him in the blink of an eye as soon as he approached. With these words, Charles pulled the trigger, the bullet whizzing towards David. Eugene staggered back, clutching his head. What had he done and why did he shoot? David reassured his frightened friend, assuring him that he was fine and that the bullet had not caused him any harm. It turns out that the guy only slightly felt the blow. The viral shield was working as it should. David explained to Eugene that the virus instantly turned his skin into strong armor capable of repelling even a bullet. Charles looked at David in bewilderment. Is it really possible that bullets don't take him too? Like the zombie king? Realizing the horror of his situation, Charles shouted in despair that he would not die at the hands of this creature that had turned into a zombie. David replied that he would not let him die so easily. A much more sophisticated execution awaited him. Without wasting any more time on words, David threw Charles aside with one blow, like a feather. David coldly promised him a painful death, the same as he had prepared for innocent people. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Charles begged for mercy, assuring that he would not harm anyone again. Eugene approached David, claiming that he understood his desire to burn the corpses so that the zombies could not feed on them. But he didn't understand why David decided to dispose of the zombie king's body in the same way. David explained that by eating the flesh of his king, other zombies would become stronger, and this was fraught with consequences. Secondly, thanks to his new abilities, David could see the memories of the zombie king and feel his pain. It turned out that the zombie king was also once a man and had his own story. David said that the zombie king, being a human, was the city's boxing champion and had many awards. He was a happy family man, a loving husband and father, an ordinary person with an ordinary life. But everything collapsed overnight when the post-apocalypse hit the world. He, like many then, risked himself to obtain provisions for his family. He so wanted to please his wife that evening. But when he returned home, joyful, a terrible picture appeared before his eyes. Several zombies were gnawing the body of his wife. This turned his life upside down. He lost everything. Fear was replaced by rage, and the desire to live was replaced by a thirst for revenge. The story of the zombie king touched Eugene. He himself almost turned into a monster after the death of his parents. Charles, taking advantage of the moment, again tried to evoke sympathy, insisting that he realized his mistake. He flatteringly promised that Tim would generously reward them both for their work. David looked at Charles with contempt. Does anyone still believe in fairy tales about Tim's generosity? At that very moment, right in front of him, he saw two hungry zombies heading towards him. In desperation, he begged for mercy, begging the zombies to choose another victim and not touch him. David calmly said that it was over and ordered Eugene to return to the city. On the way, Eugene asked David about his future plans. What should they do next? David briefly answered that we needed to act according to plan, and first we needed to check how things were going with Officer Janine and Linda. And only after this will it be possible to destroy Tim and his entire filthy little world. Around the same time, the guard escorted the new girls inside, ordering them to take care of Mr. Tim. Janine frowned. There was an unhealthy commotion and noise inside that was getting on her nerves. Tim laughed contentedly and promised one of the beauties a lot of interesting things. But later, when he was ready, Janine watched with disgust as these little people rejoiced, indulging in the basest pleasures, forgetting about honor and conscience. She smiled bitterly, because while some risk their lives fighting zombies, he is fattening and basking in luxury. Tim laughed smugly, grabbing one of the girls. His lustful gaze did not bode well. Suddenly, he turned his attention to the group of newcomers, looking at the newcomers with curiosity. One of the girls tried to attract the owner's attention by bragging about her talents, which made the hair on Janine's head stand up. The immorality and cynicism of what was happening made Janine clench her fists. How she wanted to wipe out this whole nest of depravity from the face of the earth. Tim said with a grin that he needed exclusively natural beauty and ordered the girls to jump a little. He announced that the one who jumps the highest will stay with him for a whole month and will bask in luxury. The girls began to jump, screaming, each of them trying to outdo her rivals and satisfy the fat man's lust. Anger at what was happening filled Janine's heart more and more. This bastard would still answer for everything. Janine's plan has matured as soon as they overthrow Tim's power. The girl will brutally get even with him. She will personally ensure that his punishment is long and painful. Meanwhile, Linda puts her own plan into action. She angrily turned to Kruger. Had he really brought her to the warehouse with security on purpose? Kruger hastened to justify himself, assuring her that there was another entrance that led to the main stock of weapons. Linda waved her hand, no longer surprised by anything, how cowardly and pathetic he was in his lies. Entering the warehouse, Linda examined with satisfaction the stocks of weapons and ammunition. Kruger, seeing that Linda was impressed by the find, hinted that there were more interesting things. Linda's eyes sparkled with genuine interest. Is there really something else hidden in this warehouse? Kruger, pleased with the effect produced, agreed to show everything in exchange for an innocent kiss. Linda was not ready for this. She would only kiss David, and let this slug not dream of such an honor. Kruger readily agreed to even die at the hands of such a beauty. Linda, in order to get rid of the annoying admirer, promised him a kiss in exchange for showing him the most powerful weapon. Kruger rubbed his hands together contentedly. He knew how to get everything he needed. At this time, Eugene's voice brought the guards out of their stupor. The arrivals demanded that the gates be opened for them and allowed into the protected area. The operator turned to Eugene in bewilderment. Why were there only 2 of them, and where did the rest go? David did not reveal all his cards, and came up with a plausible story about the attack of the Zombie King on the fly. The guard, having heard that Commander Charles and his men died a heroic death defending the gold and the survivors, did not believe Charles's behavior. David, in order to convince the incredulous operator, invited him to look at the gold bars brought with such difficulty. Without listening to David to the end, the operator ordered to let the guys inside. Gold decides everything, and even more. Eugene whispered to David to be careful and not to trust anyone in this lair. David nodded encouragingly and promised his friend that it would all be over soon. In the center of the room next to the pool, Tim, surrounded by half-naked girls, was playing with an expensive Rolex watch. He threw the watch into the pool, announcing that the one who gets it first will spend a month with him in luxury and prosperity. Janine watched what was happening, mentally cursing. Does this pervert really not think about anything other than his base desires? Suddenly, she turned to the unfamiliar girl, surprised to notice her too close to her. The girl, with arrogance in her voice, introduced herself as Tim's mistress, who would like to meet her. Janine, without showing it, began to pretend to be a simple girl in front of such an important person, changing her tone to a more obsequious one. The girl, meanwhile, continued her thought that Janine was not like the other cheap girls from their company. Janine tensed. Had she really given herself away in some way, and did this woman suspect something? Imagine her surprise when she heard praise addressed to her from a stranger who considered her the most reliable of all. According to Tim's mistress, Janine did not act for momentary gain, which means she can be used to her advantage. She needed a reliable person on her team, because it is much easier to maintain power over a man if he has his own concubines as allies. She invited Janine to become her right hand, promising a comfortable life and protection from the dangers of the post-apocalypse. And now, looking her straight in the eyes, she wanted to get an answer whether Janine agreed to become her ally. Janine pretended to be embarrassed. She didn't want to scare away this stupid chicken ahead of time. The stranger, meanwhile, clinked a glass with Janine, anticipating a fruitful collaboration. She turned to Janine again, noting that she did not know her real name. Without hesitating for a second, Janine said her name in order to win over Fat Tim's mistress even closer to her. Janine's plan began to work. Who else, if not her mistress, has the most valuable information? Tim's secretary, seeing the guests, exclaimed that they had arrived at the wrong time, and Tim was busy with important matters. David, with a calm face, told her that he had brought gold bars, and Tim would be very happy about this news. Eugene tugged at David's sleeve. What was he doing? Was this their original plan? David continued to convince Margaret that her master loved gold more than anything in the world, which they had in abundance. Margaret laughed smugly. These two still did not understand where they had ended up, because Tim had known about their arrival for a long time. It turns out that Tim had a well-developed network of agents, and he learned all the information about them as soon as they entered the city. Even on the very first day of our hero's arrival in the settlement, Tim looked intently at Janine, who put him behind bars many years ago. He grinned maliciously. Now she will dance to his tune. David was disappointed. This little guy had to have such a phenomenal memory. Margaret triumphantly told David that Tim already knew that it was he who defeated the Wild Sharks gang. She mockingly added that now these two would not live, and soon their pitiful skins would decorate Tim's holiday table. David tried to reason with the angry woman, assuring that everything was wrong, but a strong blow from the butt in the back silenced him. It seemed that it was too late to retreat back. Margaret proudly stated that they acted according to Tim's plan, and here he is, the real mind of this organization. David was in shock. All this time Tim had been playing with them like a cat with a mouse, and right now they would throw him into some cell and lock him up. After some time, David looked around carefully. It was strange that in such a place there were no guards, except for the two who brought him here. One of the guards said to his partner that the prisoner should be returned to his cell. His partner reassured him that Sister Bay was now next to Tim, which meant everything was under control, and he could relax. David decided to himself that they would regret that they dared to treat him like that. Suddenly, two hooded figures appeared in the doorway, hiding their faces from prying eyes. David challenged those who dragged him here and chained him to the wall. Did they really not have the courage to show themselves? But Tim's familiar laughter was heard, loudly announcing that the show was about to begin. Tim suddenly began to tell a story that happened before the post-apocalypse, when he was an influential businessman and suffered from a petty thief. He explained to everyone that, despite his appearance, he was actually very smart, and no one had ever gotten away with it after meeting him. After that, Tim, viciously hitting his whip, ordered the prisoner to wake up. The performance begins. The whip fell with force on David, but he just clenched his teeth. The damned little guy will regret this. David was glad that the virus managed to provide his body with additional protection. Otherwise, he would definitely not have endured this pain, and would have already been lying unconscious. Trying to gain time, David asked the tormentor why they had to organize this whole masquerade. Maybe it would be better to immediately agree on a ransom. Tim laughed again, pointing out to his men that David was who he was to negotiate with him. David said loudly that he was ready to give up all the gold without a single word of protest, if only this torture would end. But Tim was of little interest in gold now. He was excited by the game itself. When would he still be able to mock a living person like this with impunity? Having played enough, Tim ordered his people to turn on the lights, anticipating the start of the main performance. A figure-bound hand and foot appeared before David's eyes. Tim dragged Janine here. Tim ignored David's words, calmly explaining that he had decided to have a little chat with Officer Janine, just like old times. The door opened, and two model-looking girls entered the room, dressed, by the way, very revealingly. In just a few seconds, the girls were left in their underwear in front of the shocked Janine. David shouted furiously at Tim, accusing him of cowardice and meanness. Tim, enjoying his own power and impunity, ordered the girls to show warmth and affection to Officer Janine. Tim laughed contentedly, pointing his finger at David and asking him how he felt looking at this. The most terrible thoughts flashed through David's head. Was this bastard really planning something perverted towards Janine? At this time, the guards who were accompanying Eugene shouted at him, forcing him to move faster. Eugene realized with bitterness that their plan had failed and they were trapped. Knowing Tim's character, he was sure that they would not be allowed to just die. They would face a long and painful execution. Thoughts were confused in his head. Eugene was not only for himself, but also for his sister, who will now have to survive alone. It became unclear to him why Tim had assigned as many as 4 guards to him. The unknown made it even more scary. Eugene was ready for anything just to find out his sister's fate. A sudden roar shook the building. Neither Eugene nor the guys accompanying him expected this. Suddenly, Kruger, who was tied to the tank's cannon, screamed like crazy, begging to be saved. Seeing that the guards were not responding to his calls for help, Kruger was furious. Would no one rush to save him? Some of the guards ran away. No one wanted to get involved with this death machine. Kruger shouted after them that they would regret their cowardice, and Tim himself would deal with them personally, taking their lives. A familiar figure appeared from the hatch of the tank, and Eugene realized that he saw Linda right in front of him. Eugene couldn't believe his eyes. Was it really Linda who was driving a huge tank? She anxiously asked where David was, and what happened to him saving her lover was her main goal. Eugene briefly described the situation, that David was being held captive by Tim, and they needed to act as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Bae flirtatiously turned to Janine, showing her a syringe with some kind of liquid that she had prepared especially for her. David, who had been watching what was happening all this time, again shouted at Tim to untie him and stop mocking Janine. David realized with bitterness that all his inner strength had gone into the battle with the Zombie King, and he was now powerless against these scoundrels. Tim moved closer to David, starting to talk about his past exploits. He complained about the injustice of his past life. When he had a lot of money, he had to limit himself to the simplest desires. Now Tim felt like a real king, because after the start of the post-apocalypse, you can do whatever you want. David listened to Tim's tirade with disgust. How can one really be so cruel and soulless? Tim smiled and told David that he had become the 18th toy in his collection, and that today, they were starting a new game. Of course, David's plans were not to die in this lair. He was trying to figure out at least some way to get out of here. Tim watched with sadistic joy in his eyes as the serum was poured into the captive's neck. Bae proudly stated that this is a very rare medicine that awakens even the most ancient libido. She couldn't wait to see how this serum would work in practice and how Janine would begin to behave. Janine shook her head desperately, begging them to stop this madness. One of the girls went to Janine, touching her body with gentle fingers at the very bottom. Janine tried her best to shout to David a little more and she would break. Suddenly, from the other end of the room, Tim's furious scream was heard, who could not bite through David's ear. David tried to activate a new zombie skill related to anger management, but he was disappointed to find that the body-strengthening skill was somehow not responding to his call, which made him very worried. After checking the anger scale, David noticed with bewilderment that only 80 points remained from the available 400. The system explained that anger subsides in moments of calm and it takes a certain time to recover. David was perplexed. A little more, and he would lose the viral shield, and then they would be able to deal with him. The system, sensing his disappointment, encouraged him again. The more hits he received, the faster his strength would grow. David, trying to comprehend what was happening, came to the sad conclusion that although the body is protected from serious injuries, the pain from the blows will not go away. Tim, delighted with such a tenacious toy, rubbed his hands. We still need to try to find a person who can withstand so many blows. Bae smiled sarcastically. It looks like the medicine has started to work on Janine and now the fun begins. David had only one question in his mind: what was this sadist planning to do with Janine? The girl brushed a lock of hair from her face and with sadistic pleasure, ordered Janine to get ready for the game. A sharp blow of the whip cut through the air, landing on Janine's delicate skin. Janine groaned in pain. The bloody mark from the blow was on her back and David could only watch from the side. Bae, enjoying the suffering of the poor girl, promised her many more new, unknown sensations. Unbearable pain pierced David's heart when he saw the marks of beatings on Janine's body. The system notified David that his anger level had increased to 2 points, and the virus shield worked as expected. Tim was surprised. Well, he got a tenacious guy. No one could withstand his blows for a whole half hour without consequences. David's thoughts did not allow him to forget. The virus helped his body, but could not completely neutralize the pain that made his eyes dark. He feverishly looked for a way out of the situation, but now he could not find any solution. Meanwhile, an equally dramatic story was unfolding on the street. One of the guards pointed a gun at Eugene, shouting that he was too brave for being able to steal a tank from Tim himself. Eugene raised his head proudly and replied that they had no choice but to fight for themselves and their dignity. He turned to the crowd of frightened city residents with a request to unite in the face of a common enemy. Together they are stronger and can fight back. The guard ordered his subordinates to attack the tank with a grenade launcher. It's time to end these rebels once and for all. One of the guys warned that Kruger was on the tank and he didn't want him to accidentally get hurt. The leader of the security detachment muttered that if these rebels accidentally killed the accountant Kruger, their salaries would be increased and their living conditions would be improved. After listening carefully to these arguments, the leader ordered the guys to shoot and stop talking in the ranks. One of the soldiers smugly declared that he would now show these sons of bitches what Tim's army was capable of. The shot echoed throughout the entire area, but to everyone's surprise, the tank's shell was not damaged at all by the grenade's impact. The commander of the guard squad furiously yelled at his subordinates, accusing them of treason. Eugene made a triumphant speech. All residents united around a common enemy, and Tim's tyranny will soon end. However, not everyone shared his enthusiasm. One of the guys mumbled that fighting Tim was more expensive for himself, and it was unlikely to end in anything. He noticed that now they just wanted to get their friend out of trouble and help save him, but they didn't have the strength or desire to fight Tim. Now they at least earn an honest piece of bread and get some provisions, and this is much better than wandering outside the city. Eugene tried to reach their minds, Do they really like to chew a piece of flesh? Who knows who? To which the guy answered him bitterly that it was better to die peacefully than to break his head in an empty fight. Everything turned upside down in Eugene's soul. Maybe they are right, and there is meaning in their words. Finally realizing his helplessness, Eugene left the group of guys alone with their thoughts, wishing them luck. Linda, jumping out of the tank hatch, asked if he was ready to move because he needed to hurry. David would not be able to forever protect himself from Tim's tyranny. She said she would rip Tim's head off with her bare hands if he so much as laid a finger on David. At this time, Bae, examining the exhausted Janine, came to the conclusion that the effect of the medicine was successful. Now they don't need to restrain themselves. Janine will enjoy every touch and ask for more, rather than whimper in pain. Bae, seeing the fear in Janine's eyes, decided to calm her down a little, assuring her that there was nothing scary in these games. With this phrase, she leaned towards Janine, starting to look closely at her, which sent a chill down Janine's spine. Janine tried her best to escape from her tormentors, but now everything was not developing in her favor. In desperation, she quietly told David that she was about to break down and that she really needed his help. Tim looked at his captive in bewilderment. He beat him mercilessly for a whole half hour, but he survived and received virtually no damage. All that was left of David were rags and not a single scratch. And most importantly, not a single drop of blood was spilled. Who is this guy? The next second, he clenched his fist tightly to hit the poor guy with all his strength. But David exceeded all expectations and didn't even make a single sound when Tim's fist slammed right into his forehead. At this time, the system reported to David that it had successfully progressed towards increasing the level of protection. Now 200 attack strikes were needed to fully restore the virus shield. Having gained strength, David shouted to his tormentor. Was he done playing, or did he come up with something else? Tim heard David's voice with undisguised horror. Is he still alive? David interrupted his hysteria, declaring that he had already suffered enough, and if the fat man fell into his hands, he would definitely not live. He warned them they would soon know what it was like to fight a living punching bag that could answer. Hatred and a thirst for revenge filled his heart when he remembered the abuse of Janine. She was exactly the girl whom the guy sincerely admired, and for her torment he was ready to take full revenge. David's words struck Janine to the heart. She realized that David's relationship with her went beyond simple friendship. Tim rushed back in fear, afraid that David would kill him now, because he was already ready to break the shackles and break free. Bae confidently assured the owner of her reliability. Not a single person managed to break her belts. But at that moment, our hero understood that calling him a man would no longer be entirely correct. Tim watched in despair as David stood up to his full height and was about to be completely free. The girls also saw that something was happening to this guy, but so far they had no idea what they were about to experience. Janine watched what was happening in bewilderment. She also could not believe that David had such power. She felt her body engulfed by a sensation unknown to her. Her breathing quickened. Her heartbeat became louder. The sensations in the lower part of her body reminded her of something forbidden. Janine blushed with shame. What were these damn witches doing to her? Already giving in to the overwhelming weakness and unexpected sensations, she asked David to help her. Tim screamed like mad, urging his bodyguards to kill this bastard immediately. David shouted that he himself would tear him into small pieces, this vile little man with his disgusting hobbies. Taking a deep breath, David activated the viral shield and for a second saw the frightened faces of his opponents in front of him. The system quickly cooled down the ardor of its player and said that he did not have enough strength because the anger indicator was still too low to activate protection. But suddenly the anger level suddenly increased. An attempt to hit David caused the viral shield to work and turn his body into a strong armor. The second girl, seeing the broken needle on her ring, could not understand how this was possible. Tim, with his tail between his legs in fear, shouted that they alone could not cope with this monster. One of the girls decided to use the very last trump card, a killer blow, before which not a single man could stand on his feet. David, remembering Janine's torment, screamed in despair, accusing these scoundrels of inhumanity and promising to do to them the same thing as they did to Janine. He vowed to destroy them, not giving the slightest chance of salvation because they had crossed all boundaries of what was permitted. The girls rushed to attack and advised him to first evaluate his chances of winning. One of them, grinning, decided to teach David a lesson, promising to deprive him of the opportunity to be a full-fledged man. But David, roaring with rage, rushed towards them and hit Sister Bae right in the head with a strong knee blow. Not even a few seconds had passed before both attackers were thrown to the floor, unable to rise. Beside herself with anger, the second girl still tried to get up, threatening David with a terrible death. But David, putting his hand forward, brushed off her attack with one deft movement. And then, to complete this ridiculous circus with one kick to her face, he put an end to their tyranny. David, seething with rage, decided to answer his tormentors in kind. forcing them to play a deadly game by his rules. The captive begged David for mercy, assuring that she had not caused him or his friends any harm. David coldly ordered the girl to shut up and await her fate, reflecting on the actions she had committed. Meanwhile, David's remaining comrades were drawn into a desperate battle, coming under heavy enemy fire. Kruger desperately tried to stop the shooting, reminding him of his status and threatening reprisals from his powerful allies. Eugene called on Linda to take cover, realizing that they had no way to resist the superior enemy forces for long. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Eugene decided to stay and hold off the enemy to give Linda the opportunity to escape. Pointing to the fire escape, Eugene directed Linda to Tim's apartment, promising to cover her retreat. Linda doubted that Eugene was capable of handling an entire army of thugs armed to the teeth on his own. Eugene honestly admitted that he could not guarantee her safety, but now the main thing was to save David from the clutches of his ruthless tormentors. Linda, saying goodbye to Eugene, looked with gratitude for the last time into the eyes of a faithful friend, ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of his comrades. Eugene assured Linda that he would do everything possible to help her and David, and urged her to hurry, while he still had the strength to hold back the onslaught of the enemy. With every second, Kruger became more and more aware of the approach of death, feeling how his strength was leaving him. The sudden silence after a fierce firefight alerted the heroes, forcing them to think about their further actions. It is possible that the pursuers, frightened by Eugene's decisive rebuff, fled, preferring to hide in the building. Eugene prepared for death, wanting to meet it with dignity, as befits a true hero protecting his friends. He vowed to stand until his last breath, not yielding an inch to his enemies, becoming an insurmountable obstacle for them. Having overcome her fear, the girl reached almost the very top of the stairs, sincerely believing that the worst was over. Suddenly, a detachment of armed soldiers blocked the girl's way, accusing her of illegally entering their territory and opening fire. Surrounded by a dense ring of enemies, Linda frantically tried to come up with a plan of action to escape from the deadly trap. Linda mentally prayed that David and Janine would be okay, trying not to panic. The girl vowed to take revenge for the suffering caused, barely restraining her overwhelming anger and thirst for revenge. David, without feeling pity, wanted to make the torturers feel all the pain that they inflicted on their victims. Despite his anger, David realized that his emotions might have gone too far. The first thing David did was release Officer Janine, relieved to see that she was okay. Trying to calm the frightened girl, David carefully began to untie her hands, freeing them from the tight ropes. Having recovered from the horror she had experienced, Janine could not take her eyes off David, admiring his strength, determination, and courage. At that moment, one of Tim's girls rushed at David, trying to stop him. Tim, bursting with anger, grabbed his weapon, wanting to personally destroy David and take revenge for all his failures. In a hurry to show off his power, Tim decided to use his secret weapon, which was a golden machine gun. David, amazed by the sight of the weapon in Tim's hands, was once again convinced that the crazy villain would stop at nothing. Her partner incited her friend, demanding immediate reprisals against David, destroying him once and for all. With a devilish laugh, Tim pulled the trigger, confident that the bullets would turn David into a sieve in a matter of seconds. Immediately after this, David, noticing the lifeless bodies of Tim's girls, fully realized what kind of creature he had to deal with. Tim mocked David, considering those girls to be mere puppets and tools to achieve his nefarious goals. David felt the rage from the shots aimed at him strengthening the effect of the viral shield, and decided to use this advantage. He understood that if the situation did not change, then he and Officer Janine would die at the hands of the ruthless Tim. To survive and save Janine, David activated his superpower to strengthen his body, pushing his anger levels to the limit. Speed was his only chance to get to Tim, so David used his fast running skill and rushed at the enemy. Having overcome the machine gun's firing line, David shocked Tim, who had already doubted his humanity. Tim screamed in panic, begging for help, seeing an enraged David advancing on him. David could not forgive Tim's betrayal, and vowed that he would answer for his crimes. Tim, begging for mercy, was ready to give David whatever he wanted, just to save his life. David did not feel any pity for Tim, reminding him of the people whom he forced into slavery and doomed to death. He accused Tim of drugging Officer Janine with a disgusting drug and now trying to do the same to him. Tim, repenting of what he had done, begged David for mercy, promising to improve and never harm people again. Despite the anger in his heart, David decided not to take Tim's life with his own hands. He decided that Tim deserved a more sophisticated punishment, and decided to give him to be torn to pieces by those whom he had tormented for so long. Deprived of food and power, Tim, according to David, will turn into an ordinary despicable pig, unable to harm anyone. With a quick and decisive movement, David broke the rope binding the defenseless Officer Janine. David blamed himself for the torment that Officer Janine had to endure and suggested that she immediately leave this damn place. Officer Janine was glad that her savior was David, whom she trusted completely. David, feeling that the virus was still affecting his mind, decided to put the conversation aside for later, focusing on the main thing. Janine felt the effects of the drug reverberate through her body, fueling an unbearable desire. Janine begged David for help, because she herself was no longer able to resist the burning wave of desire. She admitted to David that her heart was beating wildly, and begged him not to hold back. The girl felt that a little more, and her body would explode and beg David for help. David, aware of the danger of the situation, urged Officer Janine to be patient and at least try to resist the effect of the medicine. Janine responded by inviting David to give in to his desires in order to end the unbearable torment. David admitted that he had been attracted to Janine for a long time, and in this situation, he could no longer resist his feelings. David, succumbing to unbridled passion, lost control of himself, finding himself at the mercy of animal instincts. After that, David and Janine merged in a passionate kiss, forgetting about everything in the world. Meanwhile, the bandits surrounded the building and called on Eugene to surrender, confident that he had run out of ammunition. Threatening death, they demanded that Eugene come out to them, reminding them of the comrades who died at his hands. Kruger, tied to the tank, mockingly asked why they didn't enter the building themselves, since they were confident of their victory. The bullet, unexpected for Kruger, reached its target and hit the most sensitive part of his body. Eugene calmed the bandits, saying that he still had some ammunition left, and the last bullet was intended for their leader. Convinced that Eugene was bluffing, the bandits prepared to attack. Eugene, realizing that his strength was running out, passed the baton of struggle to David, hoping for his speedy return. He realized with bitterness that he was no longer able to protect his sister and fulfill his brotherly duty. In the last seconds of his life, Eugene said goodbye to his parents, believing that he would soon be reunited with them in heaven. Rejoicing, the bandits called on the defenders of the house to surrender without a fight, predicting a quick and painful death for them. Zack, determined, went into action, showing off his shooting skills gained from training with David. Zack's confidence was bolstered by his mastery of weapons capable of causing panic in the enemy ranks. Sharon, fearing for her brother's life, tried to shout to Zack and warn him that there were many more enemies than them. Suddenly, Eugene happily noticed David's approaching comrades, and he began to hope for a speedy rescue. The bandit leader gave the order to open fire on the car to prevent it from approaching the building. Carms warned his fellow travelers about the upcoming shaking, because the car came under heavy enemy fire. Kruger was angered by the arrival of reinforcements and realized that this was why David had acted so brazenly. Surprised by the arrival of only Eugene, Harms inquired about the whereabouts of David and the others. Eugene explained that David and his companions had penetrated deep into the enemy camp, leaving him to guard the rear. Carms, eager to find the gold and reunite with David, suggested infiltrating the enemy's lair. Unexpectedly for Eugene, his sister Ashley was among the arrivals, causing him a storm of emotions. Eugene could not understand how his little sister ended up in this dangerous place, and what prompted her to take such a risk. Carms reassured Eugene, explaining that having heard the explosion, they could not stand aside and, risking their own safety, hastened to help their comrades. At this moment, hiding in cover, Tim's soldiers prepared to attack the intruders, showering them with a hail of bullets. Despite the barrage of fire, Zack continued to quip, asking his enemies if they were tired of wasting ammo. Sharon couldn't resist making a caustic remark, reminding Zack that his shooting was still useless against a dozen opponents. Carms, having soberly assessed the situation, suggested temporarily retreating and waiting for a more convenient moment to attack. He reassured Sharon that they didn't have to worry about ammo because they had never had any problems with ammo since David showed up. For the girl Sharon, this whole shootout with bandits was like an exciting zombie hunt. At least they were already used to it. Eugene was glad for the courage of his comrades and his own luck from the alliance with David. He understood that his decision was correct. At that moment, Linda, having reached the top floor, was trying to find David and Officer Janine, whose voices were heard in one of the rooms. Linda's path lay through corridors strewn with the bodies of bandits, and there was a corpse smell everywhere. Hearing the painfully familiar voice of Officer Janine, Linda realized that she was very close. Plucking up the courage to save her friend, Linda rushed to the rescue, confident that the danger was behind her. Linda, having no doubt that Officer Janine's voice was coming from behind the door, prepared herself to face the unknown. Entering the room, Linda was horrified by the picture that greeted her. Several lifeless bodies lay on the floor, including 2 dead girls. But who were they? Having assessed the number of shell casings next to one of the dead girls, Linda realized that a real massacre had taken place in this room. Among the dead bodies, Linda recognized Tim, who seemed lifeless. But then, having examined Tim more closely, Linda realized that he was still alive but simply unconscious. Suddenly, Linda came across a strange object that she had never seen before and tried to understand its purpose. Noticing strange stains on the object, Linda was even more surprised, trying to understand what was being done to it. And at this time, already exhausted from fatigue, Janine asked David to stop their love affairs. Linda, hearing a painfully familiar voice, realized that David and Officer Janine were in this room. The picture that opened to Linda shocked her. Everything in the room glittered with gold. Admired by the luxury of the room, Linda suddenly thought that the discovered gold would delight David when he found out about it. Janine begged David to stop, because her body was already at its limit. At that moment, Linda, not understanding what was happening, saw David and Janine in that very pose that cannot be confused. Officer Janine tried to explain the situation to Linda, assuring her that everything was not as she thought. Linda, angry, snapped that she saw everything perfectly and no explanations were needed. Holding back tears and trying to leave, Linda confronted David, making it clear that everything was over between them. In anger, she accused David of cheating, reminding him that the guy already had her and why he needed to have an affair with two girls at once was not clear to her. Having come to terms with what had happened, Linda announced her decision to retreat and not interfere with her happiness with Janine. Feeling betrayed and disgraced, Linda decided to leave David for good. But David, deftly intercepting Linda at the exit, made it clear that he was not ready to let her go so easily. With a sarcastic smile, David made it clear to Linda that she would never be able to leave him of her own free will. Linda was so shocked by David's behavior that she began to question whether he was the man she knew and loved. Officer Janine, realizing the danger of the situation, begged Linda to escape before it was too late. She quietly whispered that David had changed beyond recognition, and it was unlikely that he would be able to return to his former self. David blocked the exit with an evil laugh, declaring that no one would leave until he satisfied his lust. The only hope was that David could overcome the virus and regain his sanity. The sounds of incessant shooting spoke of the continuation of this bloody massacre of everyone with everyone. Carms realized that their enemy now had a numerical advantage, and this did not promise them to get out of here alive. Eugene, noticing that the enemies were showing incredible aggression, prepared for the worst. Mocking the defenders of the house, Tim's soldiers urged them to go outside and accept death with dignity. One of Tim's soldiers interrupted the firefight, ordering his partner to continue the fight and destroy the enemies. The soldier, outraged by the inaction of his comrades, demanded that they either join the battle or get away. The guy, threatening with a weapon, ordered people to move away from the building, saying that a clearing of rioters was taking place here. In response to the soldier's threats, a crowd of indignant people, no longer willing to put up with the lawlessness, threatened violence. Surprised by the audacity of the hungry people, the soldier angrily demanded obedience, pointing out to them his power here. The crowd, led by the bravest of them, indignantly demanded food, which Tim had promised to give out in the morning. Carms was surprised to hear the indignation coming from the crowd related to the lack of food. The soldier, trying to calm the angry crowd, asked them to wait until the building was cleared of rioters and promised to distribute food to everyone. The attention of one of the soldiers was drawn to the bag lying at Zach's feet, which most likely contained the long-awaited rice. Zach, seeing the soldier's interest in the bag, loudly warned the crowd that these were the people who had stolen their food supplies. He told everyone that he had learned that Tim and his henchmen were hiding food from them, and even planning to kill them. To prove his words, Zach showed everyone the rice and dried meat taken from the bandits. The outraged soldier accused Zach of lying, considering his words the crazy ravings of a madman. Zach's words only increased the anger of the crowd, outraged by the injustice in how food supplies were divided between soldiers and civilians. Zach, continuing to sow hostility between the soldiers and the population, pointed out that Tim was deliberately starving them by feeding them moldy soup. At that moment, Zach was nearly hit by a stray bullet, forcing him to run for cover again. The soldiers continued to deny the accusations, claiming that they ate the same food as everyone else. The soldiers' words did not convince the crowd, who were ready to do anything to get justice and some fresh rice. Having joined forces and overcome with rage, people rushed at Tim's soldiers in order to take away food supplies. Zach noted the success of his plan and was very happy about the beginning of civil strife in the enemy camp. Carms, rubbing his hands with impatience, rejoiced. The first stage of their cunning plan went well. Active hostilities can begin. After David finally came to his senses, he realized with bitterness that he had again lost control of himself due to the effects of the virus. David scolded himself for his weakness, realizing that having Linda, he should not have touched Officer Janine, succumbing to a fleeting desire. He was tormented by regret and shame in front of Officer Janine, whom he most likely caused pain, because for her, this night with a guy was the first in her life. David's thoughts were busy with what Janine would say when she woke up and found him nearby, what words he would find to explain his ugly behavior to her. He blamed himself for everything that happened. justifying himself only by the fact that the virus suppressed his will and reason. The system hastened to reassure David, reminding him that suppressing his desires is dangerous and can lead to dire consequences. She warned that fighting desires and continuing to ignore the body's needs could make him the new king of zombies. David asked in horror why the system didn't warn him about this earlier. The system noticed that no one asked her, but having two beautiful companions is not so bad. She recommended that David find a partner in real life so that, if necessary, he could reduce his anger levels naturally. Angry at the system, David demanded that it finally reveal all its cards. The system, refusing to reveal all the secrets, hinted that David would have to figure it all out on his own, reminding him of the huge amount of gold waiting for him in this room. David, without wasting any time arguing, asked the system to calculate the total mass of gold. After a quick analysis, the system reported that the total mass of gold was exactly 42 kilograms. David instantly calculated the amount that the found treasure was worth, coming to the conclusion that this could lead to the collapse of the entire financial system. He understood that such a quantity of gold could attract too much unnecessary attention to him from the authorities and the underworld, so he needed to think carefully about how to dispose of the wealth. The system suggested not to worry and just play the lottery, especially since with such capital, David was guaranteed to be able to hit a good jackpot. David did not hide his disappointment in the system, realizing that it had deceived him in this matter as well. Zach was the first to see David at the end of the corridor and happily hurried to meet him, wanting to tell him all the news. David asked Zach why he left his combat post, because the bandits still posed a danger to them. The boy Zach hastened to calm David down, assuring him that they had already dealt with everyone outside. Eugene did not hide his concern for Linda and Officer Janine, but David reassured him by saying that they were alive and just sleeping. Wanting to leave the dangerous place as quickly as possible, he reminded David that now was the right time to sneak away unnoticed amid the noise of the chaos they had created. David agreed with Eugene, saying that they were taking the gold and leaving here right now. Seeing David safe and sound, Carms was delighted and heartily congratulated him on his success. Looking at the tired faces of Linda and Janine, Carms noticed with a sly smile that the battle was hot. Unable to resist a joke, he added that everything was immediately clear from their sleepy faces. David agreed with a tight smile that it had indeed been a stormy night. They could hear the sounds of fighting and the screams of people baying for the blood of Tim and his minions. Sharon was amazed that for the sake of banal survival and ordinary rice, people were ready to do such desperate things. Carms noted with annoyance that they were unable to capture the tanks, because they never learned how to operate them. This thought gave David an idea, and he asked the system if it was possible to transfer tanks to virtual space. Eugene, turning to his younger sister Ashley, smiled bitterly and apologized for the fact that they were forced to hide again. Ashley hastened to reassure her brother, assuring her that she would always be there, because they were connected by more than just blood relations. She emphasized that now, thanks to David, they are protected and can live in peace without fear of hunger. Despite his sister's optimism, Eugene was worried and asked her if she was afraid of constant danger. David, inspired by Ashley's words and admiring the bravery of the fragile girl, accepted them into his team. Eugene, flattered that David perceived them as equals, swore allegiance to him, placing his fate in his hands. David didn't like that Eugene, who was older than him, called him brother, and he asked him not to do that. Eugene was confused and hastened to explain that he was in fact only 18 years old. David was surprised, because he was sure that getting into special forces at that age was simply unrealistic. Blushing with shame, Eugene admitted that he had embellished his biography a little, calling himself a special forces soldier. Eugene honestly admitted to lying and asked for forgiveness from everyone present. Ashley decided to make fun of her brother, saying that it was clear to everyone that he had never had a girlfriend before. At this time, an angry crowd demanded that Kruger immediately hand over Tim to them in order to deal with him. Kruger volunteered to take them to Tim, knowing that he was no longer alive and had nothing to lose anyway. But Tim, coming to his senses, began to remember what happened to him and how to now solve all the problems that had arisen. Looking around and not finding his captives, Tim was surprised, deciding that they had escaped, but soon realized that something was wrong here. Panicked, he rushed to the cache where his gold was kept, but found it empty. Tim realized that he had been robbed, and now he had nothing left but empty promises to stupid people. Having examined the room and made sure that the thieves had not left him a single gram of gold, he cursed everything in the world. What depressed Tim most was that he needed gold now. The crowd burst into the room and, seeing the culprit of their troubles in front of them, prepared for reprisals. The leader accused Tim of violating the contract and demanded an explanation why they had not yet been given the promised food. Tim, surprised by such impudence, became enraged, and forgetting about decency, shouted that it was he who gave them shelter and food. He threatened the crowd with starvation if they did not stop rioting. In a fit of anger, he asked if they were planning to take his place, and maybe that's why they suddenly rebelled. In anger, Tim unleashed a stream of curses and threats on the rioters, because previously this group of people had obeyed him. To teach them a lesson, he announced a doubling of food prices. The crowd was outraged by this decision, because now they would have to starve even more than before. Tim, tired of arguing and wanting to start searching for gold as quickly as possible, ordered everyone to get away. Seeing that no one obeyed him, he threatened with violence if anyone decided to contradict him. Suddenly, Tim noticed among those gathered a woman whose appearance greatly alarmed him. The woman moaned in a trembling voice that her child was starving and they needed more food. Tim screamed in horror as he saw the woman turn into a zombie right before his eyes. Eyewitnesses suggested that the transformation into a zombie most likely occurred due to some special ingredient in the soup. At this point, Kruger admitted that, on Tim's orders, he added zombie flesh to the meat soup, thinking that it was not dangerous for healthy people. The crowd, realizing the enormity of Tim's deception, decided to punish him for this with particular cruelty. Angry people decided to find and destroy everyone who was involved in the production of poisoned food. After that, they decided to leave them in the room with Tim, so that the fat man would be punished by the same zombie who became like this because of his fault. Tim desperately asked for help, feeling the teeth and rotting gums of the zombies, but his fate was already decided. A week has passed since David's team left Tim's base and went in search of a safe settlement. At the same time, a military detachment led by Commander Patricia continued its mission in the quarantine zone. 30-year-old Patricia was distinguished by her cold mind and courage, so the soldiers trusted her. A military driver warned of danger. They discovered a cluster of zombies right on the road. Patricia ordered the fighters to prepare for battle by issuing weapons and ammunition. Realizing the scale of the threat and assessing the number of zombies, Patricia realized that they had fallen into a trap. One of the fighters, seeing that they could not cope, suggested retreating, covering the retreat. Proud Patricia rejected his proposal, noting that it was not customary for their squad to abandon their own. While fighting the zombies, Patricia noticed that they were much faster and stronger than before. They seemed to have gone mad and were much more aggressive than the ordinary dead they had encountered before. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared from the midst of the dead, and one of the soldiers, in a panic, mistaking it for the zombie king, warned the officer about the danger. By order of the officer, the best shooters concentrated their fire on the target, trying to hit the monster. Patricia, monitoring the actions of her subordinates, adjusted the fire, trying to inflict maximum damage on the enemy. To their chagrin, the bullets did not cause any harm to the giant. His skin seemed to be covered with armor. Patricia noticed that although the monster looked scary, it didn't look like the zombie king. She urged the fighters not to be afraid and to attack, because she was sure that this was not an enemy to be feared. One of the soldiers, showing dexterity and ingenuity, cut off the mutant's head with a well-aimed blow, instantly killing him. Ludwig was surprised to note that the zombies had sharply weakened and became much slower than before. Their pressure weakened sharply, and now Patricia's fighters easily dealt with the wild crowd of the dead. Patricia suggested that the monster somehow controlled all these zombies, and after its destruction, they turned into ordinary mindless dead. Inspired by the commander's words and feeling the taste of victory, the soldiers went on the offensive. Despite the enemy's numerical superiority, they attacked quickly and smoothly. However, danger besieged them from all sides, and soon the fighters found themselves surrounded again. Meanwhile, a completely different atmosphere reigned at the base. Children enjoyed life and splashed carefree in the pool. Sharon was having a lot of fun and invited Zach to join them. Carms decided to teach the boys rifle shooting, patiently explaining to them the basics of military affairs. Zach asked David to fulfill his promise to him and teach him to swim. David asked him to wait a little, explaining that he first needed to help Nancy with dinner to satisfy the hunger of his restless team. David noticed with alarm that Linda and Officer Janine spent all this time in their rooms and tried not to meet with him. He felt uncomfortable after that night, because due to the loss of control, he unwittingly dragged the girls into an awkward situation. The memories of that day seemed like a nightmare to him, which was no longer possible to forget. He understood that the girls were also worried now, and most likely remembered what had happened. Linda tried desperately to break free from David's embrace, but he was too strong. At that moment, it seemed to her that she was seeing David for the first time, and that this was not the man with whom she had fallen in love. Linda lost her appetite and asked Nancy to take the food back. Janine, on the contrary, felt guilty and, gathering her courage, decided to talk to Linda. Linda looked at Officer Janine in surprise, anticipating an unpleasant conversation. Janine, hesitating a little, decided to discuss the situation that happened between her and David. She believed that it was better to dot all the I's than to avoid unpleasant topics. Linda abruptly interrupted her, asking her not to explain anything and just forget about what happened. Janine quickly apologized and reassured Linda that it was never her intention to take David away from her. Linda tried to explain to Janine that she did not blame her for what happened, but was afraid that her relationship with David would no longer be the same. Janine, seeing how upset Linda was, suggested that she have an open conversation and discuss everything that was bothering her. Meanwhile, everyone else gathered at the table, preparing for dinner and discussing the news of the past day. Nancy invited everyone to the table, not forgetting about Carms, who was ready to eat all the provisions at once. David drank the beer with pleasure, glad that they now had the opportunity to eat and rest normally. Seeing David's bottle of beer, Eugene couldn't resist asking to share. David smiled and, handing him a beer, noted that for his age this was a completely normal desire. Eugene, having tasted beer for the first time in a long time, closed his eyes with pleasure, remembering its unforgettable taste. He noticed that these small joys of life contained all the charm of the freedom that he had dreamed of for so long. At that moment, Eugene felt absolutely happy and decided that now his life would be filled only with bright emotions. Sharon smiled as she recalled the first time they tried David's dish. Noting that they had similar feelings back then, Eugene suggested hosting a gala dinner to celebrate the new addition to their ranks and their introduction to David. Nancy, who always supported any ideas, asked Carms if he wanted another beer. Carms thanked her and immediately asked David if he needed to leave them again for 7 days. Eugene was surprised to hear Carms' words and asked David what he meant. David, hesitating a little, explained that he needed to leave for a week to resolve one important matter. Eugene nodded in understanding, adding that he trusted him completely and would definitely look after the others in his absence. David thanked Eugene for his dedication and responsibility, offering him wise advice. Carms, wanting to talk to David alone, invited him to go outside and smoke. David gratefully accepted Carms' offer, feeling the support of his comrade. After taking several heavy puffs and starting to cough, David admitted to Carms that he did not smoke. Carms patted David on the shoulder with a smile, noting that he had become too popular with women. Confused by such directness, David asked Carms how he knew about this. Carms, smiling through his mustache, explained to David that everyone already knew about his adventures. He noticed that it was difficult to deceive him, especially since he had long noticed that David was not indifferent to Janine. Carms tried to calm David down, assuring him that love between young people is a natural phenomenon, and even comparing him with himself in his youth. David, listening to Carms, caught himself thinking that he almost blurted out to him about what happened between him and Janine. Carms, unaware of David's thoughts, moved on to talking about Janine, whose guardian he was and treated her like his own daughter. He said that Janine had always been a girl with a cold appearance, who hid her vulnerable and sensitive soul, yearning for care. According to Carms, due to the fear of being vulnerable in front of loved ones and painful experiences in the family, Janine preferred to appear cruel, hiding her true feelings and avoiding love. David was very surprised by what he heard, because in his opinion, the beautiful Janine could not help but have admirers. Carms just laughed, claiming that the officer's icy image scared off all potential suitors. The conversation smoothly turned to the relationship between David and Linda, whose rapprochement began after they met. Carms admitted that he noticed the feelings of Linda, who, in his opinion, was definitely in love with David. Surprised, David tried to change the topic and asked if it was true that Carms had talked about him with Janine. Suddenly, he remembered the scene with Janine, who craved intimacy and urged David not to hold back. Carms explained that his words about David and Janine were said as a diversion, since everyone already knew about his relationship with Linda. Confused, David tried to clarify what Carms meant when he talked about his success with women and that he was worried about the attitude of girls towards this. Carms assured David that he had invited him for a serious conversation, knowing full well what was bothering him. He encouraged David to throw away old prejudices and take advantage of the opportunity to be with 2 girls at the same time. Taken aback by such a proposal, David reproached Carms for inappropriate jokes and assured that he would not act like a fool. But Carms insisted on his own, because a guy could hurt Linda's feelings without responding to her love. Carms persistently tried to convince David that in a world where every day could be the last, it is worth throwing away the remnants of the past and seizing the moment. According to Carms, he just wanted to help Linda, who had found a person after her heart, and that person turned out to be David. In conclusion, Carms advised David to think carefully about his proposal, assuring that this was all he wanted to say. He admonished David to follow his heart, expressing the hope that he would not let him down. Meanwhile, David, seduced by the idea of a harem, wondered how Linda and Janine would react to this, unaware of their conversation. At this time, the girls had been talking for a long time about David and their feelings for him, discussing what had happened. Janine, convinced that David was drugged, defended his actions and urged Linda not to blame him. Linda, while agreeing that David's behavior under the influence of drugs was simply disgusting, continued to worry about what had happened. Janine calmed Linda down, insisting that they both shouldn't blame David because he had no control over himself, and asking her not to push him away. Gathering her courage, Linda decided to ask if Janine herself had feelings for David. Linda was quick to assure Janine that she was not asking this question out of fear that she would take David away from her. She admitted that she was ready to share David with her if Janine liked him too. Denying such feelings, Janine reminded that she is not the kind of woman who is capable of falling in love, much less with David. Deciding to change the subject, Janine suggested that Linda forget about this conversation and leave everything in the past. She assured Linda that she never attached importance to feelings, and love did not occupy an important place in her life. Despite Janine's assurances, Linda still felt that the officer was partial to David. Meanwhile, David decided it was time for him to leave, saying goodbye to all his friends. He asked Eugene to take care of everything while he was away. Eugene readily agreed to David's request, assuring him that everything would be fine. David asked everyone not to worry and promised to return in due time, and then suddenly disappeared from the room. Eugene, not understanding how David was able to leave the premises so quickly, was surprised at his sudden disappearance. Zach, who was present at the time, assured Eugene that this was not the first time David had left in this way. He explained that although the mystery of David's disappearance remains a mystery to them, they know for sure that he always returns after 7 days. Putting all the pieces of the puzzle together, Eugene came to the conclusion that David had magical powers and promised to keep this secret. Meanwhile, David was transported to the real world, where his friends were waiting for him, who had already begun work on opening a jewelry store. After seeing the fruits of their efforts, David praised his friends for choosing a busy shopping area and the speed of renovation. Andrew explained that he had to pay a significant amount of money to rent a store in such a good location. He assured David that the renovations were being carried out strictly according to his requirements. The store did not look too luxurious, which gave customers a sense of trust. David reassured his friends, assuring them that all past expenses would pay off handsomely once they launched the store and created a good reputation for themselves. Kevin decided to remind David about Peter, with whom he had recently had a race, and said that he had invited them all to gather at Andrew's house. Kevin, who found out something about his new acquaintances, said that they turned out to be not just rich majors, as previously assumed. It turns out that Peter is a Harvard graduate with honors and a brilliant mind. After graduating from university, Peter founded his own business in Silicon Valley and made millions developing innovative software. Kevin continued to share information, claiming that Jacob was even more powerful. He came from an influential family, was gifted in everything, and graduated from a prestigious university. Like David, Jacob built a business related to precious stones and had his own army of mercenaries guarding mining sites in Africa. Given Jacob's resources, David began to think about the possibility of purchasing weapons and equipment from him. He remembered his first meeting with Jacob and Peter, which confirmed his suspicions that there was something more hidden behind their ostentatious simplicity. Kevin explained that he became close with new acquaintances when he asked Peter for help in developing a program for jewelry. After considering Jacob's proposal, David agreed to meet and talk closer since he invited them to visit. After a while, the friends went to the appointed meeting place, where the hospitable host was already waiting for them. Having met Jacob, David was struck by the grandeur of his villa, which contrasted sharply with the tasteless luxury of the houses of other rich people. Looking at the villa, which looked like an impregnable fortress, David thought about getting one. Meanwhile, Jacob warmly greeted the guests, welcoming them cordially at the threshold of his abode. He offered David a tour of the villa since he was visiting him for the first time. Observing Jacob's behavior, David noted that, despite his wealth and position, he did not at all come across as an arrogant snob. Jacob, turning to the servants, gave orders to prepare the guest rooms and start preparing the festive dinner. The girl obediently agreed, assuring that she would immediately begin to carry out Jacob's orders. Noticing David's unusual pallor, Jacob inquired about his well-being. David, trying to hide his condition, referred to a headache caused by fatigue and overwork. The girl, seeing David's condition, offered him her help and said that there was a personal doctor in the house. David hastened to refuse help, assuring that all he had to do was drink some water and rest a little for everything to go away. Jacob, worried about the guest's well-being, insisted on a visit to the doctor and pills for migraines. Andrew, knowing the true cause of David's illness, quipped that the cause of the migraine was probably his turbulent personal life. David mentally turned to the system with a request to immediately get in touch and clarify the situation. The system, as usual, reminded that David's desires would only intensify each time and advised him to find a way to combat this. In desperation, David asked the system if there was any other way to control his libido other than satisfying his desire. The system mercilessly declared that there was no other way, and he could only find a girl to meet with her on a regular basis. At this moment, the girls introduced by Jacob reminded that they are always ready to fulfill any desire of their masters. Having assessed the situation, David realized with horror that there were a huge number of attractive girls around him. Realizing that he would not be able to restrain himself, David looked away, hoping that the girls would not notice his condition. Looking around the richly furnished villa, David admitted to himself that only now he understood what true luxury was. He estimated that the funds invested in the villa would be enough to build several five-star hotels. During the tour, Jacob proudly showed off his art collection, which included an expensive vase and a famous sculpture. David was especially impressed by Jacob's collection of vintage cars. In addition to cars, the collection also included many types of weapons, from ancient edged weapons to modern pistols and shotguns, which many collectors could only dream of. Andrew and Kevin, who did not share Jacob's passion, were much more interested in the new program Peter was developing. After this, Jacob decided that David would be much more interested in seeing his personal collection. He handed David a perfectly preserved weapon, which was centuries old. Not understanding antiques, David could not appreciate the gift and admitted that he had absolutely no knowledge of such things. Instead, David showed an interest in modern weapons. Does Jacob have anything similar in his collection? The surprised Jacob, who did not expect such hobbies from his friend, confirmed that he had something worthwhile. Before showing off the collection, Jacob asked David if he could keep everything a secret. After this, the facial recognition system opened a secret door to a secret room. Inviting David to enter, Jacob promised to show him his personal armory. Opening the door, Jacob proudly showed David his collection of weapons, calling it his personal toy room for big boys. Looking at the perfectly assembled collection, David couldn't help but admire Jacob's scale, forcing himself to be careful not to arouse suspicion. Inviting David to try out the weapon, Jacob handed him one of the rifles he liked. Admiring the condition of the weapons, David thought with regret that all these rifles served only as decoration, without finding any use. Hearing him, Jacob retorted that he didn't let things sit idle and gather dust. He explained that he could not take weapons outside the villa, but there was an equipped shooting range inside where he periodically practiced. David was surprised to learn that the house had its own shooting range. Jacob noted that he built it for his own pleasure and suggested that David organize a shooting competition. David readily agreed, intrigued by Jacob's proposal. Jacob offered to make a bet. If David wins, then Ferrari will get it. Otherwise, he will fulfill any of his requests. Remembering all of Jacob's requests to other people, David came to the conclusion that there was no way he could lose. David immediately agreed, but warned that he would not tolerate rule violations or cheating. Jacob chuckled and asked if David was really that confident in his strength and shooting skills. As David watched Jacob warm up, he realized he was a sharp shooter. David mentally contacted the system and acquired 20 books of experience, spending all his available gold on this. The system confirmed the purchase and immediately used all the experience books, significantly increasing our hero's shooting skill. Increasing the level brought noticeable results. The hit rate, range, and speed of fire increased. Despite the obvious improvements, David complained that the results could have been better if he had trained more often. Jacob noted that this was quite enough for David to experience the excitement of their rivalry. David didn't have enough to repeat his previous result in shooting, because he hadn't practiced for a long time. But according to Jacob, it should still be enough to feel the pressure of competition. The situation really started to heat up. David had to pull himself together and start taking what was happening seriously. Jacob laughed, because David was really good, but he was still far from Jacob's skill, and his Ferrari was almost the property of the winner. David hit the target and exclaimed enthusiastically from the overwhelming feeling of triumph. Raising the weapon, he felt his body suddenly move into the ideal shooting position. The field of vision became unusually clear. Every detail seemed to acquire special clarity. David felt incredible confidence in his abilities, as if the target was attracting a bullet to itself. Anticipating new success, David decided not to hesitate and start acting. Jacob, observing David's impeccable posture and movements, tried to understand what technique he was using. With each shot David fired, Jacob's admiration grew. He realized that he was dealing with a truly strong opponent. David finished shooting and asked Jacob if he had won. Jacob did not hide his amazement and admitted defeat, but he had no idea how David was able to achieve such a result. David's accuracy seemed incredible. Jacob was sure that he had witnessed real magic. Jacob did not hold back in expressing his admiration for David's talent, and admitted that his modesty at the beginning of the competition confused him. David realized that he might have gotten too carried away, and that if he continued like this, he would arouse Jacob's suspicions. Jacob, having accepted his defeat, acknowledged David's superiority with dignity and confirmed his readiness to part with his Ferrari. Having thrown the car keys to David, Jacob congratulated him on his victory and expressed hope for further friendship. Jacob sincerely liked David. He was glad to meet him and considered himself very lucky to have met such a person. David reciprocated and offered his help to Jacob in any matter. because he considered him his friend. Jacob hesitated and noted that the matter was quite delicate, and he did not know whether David was really ready to help him. David asked Jacob not to bother him and tell him everything as it is, to see if he could be useful to him. Jacob admitted that he wants to take revenge on the family of this scoundrel Charles, and he needs David's help in this matter. Hearing the name of the enemy, David became thoughtful and asked if this was really the family he was thinking about. David was very surprised that Charles's family turned out to be Jacob's enemies, and suggested that perhaps this was not the same Charles. Jacob clarified that his enmity was not connected with the old man's youngest son, but with his brother. The youngest son was just the result of an extramarital affair of the head of their family, and had no influence or power, so he could not be Jacob's enemy. The real leaders of the Jinbi group, which was engaged in not only legal but also shadow business in the city, were the father and brother of young Charles. Even though Jacob had the strength to resist them, it could cost him too much. David, analyzing Jacob's words, realized that he had guessed who he really was from the very beginning. Jacob noted that the reason for their confrontation was not some long-standing enmity, but a woman. She was the only daughter in her family whom Jacob loved very much. They were happy together and planned to live side by side for the rest of their lives. But their happiness was not destined to come true, because at one of the parties they met Thomas, the future head of the Jinbi group. At that time, they could not even imagine that their new acquaintance would turn their lives upside down, because the Jinbi gang was only gaining strength. Initially, Thomas pursued one goal: to destroy the family of Louise, Jacob's beloved. Fate seemed to deliberately push them together, and in the end they became friends, which Thomas took advantage of to bring his insidious plan to life. Under the pretext of a friendly meeting, Thomas slipped something into Jacob's drink and arranged it so that Louise would catch him with another girl. Noticing Louise at the door, the lady told Jacob about this, announcing the arrival of her guest. Having seen everything with her own eyes, Louise did not believe Jacob's explanations and broke off the relationship. Taking advantage of the situation, Thomas began to act even more actively. He flattered Louise's family, helped them solve financial problems, winning their favor. Despite all Jacob's attempts to stop him, Thomas continued to court Louise. Jacob was shocked that Louise, out of spite, agreed to Thomas's advances, which led to their wedding. Jacob was overwhelmed with rage. He caused a scandal right at the wedding, thereby once and for all closing his doors to high society. After a while, passion subsided. Jacob decided to go to Africa and start a new life. David, after listening to Jacob's story, inquired about Louise's fate and her current situation. Jacob admitted that he would have been much less worried if he had been confident in Thomas's sincerity. But from the very beginning, he noticed the falseness in Thomas's behavior and realized that the goal of father and son was to take over all the business in the city. The chairman of the group dies seemingly by accident in a car accident under very strange circumstances. One by one, members of Louise's family begin to die in various accidents. Jacob could not calmly watch what was happening and wanted to immediately take revenge for his beloved and her family, even at the cost of his own life. But his own family opposed his plans, forbidding him to interfere. Relatives threatened him with denial of support and deportation if he got involved in a war with the Thomas family to avenge the woman. That is why Jacob had no choice but to turn to David for help. Jacob sincerely believed in David's talents and hoped that he would not refuse to help him. At this point, Andrew asked Peter what was going on and why loud voices were coming from the room. Meanwhile, Jacob, turning to David, tried to justify his behavior to his brother, who forbade him to start a feud with the Thomas family. To prove the seriousness of his intentions and faith in his abilities, Jacob admitted that after he met David, he began to collect information about him. Jacob said he was amazed by the story of how David single-handedly took down 2 Black Tiger gang leaders and quickly became rich, noting that he had never met anyone like him in the city. At the end of his speech, Jacob promised David full financial and moral support in exchange for help in implementing the revenge plan and a generous reward. David realized that before he would not have interfered in the squabbles between the two families, but now something was pushing him to take risks. David's inner voice told him that the riskier the business, the more he would gain. But so far he could not understand what he really wanted. Jacob, wanting to gain David as an ally, promised to fulfill any of his wishes in exchange for help. David liked the idea of leading his own group and decided to take the chance. A fire of excitement lit up in David's eyes. He suddenly imagined himself as the sole ruler of the city. Jacob, trying to understand David's intentions, asked if he was really asking to help him capture the Jinbi group. David saw no point in waiting for an attack from Charles's family. He was ready to strike first himself. David was filled with anger and was determined to wipe Charles's family off the face of the earth. Jacob, observing the changes taking place in David, was surprised to note how powerful his aura had become. Jacob couldn't believe that just recently David had seemed like a simple and harmless guy to him, but now his whole being radiated menace and strength. Jacob promised to provide David with full support and help him destroy Charles's family. David and Jacob came to a goal that united them both, thereby cementing the union of two young leaders. Jacob asked David to take care of everything and expressed hope for a fruitful cooperation. Now he definitely believed that their cooperation would be mutually beneficial. Sometime later, while relaxing in the hot spring of Jacob's mansion, David reflected on the delights of wealth and the benefits of his own source. Kevin came out of the pool and invited David to have a drink to warm up. Andrew, in turn, invited his friends to join him for a massage. Kevin was pleasantly surprised that Andrew organized such wellness treatments for them. David did not support his friends. He did not want to interrupt his vacation and leave this luxurious room. The hot spring brought him peace and relaxation, especially since he was not used to such fun. Suddenly, David was surprised to think that Andrew had returned back to the bathhouse, although he had recently left for a massage. But suddenly a beautiful stranger named Monica appeared before him. She explained her appearance with Jacob's desire to brighten up his loneliness. David confusedly reminded Monica that they were in the men's bathhouse and asked her to leave. David panicked a little and asked the girl to leave immediately, not wanting to face the consequences. Monica reassured David, explaining that this was a public bath, not a men's bath, as he had previously thought. Referring to Jacob's words, she reminded David that he was openly looking at her, and did not understand why he was pretending now. Monica admitted that she was ordered to please David, and he could do whatever he wanted with her. David hastened to cool Monica's ardor, considering such behavior of the servants unacceptable. Monica explained that the servants in their house receive a high salary, so they are obliged to unquestioningly carry out any orders of the owners. One of the servants' duties, according to Monica, was to take care of Jacob's guests. Monica's gentle touches caused a storm of emotions in David that he found difficult to resist. Sensing David's excitement, Monica suggested that he become even more open. David, gathering his strength, gently pushed the girl away, explaining that he did not need her care in such a way. David decided to leave, leaving Monica alone and allowing her to act on her own. But at that moment, Monica ran after David in a panic, begging him to stay. The girl was afraid that Jacob, having learned about David's imminent departure, would decide that she was not coping well with her responsibilities. And so Monica begged David not to ruin her career and stay at least for a while. The girl invited David to sit together for a while, and later she herself would explain everything to Jacob. And after another gentle touch from a beautiful girl, the remnants of self-control left David. He could no longer restrain himself in his body. With his eyes flashing angrily, David changed in 1 second and became furious. And now Monica will know exactly what it means to play with him like an adult. The girl, taken by surprise, panicked and tried to stop the impending violence, but David no longer listened to her. He suddenly began to revel in his power over the helpless girl, and the only thing he offered her was to escape if she succeeded. As dawn approached, a new guest unexpectedly entered Monica's bedroom, anticipating a spicy spectacle. It was clear from the girl that she had had a stormy night, although she tried not to show her excitement. Without hiding his goal, Jacob began to inquire about the whereabouts of his missing partner, and the reason why he found him in her arms. Trying to keep a calm expression on her face, Monica tried to escape with incomprehensible explanations about David's overnight visit and his unexpected early departure. Jacob's suspicions intensified with every second. Did his friend really get cold feet at the last moment and decide to abandon his planned plan of revenge? At that moment, the phone rang. David sent a message announcing his 2-day absence and his imminent return. Jacob was jubilant. The plan for revenge on the Thomas family was set in motion, and none of them could escape retribution. Meanwhile, people passing by looked admiringly at the luxurious sports car, dreaming of capturing themselves against its background. David, trying not to attract too much attention, politely apologized for being late and asked the master how long he had been waiting for him. The teacher greeted his careless student with undisguised irony, noting the carelessness of modern youth. As a first test, the master threw a cup of tea towards David, checking his reaction. David, not wanting to seem incompetent, self-confidently declared that he could easily catch a flying cup without doubting his abilities. He was ready to catch the hot cup when he suddenly noticed that it began to change its trajectory. Suddenly, the cup hit David right on the forehead and, like a hot iron, left a painful mark on the skin. The master motioned for David to get ready to test the skills he had developed during his absence. Despite the searing pain from the cup that hit him, David was determined not to fall for the teacher's trick again. The teacher blocked David's attack with amazing ease, demonstrating the superiority of skill over mindless strength. The sudden capture was so painful that David begged for mercy, recognizing the justice of today's lesson. Shaking his head, the master only acknowledged the deplorable state of his ward, who clearly lacked hard training. Feeling remorse for being too harsh, the master mentally blamed his own indiscretion, which became the cause of David's illness. David was so sick that he had to apologize, citing an urgent desire to get rid of the contents of his stomach. With the wise air of a mentor, the master explained that uncontrolled brute force had become a burden for David, which became a source of new suffering. As a sign of reconciliation, the master handed the student a cup of aromatic tea, offering to continue the conversation after David came to his senses. With morbid curiosity, the master began to ask David about the people he had met during his 2-day absence. Feeling the negative energy emanating from the student, he noted with horror its striking difference from the pure male energy characteristic of David a couple of days ago. Trying to conceal the true cause of his illness, David pretended to have caught a slight cold. The master grew gloomier every minute. This type of energy had nothing to do with a banal disease. In the silence that followed, the master's words were heard that the source of negative energy reminded him of the energy of a corpse. The master's suspicions intensified, and he directly asked David if he was secretly practicing a forbidden, devilish technique. Showering the teacher with gratitude for his trust, David swore his loyalty and steadfastness. The master did not resist the student's desire to study other techniques, but forbade him to touch forbidden ones that could destroy the soul. To save the student from the destructive energy of the corpse, the master suggested that David take off his clothes and prepare for the cleansing ritual. The master's patience ran out and he hurried David to undress in order to begin the exorcism as soon as possible. David's thoughts rushed feverishly in search of a way out of this situation. Could the teacher's wisdom find a cure for the virus penetrating into the very core of his being? In a calm voice, the master instructed the student to cast aside fruitless doubts and fears so as not to lose touch with reality. The master began a cleansing ritual, directing streams of his energy towards the dark alien essence inside David, thereby causing his suffering. With every minute, the situation became more and more strange and unpredictable. The negative energy was not a random guest, but a long-rooted part of David. In order not to harm David, the master had to abandon the original plan and resort to an alternative solution that was fraught with uncertainty. The master gathered all his strength and sent a powerful impulse of vital energy into David's body, hoping to change the course of events. David seemed to be pierced by a bolt of lightning. His numb, constrained body was filled with unprecedented lightness and freedom. David could not understand whether he had imagined this miraculous effect of the master's pure energy, when suddenly relief quickly came. A new wave of gentle, but at the same time unusually powerful energy flows penetrated deeper into David's body, displacing pain and suffering. Imagine David's surprise when he realized that someone else's energy does not disappear without a trace, but only changes its nature. David felt with horror how the darkness did not leave him, but merged with him, forming a menacing, frightening symbiosis. At this moment, the system's voice rang out, announcing the successful acquisition of a new skill. Still not recovering from the shock he had experienced, David could not believe his luck. The unknown force became his own without any effort on his part. Concerned about the condition of his mentor, David hastened to find out what price the master paid for his healing. The master, smiling tiredly, reassured David the transferred part of the energy was negligible and could not cause harm to his health. The master described in detail how he managed to neutralize the chaotic, destructive energy inside David, enclosing it in a strong cocoon of life force. Thanks to the ritual, David received not only protection from the virus, but also access to a powerful source of the master's inner strength, discovering unknown potential in himself. Feeling pangs of conscience for unintentional theft, David offered to return the taken power to the master. David was ready to accept any pain just to get rid of the virus and make amends to his mentor. The master stopped David's impulses, smiling at his naivety. Even with a third of his strength, David was still far from true mastery. Reminding him of his duty as a mentor and heir to his knowledge, the master tried to allay David's fears. Much more than the lost energy, the master was worried about the mental state of the student who had set foot on a dangerous path. With undisguised concern in his voice, Master Lee urged David not to stray from the righteous path and work hard to improve his spirit. David was touched by the teacher's sincere concern and vowed to live up to his expectations. David promised never to repeat the deadly mistake of the past and follow the master's instructions. From now on, all his thoughts were aimed at learning the secrets of martial arts together with his teacher. Inspired by the determination of the student, Master Lee predicted a great future for them and the heights of excellence, achievable through hard work and fortitude. David, glowing with enthusiasm and gratitude, vowed never to disappoint his mentor. The master stopped mid-sentence, looking at their unenviable situation first. They should leave this public training ground and take care of their clothes. Passers-by, noticing two half-naked men, whispered in surprise, suggesting something was wrong. Smiling awkwardly, David timidly asked the master about his plans for today's training. The master did not want to continue the lesson in full view of prying eyes and suggested going to his home. Finding himself in the teacher's house, David realized that he was dealing with a very influential man leading a secluded lifestyle. Antique furniture, expensive interior items, a cozy garden with a pond and a gazebo, all this spoke of the significant condition of the owner of the house. David listened to the master's story about his life, full of dramatic turns and incredible challenges that left an indelible mark on his memory. Having sold part of his property and preferring a modest life, the master lived alone in a huge house, because after the death of his wife, the children had dispersed in all directions. As soon as he crossed the threshold of the house, Master Lee began training David without wasting a minute. During training, David's thoughts wandered between two worlds. There was much more time in the post-apocalyptic world than in reality. A new plan has matured in David's head. He can use the time in the bunker to train and practice his acquired skills in order to amaze others with his success. The master broke the deathly silence, shaming the student for his absent-mindedness and endless daydreaming. David blushed and embarrassedly assured that he was listening carefully to every word of the teacher. The master continued the lesson, emphasizing the importance of concentration and inner harmony on the path to mastering martial arts. David, trying to collect himself and earn the approval of his mentor, assured that he was ready to continue the lesson. Jacob's unexpected call interrupted their training and returned David to earthly affairs and problems. Jacob reported on the successful delivery of the package containing the things that David asked him to prepare. Having unpacked the parcel, David doubtfully examined the thin, almost weightless material of the clothing. He was tormented by doubts: would this fabric protect not only from the claws and teeth of predators, but also from bullets? Jacob hastened to reassure him laboratory tests and combat use confirmed the high strength of the fabric. Despite the guarantees of safety, the sensations when hit by a bullet promised to be unpleasant, but the risk of death was minimal. Proud of his work and his connections, Jacob urged David to keep their deal a secret. David remembered another request he had made to Jacob earlier and was surprised to hear no answer. At the gate of the house there was not just an armored car, but a real fighting vehicle, which did not suit David. Jacob tried to allay David's fears by convincing him that in the current situation, there was nothing more reliable than a military armored car. Having said goodbye to Jacob and promising to see him soon, David went about his business, dreaming of revenge on his enemies. Before returning to the bunker, David decided to eat, because after becoming acquainted with the virus, his appetite would not give him rest. He constantly experienced brutal hunger, as if there was a black abyss gaping inside him that could not be filled with food. Most of all, David was frightened by his changed attitude towards food. He was attracted to raw meat and had difficulty suppressing these barbaric instincts in himself. Hoping to deceive the waking beast, David ate exclusively light diet dishes, which, unfortunately, could not satisfy his hunger. He desperately clung to the remnants of his human form, delaying the moment of transformation into a thoughtless animal. Finally, David again found himself in the dark, dangerous world of the post-apocalypse. But for some reason, there was silence throughout the whole house, which seriously alarmed David. The absence of friends gave him a bad feeling, which was confirmed with every second. David noticed a note left for him on the table containing an explanation. Judging by the handwriting, the author of the message was Linda. But what did she want to tell him? In the letter, Linda said that their group was forced to go south, along with a military detachment tasked with evacuating survivors. David remembered his search for this very gathering place. Did they really come into their own hands? Linda wrote about an unexpected meeting with the detachment and an offer to join them. Janine flatly refused to leave the house, waiting for David's return, which angered the squad's command. The soldiers made it clear that it was too dangerous to stay, because recently the zombies had become much stronger and more aggressive. They had no choice, and in order not to reveal their armed strength, the entire group joined the military. Mentally thanking fate for the armored car sent, David immediately hit the road. Images of his beloved girls and friends flashed through his head, whom he had to find and protect. The roar of the engine attracted zombies from everywhere, but they did not dare to approach. Apparently, the power of the zombie king instilled animal terror in them. David was jubilant. Now he would finally improve his fighting skills, destroying countless hordes of the dead. With annoyance, he noted that ordinary zombies no longer posed danger or interest to him as opponents. He managed to deal with them too easily, and it became boring to shoot them. While David indulged in bloodthirsty dreams, a completely different life was seething at the base where he was so eager. The tired guy in charge of distributing food asked the refugees to keep the line and not jostle. Nancy, persuading Elizabeth to eat more carefully, stroked her head and smiled, admiring the baby. Carms recalled the past, comparing the abundant table with the meager rations with which they now had to be content. Zach, on the contrary, yearned for meat, forgetting how recently they had to starve. He remembered how easily David got food and what wonderful feasts they had then. Carms shamed Zach for careless words, afraid of being heard and suspecting the military of dishonesty. Linda tried to shame the impatient Zach by reminding him of the importance of secrecy in the company of strangers. The boy fell silent guiltily, not wanting to cause trouble to his loved ones, and obediently finished his porridge. Suddenly, he noticed in Ashley's hands a treasured item that he had not tried for a long time. Ashley explained that she received the ham sausage from David, who chose to give it to her, and now she could share the delicacy with Zach. Embarrassed by such generosity, Zach refused to take the sausage, not considering himself worthy of such a sacrifice. He decided that it would be fair to give the delicacy to Elizabeth as the youngest in their company. Soothing his conscience that David's student could not show his weakness, Zach still refused the delicious food. Nancy nodded approvingly and asked Elizabeth to thank her older brother for such an act. Carms looked at the guy with pride, noting his fortitude and real masculine qualities. Despite the difficult situation in which they all found themselves, the soldiers were attentive to the needs of ordinary people and tried to help them in any way they could. The girl remembered the night incident with a zombie attack and the robbery of one of the food trucks. Janine sadly noted that the casualties among the soldiers were high. Several people died. Carms came up with an idea that, in his opinion, could improve the situation, and he offered to share their remaining supplies with the soldiers. Janine and Linda, taking a bag of rice, went in search of the commander to express their gratitude and support to him. Meanwhile, Patricia, tired and exhausted, was once again counting the losses in her squad over the past 24 hours. Ludwig took pity on the tired commander and brought her a cup of hot porridge, begging her for at least a little refreshment. He was afraid that Patricia would develop serious health problems due to overwork. Taking the cup with gratitude and apologizing for her weakness, Patricia promised to find an opportunity to rest in the near future. But the terrifying lists of dead soldiers haunted her. She simply could not give herself any relief. The commander was perplexed where such inhuman aggression and strength came from among ordinary zombies, whom they had previously dealt with without difficulty. Ludwig agreed that deaths were inevitable in war, but the lack of reliable information about the enemy made their task impossible. The conversation was interrupted by the appearance of Linda and Janine, who approached them with an unusual request. As a sign of respect and gratitude, they decided to donate part of their supplies, because they could not calmly watch how the defenders of order remained hungry. Seeing the bag of rice, even the imperturbable Ludwig expressed his admiration for the gift, and the commander was speechless. Janine carefully explained that she understood the complexity of the food situation and that we need to help each other in a difficult situation. She asked to accept their modest gift not as a handout, but as a sign of solidarity and support. Patricia thanked her for her good intentions and sincere desire to help, but firmly refused the provisions. Not understanding the reason for the refusal, Janine stopped in confusion, afraid of offending the military with her persistence. The commander calmly explained to them that she could not take food from civilians, whose safety came first for every soldier. She proudly emphasized that protecting the people is their main responsibility, and will not allow herself to take a crumb, even at the cost of her own well-being. Ludwig supported Patricia, convincing the girls that they had no reason to doubt the honesty of the military. Janine again referred to the commonality of their professions, which, in her opinion, made them allies in this unequal struggle for life. At this moment, the conversation was interrupted by the indignant cry of one of the refugees, who became an accidental witness to the scene. The boss, having won a dubious victory in a card game, rubbed his hands in anticipation of winning, confident in his luck. The two friends laughed arrogantly at the losers, reveling in their sense of superiority. Paul, one of the members of their gang, fearfully approached the boss and began to whisper something in his ear. The guy, barely restraining the excitement and greed in his voice, spoke about what he had just seen with his own eyes. The boss couldn't believe his ears. The soldiers who only ate porridge had hidden reserves. Janine continued the conversation, not paying attention to what was happening, saying that she had also served in the police in the past and knew the value of military duty. Patricia, wishing to end this pointless conversation as quickly as possible, again assured the girls of her sincerity and devotion to duty. Not wanting to continue the argument and showing everyone her normal human act, she allowed the bag of rice to be left and distributed among the refugees. Ludwig was commanded by his commander to take the rice and distribute it to those in need. He hastily saluted and hastened to carry out his commander's orders. Paul's words were confirmed. The military did indeed have rice hidden, and in significant quantities. A malicious light flashed in the boss's eyes. He was already anticipating how he would expose the liars and take the supplies for himself. Everyone suddenly became silent, listening to the guy's accusations, which exposed the unscrupulous soldiers as it seemed to him. Ludwig indignantly denied his false words, talking about the exploits of his comrades. Panic began all around. The voices became louder and the quarrel intensified with every second. The impudent tone of the leader of the crowd of refugees angered Ludwig, and he asked what right he had to talk to him like that. Does he think that only he has the right to dispose of the general reserves, regardless of the opinion of the military? Having supported the leader, someone from the crowd shouted that the military was unreliable and could abandon them at any moment. Janine noticed that the situation was heating up, and if they did not stop the provocation, the consequences could be unpredictable. Linda's patience snapped and she angrily shouted that she would not allow anyone to insult her friends and threaten their lives. Taking out a pistol from her belt, she threatened to shoot anyone who dared to contradict her. There was a commotion at the base. The fragile girl, who seemed so harmless, turned out to have a weapon. The boss was just waiting for this. He loudly ordered his accomplices to grab their weapons and attack. Paul grinned sarcastically, noting that Linda couldn't fight off his friends with just a gun. He joked cruelly, inviting her to shoot them all and then explain her barbaric behavior to her superiors. Furious, Linda took aim at Paul and was about to pull the trigger. Came the authoritative voice of Patricia, who quietly appeared nearby and ordered the girl to put away the weapon. She called on everyone to remain calm and assured that she would sort out the situation herself. Having recognized the instigator of the scandal as the leader of a local gang, Patricia tried to find an approach to his shaken pride. The commander remembered how ardently he boasted of his strength and courage, and asked if he had the courage to take responsibility for the safety of food. The boss was taken aback by the unexpected proposal, muttering vague excuses. Paul hastily agreed with his friend, fearing exposure and anger from the commander. Ludwig chuckled contemptuously, noting that the bravery of these braggarts was worthless. Linda was indignant at how brazenly this coward and liar behaved. The soldiers gathered around watched with interest the development of events, anticipating an interesting spectacle. Noticing the bustle and hearing loud voices, other inhabitants of the camp began to get out of their shelters, trying not to miss the fun. The commander offered the boss a simple and understandable solution to their dispute. Whoever defeats whom in a fair battle will dispose of the remaining provisions. The boss immediately declared that he would not fight with the woman, because he did not want to be considered a coward and a scoundrel. Patricia coldly noted that today he would be her opponent regardless of gender, and offered to do without weapons and dirty tricks. The winner will be determined very simply. Whoever is first on the ground is the loser. Paul hurriedly encouraged the frightened boss, whispering that he had no chance of losing and that very soon they would be feasting. He got so excited that he almost shouted in his boss's face about his incredible strength, which would be enough to scatter all the military here. Finally, the boss made an effort and agreed to the fight. With an arrogant smile on his face, he promised Patricia to be gentle with her. None of those present could have imagined how this fight would end, in which the boss was going to show off his strength. Before the spectators could blink, they saw the bully's body fly through the air and crash to the ground with a crash. Patricia carried out the grab with lightning speed, leaving the boss helpless in her hands and knocking him down with a slight movement. The boss could only croak out a curse, clutching his broken arm. Not believing their eyes, the crowd fell silent. Was this woman really stronger than the gang leader? Only Linda could not hold back her emotions, admiring Patricia's dexterity and speed of reaction. Ludwig, proud of his commander, grinned contentedly as he listened to the laudatory odes addressed to her. Patricia, not paying attention to the fuss, addressed the crowd with a speech. She tried to convey to them the importance of trust and mutual assistance, without which they would not be able to survive in this struggle. The commander spoke about the heavy burden of responsibility that lies on the shoulders of every soldier, and that unfair accusations only worsen the situation. Once again, she reaffirmed her steadfast resolve to protect civilians and guide them to safety. Admiring Linda showered Patricia with compliments, asking her to take her as a student and teach her how to deal with enemies just as quickly. Janine stopped her friend's ardor, explaining that the commander needed rest and that she should not distract her with empty talk. Patricia, seeing Linda's interest, asked if she had any fighting skills. Having learned that both girls had undergone combat training, she was delighted with the unexpected gift of fate, considering their appearance a good sign. Smiling, she introduced herself and invited her new acquaintances to communicate less formally. While a deceptive holiday atmosphere reigned at the base, a new threat, about which they still knew nothing, was approaching their temporary campsite. In the darkness of the night, under one of the bridges, something huge, reminiscent of a giant green toad, slowly moved forward. It didn't notice the cluster of zombies at its feet, as if they were nothing more than insects to it. The next moment, one of the zombies was grabbed by a long, flexible appendage escaping from the monster's mouth. From the same appendage, something resembling a small monster jumped out, and biting into the victim's neck, instantly penetrated inside. A moment later, the captured zombie began to move, but now he was no longer controlled by the virus, but by a parasite that had subjugated his consciousness. Yes, this giant toad had the same strength as if he was the new king of the zombies. The toad continued on its way, leaving behind more and more zombie puppets. Unaware of the impending danger, the guards at the base diligently carried out their duties. One of the soldiers complained of fatigue and expressed a desire to go to bed as soon as possible. Another guard dreamed of relaxation, recalling with pleasure the times when no one bothered him to enjoy a cigarette and a cup of coffee. His comrades supported him and noted that before they did not value what they had, complaining about an uninteresting life. Suddenly he noticed a moving figure in the distance and, raising his weapon, squinted warily. He asked his partner if he saw the potential danger, receiving an affirmative nod. A well-aimed shot stopped the lone zombie, but something about this incident alerted the experienced soldiers. A comrade who watched his actions shook his head in confusion, not believing his eyes. Moments later, he raised the alarm, calling for reinforcements. A huge horde of zombies led by a giant toad was approaching the base. The dream suddenly vanished. Where could zombies come from here in such numbers, especially at night? Without wasting a second, Patricia began coordinating the defense, trying to identify the scale of the disaster. Ludwig, choking with excitement, reported that they noticed the enemy too late. Now the monsters were storming their first line of defense. Trying to assess the danger, Patricia asked about the enemy's numbers. Ludwig estimated that there were at least 1,000 of them, and that their number was growing every minute. Patricia ordered Ludwig to lead the evacuation of the refugees, while she and her squad remained to hold back the attack of the monsters. Ludwig, who had not yet regained the ability to think logically from fear, timidly reminded him of the evacuation plan. Patricia realized that in a difficult situation, her deputy had turned into a stupid amoeba, and again ordered him to get out of here quickly. Commander Ludwig, assessing the situation, gave the order to the soldiers to urgently retreat, keeping up with the main detachment. The young woman, holding her child tightly to her, anxiously watched the scene unfolding in front of her. Eugene had a feeling of hopelessness at the thought of how many more lives these merciless monsters would take. The soldiers of the military detachment seemed accustomed to constant movement and risk, calmly following the orders of the commander. Carms believed that it was better to be exposed to constant danger on the road than to remain subservient to a tyrant like Tim. Eugene thought with alarm about his comrades who remained in danger and did not understand why they did not evacuate along with everyone else. The uncle explained to Eugene that Linda and Janine, on their own initiative, decided to stay and help the military hold back the onslaught of zombies. The young man was filled with the desire to immediately return and join his friends who were risking their lives to save others. The fighters received clear orders to open fire only if there was a real threat of zombies breaking through the barrier. Each soldier had to use ammunition sparingly, accurately hitting targets and following the orders of the commander. Patricia urged everyone to remain calm and focus on the task, believing that reinforcements would arrive soon. The appearance of mutated zombies brought even more chaos and panic to the ranks of the retreating soldiers. The monster that broke through the barricade became the primary target for the soldiers, who used all kinds of weapons. Horror gripped the soldiers when they realized that ordinary bullets could not harm this powerful monster. Patricia, having information about the weaknesses of the mutant, ordered the fighters to continue the fight without losing their fighting spirit. She quickly explained to the fighters that they needed to aim not at the monster's head, but at the huge sarcoma on his body. Seeing a new wave of zombies attacking from the flank, the soldier turned to his commander for instructions. Patricia calmly ordered the fighters not to give up positions and to continue firing, aiming exclusively at the mutant sarcomas. Noticing the extraordinary agility and speed of the mutated monsters, she hastened to warn the fighters about this. The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar vehicle heading towards the very epicenter of the battle attracted the attention of those present. Braking sharply, the huge machine knocked one of the monsters off his feet with a powerful blow. Patricia recognized the missing Linda as the driver and, concerned for her safety, ordered her to leave immediately. Linda categorically refused to leave the battlefield, reminding Patricia of her earlier promise to help in difficult times. Patricia looked hopefully at the unusual weapon in Linda's hands, hoping for its effectiveness in battle. Coming out of hiding, Janine proudly demonstrated that he belonged to the police ranks, ready to protect people. Patricia expressed concern about expendable ammunition, reminding Janine of its strictly limited resources. Janine shouted loudly to Patricia that she still had enough ammunition to fight a long battle. Realizing the impossibility of holding a line in an open field, Patricia ordered the soldiers to retreat. Patricia noted in confusion that not only mutated individuals pose a real threat. The appearance of unfamiliar heavy equipment and a powerful explosion of a shell that covered the enemy detachment caused panic in the ranks of the soldiers. The monstrous force of the explosion tore the zombies' bodies to pieces, leaving behind a huge crater in the center of the battlefield. Linda, without hiding her joy, announced the appearance of David, whose skill was responsible for the effective shot. Noticing the monsters surrounding the girls, David became enraged and prepared to defend his comrades. Without wasting a second, he drove his armored vehicle towards the cluster of monsters, planning to crush them. Having assessed the scale of the threat and the number of mutants, David came to the conclusion that these were special zombies that he had never fought before. Assessing the situation, he decided to use his gift to try to subjugate the mutants to his will. Taking a closer look, he noticed on the bodies of the mutants traces of the influence of the parasite, which, apparently, was controlled by a zombie frog. With horror, he realized that the mutants were beyond his control, which made the task much more difficult. Suddenly, the idea came to David's mind to try to subjugate not the monsters themselves, but the very parasites living in them. Concentrating all his attention on the biorhythms of mutants, David activated his superpowers to the maximum. Linda watched with alarm as Janine, without waiting for an order, rushed into the midst of the monsters. Stopping in the middle of the battlefield, Janine watched how the zombies' behavior changed unpredictably. Not even a minute had passed when the monsters, who had been rushing to attack just a second ago, suddenly stopped, stopping the pursuit. At that moment, David's loud voice was heard, giving orders to the zombies to attack each other. The soldiers, seeing the bloodshed unfolding before them, looked at each other in disbelief, not believing their eyes. Taking advantage of the temporary lull, the commander ordered the soldiers to open fire on the weakened enemy before it was too late. Seeing Janine in the middle of the battlefield, David invited him to take a seat in his armored car to shoot zombies. While communicating with Janine, David noted to himself that the officer still could not forgive him. Calming himself with the thought that he was doing a good deed, David joyfully welcomed the officer into his car. Judging by Janine's cold tone, it is not so easy for her to forget what happened earlier, and she is clearly in the mood for a serious conversation. Getting into the armored car, Janine snapped that he agreed only out of necessity, and would definitely return to this conversation later. David caught himself thinking that, being in close quarters with Janine, he was involuntarily distracted by her feminine charms. Seeing his men being defeated, the commander exclaimed in despair that they did not have enough power to win. Patricia, hoping for reinforcement, asked the fighters if anyone had access to more destructive weapons. At that moment, she realized that only large military bases could provide the necessary firepower for rescue. Seeing the death of their leader, the rest of the zombies, succumbing to panic, rushed in all directions, saving their rotten bodies. Patricia, examining the battlefield, came to the conclusion that all these monsters were just pawns in the hands of the deceased mutant. The unusual behavior of the zombies, who began to destroy each other, interested her, and she decided to report this to the command. Linda, sighing with relief at the sight of David, rushed to meet him, glad that he managed to find them. The girl whispered that she had no doubt about his imminent arrival and believed that he would have time to save them. Taking advantage of the moment, David began to explain to Linda his strange behavior in the past, associated with the effects of Tim's drug. After listening carefully to David, Linda stopped him, making it clear that she already knew everything from Janine and had long ago forgiven him. The girl noted that she understood how vulnerable David was at that moment, and that he was just a victim of circumstances. David looked at Linda with gratitude, realizing how sweet and generous she was, and yet he could not get rid of the feeling of guilt for his misdeeds and the bad thoughts creeping into his head. Sighing, Linda explained to David that she held no grudge against him and that they would be happy together no matter what. Confused, David began to make excuses, citing the fact that he was not worthy of such treatment after everything he had done. Confused by the question of whether he has feelings for Janine, David is speechless. This question sounded so unexpected that he couldn't even immediately find what to answer for fear of offending Linda. The girl hastened to reassure him, admitting that she saw how sincerely Janine treated him and that she would not interfere with her. David listened in amazement to his beloved's monologue and could not believe his ears when he heard her answer. Imagination immediately painted a picture of their future life, where he lives with two beautiful girls. Trying not to show his excitement and put his thoughts in order, he tried to breathe evenly and pretend that nothing had happened. At that moment, Patricia approached them, and apologizing for the interference, introduced herself as a member of the detachment from the security zone. Trying to control himself, David immediately adopted a business-like tone and introduced himself in response, not forgetting about politeness. Having assessed the height and physical fitness of the stranger, he concluded that he was safe. Thanking the guys for their invaluable help, Patricia invited David to step aside and talk in private. David, feeling that this was very important, immediately agreed and apologized to Linda and Janine and followed Patricia. He looked warily at the retreating figure of the military man, trying to guess what she wanted to tell him. In a cozy place not far from there, Patricia once again thanked David, Linda, and Janine for saving her. Janine, answering for everyone, modestly noted that protecting civilians was her professional duty. Looking at them, She added that it was an honor for the military to work side by side with such heroes. Concerned about how soon they would get there, Linda inquired hesitantly about their location. Patricia clarified the route and announced that there were still approximately 400 kilometers left to the security zone. After that, David, just in case, checked with her about the situation at their destination. Patricia assured him that the security zone they were heading to was one of the most secure and well-maintained. In it, according to Patricia, all necessary security measures were observed, and the risk of a zombie attack there was minimized. After thinking a little, David asked Patricia which of these zones they were closest to at the moment. Without hesitating for a second, the girl replied that the nearest zone was in the city of Fuzhou. Hearing her answer, Janine asked Patricia what her mission was. Patricia explained that a car had already been sent for them, which would arrive in 6 months and take no more than 30,000 refugees. Hearing her words, David calmed down somewhat, because getting to Fuzhou during this time was quite possible. Noticing his concern, Patricia hastened to assure him of the safety of the place where they were going. According to Patricia, it looked like an impregnable fortress, surrounded by a high fence and guarded by armed soldiers. In addition, vegetables were grown there, and the inhabitants of this fortified settlement did not suffer from hunger. Patricia added to her story that there were already over 100,000 survivors living within this safety zone. Looking straight into David's eyes, Patricia suggested that they join forces to get there safely. Seeing no other way out, David immediately agreed, realizing that otherwise they would not be able to cope with the difficulties. With a smile, he looked at Patricia, and only then allowed himself to relax. Patricia had her own reasons to fear David's extraordinary abilities and continue secret surveillance of him. David, feeling the joy of the meeting, decided to give Patricia a gift as a sign of acquaintance. The gift was nothing more than an ordinary bottle of cola, found by David while searching for provisions. Patricia, as a commander, had no right to accept gifts from civilians, which explained her refusal. In an attempt to get around the ban, David offered Patricia the Coke as a friend, not as a gift to the officer. Despite David's attempts, Patricia remained adamant and refused to accept cola from him. She advised him to save the drink for later exchange for more valuable things, because in the post-apocalypse, everything mattered. David was surprised by Patricia's reaction, because she remained indifferent to such a rare drink as cola during this difficult time. Janine, watching what was happening, gained even more respect for Patricia's perseverance and sense of duty. As darkness fell, the settlement fell asleep, with the exception of the vigilant military on duty guarding its peace. The soldiers' gazes were focused on the armored vehicle David found, which inspired admiration for its power. The beauty and inaccessibility of this armored monster instilled confidence and a feeling of complete security in the soldiers. Commander Ludwig, inspired by what he saw, admitted that he would love to ride this miracle of technology, without fear of meeting even a horde of zombies. Introducing David to the squad, Commander Ludwig emphasized that he was new to their ranks. Shocked by the discovery, Ludwig hurried to find out from David where exactly he managed to find such a technique. David calmly replied that he discovered this seemingly working armored car on the territory of an abandoned industrial site. Wanting to get the same car for himself, Commander Ludwig persistently asked David to indicate the exact location of the plant. The soldiers, observing the commander's enthusiasm, hastened to reassure him, suggesting that David was unlikely to remember the way there. Referring to his waiting comrades, David decided to leave, giving the military the opportunity to continue the conversation. Intuition told Ludwig that David was hiding something and that the matter was not limited to just the armored car. The commander was also wary of how the newcomer managed to discover such a rare example of foreign-made military equipment in our time. Despite David's strange behavior, Patricia was almost sure that he did not pose a threat, unlike zombies. She understood that the squad had suffered greatly after recent losses, and meeting a new wave of infected could result in complete destruction. In this regard, Patricia saw in David a chance for a successful completion of the operation and a safe path to the collection point. Exhausted by a sleepless night and a long march, Carms dreamed of quickly satisfying his hunger. Linda hastened to reassure him, saying that little Nancy and Sharon were already busy preparing porridge to feed all the tired travelers. Carms, tired of monotonous food, dreamed of meat, because according to him, you can't get enough of porridge alone. Suddenly he asked his comrades where David was, noticing his absence from the camp. At that very moment, David appeared, which caused genuine joy in Zach, who was yearning for his friend. The boy rushed towards David, screaming, telling him how much he missed him, and how long he had been waiting for his return. Eugene, who noticed his friend first, hastened to please the others with the news of his return. He admitted that he feared the worst, thinking that David had fallen behind them and would be forced to catch up with the squad alone. David thanked everyone for their work and noted their efforts in overcoming the difficulties of the journey. At this moment, David thought that the passage of time in the familiar world and post-apocalyptic reality could be different and this could lead to unexpected consequences. He found himself thinking that Linda and Janine, despite the possible age difference in the future, would still be the ones he liked the most in the world. The feeling of someone's gaze behind him made David become wary and turn around. He told his friends that he had something nice in store for them, deciding to please them after a difficult journey. Inviting his comrades to go to the tent, where no one would disturb them, David was going to show the gifts he had brought. Noticing Janine getting ready to leave, he asked where she was going because he had a surprise for her. Janine politely declined the treat and explained that she would like to help prepare Nancy and Sharon's dinner. David was puzzled by Janine's coldness and began to think that she still had not forgiven him for past mistakes. At this time, joy was already reigning in the tent among David's comrades. Zach opened the container he brought and found ice cream there. Without hiding his delight, he demanded to give him a portion because the delicacy could melt and he had dreamed about it for so long. David urged his friends to remain calm, reminding them that they shouldn't share their find with others. Otherwise, they might not have enough of the delicacy. Linda decided to call Nancy and Sharon so that the girls could also enjoy the coolness in this stuffy weather. Eugene, watching what was happening, could not resist asking where David got his ice cream in such conditions. Linda just waved him off, hinting at David's unusual abilities and advising him not to think about the origin of the treats. David assured his comrades that the container with ice cream was equipped with a special cooling system, and it would not melt until the night. At this time, Paul decided to ask his boss about what was happening in the tent of David and his friends. The boss, showing no interest, simply brushed him off, claiming that they were not doing anything special. Nancy, meanwhile, was carrying hot porridge from her shelter, warning everyone to be careful and not get burned. David was relieved that he could finally get some rest after all the experiences of the past days. Remembering his fight with the monster, he became more and more convinced that it was not just a zombie, but the zombie king controlling the others. He was alarmed by the unknown, because he still did not understand what other abilities, besides controlling parasites, this monster had. David remembered that the system gave him a task to search and destroy this creature, but he had no idea where to look for it yet. His thoughts were interrupted. Janine approached him, wanting to talk privately. David immediately got out of the armored car, thinking that it would be more correct to communicate this way. But Janine, stopping him, said that she preferred to have the conversation inside the car, away from prying eyes. The silence that reigned in the car began to put pressure on David, and he decided to break it with the first phrase he came across. Having collected his thoughts a little, David directly asked Janine what she wanted to tell him, but the awkwardness between them only intensified, because he did not start the conversation with the most successful phrase, only aggravating the situation. Janine suddenly asked the guy if he really planned to spend the night right in the car. David explained to her that it would be uncomfortable for him in a tent, where it was already cramped, so he decided to settle in an armored car. Janine, concerned about his health, warned against his cold and advised him to move to the others. Unexpectedly for both, the atmosphere in the car became tense, and they merged in a passionate kiss. Janine abruptly pulled away from David, believing that they had crossed the line and this was unacceptable. Not understanding the reason for her changeability, David reminded Janine that she was not indifferent to him either. Janine objected that sympathy is not a reason to violate principles and behave inappropriately. Janine was determined. She wanted to clarify their relationship here and now. David did not see the meaning in words. He believed that their actions spoke for themselves. Janine directly asked how David felt about her, whether their relationship was more than just friendship. To which David replied that Janine means much more to him than just a friend, because he values her precisely as a girl. Janine, deep in thought, shared her idea of an ideal future, which now seems unrealistic. In anger, she blamed David for everything that was happening, believing that he had destroyed her hopes for a happy family life. Seeing her condition, David tried to calm Janine and encouraged her to listen to him. He agreed that he was the reason Janine's plans were ruined, but he doesn't think it can't be fixed. David swore to her that he would do everything in his power to make her the happiest person in this world. In a fit of feeling, he confessed his love to Janine, convincing her of the sincerity of his feelings. Despite the touching words, Janine continued to doubt him until he revealed his past to her. Confused, David mentally turned to the system with the question of whether he should tell Janine the truth about himself. The system warned him against hasty actions, because this could have a disastrous effect on the further development of events. David could not hide the truth from Janine, considering her a close person who deserves to know everything. The system, seeing his hesitation, advised him to think it over again before making a final decision. Having gathered his thoughts, David began his story. He admitted to Janine that he was not who she thought he was. Janine, after listening to him, did not clarify what he meant, showing understanding and sympathy. She made it clear to David that there was no need to rush into revelations. Her feelings for him would not change. Touched by her words, David hastened to reassure her and once again vowed to take care of her. There were notes of resentment in Janine's voice when she reminded him that they had been close people for a long time. She asked why David still addressed her so formally, because there were no longer barriers between them. After hesitating for a second, David asked her what he could call her, so that she would be pleased. At this moment, David's thoughts were busy analyzing the situation. He felt that being next to Janine, his body stopped responding to the dark energy of the virus. David, emboldened, asked Janine if, given their new close relationship, he could take a little liberty. A little embarrassed, David asked permission to kiss Janine again, as he had done a minute ago. Smiling, Janine quietly replied that she would allow him to kiss her again. But before David could approach her, Janine stopped him, wanting to clarify one point. She asked him directly whether he was comfortable with the fact that their intimacy could happen right here, in the cramped cabin of an armored car. David confirmed her guesses, adding that if something does not suit her, he will not force her and will wait. To which Janine assured him that it was not the location that bothered her, but something else. With some embarrassment, she asked him this time to treat her more reverently and carefully than he had on their first night. Janine made him understand that not only his words and confessions are important to her, but also his careful attitude towards her. David listened carefully to her request and promised that he would behave differently now, excluding past mistakes. David, overcome with desire, decided to immediately undress Janine, who was standing next to him. Janine, fully sharing David's desire, prepared for him to remove her clothes. Linda suddenly appeared and loudly asked David if he was alone in the car. Deciding that David was lonely, Linda smiled and said that she had come to keep him company. Noticing Janine in the car, Linda apologized and hurried away, suggesting that they continue without her. David assured Linda that she had arrived just in time and happily invited her to join. Hesitant, Linda asked if he really was not against her joining them. David enthusiastically repeated his proposal and invited Linda into the car for a threesome making love. Commander Ludwig, who was watching them from afar, hastened to report to his commander that Linda and Officer Janine got into David's armored vehicle. Seeing how David's car was swaying suspiciously, Commander Ludwig assumed that they were doing something wrong there. But Patricia strictly ordered Commander Ludwig to mind his own business and return to his post. The next morning, as soon as dawn broke, the main forces of the detachment set off on the road to their destination. Despite the heat outside, everyone was in high spirits, looking forward to meeting their families soon. Suddenly, Linda exclaimed with annoyance that the ice cream was dripping on her, melting in the heat. Janine, who was watching Linda, playfully noted that she was eating ice cream very sexy. Elizabeth, who was sitting next to her, invited Linda to try her cherry-flavored ice cream, assuring her that it was very sweet and she would definitely like it. Linda liked Elizabeth's offer and happily accepted it in order to try the ice cream with an unusual taste. Linda licked the ice cream with pleasure, saying that she also wanted to try ice cream with a cherry. Noticing a child watching them, Janine advised him not to look at them. Offended, Zach did not understand what the problem was because he just wanted ice cream. David reprimanded Linda about her overly relaxed posture in which she was eating ice cream. Surprised, Linda did not understand the claims because she always eats it like that. What's wrong with that? Eugene, who ran up to David at that moment, loudly announced that he had important information. But first of all, David decided to check with Eugene how long they still had to get to the gathering place. Eugene, referring to the words of his friend, said that very soon they would reach the bridge, and right behind it was their destination. Delighted, David eagerly wanted to see their location. Fearing a possible meeting with the Zombie King, David decided to behave quietly below the grass so as not to attract unnecessary attention to himself. Commander Ludwig said that they had very little time left, and very soon they could finally rest. Patricia gently reminded everyone to remain vigilant, even though they were almost there. Tired, Patricia could hardly move her legs and dreamed of quickly going to bed and gaining strength. The sudden onset of rain alarmed Patricia, because now it would be much more difficult for them to move towards the goal. Alarmed people tried to cheer each other up, repeating the words they had heard from the military about their imminent arrival at the gathering place. The rude Paul called the woman who was barely plodding in front of him old and slow, ordering her to get out of the way. An irritated Paul sarcastically added that the old woman should not go to the gathering place because she would die anyway. Having heard Paul's conversation with the old woman, Patricia asked the woman if everything was okay and if she could move on her own. Patricia loudly warned everyone that the rain had made the road very slippery and they needed to be extremely careful not to fall. Offering the woman help, Patricia pointed her to their car, which she offered to get into and continue on her way in warmth and comfort. The grateful woman refused Patricia's offer because she considered herself a burden, taking the protector's place in the car. David smiled at the old woman and said that she should not be ashamed of their help and refuse it. Concerned that the rain did not stop, David drew the woman's attention to the fact that if she fell behind the group, she could become easy prey for zombies. Patricia asked David to help her and escort the stubborn old woman to their truck because it was closest. David gladly agreed to fulfill Patricia's request and accompany the old woman. But at that moment, the figure of Eugene appeared in the distance. Realizing that they would not be able to persuade the old woman, Patricia asked Eugene to take the woman on his back and carry her to their car himself. Eugene gallantly turned to the woman and, politely asking her to hold on tight, dragged her on his back into the car. Following them with his gaze, David mentally noted that their commander Patricia is a real cold beauty, because she even pronounces words of gratitude with icy calm on her face. Patricia suddenly felt that she had twisted her ankle, but immediately decided not to pay attention to this trifle, hoping to cope with the small problem. David worriedly inquired about Patricia's well-being and offered his help. Hiding the growing pain, Patricia tiredly answered David that everything was fine. She just gave herself some slack and didn't get enough sleep. David invited Patricia to lean on him as she walked. David, touching Patricia, felt the heat emanating from her and decided that she must have a fever. Noticing how red Patricia's face was, David couldn't resist asking her how she was feeling, suggesting that she was sick. Patricia, overcoming herself, told David not to worry and to move on, assuring that she was a little unwell, but it would not last long and she would soon be fine. Patricia sternly told him to leave her alone and not draw attention to her. David understood the behavior of Patricia, who was afraid of appearing weak in the eyes of her comrades, especially in the current situation. At the same time, David could not help but notice that, despite all the fortitude of Commander Patricia, she would not last long in this state, and she urgently needed rest. One of the soldiers shouted joyfully that he could see the silhouette of a bridge ahead, which meant they were almost there. The second soldier confirmed his comrade's words, shouting with excitement in his voice that they had finally made it. Anticipating a quick meeting with his family, he rushed to run forward with the words that very soon they would be there, and called everyone to follow him. Exhausted and tired, people encouraged each other, repeating with hope in their voices that their salvation was near. Peering into the distance, Commander Ludwig thought that he saw a detachment of their comrades sent to their aid. David could hardly move his feet due to fatigue and anxiety growing inside him. The young guy's thoughts, unlike his body, rushed forward, painting rosy pictures of long-awaited rest, safety, and delicious food. Little Ashley confidently whispered to her brother that this time they would definitely succeed, and they would finally be able to live normally in a safe and secure place. David was wary and frightened by the ensuing calm. He suddenly felt that they'd gotten there too easily. David decided not to give in to his emotions and use his skill to assess the level of danger at the moment. What was revealed to his gaze made his blood run cold. In front were not comrades at all, but skillfully made scarecrows made of straw. Continuing to study the area, David noticed a pile of old rusty cars that reliably blocked further passage. David realized that this time he was faced not with stupid zombies, but with an intelligent opponent, because only intelligent creatures are capable of this. David now understood the whole insidious plan of the enemy, who drove them into a real trap, choosing a bridge as it without the possibility of retreating back. And then, as if confirming his worst fears, they noticed two strong zombies behind them. One of the soldiers said with horror in his voice that they had fallen into a trap, and this was the end. The soldier, his voice distorted with horror, hastened to report a zombie attack to their left. Before Commander Ludwig had time to come to his senses from this news, a message immediately arrived that they were tightly surrounded on 3 sides at once. Commander Ludwig realized with horror that this time they were faced not with ordinary opponents, but with a huge concentration of mutated zombies. The soldier, suffocating from the mutant's death grip, tried to call for help, because he himself could no longer do anything. Patricia calmly gave orders, commanding the first detachment to stand with her to protect the rear, and the other 2 to deal with the enemy to their right and left. Commander Ludwig called everyone to order, reminding them to strictly follow orders. Patricia noticed the strange behavior of the zombies, who, instead of killing and eating people on the spot, grabbed them and dragged them somewhere. At that moment, the mutants were chasing the 2 guys from the local gang at full speed and had almost caught up with them. Paul, who was caught by the mutant, frightenedly called his friend, begging him not to leave him to die. The boss, unlike Paul, was only thinking about how to save his own skin, even if it meant sacrificing him. While running away, the cowardly boss assured himself that he had chosen the only right path and must definitely survive. At that moment, the woman was alarmedly screaming at the fleeing boss's back. Why did he take her daughter? Noticing the mutant catching up with him, the guy threw the baby to him, saying that he would give him the child but asked him not to touch him. Seeing this, the enraged Patricia immediately rushed to save the child from the clutches of the hungry monster. Directing the baby to the side, Patricia told the child to run to his mother without looking back. At that moment, Patricia realized that her strength was running out, and she simply could not complete this mission. David suddenly appeared nearby and tried to bring her to her senses. Patricia saw David and asked how he ended up here, because just recently he was at the very beginning of the column. Noticing a huge zombie right in front of them, David rushed to attack. With one deft blow, he destroyed the very parasite on the zombie's body that had been controlling him all this time. Patricia could hardly believe her eyes, seeing David tearing apart the zombies one by one with his bare hands. Having dealt with the enemy, David turned to Patricia with concern and asked if she was okay and could move on her own. A grateful Patricia told David that she was fine and would find the strength to continue on her way. Realizing that a little more and Patricia would simply collapse from fatigue right in front of his eyes, David invited her to lean on him. David noticed a deep bleeding wound on her back. Did that monster really manage to touch it with its claws? Concerned that the zombie virus might have entered the body through the wound, David mentally asked the system to check how serious it was. Having studied Patricia's condition, the system reported that there was no virus in her body, but overwork led to an increase in temperature to 40 degrees. David did not consider this temperature a trifle, and in this situation it only aggravates their difficult situation. Patricia in a weak voice asked David to leave her and run to save others, citing her guilt towards them. Patricia blamed herself for putting her comrades in danger, and only hoped that they would be able to get to the meeting point. David tried to calm the upset Patricia, assuring her that the other soldiers were helping people, and that soon they would all be safe together. Gathering her remaining strength, Patricia whispered that she was very concerned about the fate of the captured people, and expressed hope that David would be able to help them. Patricia saw a zombie sneaking up behind her and screamed in fear, warning David of the danger. Instantly reacting to Patricia's warning, David concentrated and launched the inner vision skill, trying to understand who was behind the zombie puppet. David realized that the mutant was being controlled by someone from afar, and wondered who was strong enough to remotely control so many. And then he saw it, a huge, disgusting toad which, like a puppeteer, controlled all the zombies on the bridge. David thought he even heard the toad in a hungry voice demand that he bring her fresh human meat. Toad continued to give orders to his subordinates, telling them to capture all the surviving people on the bridge. Seized by animal hunger, the toad screamed heart-rendingly for everyone to be brought to her. At that moment, David realized that all the troubles were coming from the Zombie King. Having come to her senses, Patricia quietly told David that she had long noticed his strange behavior and the way he looked at zombies. Burning with curiosity, Patricia demanded to know what the hell was going on here. David, looking at Patricia with honest eyes, told her not to worry because he was on their side and promised to tell her the truth later, when the situation was calmer. Seeing David's tension and the fact that he did not even hide his strength, Patricia resigned herself and quietly said that she trusted him. One of the soldiers whistled in shock when he saw the mountains of scrap metal in front of them. How could they get through all this? Commander Ludwig ordered the explosives to be found, citing the need to act quickly as their comrades continued to fight. The soldiers threw up their hands and said that they had nothing to help, because they had spent their last charge in the last battle. Seeing no other way out and seething with powerlessness, Commander Ludwig ordered his brothers-in-arms to clear the rubble with their bare hands. At that moment, a breathless Eugene ran up to him, shouting that they had a heavy weapon that would help solve this problem. Commander Ludwig angrily rushed to Eugene asking why he had not yet told about the weapon. Linda asked to stop the useless squabble and get down to business without wasting a minute. Commander Ludwig nodded to Linda and once again encouraged the soldiers, assuring them that they would get there very soon. The next moment he realized that the soldiers were already ready, and warning of the explosion, loudly commanded everyone to move to a safe distance. People held their breath and looked at the fragments of cars flying in different directions from the missile hit. There were cheers from the crowd that the hit was accurate, and the barrier had been destroyed. Linda, with a slight smile on her lips, said that now it was her turn to show class, and with undisguised pride, she started the engine of her brainchild. Assessing the seriousness of her approach to the problem, the soldiers could not help but exclaim with one voice. At this time, Eugene had already given the command that the movement could begin. After making sure that the passage was clear, Commander Ludwig ordered to continue moving and follow him. Noticing Linda returning, one of the soldiers inquired about the reason why she left the battlefield. Linda, throwing out phrases in passing, explained that she could not leave David and was obliged to help him. She noted to herself David's skill and professionalism in exterminating zombies, noting that he was also a human, and his resources were not endless. Watching from the side, she noted David's incredible charisma and watched with pleasure the spectacular reprisal. David warned the people around him of the danger, ordering them to immediately get away. Filled with rage, he turned to the stupid zombie, ordering him to release the people immediately. Seeing the zombie's desire to hide from David's wrath, he angrily promised to catch up with him and break his neck. Patricia gave orders, trying to act quickly and clearly. Little Zach, self-confidently declaring that he knew the shortcut best of all, drew the crowd with him. One of the soldiers decided to make sure that the young warriors actually knew how to handle weapons. Offended by the lack of confidence in himself, Zach loudly responded that they shouldn't worry about it. Having received an affirmative answer, the experienced fighter ordered everyone to open fire to kill. David noted with regret that only a few of them managed to escape from the other world, and most of the people remained in the clutches of monsters. Patricia honestly admitted to the guy that without him, they would definitely all have died there. Nodding to Patricia, David agreed with the need for a speedy retreat to save at least himself and those who remained alive. Commander Patricia ordered the soldiers to retreat, not forgetting the wounded and those in need of help. David, having given instructions to Linda, took responsibility for further persecution and promised to destroy the bridge. Patricia carefully watched as David took out kilograms of explosives from a seemingly ordinary bag. Grinning slightly, David responded by saying that it was a magic bag and that it would contain anything you wanted. Setting the last charge, David ordered everyone to immediately get off the bridge, because there were only a few seconds left before the explosion. Shouting for everyone to run away without looking back, David rushed after the retreating people. Once at a safe distance, David thought that they would definitely not be able to escape from this amount of dynamite. Before he had time to think about it, the Zombie King suddenly appeared in front of him, literally out of thin air. Without saying a word, the Zombie King extended his paw and like a match put out the fire. David was furious at this turn of events, but he had to admit that this creature was still intelligent. At this time, the Zombie King ordered his walking puppets to destroy every single one. David heard the system say that there was a source of parasites nearby that was blocking his powers. In a panic, David turned to the system and asked it what they should do now. At this time, Linda was already running towards him, giving orders to the soldiers to open fire and pointing her weapon directly at the mountain of dynamite planted. Patricia, overcoming the pain, calmly ordered the soldiers to continue their retreat, not forgetting to help the weaker ones. Dynamite was next to the giant toad, and the bullet had almost reached its target. There was a deafening explosion, from which everyone's ears were blocked, and the flames of fire engulfed the huge mutant. Loud rejoicings were heard in the crowd because now they had hope of salvation. The boy Zach, having come to his senses, reported that he had almost shot one of his people. David noted that now, with such a team of excellent shooters, nothing threatens them. David ordered Patricia to move forward and leave this damn place as quickly as possible. Gathering all her strength into a fist, Patricia nodded and in a hoarse voice shouted to her comrades to wait for her a little. Suddenly, a huge green tentacle appeared right from the ground and, wrapping itself around Patricia, dragged her into the water. David rushed forward in the hope of catching up with the mutant before he managed to take Patricia with him. Commander Ludwig ordered David not to hesitate for a second, because no one but him could help her. Linda was surprised at the survivability of these monsters, and could not understand how he managed to survive the explosion. Patricia loudly asked David to leave, because everything had already been decided for her, and asked him not to sacrifice himself for her. But David was not used to giving up, and interrupting Patricia, answered in a firm voice that he would definitely save her. Repeating his promise, David headed towards the cliff. He was ready to do anything to save her. Patricia, not expecting this from him, tried to stop him, saying that he was wasting his time. David, without hesitation, jumped down from the bridge after the girl, not afraid of the strong current of the river. The soldier above shouted that everything was lost, and their savior seemed to be already dead. Feeling approaching panic, the soldier reported the incident and warned that it was not possible to save him in such a turbulent stream. Commander Ludwig did not know what to do now and how to save both young people. Linda, distraught with grief, decided to go on a search with everyone else. Janine reminded everyone that David is not an ordinary person, and he will definitely be able to get out, because he has surprised them more than once with his strength and resourcefulness. Carms, wanting to encourage those present, fully supported her words, adding that they need to hold on and not lose composure. Carms decided to take the initiative into his own hands and began giving orders. Having come to his senses a little, Commander Ludwig admitted to Carms his weakness, because he had never found himself in such a difficult situation before. Janine ordered everyone to retreat to the location and tried to calm the grief-stricken Linda. At that very moment, emerging to the surface of the water, David gasped for air. Looking around and not finding Patricia next to him, he hopefully turned to the system for help. After listening to David's request, the system gave him the opportunity to choose how to search for the missing person. Soberly assessing the situation, David noticed that going against the flow was simply unrealistic, and it would take too much time, which they didn't have anyway. Suddenly, the system interrupted his thoughts with its own proposal about what he should do in this situation. David decided to take the chance, and hopefully agreed to another experiment. The system confirmed its readiness to launch the lottery and wished him good luck, although the system's voice still emanated coldness and indifference. David, who did not believe in luck, was ready to do anything to save Patricia, even trust some kind of lottery. At this time, Patricia, slowly sinking to the bottom, suffocating from lack of oxygen, thought that their enemy was the huge and incredibly strong zombie king. Finding herself face to face with death, she remembered her past battles with these creatures and noted with regret that this was their first meeting underwater. Patricia resigned herself to her fate, realizing that she was unlikely to be able to get out of this mess alive. In the face of imminent death, memories came flooding back to her, forcing her to relive all the most vivid events in her life. It seemed that just recently there were parents and a beloved man in her life, for whom she was ready to sacrifice everything, and now she is suffocating and dying. The battle they took on, protecting the fleeing and frightened people, flashed before their eyes. Alfred, as her lover was called, gathered his remaining strength and tried to fight the monster approaching him, but most likely it was too late. Finding a bleeding wound on Alfred's hand, Patricia asked in horror if he had been bitten by one of the infected. Alfred himself could not say with certainty whether he had been bitten or not, but the terrifying possibility of turning into a mindless monster chilled his soul. Trying not to panic, Patricia insisted that she urgently needed to get to the hospital, which was probably somewhere nearby. Alfred, seeing how much blood was flowing from the wound, realized that there was no salvation, and prepared for the worst. He reminded Patricia that they had seen more than once how their comrades, having received a zombie bite, turned into monsters. Patricia, however, did not give up, convincing Alfred that their collection point had everything needed to cleanse the blood of the virus. With desperation in her voice and tears in her eyes, Patricia begged Alfred to fight for his life and return to base with her. She had just lost her parents in this battle with zombies, and the thought that Alfred might die too was unbearable. Alfred, realizing that turning into a monster was inevitable, wanted to die with dignity, preserving the honor of a soldier. The firmness and determination with which Patricia spoke, her reluctance to leave her beloved, touched Alfred, and he reluctantly agreed to go with her. The thought that she would have to go this way alone, that the person who had always been her support and protection would no longer be nearby, plunged Patricia into horror. Alfred, feeling responsible for the girl's fate, seeing her boundless love and devotion, decided on one last attempt. They turned back, clinging to the fragile hope that they would be able to find help at the rally point. Patricia, believing in Alfred's strength of spirit, in his ability to withstand even a deadly virus, persistently maintained hope in him. Without wasting a minute, realizing that time was working against them, they hurried to the base. Knowing full well that the authorities might mistake Alfred for an infected person, Patricia promised to take all the blame upon herself. Feeling that death was inevitable, Alfred decided to tell Patricia something important to him. Saying goodbye to his beloved, he asked her not to blame herself and to continue living life to the fullest. Alfred, assuring the girl of her own safety, urged her not to worry about his fate. The next moment, a shot rang out and Alfred's lifeless body fell limp on the ground. Patricia's world collapsed. She was left completely alone, and it seemed to her that the only way out was to follow her beloved to the next world. Suddenly, something strong grabbed her hand and pulled her out of the water, preventing her from drowning. David promised that as long as he was nearby, she had nothing to fear, and with great speed, he dragged her to the surface. Coming to her senses, Patricia mistook her savior for a hallucination. He was too unreal in this terrifying reality. The next moment, there was a furious roar. David turned around sharply, anger splashing in his eyes. He threateningly ordered the terrible monster with webbed feet to immediately release the girl. With a lightning-quick movement, without hesitation, he cut off the vile, sticky tentacles that entangled Patricia's body. She was now freed from the clutches of the zombie king, but time was still working against them. Ignoring the fleeing monster, the guy was completely focused on helping Patricia. He managed to attach a tracking bug to the monster's body, so there won't be any problems with the search. David, with pinpoint precision, launched the dart at the most vulnerable spot, hoping that the sensor would be securely attached to the monster's body. Pleased with his accuracy, the guy grinned. Now every movement of this type will be controlled. Then he picked up Patricia's limp body in his arms and hurried to the surface, never ceasing to encourage the girl. Carefully, like a fragile porcelain doll, David carried Patricia out of the water at great speed. Laying her on the grass, he shook her shoulders, urging her to open her eyes, his voice trembling with emotion. David was afraid that the girl was dying right before his eyes and did not know what to do next. Suddenly, the guy remembered the magic beans he had bought, hoping that they could bring her back to life. He knew that these magic beans could even bring mortally wounded soldiers back to life. After David placed the bean between Patricia's lips, he again commanded her to wake up. Time seemed to stand still. There was no answer, and despair gripped David. Was he really late, and the miracle beans were useless? He threw his head back to the sky in horror and screamed, blaming himself for not being able to do it in time. At that second, the cold voice of the system suddenly brought him back to reality and ordered him to open the girl's mouth. Not understanding what the system wanted from him, David continued to look at Patricia. Suddenly he realized that the magic bean remained on her tongue. He was glad to realize his mistake. A feeling of relief washed over him. There was still a chance to fix everything. The girl was unconscious and could not swallow the bean. He himself had to push it down her throat. He mentally apologized to Patricia for having to pass the bean from mouth to mouth, but he convinced himself that he acted solely to save her. David tried not to think about what it looked like from the outside, because only the result was important. Embarrassment washed over him as David imagined the reaction of his mocking friends if they found out what he was doing here. Patricia slowly began to return to reality, as if she had emerged from deep water. Seeing her eyes open, David smiled with relief. He managed to snatch her from the clutches of death. Trying to concentrate and gather her thoughts together, the girl looked around and asked if she had managed to deal with the monster. David replied that the monster was immobilized, and they could return to base and report success. Trying to remember the last minutes, Patricia blushed, remembering how awkwardly she was saved. Confused even more by her words, David confusedly began to assure her that he did not pursue any selfish goals, but solely wanted to save her. Having finally come to her senses, the girl blushed and politely asked to remove his hand from her chest. He, completely at a loss and muttering an awkward apology, immediately complied with her request, explaining this as a habit. Feeling obligated to her savior, Patricia tried to express her sincere gratitude for her miraculous salvation. Her conscience gnawed at her because of the fact that David had to break orders and risk himself because of her. He hastened to reassure her, saying that she was not to blame for anything. That's how the circumstances developed. Convinced that Patricia was feeling better, David suggested following the monster's trail to strike back. Without doubting for a moment that Patricia would not refuse to go on this dangerous journey, he decisively stepped forward. He wanted to believe that they would be able to save all the prisoners and return home safe and sound. The longer they walked side by side, the more Patricia became convinced that David was very reliable and calculating. Trusting him completely, the girl decided not to break the agreement and not ask him about the past, but simply accept it as it is. After being silent for several minutes, the girl carefully asked him for a small but very important service for her. The guy readily agreed, but asked to first listen to what exactly was required of him before making a promise. She sounded mortally tired as she asked him to kill her if she turned into a monster. Patricia earnestly asked not to hesitate, because being a monster was worse than death for her, what seemed to him a monstrous crime. For her, a soldier who had gone through fire, water, and copper pipes, was a severe necessity. Patricia emphasized that a soldier must always be prepared to die in order to fulfill his duty and to save the lives of civilians. Imagining with horror the picture of how, having been turned into a mindless monster, she would tear people apart, Patricia began to persuade David to promise her this. He reluctantly agreed, trying to make his voice firm and confident. Patricia, taking a deep breath, promised to do everything in her power to ensure that this promise remained unfulfilled. She sincerely thanked David, adding that she considered him a true friend and a very kind person. Seeing the radiant smile on the girl's face, David became confused and incoherently stated that she was much more beautiful with a smile. Having caught him trying to compliment her, Patricia, smiling coldly, snapped that she should not use forbidden techniques. Approaching their goal, David suggested that they first find and neutralize the monster, so that it would no longer pose a danger to them. Suddenly, the device on his arm vibrated, meaning they were moving in the right direction. Judging by the map, the monster was moving at incredible speed towards their base. Seeing the bewilderment in the girl's eyes, David smiled reassuringly with the help of his accelerator. It would not be difficult for them to catch up with the fugitive. Having examined the unusual object more closely, Patricia guessed that it was he who helped David save her so quickly, and immediately demanded that he give her the same one. Smiling at her enthusiasm, the guy explained that these things were not sold in stores, and he got them with great difficulty. Having learned that there was no other option, she without hesitation invited him to hug her tight and fly together, since the device was designed for one person. And it's not that he couldn't do it, but her appearance was very distracting to the young guy. Patricia carefully examined her clothes and, not finding anything strange, asked David, puzzled, what was the matter. In response, he quietly muttered that he needed to focus on management, and no unnecessary details, like her beautiful female forms, should distract him. A few minutes later, having changed into a dry uniform, the girl stood up proudly and ordered David to hit the road. She looked around herself in surprise. The things fit her like a glove, and did not even hinder her movement. Smiling in response to her words, the guy noted that the bulletproof vest looked very impressive on her. Meanwhile, the zombie king had already reached his hideout and was growling with satisfaction, inhaling the smell of fresh meat. Scared half to death, people hid wherever they could and silently prayed for help, realizing that there was nowhere to wait for salvation. The young girl imagined with horror how vile monsters were tearing her mother's body apart and begged the sky to make sure this did not happen. The disgusting, creaking voice of a giant toad interrupted her prayer, giving the order to quickly take some of the prisoners to the one who had been waiting for them for so long and was already languishing from hunger. Meanwhile, Janine looked at the mutilated piece of fabric with doubt. Was this really all that remained of Commander Patricia's uniform? Linda, stopping her friend with a gesture, pointed to drops of blood, which means they were here quite recently. Ludwig looked at the scraps of uniform and bloodstains in horror, but neither David nor Patricia were nearby. Carms, clenching his jaw tightly and trying to curb the anxiety that gripped him, put forward the only, in his opinion, reasonable proposal. If these searches do not yield any results, they decided, then they will have to return with nothing. Meanwhile, after carefully looking at the navigator screen, David discovered that the signal led to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. Deciding not to waste time arguing, David confidently headed downstairs to see for himself the source of the smell. Once downstairs, Patricia caught a sharp metallic smell, which could only mean one thing: blood had been spilled somewhere. The smell intensified as we approached the hole gaping at the end of the barracks, and David motioned for his comrade to look into it. The unpleasant stench emanating from the pit almost made David lose his composure. It was so nauseating. There was a distinct smell of decomposition in the stale air, reminding David of rotting meat left in the sun. This is exactly what it smelled like in the lair of the previous zombie king that David had to fight. David's intuition told him that they were in the lair of the new zombie king, and he was not mistaken. Realizing that time was short, David ordered Patricia to go in search of survivors, and he himself prepared for battle. Patricia and David rushed away from the blow of a huge mutant. They managed to dodge at the last second. Patricia was tormented by doubts: would David alone cope with the horde of monsters that had filled the lair if she went in search of prisoners? Out of nowhere, a huge number of zombies appeared in front of David, ready to tear him to pieces. Realizing that it would not be an easy ride, David prepared for a protracted and grueling battle. He thought about his relationship with Captain Patricia and what they would become for each other after this whole nightmare was over. Patricia, without hesitating for a second, declared that after the nightmare they had experienced, they could only become faithful comrades. If David were not so devoted to his girlfriend, he would definitely try to win the heart of such a brave and determined woman as Patricia. Having given Patricia some final encouragement and wishing her good luck, David rushed into the thick of the fight. At this time, the nerves of one young guy, tired from the endless journey, were at their limit, and he expressed his dissatisfaction with the slow pace of movement. Unable to bear it, the guy rudely turned to the nearest soldier, demanding an explanation of why they were trailing like sleepy flies. Hearing an increasing noise coming from the end of the column, the young girl anxiously asked what was happening. Shouts of outrage rang through the crowd as people began to suspect that the slowdown was due to elderly people who could not keep up with everyone. Tired of the attacks, the soldier barked that they were waiting for a commander who could survive. Not accustomed to such treatment, the guy responded impudently to the soldier, adding barbs to the military. The guy, trying to seem brave, defiantly reminded the soldier that he had no right to raise his hand against a civilian. Without letting up, the guy tried to attract the attention of the entire column, shouting accusations at the soldier, as if he was going to beat him. He suddenly loudly announced that he was going to be beaten for a simple, harmless question about the delay. Dave, sharing the dissatisfaction of many, decided to support the guy and loudly asked why they had to slow down. As the conflict flared up more and more, it resulted in open accusations against the military. People decided that their lives meant nothing to the soldiers. Zach, watching the unfolding drama, mentally cursed those who unleashed this scandal. Having gone into a rage, the guy threatened the soldier with violence, saying that after arriving in a safe place, he would write a complaint and get a trial. The guy, feeling permissive, began to pour out threats, promising to tell everyone how cruelly the soldiers treated them without valuing their lives. Suddenly, an elderly woman intervened in the conversation, ordering the guy to shut up and not cause panic. The old woman called everyone to order and reminded how selflessly the soldiers protected people along the entire journey. The old woman, turning to the instigator, reminded him that they remained alive only thanks to the courage and sacrifices of the soldiers who risked their lives to save them. She advised those who were dissatisfied with the slow pace of movement to go faster on their own, but without the help and protection of the military. Fixing a piercing gaze on the screamer, the old woman sarcastically asked if he was afraid of death, since he was rushing forward so much. The woman calmly admitted that she stopped only because she wanted to wait for her commander, Patricia, who may also have survived. The woman's words became the last straw for the guy, and he, having lost all control over himself, swung at the old woman in a rage. At this moment, Ludwig intervened in the conflict, instantly grabbing the guy by the hand and not allowing him to make a mistake. Ludwig's voice trembled with anger as he turned to the guy, threatening violence for trying to hit a defenseless woman. Feeling the steel grip and seeing serious anger in Ludwig's eyes, the guy shook with fear and began to beg to let him go. Ludwig, realizing that he had gotten carried away, publicly supported the old woman, declaring that he would also wait for his commander, Patricia. Sharon was relieved that for the most part people had not lost their sense of compassion. Letting go of the guy's hand, Ludwig turned sharply and took a step back, but he remained writhing in pain because the officer grabbed his hand tightly. Ludwig called the guy a coward, who is only capable of insulting the weak and trembling before the strong. Trying to quickly resolve the conflict and forget about the unpleasant incident, the soldier invited the elderly woman to go to the car. Before returning to his duties, Ludwig sincerely thanked the woman for standing up for the soldiers. Standing on the sidelines, the guy thought with annoyance that he had managed to disgrace himself in front of the entire crowd because of his lack of restraint. The soldier, noticeably calming down after the old woman's words, noted that he had not heard words of support from civilians for a long time. Self-pity instantly gave way to anger, and the cocky guy cursed everyone, promising himself to take revenge for the humiliation. Zack watched the retreating column, thinking about his brother and his comrades, hoping that everything was okay with them. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a sharp sound, leaving no doubt that a shot had been fired somewhere very nearby. Before he even had time to realize what was happening, the soldier screamed, clutching his neck, which had just been hit by a bullet. Realizing that the jokes were over, the guy tried to reason with the shooter and force him to lower his weapon. Seeing that the commander was incapacitated, the guy decided to take control of the situation. Despite the piercing pain, the soldier, gathering his remaining strength, promised the scoundrel a cruel reprisal. Suddenly the guy, hiding behind the girl like a human shield, yelled, ordering everyone to stand still. The soldier barely whispered curses at the scoundrel, who could use a child as a human shield. Turning to the unconscious commander, the soldier asked him to hold on, assuring him that they would soon reach a safe place. The soldier's voice became weaker, but he continued to persuade the commander to fight for life and not close his eyes. Panic began among the crowd. People looked in horror at the bloody soldier, not knowing how to help him. With all his might, the soldier cursed the killer, calling him a brat and a madman who doomed everyone to death. Mad with fear, the guy began to shout out that he was tired of such a life and endless orders. Sharon, trying to get through to the distraught guy, told him in a firm voice to put the gun down. The guy's gaze fell on little Sharon, who looked at him with undisguised contempt, which only intensified his anger. At that moment, when the guy swung at Sharon, the boy Zack suddenly brought his gun right to the guy's head. The guy decided that he was trying to scare him with a toy gun, but quickly realized his mistake. Although it was already too late, because the next second the boy pulled the trigger and blew his brains out. One of the fighters mentally noted that this boy was not a timid guy. In the first seconds, Sharon remained motionless. Not believing what was happening, was Zack really capable of such an act? With composure, Zack nodded affirmatively and added that he did not care who was in front of him. Even the Emperor did not deserve leniency if he threatened his sister. Looking at Zack with wide eyes, Sharon whispered that she was finally seeing a real man in front of her, strong and determined. Meanwhile, the wounded commander was living out the last minutes of his life, trying to calm down an elderly woman who blamed only herself for everything. The soldier said that she was not to blame, and asked her not to torture herself in vain. Zack sighed heavily, realizing that the squad had now lost both commanders and hoped for the speedy return of David and Patricia. Meanwhile, David, not sparing himself in battle, continued to destroy the zombies one by one, like a tireless killing machine. Patricia hardly recognized her partner in the bloody warrior, looking around in amazement at the battlefield strewn with the bodies of monsters. She couldn't wrap her head around how David managed to deal with so many zombies on his own without even getting a scratch. Suddenly, David tensed. Catching a subtle but unfamiliar movement in the depths of the cave, another meeting awaited them. Having ordered Patricia to get a weapon from her backpack, David ordered her to go to the people and not hesitate. He himself will deal with the zombies. Realizing that they couldn't cope together, David chose to act alone, because every minute counted. Seeing the mutated toad in front of him, David grinned and addressed it mockingly. There was no time left to build up, and David hurried Patricia, ordering her to run and not look back. Giving Patricia time to go to a safe distance, David shouted after her that he would definitely return as soon as he dealt with the mutant. Patricia stood hesitantly in place for a few more seconds, and then nodded and rushed off, following the order of her comrade. David concentrated all his fury into one blow, directing it straight to the heart of his enemy. But suddenly David groaned in pain, feeling several bites on his legs. Feeling a burning pain, David jumped on the spot and promised the monster a painful death for his insolence. The mutant's voice was calm and confident. He told the guy that he was already infected and would soon become one of his slaves. David was amazed he had never met an intelligent zombie king, capable of not only thinking but also speaking. Shaking off his daze, David attacked with renewed vigor, confident that this freak would not be able to defeat him. Looking at his opponent, the zombie king could not understand whether this guy was exactly the same mutant as himself. Confirming the monster's words, David grinned and replied that he was the same king of zombies. Not wanting to waste time on empty talk, David demanded that the mutant continue the battle and show him all his power. David couldn't wait to finish it off and go find Patricia and all the captured survivors. But the zombie king didn't want to give up either, and prepared another little surprise for David. Instead of the expected attack, the zombie king suddenly twitched strangely, starting to make gurgling sounds and as if decreasing in size. Giggling mockingly, the mutant invited David to enjoy the spectacle and added that he would regret his arrogance. David was gripped by animal horror before his eyes. The mutant's body exploded into dozens of tiny copies trying to attack him. Stunned by what was happening, David did not have time to dodge the attack, feeling a burn on his neck, as if from a drop of acid. Horrified by the danger he had underestimated, David felt the acid eating away at his skin. It was still too early to relax. These strange frogs did not seem harmless at all. The mutant, with a menacing look, promised David a quick death, adding that he would take his lifeless body into his collection. Right before David's eyes, the vile mutant suddenly shattered into pieces right before his eyes. The disgusting liquid that sprayed from the exploded frog fell on David, and its sickening smell spread throughout the factory. David's body seemed to be paralyzed, depriving him of the ability to move and resist. The sinister mutant smugly announced that it was he who paralyzed David with his poison, and now will finally kill him. The appearance of more and more new monsters plunged David into despair. It seemed there would be no end to it. David did not lose heart, and was ready to inflict another blow on the zombie who was trying to overtake him from behind. He grabbed the zombie and prepared to finish it off with one blow, but this time using the full power of his abilities. David, gathering all his will into a fist, decided to use his secret ability of the flaming palm to destroy the monster. Imagine David's surprise when he saw this zombie have not one, but two tongues. In an instant, the sticky tongues of the zombies tightly grabbed David's neck, squeezing his throat more and more. Taking advantage of David's confusion, the insidious mutant decided to attack his defenseless partner. The guy realized with horror the frog's cunning plan. He intended to detain him and deal with Commander Patricia. David had to do everything possible to prevent the monster's dastardly plan from coming true. Despite the fatigue and pain, David began to feel his growing strength, and this gave him confidence. Gathering his strength, David shouted to the fleeing frog that he would not let it leave without finishing what he started. David remembered the lessons of Master Lee, who taught him special techniques for dealing with such monsters. Breathing heavily, the mutant croaked that he was not going to give up without a fight and intended to kill David. The battle continued, and David noticed with horror that the mutant was growing new tentacles, which made him even more dangerous. David's patience finally ran out. He decided to put an end to the vile mutant once and for all. In a rage, David rushed at the mutant and deftly grabbed his tongue so that this time he could not escape anywhere. The next second, with a strong movement, he pulled his tongue towards himself and pulled it out. David was eager to see all the mutant's moves, confident that he could withstand any threat. The guy turned out to be much stronger than the mutant expected, because David, despite his wounds, continued to fight. David had difficulty dodging the attacks of the frog, which was much more dangerous than the previous zombie king. Suddenly, David felt acute pangs of hunger. He knew that this feeling could make him lose his mind. Gathering his will, David struggled to control his unrelenting hunger before it was too late. He remembered the instructions of the master, who taught that a strong enemy can be defeated by cunning, and began to come up with a plan. The giant monster was approaching David at breakneck speed, ready to trample him into a cake. David decided to use the approach of the monster to his advantage and deal him a crushing blow. When the toad crashed into David, he used his body-strengthening ability and met it like a human shield. The monster was taken aback. It seemed to him that David's body had momentarily turned into a spring. Before the monster had time to come to his senses, David's deafening blow threw him a great distance. Having broken through the thick concrete ceiling, the monster flew out into the street like a rag doll. The mutant broke through the roof of the plant and flew in an unknown direction, disappearing from sight. Carm suggested that the missing David was most likely somewhere on the territory of the plant. Linda heard a noise coming from the building and thought it might be David. David managed to overcome the painful hunger for a while, and now he hoped to hold out as long as possible. Seeing the returning mutant, David turned in his direction. Did he really want to get more? David repeated to the mutant that he was no match for him and did not allow him to attack him again. The angry monster growled that it would show David true strength and power. At this time, Patricia noticed people in the cage who screamed with all their might, begging to be saved. Seeing Patricia, the hostages recognized her and began to beg her to let them out of the cage. Trying to calm the hostages, Patricia shouted to them that help was close and that everyone would be released soon. Looking around, Patricia tried to find a way to open the cage with prisoners. Patricia ordered the hostages to retreat deeper into the cage and destroyed the castle with several shots. The cage door swung open, and the freed prisoners rushed out, pointing the way to the exit. Patricia shouted for them to be careful and run as quickly as possible. Patricia explained in detail to the hostages how they could get to the main forces, where they were already waiting. One of the soldiers told Patricia that people had also been found in another room of the plant. Without wasting a minute, Patricia gave the order for the squad to follow her and rescue the remaining hostages. David saw right through the mutant and realized that he would not be able to get away with it this time. The mutant wearily whispered that death was not scary for him, because he had been dead inside for a long time. Thinking out loud, the mutant noted that he would become a scapegoat even if he survived this massacre. David mockingly asked the mutant if he was going to use his long tongue in battle again. Then David caught his tongue right in front of his face in one swift movement. He was no longer afraid of anything. After that, he threw the mutant aside with a strong movement without letting go of his long tongue. David prepared to use his trump card, which was his super ability of a flaming hand. With a wave of his hand, David dealt a crushing blow directly to the forehead of this monster, leaving him no chance. After that, he beat the weakened monster to death with several powerful blows, so as not to return to him again. He defeated the next zombie king, and this damn frog will definitely not be able to wake up. The voice of the system rang out in David's head. Defeating the zombie king brought him closer to completing the task. Killing a strong zombie was not in vain. The system generously rewarded David with an increase in several important skills. The system reported another good news from now on. David had access to a new ability of the killed zombie king. David's delight knew no bounds because his new abilities opened up incredible possibilities for him in battle. Having acquired new abilities, David felt like a real superhero. Meanwhile, the system reminded him of one important detail to use these skills. You need to fuel yourself with anger. David tried to remember how much of his gold he had already spent, but his thoughts were interrupted by the shock of the earthquake. Feeling the ground tremble, Patricia screamed, urging everyone to urgently leave the collapsing building. Patricia thought anxiously about David, hoping he was okay. Suddenly, from a deep hole created by the earthquake, David heard a child's voice calling for help. Having recovered a little from the blow, David encouraged the child, loudly promising to save him. At that moment, a giant hand of an unknown creature appeared from the darkness, causing David to flinch in surprise. David looked at the stranger in horror. It was a gigantic creature reminiscent of a small child. A huge hand swung at David, intending to crush him with one blow. Before he could dodge, David found himself crushed by the monster's heavy paw. Suddenly, the giant noticed the body of a dead monster that David had fought with earlier. As it turned out later, this monster killed by David was the father of a giant baby and brought him food. Recognizing his father in the killed monster, the baby giant picked him up and cried bitterly. David tried to recover from the crushing blow of this monster. His body hurt unbearably. David looked at the giant and realized that this huge child was the son of the same mutant frog with whom he had recently fought. This means that this frog has been catching people all this time in order to feed its giant baby. It was necessary to find out as much information as possible about this monster, so David turned to the system. Unfortunately, the system could not provide any information about this type of zombie, only noting that it is very strong. There was an urgent need to recover from the fight, and David decided to eat the magic bean that was in his pocket. David began frantically rummaging through his things, hoping to find at least one treasured bean. Noticing the movement, the giant monster made a leap towards David, wanting to crush him with its weight. A powerful paw grabbed David with a death grip and began to squeeze harder and harder. David turned to the system in desperation, asking if he still had any anger left. The system reported the news that the supply of anger was almost exhausted, and it was better for David to flee. Not wanting to give up without a fight, David continued to search for magic beans that could restore his strength. The huge mutant was approaching David, and a toothy mouth suddenly began to open right in his palm. At that moment, David accepted his fate, realizing that he would soon become this monster's lunch. In the last moments of his life, the faces of people close and dear to him flashed before his eyes. But suddenly the soldiers, not wanting to give up on David, opened fire on the monster, trying to destroy it. However, the monster continued to hold David in its paw, as if its thick skin made it invulnerable. Seeing that the bullets were not bringing any results, Patricia decided to take a risky step. Patricia rushed straight at the mutant's head with a lightsaber in her hands. To her joy, luck was on her side. The sword hit the very crown of the giant mutant. Patricia understood that the pain of this huge creature was terrible, but he brought this nightmare upon himself. She was determined to protect David until her last breath, even if she had to die to do it. With an instant strike, reminiscent of an angry cat, Patricia cut off the vile limb of the monster that was still clutching David. The severed hand, along with David pinned in it, flew down, and Patricia rushed after it. Patricia ran to David to assess his condition after the horror he experienced. The extraordinary power of the lightsaber, once entrusted to her by David, allowed Patricia to deliver such a crushing blow. The monster froze for a moment, as if stunned by the unexpected loss, and there was an ominous silence. But horror was reflected on the faces of the fighters when new tissue began to rapidly form at the site of the wound. The monster had a frightening regeneration, and in front of the stunned group, the monster's severed arm was completely restored. At that moment, one of the soldiers noticed that now the mutant wanted to kill Patricia too. Realizing the danger, he screamed desperately, begging her to escape before it was too late. Patricia dodged at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the fate of being grabbed by the monster's giant paw. A sudden roar tore through the air, and arriving reinforcements fired a heavy projectile directly into the monster's body. Ludwig, who was responsible for the shot, breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the projectile accurately hit its target. All this time, he could not find a place for himself out of excitement for the fate of Patricia, and now rejoiced when he saw her safe and sound. Despite her joy at the arrival of reinforcements, Patricia reminded everyone about David, who needed immediate help. Linda bent over her wounded comrade, trying to revive him and stop the bleeding. Janine watched David's pale face in horror, fearing that the wounds could be fatal. After a moment that seemed like an eternity, David opened his eyes, still not fully understanding what had happened to him. Janine, Linda, and Patricia, risking their own lives, distracted the monster's attention, covering their friend's retreat. Eugene understood that in this situation it was necessary to gain time and gave the order to shoot at the monster without stopping. The soldiers rushed to carry out the order, and soon the air was filled with the roar of shots and grenade explosions. The monster roared with rage but seemed invulnerable, and soon the soldiers began to run out of ammunition. At that moment, Linda made the decision to return. She knew that her medical skills would be useful in this fight. David was getting in the way of his heavy shoes, and asked someone to take them off his feet to make it easier to walk. Linda decisively volunteered to help, and soon the sneakers were thrown away so as not to interfere with David's movement. Gasping for breath, David begged Linda to help him get back to where they fought the monster. He remembered his cube in which the magic beans were stored, but Linda did not see him. Linda frowned, trying to understand what he was talking about and why he was so insistent on going back there. Suddenly, David remembered that the cube was invisible to Linda, and he would have to get to it himself. Overcoming the pain, David begged Linda to help him get to the place where his only salvation was located. He knew his words sounded crazy, but he tried desperately to convince Linda that otherwise they were doomed. A heartbreaking scream was heard. The monster's huge leg fell on a group of soldiers who did not have time to dodge. The bones broke like dry branches. The fighter screamed from unbearable pain but did not lose consciousness. Carms, without hesitation, rushed to the rescue, promising that he would pull his comrade out from under the rubble. The soldier loudly asked Patricia what her next orders would be for her subordinates. Realizing the folly of further confrontation, Patricia ordered an immediate retreat. They rushed through the destroyed corridors, not daring to look back, driven by fear and despair. Janine shouted that the monster had completely gone mad and was now destroying everything in its path. She was afraid that the monster had inhuman speed and would soon overtake them. Patricia, noticing the danger at the last moment, managed to push Janine away from the falling debris. She ordered everyone to leave the plan immediately, realizing that in just a minute it might be too late. Janine turned around and, seeing that everything was fine with Patricia, loudly thanked her for saving her. Carms called his comrades, who had already reached the exit, and hurried them, sensing an imminent collapse. Patricia screamed at the top of her lungs, trying to warn Linda of the danger looming directly overhead. The monster's huge leg crashed to the ground, and a cloud of dust hid everything around. Carms, holding back the growing panic, ordered to remain in place until the dust cleared. In his heart of hearts, he believed that David was alive and had managed to protect himself and Linda from the fatal blow. Seeing what happened, David roared with rage. The monster dared to attack the most precious thing he had in his life. Taking the monster's leg with as much force as he could muster, he lifted it up. David then sent a wave of pure energy at him, the final weapon in this desperate fight. Patricia took the moment to lead the fighters away from the dangerous place until the monster came to its senses. Despite the persuasion of his comrades, David firmly decided to stay and fight with him to the end, no matter what the cost. Janine, realizing that the forces were unequal, tried to convince everyone of the pointlessness of further resistance. Patricia was sure that the rescue operation was over, since all the survivors were saved, and there was no need to take any more risks. David, overcome with anger, decided to ask the system about the amount of remaining rage, which gave him incredible strength. The system warned that the use of furious power had significantly reduced the amount of anger in David's body. David, nervously counting the remains of his anger, understood that 80 points was not a lot, but believed that activating the protective shield would give him a chance to win. Despite the danger, David felt the need to stay, and although he could not explain the reasons, his intentions were unshakable. With complete determination, David urged Patricia and the others to immediately leave the dangerous place, completely relying on him. Patricia couldn't believe her ears and eyes. David was going to be left alone with the monster, and her heart sank with fear for him. Patricia's voice broke into a scream. She could not understand what made David make such a crazy decision. Patricia cast a desperate look at Janine, because David's girlfriend should have talked some sense into him and not allowed him to sacrifice himself. To Patricia's surprise, Janine remained calm, explaining this with deep respect for the choice of her loved one. Janine knew that David did not throw words into the wind. If he decided something, then he would stand his ground to the end. Patricia understood the danger of the situation. David's chances of surviving the fight with the monster were negligible. Janine, seeing that there was no point in arguing, decided not to waste time and ordered Patricia to immediately retreat with her. As she left, Patricia shouted out a promise to David that after they returned to base, she would personally invite him to join their ranks. Patricia saw incredible potential in David and dreamed of fighting alongside him, so she promised to make him her partner. David just grinned in response, joking that he first needed to return alive, and only then talk about plans for the future. Turning to Janine, Patricia admitted that she was right in calling David an unusual person. As soon as the last silhouettes of the rescue team were out of sight, David turned to the monster, feeling the familiar feeling of battle excitement spreading through his veins. Staring defiantly at the giant monster, David wanted to make sure that the monster was ready for the fight. David's words, full of contempt and rage, should have provoked the monster to attack. Looking at the monster's gaping mouth, David decided to use a risky plan, which was to get inside its throat. With a sinking heart, David realized that the outcome of this crazy adventure would be decided in the coming seconds. Up close, the monster seemed even more gigantic and disgusting. An instant, and the monster's jaws closed, leaving David in complete darkness, and now he could only guess where he ended up. David was immediately overwhelmed by a wave of unbearable stench that took his breath away. Having seen many small holes on the walls of the stomach, David realized with horror that these were glands secreting gastric juice, and he was seized with panic. The caustic acid had already begun to corrode his clothes, and David looked hopefully at the virus shield indicator, which was rapidly losing charge. Without wasting a second, David gave a mental order to the system to activate all the explosive devices that were stored in his virtual inventory. The system tried to dissuade David from this risky undertaking, warning that such an amount of explosives could kill not only the monster, but also himself. Without a moment's hesitation, David gave the final order, ordering the system to increase the virus shield's defenses to maximum. A moment later, the monster shuddered from a deafening explosion that thundered inside its huge body. The monster did not even suspect that the prisoner in his stomach was capable of such a desperate attack. Watching the huge plant shake from the explosion, Janine could not find a place for herself with excitement. David's fate remained unknown. Thick gray smoke completely obscured the explosion site, making it impossible to see anything through the veil. Taking his first breath of fresh air, David realized with relief that the viral shield had passed the test, and he was now safe. A sharp pain pierced my whole body. My skin burned as if it had been scorched alive. My hearing disappeared, and blackness still flickered before my eyes. Despite the fact that David survived this adventure, the system told him disappointing news. His eardrums burst, his eyes went blind, and his body was attacked by an unknown virus. David did not panic, because he still had a life-saving miracle bean that could heal any wounds. Feeling the healing energy embalming the wounds, David realized with bewilderment that his vision had not fully returned. He saw everything as if through a veil of fog. The system reassured David, explaining that the miracle bean takes time to work, because his injuries were too serious. With annoyance, David grumbled that the beans should have immediately restored his healthy appearance. Having come to his senses, David had difficulty focusing his vision, and, seeing the silhouettes of people in front of him, decided that it was his friends who had come. Trying to call out to his comrades, David could not understand why they were not afraid of such a powerful explosion, and had already managed to get to him. Suddenly it dawned on David. Looking at the faces, he recognized the man he had encountered earlier. Yes, there was no doubt in front of him stood the same man who took a desperate step to save his son. The man's face was illuminated by a shadow of guilt and sorrow, and turning to his son, he asked him for forgiveness for the act that circumstances forced him to do. Having turned into a mindless monster, the man still protected his son, not allowing anyone to harm him. Even though the man's mind was clouded, his paternal instinct remained unchanged. He whispered words of comfort to his son, promising never to abandon him. The virus gradually took over, erasing the human appearance and turning a loving father into a ruthless monster. David had no doubt that this man was the very king of the zombies. Filled with guilt, David apologized. because he did not know that the Zombie King was just a father crazy with grief, and not a mindless monster. In a fading voice, the man thanked David for freeing them from the suffering that haunted them in the world of the living. The suffering has finally disappeared from the man's face, and he has now found the long-awaited peace. Having come to his senses, David realized that the image of the soul was just a hallucination caused by the action of the virus and the insidious system. David was indignant. The system played with his feelings, making him suffer, and he no longer wanted to be a pawn in its cruel games. As if not hearing him, the system cheerfully announced that for defeating the Zombie King, David would receive a new useful skill. After examining his new characteristics, David noted that he received not only self-healing, but also significantly improved his other skills. The ordeal was finally over and David hurried to find his friends, wondering how they had survived the devastating explosion. While sorting out his inventory, David lightheartedly got rid of unnecessary things, realizing that now he did not need to cling to all the junk. Linda's heart was breaking with anxiety, and leaving everything, she rushed to find David, praying that he was alive. Hearing a painfully familiar voice, Linda froze, not believing her luck. Was David really alive? David happily rushed towards Linda and Janine, assuring him that everything was fine with him and that he had returned to them. Linda immediately called out to Patricia to share the good news with her. David had survived. As soon as Linda saw David safe and sound, her eyes filled with tears of joy, and her heart sank with a surge of emotions. David hugged Linda reassuringly, assuring her that the worst was over and now they could finally relax. Feeling David's heartbeat, Linda finally found peace, letting go of the fear that was holding her soul. Looking tenderly at the worried faces of his beloved girls, David admitted that even if he had to crawl to them, he would still return. Looking at David, Linda noticed that his hair had become shorter and jokingly wondered if it was a monster who had cut his hair so stylishly. Watching the touching scene, Carms ironically noted that it is always painful for bachelors to look at the happiness of lovers. David, inspired by the victory and meeting his friends, ordered a retreat. Their mission was completed, and it was time to return to base. Fatigue took its toll, but the survivors moved forward with enthusiasm, knowing that the worst was behind them. During the team's absence from the base, a conflict occurred that escalated into shooting, resulting in several deaths. As the gathering place grew closer, strength and faith in the best returned to the exhausted travelers. Finally, after so many days of wandering, the team reached their cherished goal. Overcome with joy and relief, the survivors couldn't wait to be safe. Looking around the familiar area, Patricia noticed with a smile that nothing had changed here since their last visit. The size of the 7th area of the gathering place made a lasting impression on Zach. David was also impressed by the size of the gathering place. It turned out to be much larger than he had imagined. The high walls and fortifications inspired a sense of calm and safety. Now one could relax and no longer be afraid of being attacked by monsters. Despite the friendliness of the situation, stern soldiers vigilantly guarded the entrance, checking the new arrivals. The crowd was indignant, not understanding the reasons for such a strict inspection. To reassure the crowd, Ludwig explained that this was standard procedure, and that very soon they would be checked and allowed inside. Patricia, wanting to speed up the process, ordered the new arrivals to line up for inspection. David liked the order and discipline established here, instilling confidence that he was safe here. Carms was relieved that finally they would have a roof over their heads and they could rest a little. Linda didn't care where to go, as long as her loved one was nearby. Suddenly, one of the soldiers screamed with delight when he spotted an armored car in the crowd. The soldiers looked with undisguised interest at the unusual car, which they saw for the first time. David was a little amused by this increased attention because it was an ordinary, unremarkable car model. Interested in the history of the car, the soldiers went to David with questions. When asked by the soldiers, David calmly replied that he found this armored car in an abandoned factory, which they were lucky enough to discover during their wanderings. The soldier looked at David in disbelief. He did not believe that such valuable transport could be found just like that. Believing that David was hiding the truth, the soldiers decided to confiscate the armored car for their own benefit. Feeling their power, the soldiers arrogantly told David that the car now belonged to them and it was better not to argue with it. One of the soldiers wearing a gas mask pointed a gun at David, reminding him that they risk their lives to protect ordinary people. Seeing the weapon pointed at David, Linda instantly decided to defend her lover. Not expecting such pressure, the frightened soldier tried to fight off the enraged Linda, which attracted Patricia's gaze. Linda's voice trembled with anger, and she made it clear that she would not tolerate disrespectful treatment of her loved one. Feeling the support of their comrades, the armed soldiers pointed their guns at Linda, threatening her with violence if she did not immediately retreat. Seeing the aggressive behavior of the soldiers, reinforcements immediately arrived. Aiming at the offenders, the soldiers ordered to immediately lower their weapons and calm down. The soldier pointed his weapon in bewilderment and angrily asked where the strangers got it from and what they were up to. Taking a closer look, the soldier realized that in front of him were not ordinary civilians, but someone more dangerous, and hastened to call for reinforcements. Zach, full of determination, stated that he did not care how many enemies were against him. He was not afraid to fight. Eugene, sharing the determination of his little partner, declared that they would not allow themselves to be offended. At this point, Officer Brad, trying to resolve the conflict, asked everyone to calm down and not escalate the situation. He recalled that gun ownership in a post-apocalyptic world is commonplace and not worth the fuss. Janine noticed an important detail among the arrivals. There was a man who looked like a high-ranking officer. Brad emphasized that weapons were issued to soldiers to prevent emergencies and not to attack civilians. Abruptly ending the conversation, Brad demanded that such incidents not happen again. Then, changing the tone of the conversation, Brad happily greeted Patricia, whom he had not seen for a long time. Patricia, not understanding what had happened, curiously inquired about the cause of the conflict. Brad, while praising the young men for their bravery, reminded them to exercise more restraint. David thanked Brad for his wise guidance and for helping them stay out of trouble. Brad modestly noted that he was simply trying to maintain peace, and that the soldiers would not stand on ceremony with them in the event of a conflict. Linda, demonstrating her fighting spirit, threatened the soldiers with violence if they attacked them again. Brad praised Linda's courage with a smile, noting that in these times without courage, it is easy to become a victim. Patricia, wanting to smooth out the impression of the conflict, told Brad that the young people helped her and her squad avoid complete destruction. Introducing Janine, Patricia noted her experience as a police officer before the apocalypse and her outstanding shooting skills and agility. David was next introduced as a true master of shooting and martial arts, possessing rare talents. Patricia proudly reported that thanks to the help of David and his comrades, they were able to destroy the 2 zombie kings. She added that all the soldiers in her squad were immensely grateful to David for the rescue. David, listening to the praise addressed to him, modestly kept silent about the fact that he single-handedly dealt with the zombie kings, because his real goal was gold. Brad respectfully noted that facing 2 zombie kings and surviving is not an easy task. Patricia, despite the successful completion of the task, could not forgive herself for the loss of her comrades, blaming herself for everything. Brad, trying to console Patricia, assured that the very fact of successfully completing such a difficult task was already a huge merit. Addressing David, Brad noted that this was the first time he had seen Patricia speak so highly of someone and suggested that he join the army. Brad assured that with his talents, he would immediately receive the position of platoon commander. David, trying to evade the offer, mumbled uncertainly that he was not cut out for the army. Continuing to play the role, he sheepishly added that Patricia was probably exaggerating his abilities and he would become a liability to the army. In fact, David was worried about a completely different problem because how could he look for gold while locked in a military base? Brad, seeing David's indecisiveness, reassured him, assuring him that this was just a proposal, and asked Patricia to organize a 3-room apartment for them. Patricia, holding back her sudden irritation, meekly agreed to carry out Brad's order. Janine shared her doubts with David. It seemed to her that Patricia was dissatisfied with something. Brad, saying goodbye to David, expressed hope for a quick meeting, leaving the young man alone with his thoughts. Patricia, citing urgent matters, hastily left, not hiding her disappointment. David felt guilty for refusing to join the army because he promised Patricia to fight shoulder to shoulder. Soon the commander escorted David and his friends to the place where they began to settle down. The army gathering place was securely hidden behind a mountain, and at first glance seemed inconspicuous and lifeless. However, inside it was a well-fortified base, surrounded by high mountains, which served as a natural defense against invasion. At the top of each mountain there was a watchtower with powerful weapons capable of repelling even the largest horde of zombies. The 3-room apartment provided to them by the army, although not luxurious, was clean, comfortable, and even had electricity. One of the main joys for David was the shower room with hot water, which was supplied every evening for 1 hour. Despite the fact that they could no longer freely dispose of their spoils at the base, everyone was glad to have a safe haven after long months of wandering. Linda, without hiding her feelings for David, asked how they would split up into rooms and hinted at her desire to live with him. Carms, with his usual shrewdness, offered to take a room with a bathroom for the 3 of them, Eugene and Zach. David gratefully accepted Carm's offer, pleased with this arrangement. Ludwig joked with envy about what wonderful nights awaited David in the company of 2 beauties. Wanting to warm up after a long journey, David asked Commander Ludwig about the availability of training space at the base. Ludwig was surprised by his eagerness to begin training immediately after arriving and asked if he was going to challenge someone to a duel. Instead of answering, David suddenly offered Eugene to teach him martial arts. Eugene, who always dreamed of mastering fighting techniques, agreed with enthusiasm. Ludwig, seeing the enthusiasm of the young people, quickly gathered a group of soldiers who wanted to observe the training. Janine, anticipating an exciting spectacle, sat comfortably among the spectators. David, noticing the crowd that had gathered, felt uncomfortable. Losing in front of so many people would be a real shame for him. Ignoring David's excitement, Ludwig loudly announced to everyone present that this guy had dealt with the king of zombies with his bare hands. One of the soldiers, outraged by Ludwig's words, began to vehemently object, denying the possibility of such an outcome of the battle. The rest of the soldiers also expressed doubt about the veracity of Ludwig's story, and began to loudly discuss David's physical characteristics. David, tired of ridicule and gossip, decided to put an end to this and prove his strength with deeds. He invited Eugene to start training, promising that this time he would not hold back. Eugene, who was serious, asked David not to spare him during the sparring. From the very first seconds of the fight, David realized that Eugene's speed left much to be desired. Eugene, giving his best, tried to reach David, but he easily dodged all his attacks. The soldiers watching the battle, contrary to expectations, were impressed by Eugene's technique and dexterity. David, pleased with his student's diligence, praised him for his good physical shape. Linda, who watched the training with undisguised admiration, noted that Eugene was almost as good as David in skills. Even the cold-hearted soldiers who initially doubted Eugene's abilities were forced to acknowledge his strength. David, feeling the excitement, decided to give Eugene the opportunity to prove himself and repelled the next attack not so deftly. Realizing that he had underestimated his enemy, David concentrated and decided not to give Eugene any more concessions. One of the soldiers watching the sparring was very surprised by David's unexpected move. Janine saw that David used soft Tai Chi techniques to neutralize a stronger opponent. Ludwig smiled and praised David for his mastery of martial arts. The victory was quick and unconditional, but David was afraid that he had harmed Eugene. Eugene, having risen to his feet, enthusiastically talked about the sensations he had experienced and begged him to reveal the secret of such an effective technique. David admitted with a laugh that he had long wanted to teach Eugene the basics of Tai Chi, but there was no suitable opportunity. Despite David's obvious superiority in battle, there were those who refused to recognize his strength. The soldiers continued to insist that the duel was only staged and that this was impossible in real life. Linda, outraged by the unfair accusations against David, was ready to stand up for him. Ludwig, angry at his subordinates for disrespecting his guest and doubting his abilities, demanded an apology to David. The soldiers continued to persist, insisting on their opinions and refusing to take David seriously. Moreover, they openly declared their reluctance to serve with David and his comrades in the same unit. Ludwig, outraged by the insolence of his subordinates, threatened them with serious punishment for showing disrespect for their superiors. David hastened to calm the angry commander, noting that the soldiers' doubts were quite understandable. He suggested a simple and effective way to resolve the dispute: you need to hold an exhibition fight. Two of the more zealous guys enthusiastically agreed to teach David a lesson, confident of their easy victory. When one of the soldiers was about to attack David, he suddenly stopped him. After this, the soldier immediately decided that David had finally chickened out and would refuse the fight. However, to everyone's surprise, he only asked if there were anyone else who wanted to test themselves in battle with him. One after another, several more soldiers, touched to the quick by his words, stepped forward. Soon an impressive crowd of a dozen strong and experienced fighters lined up in front of David. Eugene, concerned about this turn of events, tried to warn David against taking a dangerous step. Linda was also worried about the outcome of the fight. It seemed incredible to her that David would be able to defeat so many opponents. At the same time, her faith in David's strength and dexterity was so great that she did not allow doubt to take over her. The soldiers, thirsty for blood and confident in their superiority, surrounded David with ridicule and threats. He, wanting to quickly end this farce, suggested that everyone attack him at the same time. Outraged by his audacity, the soldiers, without hesitation, rushed into battle. Ludwig, who was watching what was happening from the side, waited with interest for the start of the fight, wanting to see David's real abilities in action. At the same moment, a multi-voiced roar was heard at the training site, and a dozen soldiers fell on David like an avalanche. At the same time, in another part of the base, Commissioner Daniel was using a magnifying glass to examine some piece of clothing. The officer standing next to the commissar, not understanding what he was trying to see in the ordinary-looking fabric, asked about the reasons for his interest. Daniel explained that he was impressed by the quality of the material and, turning to Patricia, inquired about the origin of such an unusual thing. Daniel concluded that Patricia's new comrade is clearly not as simple as it seems at first glance. Ludwig tried to convince Daniel of David's extraordinary strength, who not only possessed impressive combat equipment, but also fought the zombie king with his bare hands. Daniel discreetly remarked that if Ludwig's words were true, then David was indeed a rare talent. The officer enthusiastically declared that with the arrival of David, their army would become twice as strong and they would not care about any obstacles. He looked at Daniel hopefully and suggested that they find a way to get David to join them. Daniel answered with some doubt that he was not yet ready to fully trust David, although he did not deny that he saw potential in him. The officer, grinning slyly, remarked that he knew Daniel inside out and understood his secret desires. He turned decisively to Ludwig and instructed him to find an opportunity to arrange a competition for David to evaluate his real capabilities. Salute. The officer admitted that he himself was eager to see the power of the mysterious David. After some time, fighters were already lying around David, whom he easily dealt with during sparring. David, determined to prove his strength, defiantly invited all doubters to start a duel. Eugene, amazed by David's skill, exclaimed that he now sees him as his mentor. Linda, looking at David with admiration, asked him to teach her his art of fighting. David modestly replied that his strength should not be exaggerated, because he used only a small part of his potential. Ludwig asked David not to scare them with his words, because his strength was already obvious. One of the soldiers looked with envy at David, surrounded by two beauties, and did not understand what he had done to deserve such luck. David suggested with a grin not to be jealous, hinting that he himself had a chance to achieve the same. Patricia looked at Daniel triumphantly, reminding him that she had warned him about David's unique abilities. Daniel, convinced of David's strength, declared that he had a real exceptional talent in front of him, who must be won over to his side at any cost. According to the latest intelligence data, zombies have become much more aggressive, which means people like David are needed to protect civilians. Patricia said with annoyance that the commander had already invited David to join them, but he refused, and they had no right to force him. Daniel suggested thoughtfully that perhaps David would agree if he were offered a generous reward. He turned to Patricia and, knowing that she knew David well, instructed her to convince the guy, promising to fulfill any of his wishes. Patricia said that she felt like David didn't need anything, because he even treated her to a cola. The officer raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if David really has such a rarity as cola, because in a post-apocalyptic environment, this makes him a real rich man. With a sly smile, Patricia invited them to think for themselves how they could interest such an extraordinary person as David. David, entering the room where they were supposed to spend the night, noted that there was a suspicious silence there, as if everyone was already asleep. Linda quietly confirmed his guess, explaining that everyone was tired after training and had been dreaming for a long time. David, turning to Janine, who was already heading to the bedroom, asked her not to rush, because they had not yet had time to discuss plans for the evening. With hope in his voice, he suggested that the girls go to bed as a group, hinting at a romantic continuation of the evening. Janine, smiling slyly, noticed that he still had no idea how things really were. With a mocking voice, she said that she and Linda would sleep on the bed, but he would have to be content with a place on the floor. David made a surprised face and complained that it was very cold on the floor and he was afraid of catching a cold. Janine recalled that he dealt with the zombie king with his bare hands, and now he is afraid of some kind of draft, and added that she does not intend to fall for his excuses. Linda did not immediately agree with her friend and suggested that they still let the guy into their room. Janine responded by asking if she was afraid that if she let David into bed, then next time he would bring a new girl with him. With suspicion in her voice, she noticed that David somehow looked at Commander Patricia in a special way, and who knows, perhaps he had liked her for a long time. David indignantly declared that there was no question of any obscenity, because both he and Commander Patricia were decent people. Linda winked at her sister and added that she herself saw how he lustfully looked at Commander Patricia, which means it would not hurt for him to receive punishment. Janine, trying to quickly change the subject, told Linda that she had asked Nancy to bring them hot water for their bath, and suggested that she go into the bath first while she unpacked. David muttered with annoyance that he did not want to sleep on the floor and could be very offended by such treatment. Linda, entering the bath, quietly said that there was very little hot water left, and perhaps there would not be enough for 3 of them. She suggested that Janine wash together so as not to waste water. Janine, with a sly smile, took up Linda's idea and said loudly that since there was not enough water, they would have to wash together. David replied with a satisfied grin that he wouldn't mind such company in the bathroom. Janine took the guy's hint and threatened him with violence if he dared to enter. David, with resentment in his voice, asked why they were treating him so cruelly. The next morning, when everyone was ready for training, David and Janine met face to face on the training ground. Janine, determined to teach David a lesson, defiantly shouted at him to attack and not count on leniency. David, looking seriously at Janine, replied that he would not give in either, despite the fact that she was his girlfriend. Linda encouraged Janine, urging her to teach David a lesson and show him that a girl is not to be trifled with. David assured Linda with a smile that there was no need to worry, because he would give it his all. and defiantly shouted at Janine to attack him. After the first minute of the fight, David, dodging Janine's blows, admitted that she was in excellent physical shape. However, he noticed that it acts rather slowly and has many weak points. The next moment, David cried out in surprise, because he did not expect that Janine could be so fast and dexterous. David's next attack was very quickly noticed by the girl, and she was even able to stand on the bridge to dodge him. Before he knew it, Janine kicked him in the chin with a crushing kick. Linda, rejoicing at her sister's success, shouted to her that she was doing a great job. David, trying to recover from the blow, admitted that he had underestimated Janine, and she had taken him by surprise. With reproach in his voice, he asked why she was so cruel to him, because he was her boyfriend. Janine, looking proudly at David, replied that it was his own fault, because one should not underestimate the enemy, especially if it is a girl. David, rising from the floor, said thoughtfully that fighting like this was boring, and they needed to come up with something more interesting. Janine, interested, asked what he was offering instead of the usual sparring. David, with a sly grin, suggested that Janine play a game of wishing. According to the terms of the bet, if Janine can hit David, he loses, and if David can touch Janine 3 times, then she will become his that night. Janine, blushing with indignation, called David a pervert, saying that he constantly thinks only about such things. Linda, wanting to teach David a lesson, persuaded her sister to agree, because if she wins, David will no longer dare to even look at other girls. Janine, yielding to Linda's pressure, agreed to the argument, reminding David that he must be able to lose. David confidently declared that he would never lose, and tonight she would belong to him. However, very quickly Janine realized that she had fallen into the trap of the cunning David. David laughed contentedly and, already attacking the girl, told her to get ready for the night, because he had already won. Janine, trying to escape from his grip, shouted that he should not rejoice ahead of time, and that it was still unknown who would win. The next moment, David asked Janine where she was looking because he was standing behind her. Suddenly, he deftly slapped her on the butt, and she couldn't even dodge it. Janine, blushing with shame, asked how he managed to outwit her so cleverly and get behind her. Linda shouted that this was not fair, and that Janine would definitely take revenge on him. David continued to make fun of Janine, saying that she was too slow. Janine, gathering all her will into a fist, replied that now he had no chance of dodging her attack. However, David, undeterred, said that he had no intention of evading. The next moment, he grabbed her hand, and before she could understand anything, pulled her towards him. Gently grabbing Janine's waist, David pressed his lips to hers in a passionate kiss. Janine, tearing herself away from him, was once again amazed at his dexterity and intelligence. She realized with annoyance that David had completely fooled her. However, she was not going to give up so easily, and with a sharp movement, she hit David in the stomach. David did not expect such a sharp attack, and did not immediately understand whether she really wanted to kill him. Janine replied that it served him right because he dared to joke with her so cruelly. She swung her leg, aiming for his head, but at the last moment he grabbed her leg. With a victorious grin, David announced that she had lost and was now obliged to fulfill the terms of the bet. Janine, realizing that she was in his power, admitted defeat, because she always keeps her word. At this point, Linda jumped into action, declaring that it was her turn to teach David a lesson. At that moment, Daniel entered the training ground, accompanied by Patricia. Seeing an unfamiliar bald man, David asked Janine who it was. Patricia introduced David to Daniel, explaining that this was the same man she had told him about. David, in turn, politely greeted Daniel and introduced him to Linda and Janine. Daniel praised David for his skill, and admitted that he watched his fight with Janine. David, as always, showed humility, and replied that he still had a lot to learn. Daniel, smiling slyly, noticed that Patricia had already managed to tell everything about him. David looked at Patricia reproachfully, and asked why she told him all his secrets. He faked a pout and accused her of not keeping her word. Patricia, trying to calm him down, assured him that she had told only the most harmless things. Commissioner Daniel, expressing deep gratitude, noted that the hero's courageous actions helped prevent heavy casualties among the soldiers. He emphasized that at present such qualities as courage, willingness to help, and risk oneself for the sake of others are especially important. The commissioner added that the hero's friends also showed unprecedented courage and dedication during the joint operation. With sincere words of gratitude for his invaluable contribution to the common cause, the commissioner firmly shook the young man's hand. David modestly replied that mutual assistance is the natural duty of everyone, especially in such difficult times for everyone. The commissioner, without hiding his smile, noted that he really likes the fact that David shares the same values, $200, to which the entire army is devoted. He said that a detailed report on the feat of David and his comrades had already been sent to the highest authorities for his reward. Addressing his assistant, the commissioner asked her to bring a beautiful box in which special awards for the heroes were kept. He then solemnly announced that David, Janine, and Linda were being awarded medals of honor for their bravery. Slightly embarrassed, Janine hesitantly asked if their action really deserved such a high reward. Patricia confidently replied that their decisive actions were certainly worthy of such an honor, and the medals were absolutely deserved. The commissioner once again emphasized that awards are given to all heroes for their contribution to the common cause. David tried to refuse, believing that they had only fulfilled their duty, but the commissioner was adamant. He reminded them that medals are not just decorations, but symbols of courage and appreciation for their decisive actions. Patricia added that these awards will serve as a reminder of the important contribution they have made to the fight for a better future. She asked David and his friends to accept the medals as a symbol of gratitude from everyone who could live in peace because of their courage. David eventually agreed to accept the high award on behalf of his entire team, understanding its significance. Apologizing that it was time for her to leave, Patricia noted that she had a lot to do related to her work. David, without hiding his sadness, said that after Patricia's return, they were less and less able to get together as before. The commissioner supported him, noting that they really should find time to relax together. It turned out that Patricia was being transferred to another camp as an instructor, where there was a catastrophic shortage of experienced fighters. Linda could not contain her disappointment, and exclaimed that Patricia had just returned and was already leaving again. Patricia explained that the situation in that camp is now very difficult, and she is simply obliged to help by preparing recruits. The commissioner added with annoyance that he himself would not want to let Patricia go, but the situation obliges him and the order has already been received. He explained that if they had at least one more experienced fighter willing to become an instructor, Patricia would be able to stay. Linda unexpectedly suggested David, noting that he would do an excellent job as an instructor, teaching newbies. Janine immediately supported her friend, adding that if David took Patricia's place, she would not have to leave anywhere. With a sly smile, she added that many would be only happy if Patricia stayed in the camp, because she was an excellent instructor. Encouraged by this idea, the commissioner immediately stated that if David accepted this proposal, the army would become even stronger. David, after listening to them, thought about it, because the role of an instructor is not only a great honor, but also a huge responsibility. He understood that if he agreed, he would be able to learn a lot of new information about the actions of the army and its plans for the future. After weighing the pros and cons, David decisively told the commissioner that he was ready to become an instructor. The delighted commissioner extended his hand to him and said that David was now part of their large and friendly military family. Patricia asked with some doubts whether the idea of becoming an instructor had been around for a long time, or whether this idea had just appeared. David replied that he was happy to become an instructor and train new recruits, but under certain conditions. In the evening after all these events, David decided to give his young student an unusual gift. Zach exclaimed indignantly that the award belonged to David himself, because it was he who accomplished the feat. David replied that we shouldn't forget about Zach's well-aimed shot on the bridge, thanks to which he managed to destroy the crowd of zombies. Embarrassed, Zach once again repeated that he could not accept the award, but David had already made his decision and insisted on his own. In the end, Zach came to terms with the fact that he became the owner of a high award, personally presented to him by David himself. Carms proudly repeated that who would have thought that after many years of service he would also receive such an award. A little later, David called Eugene aside and said that he had asked the commissioner to take him into the army. Linda, complimenting David, said that he was now officially the squad leader thanks to David's request. Eugene said in confusion that he was not a military man and did not know why David decided this way, and his work could suffer. Hearing this, Carms looked at Eugene in surprise and asked if he was the Special Forces soldier he had talked so much about. Eugene hastened to explain that he was not against the service as such, but he had to be with David. He added that if due to his service he could not work for David and be part of his team, he would immediately refuse. David reassured him, assuring him that Eugene's military service was actually part of the plan and would benefit them all. He admitted that he himself is now also an instructor and teaches recruits the basics of shooting and hand-to-hand combat. However, David has to go away for a few days once a week and would like Eugene to fill in for him. Linda nodded, confirming David's words, and reminded Eugene that he was heading out again this week. Carms encouraged Eugene, saying that the knowledge that David managed to teach him was quite enough for his first training. Linda, sighing sadly, asked if he would really disappear all the time, and if he could take him and Janine with him. David honestly said that he himself was not happy about having to leave and leave them alone. However, he recalled that he had already given one person his word to return within a certain time frame, and must definitely keep it. Janine supported him, telling Linda that there was no point in holding David back, because he does everything for a reason. She confidently stated that she and Linda were completely independent and would be able to take care of themselves while he was not around. David, smiling, noticed that Janine was becoming too bold and independent, because he himself was bored without them. That evening, David received the long-promised prize for his brilliant victory in a recent battle. Enjoying the pleasant warmth, he happily lay in the bath with aromatic water. Without waiting, David called out to the girls, asking why they were taking so long to join him. Linda, laughing, replied that they were already ready and were on their way to him. David smiled eagerly, reminding him of his promise to join him in the bathroom. Looking at the beauties with pleasure, he said in a whisper that he didn't know where to start. Linda blushed and quietly said that she would rather start eating ice cream and do it right here. David replied that, of course, he doesn't mind, because everything has been done for a long time and we can start eating this ice cream. Turning to Janine, he asked her to stop being shy and join him in the bathroom. Janine looked confusedly at Linda, who was already eating David's ice cream. She whispered to her friend that the ice cream was about to melt, to which Linda, without turning around, replied that she would eat it faster than that would happen. She added that she'll just eat it a little faster so she doesn't miss a single second of the fun. Satisfied with Janine's answer, David asked if she had finally decided to join him. Noticing the sparkle in his eyes, Janine quietly asked what exactly he would like her to do. David whispered in her ear that he wanted to touch her soft skin and see the beauty of her body. Janine, embarrassed by his words, hesitantly asked if he wanted to do it right now. Without wasting time on words, our heroes plunged into the world of passion and pleasure. A little later, Linda loudly announced to Janine that the game was over and it was time for them to get back to real business. Janine supported her and said that they really needed to return home as soon as possible, because people were waiting for them there. Suddenly, they heard a suspicious noise, and Janine whispered in fear that it was an enemy and he was approaching them. At that moment, a familiar voice was heard, exultantly proclaiming that he had finally caught the two best warriors. Janine immediately recognized the voice and quietly told Linda that it was him, David. Linda, clenching her fists, hissed that in front of them was David himself, the most powerful warrior of the entire empire. Chuckling ominously, David announced that he was going to give them a real test that they would remember for a long time. He promised them an unforgettable pleasure, of course, without meaning anything good for the poor warriors. Janine quickly took stock of the situation and, whispering the plan to her friend, rushed at David to divert his attention. Grinning, David easily dodged her attack and warned that no one would be able to escape from him. To complicate their task and add spice to the game, David activated the manual launch of his secret one and gently pressed his finger on the dangerous point. Feeling the incredible power of the energy that hit her, Linda could hardly stay on her feet. Realizing that she would not last long, Linda decided to get rid of excess clothes in order to cool down a little. Noticing this, Janine encouraged her and shouted at her to hold on and not give up without a fight. Gathering her last strength, Linda used all her energy and, turning the lever to maximum power, rushed forward. She proudly shouted to David that she was not going to lose to him and would do everything possible to win. Smiling self-confidently, David replied that no one had ever managed to escape his falcon's hand. He grabbed Linda, incapacitating her, and told her that she would become his defeated opponent like so many before her. Exhausted, Linda whispered to Janine that she could no longer fight, and now everything depended only on her. Buoyed by his advantage, David turned his attention to Janine, saying that she had nowhere to run. Looking at him confidently, Janine replied that she was not going to run anywhere, because she was ready for the decisive battle. She challenged David, promising that he would regret his arrogance and underestimation of his opponent. David, intrigued by her courage, laughed and gladly accepted her challenge. Janine shouted at him not to hold back and to attack her with all his might. Gathering all her rage and energy, she rushed at him screaming, calling on David to show everything he was capable of. David, enjoying the fight with a strong opponent, was preparing to deliver a crushing blow that, it seemed, could burn any girl to the ground. He summoned all his power, concentrating the energy of fire into a single point, preparing to unleash a barrage of unprecedented power. David was shocked to see that his opponent did not try to evade the attack, but rather accepted the challenge by standing still. Janine, determined to fight to the end, cast aside all fear, knowing that flight was not the answer to this situation. She prepared to repel the attack, ready to keep her promise to herself and prove her strength in the final showdown. David was both frightened and delighted by the courage of both of his rivals. For the first time, he met someone who did not give in to his power. In the heat of battle, David suddenly realized that he was engrossed in a world of fantasy, as if participating in an exciting role-playing game. After some time, Elizabeth watched with alarm as Janine and Linda moved with difficulty around the room, leaning on the walls. Linda, trying to calm the girl down, assured her that she was not feeling unwell, and that the weakness in her legs was only caused by intense night training. Janine confirmed her sister's words, adding that the fatigue from the grueling workout is so great that it is better to postpone the conversation and have a hearty breakfast. The next morning, already in the real world, David wasted no time in going to his new villa to relax after a busy day. Andrew, finding his friend at the table, was amazed by his appetite, joking that he seemed to have returned from grueling work in a coal mine. Before David had finished a few plates, Andrew, eager to feed his friend, offered him even more food. Having finally had his fill, David easily leaned back in his chair, enjoying the long-awaited rest. Recalling yesterday's events, David shared with Andrew that he had been to a much scarier place than that brick factory. Peter, waiting for David to satisfy his hunger, decided to move on to the main topic of their meeting, recalling the important matter. He told David that, following his instructions, he had collected all the necessary data about the business plan of the Jinbi group of companies. David, with undisguised interest, asked Peter to show him the dossier, wanting to know what this Charles family was like. He was looking forward to the moment when he would be able to study in detail information about competitors, having long wanted to reveal their secrets. David shared his observations that the Jinbi group has been actively preparing for trading recently, and Thomas often appears in public. Peter, having hacked the Jinbi security system, obtained information that Thomas had prepared a number of properties for rent or sale. He concluded that given Jinbi's current reputation in the city, after trading on the stock exchange, the business value would increase to 200 billion. Andrew was shocked by this figure, realizing that with such financial power it would be incredibly difficult for them to resist the Jinbi company. Peter noted that Thomas had enough resources to conduct bidding even after the takeover of the company. It turned out that the rival family's business was acquired by a mysterious financial company called Peace Dynasty shortly after the Jinbi deal. Remembering Jacob's words that Jinbi's rapid growth was due to his relationship with his ex-girlfriend's family, Peter suggested that someone else might be behind the deal. Kevin, unexpectedly interjecting himself into the conversation, mentioned that he was familiar with Dynasty of Peace. Many of his friends took online loans from them. Despite his best efforts, Peter was able to find very little information about the Peace Dynasty, confirming only that they were quite famous in financial circles. The only thing he managed to find out was that the owner of the company is the head of the mafia, a certain Mrs. Lin, before whom even members of the Black Tigers gang are in awe. David was amazed that the Black Tigers, known for their insolence and cruelty, respected Mrs. Lin so much. Feeling the intrigue growing, David asked Peter if he had information about Thomas's next actions. Peter, having secretly penetrated the Jinbi information system, discovered that Thomas was planning to purchase land from a certain important person. He explained that we are talking about those plots of land, the sale of which the city authorities announced the day before, and one plot aroused increased interest among large developers. Peter was confident that the acquisition of this site would allow Thomas to raise significant capital and accelerate Jinbi's advancement in the market. He said that Jacob, having learned about Thomas's plans, immediately contacted several real estate agencies to buy a plot of land at auction and disrupt his competitor's deal. Anticipating a tense standoff, David asked how much time was left before the auction began. Peter, looking at his watch, replied that the auction would start in about 2 hours. David, not wanting to miss the opportunity to take part in the auction, turned to Peter with a request. Peter assured his friend that there would be no problems. He would easily make him a representative of his real estate agency. Participants had already gathered in the lobby of the building where the auction was to take place, and the organizers announced that it would begin in 15 minutes. Jacob, wanting to clarify his plans for the evening, dialed David's number to make sure for himself that everything was going according to plan. David briefly informed his friend that he had settled all matters and was going to the auction. Jacob was surprised. He did not understand why David needed to go to the auction, especially since today he planned to conclude an important deal. David asked Jacob to keep a low profile and pretend they didn't know each other, but to keep a close eye on the auction. Thomas, seeing Jacob among the auction participants, whom he had not seen for 6 months, hurried to say hello. Remembering their long acquaintance, he joyfully greeted his former friend. Filled with confidence in his victory, he invited Jacob to a festive banquet on the occasion of the successful completion of the deal. There was irony in Jacob's voice when he mentioned the triumphal banquet, letting Thomas know that he had no doubts about his desire to get the coveted piece of land. Thomas, with a sly smile, noted that Jacob had in vain invited representatives of all the most influential developers of the city to the auction. He said meaningfully that today's auction promises to be very interesting. Jacob coldly replied that he intended to make every effort to ensure that he got the coveted plot. Thomas reminded Jacob of their long-standing friendship, suggesting that he should have approached him directly if he was so interested in purchasing the property. He pretended to offer to make a deal, reminding them of the benefits that they both could get. The man encouraged Jacob to leave them behind and focus on building a joint business that would bring them both greater profits. Charles, rudely interrupting his brother, reminded Jacob of his former bride, hinting that he still could not forget her beauty. Enraged by Charles's tactlessness, Jacob rudely ordered him to shut up. He shouted in rage that he would not allow anyone to mention the name of his former lover. Remembering old grievances, Jacob promised to take revenge on Charles for his bullying. Charles continued to taunt Jacob, knowing that he was getting under his skin. Thomas noted with ostentatious admiration Jacob's loyalty to his feelings, even many years after the tragedy. However, grabbing his hand, he warned him against rash actions because the forces were not in his favor now. Jacob firmly stated that his ex-girlfriend will forever remain the only one for him, and he will not allow anyone to denigrate her memory. Overwhelmed by the bitterness of his memories, Jacob continued to speak as if he could not hear those around him. Thomas, with a smile on his face, said that the guy himself was to blame for her death because he knew in advance how it would all end. Jacob, in a rage, was about to attack Thomas, unable to contain his anger, but the assistant tried to calm Jacob down, urging him not to waste time arguing with Thomas. He reminded Jacob that business is the same as war, and the real victory must be won in the business field. Jacob, trying to come to his senses, turned to Thomas, promising that he would not allow him to receive the desired piece of land. He just laughed, not taking Jacob's words seriously, and reassured his brother, promising that he would get the plot. He contemptuously called Jacob a stray dog who could not compete with them. Thomas drew his brother's attention to a nearby trash can. Not understanding why he would do this, Charles confirmed that he saw a trash can, but what should he do with it? Thomas suddenly ordered Charles to hit him on the head with this tank, because his high status does not allow him to do this. Charles hesitantly agreed with his brother, believing that this technique would allow them to eliminate Jacob from the game before the auction began. Thomas said that he would not get his hands dirty and put himself in danger by entrusting such dirty work to his subordinates. But at the last moment, Charles said that it was unworthy to stoop to such low methods, and he refused to fulfill his brother's request. The next second, Thomas grabbed his little brother and reminded him of his real place. Thomas threatened Charles with death if he did not follow his instructions. Charles, realizing that it was useless to argue, meekly agreed to carry out his brother's orders. Jacob, trying to concentrate on the upcoming auction, gave instructions to his assistants. Suddenly, Charles's scream was heard behind him, and Jacob, before he could come to his senses, almost received a blow to the head. David, seeing what was happening, rushed to Jacob, protecting him from the enraged Charles. Recognizing the attacker as Charles, David ironically noted that he still prefers to act from around the corner, rather than face to face. Charles was shocked to see David, and did not understand what the poor student he had always known him was doing here. Jacob's assistant, assessing the seriousness of the situation, loudly called the guards. One of the members of the Black Tigers gang who were guarding Thomas was horrified to recognize David as the very guy who had beaten their people twice. Thomas realized that he was facing a dangerous opponent, and most likely, he was connected with Jacob by something more than a simple acquaintance. David calmly explained his appearance by his desire to observe the auction. He ironically noted that he did not expect to meet two of his enemies here at once, but he was not against this situation. Jacob was puzzled by David's behavior and could not understand what game he was playing. David looked at Jacob defiantly, urging him to take decisive action and not forget about their plan. He teased Jacob, hinting that he, as before, was afraid to enter into open confrontation with him. Jacob at that moment looked at David, not understanding what he was driving at. Thomas quickly turned to Jacob, hinting to him about the hidden danger emanating from David. Not wanting to participate in this fight, Thomas hastened to hide inside the building. A thought flashed through his mind: could David have managed to deceive even such a cunning and insightful person as Jacob? Finally, the presenter solemnly announced the start of the auction, welcoming the guests present. She asked the participants to pay attention to the number plates that their assistants were holding in their hands. Thomas ordered his men to find out as quickly as possible what kind of relationship connects David and Jacob. He was worried David seemed to him too dangerous an opponent, capable of not only repelling the Black Tigers, but also challenging him. The presenter loudly announced the first lot, plot number 1, setting the opening bid at $12,000. There was silence in the hall, and the presenter, not hearing the expected excitement, thought that this area was not of particular interest to those present. David, watching what was happening, decided to wait until Jacob took part in the auction in order to take advantage of the moment and sow real chaos. Suddenly, the presenter's voice sounded, which meant the end of bidding for the first lot. The presenter, smiling radiantly, congratulated the winning bidder and asked him to go behind the stage to sign the documents. Moving on to the next lot, the presenter solemnly announced that this was the last plot of land at today's auction. Jacob, tightly gripping the arms of his chair, whispered to his assistant to act, adding that he would not allow anyone to interfere with his plans. The presenter announced the starting price of the last plot at $16,000, emphasizing that the minimum rate increase was $500. As soon as the presenter's words died down, some young lady in the hall made the first bet, offering $18,000. Before the presenter had time to repeat the bid, a man from the other end of the hall raised the price to $18,500. The man sitting next to that opponent muttered that as long as the amount did not exceed $28,000, they could still participate in the auction. Suddenly, the calm but confident voice of Thomas was heard, offering $25,000 for the last lot. Surprised by such a high bid, the presenter loudly repeated the amount, wondering if there would be anyone who could beat it. A girl sitting nearby noticed that the Thomas Corporation was determined to get this tasty piece of land, demonstrating its wealth to everyone. Her companion, realizing that they could not compete with him, decided that the remaining money would be better spent on something else. Thomas, looking around the room, asked if there was a daredevil willing to offer an amount greater than $25,000. In the silence that followed, Jacob's voice sounded, and without hesitation he raised the bet to $30,000, challenging Thomas. Everyone in the room gasped, because such a sum seemed incredible. Many decided that this Jacob was just crazy and would suffer huge losses. An employee of a competing company who observed the progress of the auction immediately decided that the bid of $30,000 had already exceeded all their calculations. To the surprised looks, Jacob said that it was not yet known how everything would turn out, and now was not the time for premature conclusions. Thomas, looking at Jacob defiantly, replied that he was ready to accept his game and see who would outplay whom in this fight. Thomas's assistant, visibly nervous, tried to stop his boss, reminding him that the bid was already too high and it was unwise to take such risks at the auction. Jacob, not paying attention to what was happening around him, focused on possible scenarios to understand what the maximum price he could afford. The girl who followed the auction suggested that if the amount exceeds $40,000, Jacob's company will begin to incur losses. She added that if the rate were to rise to that level, the board's reaction would be unpredictable, hinting at possible problems. Jacob did not pay attention to possible losses and was determined to get this piece of land at any cost. In a loud voice, he offered $40,000 for a piece of land. Jacob's assistant recalled that the proposed amount had already significantly exceeded their original plan, hinting that they should stop. Thomas, in turn, decided to resort to the help of the influential Mrs. Lin. The host of the auction, having announced the amount of $40,000, looked around at those present. A young girl watching the fight between two businessmen thought that such assertiveness was characteristic only of very strong men. The auction host, in anticipation of new bids, again repeated the amount announced by Jacob. Suddenly, Thomas broke the long pause, raising the bet to $42,000. Jacob was surprised that his opponent still had so much money left. At this moment, an assistant approached Thomas with the news that Mrs. Lin had agreed to provide them with the necessary loan. The assistant said that the price for the loan was high. Miss Lin demanded 5% of their daily income. Thomas, upon hearing the news about the loan, mentally cursed the old woman for wanting to profit from other people's problems. At the same time, Thomas understood perfectly well that by taking possession of this site, he would not only outshine his competitors, but would also be the center of attention of the entire business world of the city. While Jacob was deciding what to do, the auction host continued to conduct the auction, asking the same question. The presenter noted that the president of the corporation was a man, although not brilliant in beauty, but with a good physique and incredible energy. Carried away by looking at Thomas, the presenter forgot about her direct responsibilities, which caused a strong reaction in the audience. Jacob's assistant, noticing the presenter's confusion, shouted displeasedly at the girl with glasses. Why was she stalling for time? He looked at the young woman with suspicion, asking if she was working for someone present. The embarrassed auction host apologized and hastily announced a bid of $42,000. Jacob, who had decided to go all in, calmly announced a new amount of $45,000. There was silence in the hall. Everyone was waiting in suspense to see what Thomas's response would be to such a bold step. Thomas's assistant, observing the competitor's reaction, realized that Jacob would not give up and was ready to fight for this site to the last. Jacob, watching his competitor's reaction, whispered to Thomas that it was time to find out who would emerge victorious from this fight today. At that moment, his assistant ran up to Thomas with the alarming news that the president of the company was calling him, and he was clearly not in a good mood. The girl added that the boss seemed to be aware of their presence at the auction. Jacob was not surprised. He knew perfectly well that the president has his own eyes and ears everywhere. The president of the company, without wasting time on greetings, immediately accused Jacob of madness and inappropriate behavior. He shouted angrily into the phone, accusing Jacob of wasting the company's assets on land they had never even planned to buy. Jacob, trying to calm his angry father, assured that this piece of land was a profitable investment. The enraged father shouted in anger that he knew everything about his son's motives, realizing that this whole story was started only for the sake of that girl. The president said that the board of directors, having taken into account his behavior, decided to remove him from the affairs of the company and deprive him of the right to use its funds. Thomas's assistant, still nearby, did not understand what to do now, given the current situation. At this moment, the meaning of his father's words dawned on Jacob. Even if he could win this auction, he would still have nothing to pay with. The assistant, present during the conversation between Jacob and his father, felt confused. Had their plan really failed? The girl sitting next to Thomas whispered in his ear that without the support of the board of directors, Jacob had no way to buy this plot. Suddenly, a new player appeared at the auction. David confidently offered $50,000 for the plot. Surprised, Jacob, hearing a familiar voice, could not understand what was happening here. Thomas was also incredibly surprised by the appearance of a stranger who intervened so abruptly in their game. Jacob was grateful to David for his unexpected rescue, but he did not understand at all what kind of game his friend was playing. The host of the auction, having announced a bid of $50,000, looked expectantly into the hall. The guy accompanying the girl, who had previously placed a bet of $18,000, thought with annoyance that he should have acted more decisively. At that moment, they heard the quiet voice of Thomas, who ordered to create chaos and act according to the plan agreed upon earlier. Jacob's assistant, who was watching what was happening, was surprised at the leader's slowness, suspecting some kind of trick. Hearing the signal from his boss, the guy prepared for action. He meticulously examined the presenter and, suspecting something was wrong, began to loudly accuse the girl of being slow and wanting to profit from them. With a mocking tone in his voice, he asked the presenter whose mistress she was and how much she received for delaying the bidding. The host of the auction, not understanding why this noise suddenly started, tried to calm the enraged man. Jacob's assistant, observing the reaction of those present, realized that the competitors had resorted to cunning in an attempt to disrupt the auction. David, seeing the situation getting out of control, wondered if these people were working for Thomas. He could not understand why Thomas himself had not yet raised the bid if he wanted this piece of land so badly. The enraged man, urging the auction host on, continued to shout, accusing her of fraud and calling on her to hit with a hammer, wasting no time. The auction host, trying to collect her thoughts, began to announce the winner. Before she had time to finish her sentence, Thomas suddenly announced a new sum of $51,000. The auction host, doubting that she had heard correctly, tried to make the right decision whether to continue bidding or not. David realized that Thomas had most likely calculated all possible scenarios and staged this performance on purpose. Jacob accused Thomas of foul play because he announced the amount after the hammer had sounded. Thomas did not agree with the accusations and insisted that he managed to announce the bid before the hammer hit. He stated that he suspected something was wrong and most likely there was fraud in the auction. Looking at the auction host, he confidently stated that someone present had paid her to disrupt the auction. The presenter, offended by such words, began to justify herself, assuring everyone that the bet was made after being hit with a hammer. Thomas, confident that he was right, reminded that the hall was under video surveillance and offered to watch the recording. David, replaying the events of the last minutes in his head, realized how thoughtful and resourceful Thomas was acting. In the end, the auction host announced the final bid of $51,000 and, after hitting the hammer, congratulated the winner. After watching the recording several times, Thomas's aides agreed that the presenter had indeed made a mistake. Thomas himself did not believe in accidents and was sure that someone was deliberately trying to annoy him. It seemed strange to him that the land he wanted to buy was being sold at such an inflated price. He angrily looked around the hall, trying to understand which of those present dared to put a spoke in his wheels. Jacob, in turn, accused Thomas of setting up this whole situation. He recalled how Thomas's men made a fuss in an attempt to confuse the presenter. Thomas's assistant was outraged by Jacob's words, not understanding why so much dirt was being poured on them. He assured those present that he simply expressed his opinion, and they had absolutely nothing to do with it. The guy who was most outraged by the work of the presenter suddenly announced that there was something fishy in this story, and suggested contacting the police. At that moment, they heard the angry voice of the company's president, who, turning to his son, expressed his dissatisfaction with what was happening. David, seeing that the situation had gone too far, decided to intervene. He proposed holding a repeat auction, since there were violations in the previous one. David seemed not to have heard the auctioneer's announcement about the sale of the land, and calmly continued to insist on new auctions. After all, when Thomas offered $51,000, David instantly added another $1,000 during the bidding. Thomas, outraged by such frivolity, sharply intervened in this interpretation and did not want to agree with it. He demanded that the police be called immediately to clarify the situation, and that the land be removed from the auction and put up for sale next time. Jacob stared at Thomas with suspicion. Was he trying to deliberately delay time? Thomas was adamant, insisting that the deal was invalid and demanding police presence. The frightened auction presenter, in a trembling voice, begged not to resort to extreme measures. The woman tearfully admitted that calling the police would put an end to her career as an auctioneer. David, noticing the girl's despair, decided to intervene and gently addressed her with words of consolation. He confidently assured the auction host that everything would be fine and she had nothing to worry about. The auction host looked at David with gratitude and undisguised admiration. He seemed to her an incredibly kind person. David, seeing her tears, smiled encouragingly and said that tears won't help her grief. She needs to look for a way out. Turning to Thomas, he seemed to be trying to start a casual conversation, although in fact he was putting his plan into action. David came up with a plan and invited Thomas to step aside to calmly discuss everything without unnecessary witnesses. Thomas, always open to dialogue, agreed, because if there is an option for a peaceful solution, then it is worth considering. Jacob watched what was happening in confusion. Is this possible to do at an auction? He indignantly reminded David and Thomas that they were not the only bidders and had no right to negotiate in secret. David calmly reminded Jacob that he was the buyer of the land at this auction. Turning to Thomas, he mockingly noted that the talkative Jacob was unlikely to be able to afford this purchase. Jacob didn't understand what David was up to, feeling anger and irritation engulf him more and more. Thomas looked at Jacob arrogantly and said coldly that this matter concerned only him and David, and Jacob would be better off not interfering. David turned to the auction manager and politely asked the audience to leave so he and Thomas could sort things out in peace. Thomas, taking advantage of the moment, loudly called on everyone to come out and not interfere with them to clarify this issue. Before leaving with the others, Jacob looked at David with concern, as if reminding him of the importance of the situation. When everyone left, Thomas, with irony in his voice, asked David how he was going to resolve this unfortunate incident. David was in no hurry to answer, casually holding out his hand for the cigarettes, noting that this nervous auction even aroused in him the desire to smoke. Thomas's assistant took out a beautiful case with expensive cigars and invited David to try it. David chuckled and replied that he was too young to indulge in such things. Thomas's assistant, standing nearby, hastened to interject that this was not just a cigar, but the best Cuban cigar. David didn't even bat an eyebrow when he took some gum out of his pocket and noted that he had American preferences. After that, David unwrapped the gum wrapper and, showing it to Thomas, said that this special gum helps to trick anyone. Thomas laughed and said that he liked this trick much better than cigars and invited David to chew it to his health. Suddenly, David, pretending that the warm-up was over, looked seriously at Thomas and reminded him that he and his brother had a long-standing feud. Thomas calmly confirmed that he knew about their disagreement, but said that he was not at all concerned about his brother's affairs. However, he honestly admitted that he did not expect his brother to quarrel with such an influential person. David snapped that this young guy was the first to start their conflict and now it was too late to stop him. Thomas decided not to press the topic, and knowing his history with Charles, suggested that this would be too painful a conversation for David. David, by the way, noted that initially he was counting on cooperation with Jacob and their joint monopoly in the real estate market. Thomas always believed that Jacob was an ordinary fool whose weakness for women had clouded his mind, and it was impossible to do business with such a person. David sighed, making it clear that he was disappointed in his ex-partner and did not want anything to do with him anymore. Thomas, taking advantage of the moment, offered David a more profitable partnership with his Jinbi Corporation, a reliable and promising company. He carefully hinted that although his corporation does not yet have a monopoly on the real estate market, everything will soon change. Thomas was confident that within 3 years Jinbi would take a leading position and it was just a matter of time. Judging by the way Thomas fought for every piece of land, he clearly did not have enough available funds. Thomas remained calm and said that Jinbi's rapid growth and diversity of industries promised early success for their group. Seeing David's interest, he assured him that the financial side of the issue was not urgent, and he had a lot of money. Thomas defiantly asked if David could really help him with anything, or was he just throwing words to the wind? David, confident of the success of his plan, recalled Jinbi's plans to go public, and the need to acquire land for successful advertising. He stated that the land already actually belonged to him, and was ready to give it to Jinbi for only $30,000. Thomas pretended to be shocked by this proposal, since David was actually losing a fortune. David waved his hand, making it clear that such money was a mere trifle for him. Thomas smiled and sarcastically remarked that although this might be a small thing for David, he was used to appreciating every cent. David, with a smile on his face, reminded Thomas that it is customary to pay good money for generous gifts. The point of his plan was to obtain a controlling stake in Jinbi after going public. Thomas, finally understanding what David was getting at, realized that his initial assessment of his young interlocutor was wrong. He looked carefully at David and directly asked if he was afraid of being made a fool. Thomas immediately reassured David, saying that he did not doubt his honesty and integrity for a second. He explained his reaction by saying that the offer seemed too lucrative and he needed time to think it over. David patiently agreed to wait 2 days and suggested returning to the land issue. Thomas clarified that he was stalling for a reason. He planned to collect the necessary amount for the purchase during this period. He looked at the assistant and said that they would be happy to give the land to David as a sign of trust and mutually beneficial cooperation. Jacob, who was trying to eavesdrop on their conversation, was extremely surprised by this turn of events and silently scolded Thomas and David, whose game remained a mystery to him. As soon as Thomas and David left, Jacob rushed to his man and told him to keep an eye on them. He could not understand what these two had actually agreed on and what game was being played under his nose. David, meanwhile, announced to everyone that he and Mr. Thomas had complete mutual understanding and the land remained his. Jacob was furious and decided that there was really no plan and it was just Thomas's cunning plan. Thomas, looking down at Jacob, said irritably that he turned out to be stupid as always and did not understand anything about serious matters. David supported Thomas, adding that Jacob was not at their level and should be quieter. Jacob said with bitterness in his voice that they had conspired against him, and it was unfair. He turned to the auction director with a request to call the police and sort out the situation. The director smiled and said that in this situation he did not see the need for law enforcement intervention. He invited Mr. David to return tomorrow morning to officially sign the documents and confirm the deal. Thomas's assistant helpfully offered his services and promised to take care of all the formalities, including writing the letter of guarantee. David reassured his friend Jacob, telling him not to disgrace himself in front of people, and then he would explain everything to him. Thomas chuckled, adding that Jacob always behaves like this, not knowing how to lose with dignity, and begins to argue and make trouble. Walking down the corridor towards the exit, he curiously asked David about the reason for his enmity with his brother. At this time, Jacob's assistant sadly told him that this time they seemed to have lost, and there was no chance of winning. Jacob, with excitement in his eyes, whispered to her that the real battle was just beginning. He believed that as long as Thomas was unaware and still euphoric from his apparent victory, they had time to develop a plan of action. Thomas offered David a ride to discuss their future collaboration along the way. David politely declined, citing important matters, and suggested meeting and talking later. At this time, his driver drove the car and opened the door for him. Thomas was surprised to recognize David's car as the same model that Jacob had recently purchased. David turned to the driver and angrily shouted at him that he was late, and as usual had brought the car at the wrong time. Turning to David, Thomas noticed that Jacob had the exact same Ferrari, and asked if this was just a coincidence. When David's car started moving, Thomas noted to himself with envy that even for him this model turned out to be too expensive. David smiled to himself and thought that Jacob's Ferrari looked rather pale compared to his own car. At that moment, he saw a familiar car approaching them, with the auction presenter at the wheel. David looked at the girl in surprise, trying to understand what she wanted. The presenter shyly admitted that she wanted to invite David to dinner, as a sign of gratitude for his help at the auction. David, not used to refusing beautiful girls, agreed with a smile to accompany her. He threw the keys to his car to Thomas without explaining the reasons for his action. Thomas caught the keys in bewilderment and couldn't understand what it meant. Was the guy really ready to just give him an expensive car? David smiled mysteriously and explained to him that this was a gift in honor of their acquaintance. He reminded Thomas of 2 days to think and wished him luck. Thomas's assistant immediately tensed up and asked the boss if they should send them under surveillance. Thomas ordered him to keep an eye on David and gather all the information he could. In the car, the auction host hesitantly asked David what cuisine and products he preferred. David smiled and told her to order whatever she liked because he wasn't a picky eater. The girl was touched by such attention and whispered that he was incredibly gallant and she would organize everything herself. At that moment, David remembered that he urgently needed to exchange some of the gold for cash, otherwise he would completely run out of money. He decided not to delay this matter, but thought that he needed to first find out the current exchange rate so that he would not be deceived. Suddenly, David noticed surveillance behind him. The same car had been following them for quite some time. He realized that these were most likely Thomas's people and decided to test his guesses. Having slightly changed the route, he was convinced that his intuition did not let him down, and the car continued to keep its distance. David realized that he had to somehow get rid of the persecution. Otherwise, the meeting with Jacob and the others might be in jeopardy. Seeing that David was looking around restlessly, the girl asked him what was the matter, and if he wanted to go somewhere. And then David was struck by what seemed to him a brilliant idea to break away from the persecution. With a sly smile, he told his companion that he had lost his appetite and suggested moving straight to dessert. The car jerked abruptly, forcing David to grab the door handle. The girl laughed coquettishly and noted that she didn't think that Mr. David was so impatient. She continued to flirt with David, hinting that they should not waste time on unnecessary ceremony. David, realizing the mistake he had made, decided to simply play her game and support the proposed tone. At the same time, Andrew went to visit David's relatives on his behalf. Sarah, looking out the window, drew her father's attention to an approaching car. Andrew entered the house and respectfully greeted Carms, recalling their previous meeting. He said that he had arrived on behalf of David to accompany them to the city for an important conversation. Meanwhile, Jacob was still indignant at why David was acting without his knowledge and not informing him of his plans. He was worried that Peter's premature appearance might arouse Thomas's suspicions and ruin their entire agreement. Peter tried to reassure Jacob, assuring him that David was a reliable and very smart person. He said that he initially planned to send David to the auction under the guise of a subsidiary, but then decided to act more carefully. Jacob agreed that secrecy was important in their case, but expressed concern that Thomas might have unearthed information about David's past affairs. Peter retold the words of David, who was not afraid that Thomas would find dirt on him, but the main thing was to capture his attention. Jacob, after listening to everything, thought with respect about David, who had considered all possible options and carefully prepared for the operation. Soon after this, David and his companion reached the city center and stopped at the hotel that David himself had chosen. The friendly girl at the entrance asked them to show their documents, assuring them that this was a standard procedure. David's thoughts were far from what was happening. He nervously thought about Thomas's people, who were relentlessly following on his heels. He was looking forward to the moment when he could hide from surveillance in his room and catch his breath. Without waiting for his reaction, the girl said that the room was already booked, and smiling, headed to the elevator. Thomas's men, trying not to arouse suspicion, followed David and his companion to find out the room number. Walking into the hotel room, David thought about the fact that his past relationships with women had always been reserved and even cold, but the girl next to her was attractive and openly demonstrated her interest. David felt how prudence and the desire that was already beginning to awaken in him were fighting inside him. He understood that the situation was getting out of control, and now he wanted to know how it would all end. But suddenly, David came to his senses and immediately tried to correct his mistake, in case there was an emergency exit for evacuation. Once in the room, he sighed with relief when he found a window leading to the fire escape. The girl, surprised by his silence, asked if everything was okay, not noticing his worries, and was already ready for an intimate meeting. She turned sharply, and David saw that the girl not only managed to change into a light dress, but also prepare everything for a romantic evening. David felt uneasy at the thought that the girl had misinterpreted his intentions and was expecting completely different behavior from him. She reminded him of the suggestion that he skip dinner and go straight to dessert. The girl came very close and asked with a breathy voice why he was acting so uptight. David muttered in confusion that he needed a little time to come to his senses. In response, she tried to liberate David, hinting that he should not be ashamed of his desires. At that moment, David was struck by an idea on how to get out of this situation, and playing along with the girl, he suggested starting their adult game. David boldly stepped closer, ready to take on the challenge and see what his opponent could do in this unusual fight. A young, passionate woman with a sly smile invited David to make the first move, assuring her that his attempts were not scary to her. Excitement burned in her opponent's eyes. She longed for a test of strength and was confident of an imminent victory. With a deft movement, the lady struck the first blow, like a lightning strike from a snake, provoking David to retaliate. Dodging the blow, her opponent chuckled at David's slowness. David did not feel the blow and ironically noted his opponent's weakness, ready to continue the fight. Laughing, the opponent was not at all upset by the mistake, but on the contrary, she was delighted at the new turn of events. David was surprised to find that his hands were tied and tried to understand the reason for such an insidious act. The stranger explained that victory would be uninteresting if David could not provide worthy resistance. The woman longed for a moral victory, dreaming of seeing David admit defeat. David declared with dignity that he was ready to accept death, but not humiliation, and offered to end the fight immediately. But the girl refused to stop there. She was determined and conceived something interesting. A cruel smile appeared on her rival's face. She was anticipating how she would happily torture helpless David while sitting on top of him. The stranger enjoyed her power over David, comparing him to a helpless child, unable to fight back. David clenched his teeth, committing every moment of his humiliation to memory. Deep down, David vowed to himself to become stronger in order to take revenge and never experience such weakness in front of women again. Suddenly, the rival felt an inexplicable warmth emanating from David. It burned her like a flame. With surprise, the girl noticed how David's body was transforming, becoming stronger and increasing in size. David raised his head, his eyes blazing with determination. He gathered all his will and strength, preparing to strike back. The heat became unbearable. It penetrated the skin and, like hot metal, melted it from the inside. David looked at the fear-stricken woman with contempt, reminding him of the danger she had awakened. Panicked, the rival tried to gather her thoughts and fight back the unexpected force. With the confidence of a winner, David parried all her attacks, demonstrating his clear advantage. Putting all his rage into the next blow, David showed his opponent real masculine strength. Stunned, David compared his opponent's energy to the unstoppable power of a herd of wild buffalo. This was the first time a woman had encountered such power. Recognizing David's uniqueness, exhausted by the incessant struggle, she realized that she could not win and decided to stop this madness. After a long and grueling fight, David could hardly catch his breath, but felt light throughout his body. He ended up victorious. Seizing the moment while the girl fell asleep, David hurried to leave this place. The agents spotted David leaving his hotel room and prepared for a long pursuit. David realized that it was not so easy to hide from them and began to come up with a retreat plan. Watching David head to the top floor, the agents were surprised by such an unexpected action. Realizing that they were missing David, the agents rushed after him. Having gone up to the top floor, the guys did not find David and did not believe their eyes. After searching the entire site, they found no trace of David, as if he had disappeared into thin air. An enraged assistant of Thomas appeared on the phone, who could not believe that the agents had failed the mission. It turned out that Thomas's men failed to cope with surveillance and lost sight of David, causing the wrath of their boss. The assistant suggested that David might be connected to Jacob, and losing track of him would mean losing important information. However, Thomas remained calm, believing that an experienced enemy knows how to cover his tracks, and ordered the investigation into David's finances to continue. At this time, the guard was already informing Eaton about Thomas's visit, inviting him to enter the apartment. Old Eaton greeted his dear son cordially, but there was concern on his face. The experienced businessman immediately realized that something serious had brought Thomas to him, since he looked so upset. Seeing Eaton Gilbert in the house, Thomas frowned, not understanding what was happening. His surprise increased when he saw Gilbert's wife named Eva sitting next to him, and the situation became increasingly strange. Gilbert, gathering his courage, turned to Thomas with a request for a deferred payment. Referring to the exorbitant interest rates, he asked to be given a little more time to collect the required amount. In response, Thomas reminded Gilbert of the importance of honesty in business, because they lent the money for a reason. He was adamant and refused to give a delay, considering it disrespectful to himself and to the rules of the business world. Eaton, intervening in the conversation, asked Thomas to be more lenient because Gilbert already had enough problems. He easily admitted his guilt, because it was he who brought Gilbert to that gambling establishment, where he squandered all his money. It turned out that Gilbert became interested in gambling and lost a huge amount in a short time, which shocked even the experienced Eaton. Gilbert, trying to justify himself, vowed to return every penny if he was given a little more time. Eaton edifyingly remarked that one should know moderation in everything, hinting that Gilbert could not cope with his desires. Eve, realizing the seriousness of the situation, reproached herself for the greed that led them to trouble. But Old Man Eaton did not give up. He always saw a way out, even from the most difficult situations. His proposal stunned Gilbert, and Eaton was ready to buy out his company, solving all financial problems in one fell swoop. Moreover, Eaton promised to pay generously for the company, providing Gilbert with a significant sum. In Eaton's opinion, this was the best way to solve the problem. But Gilbert did not share his optimism. Gilbert begged him to delay his decision, because he had invested many years of his life and effort into his company. Eaton considered this reaction a sign of weakness, reproaching Gilbert for losing his dignity. Thomas, looking mockingly at Eaton, noticed that he had not changed and was still hunting other people's wives. Having received a refusal to sell the company, Eaton switched to Eve, offering her very dubious help to her husband. Eaton's hints became more and more obscene, and Eve felt that the situation was getting out of control. Gilbert tried to calm Eaton down by promising to find him more suitable company. However, with an ironic grin, Eaton made it clear that he was not ready to consider just any girl. He suddenly announced his peculiar tastes, making Gilbert and Eve nervous. It turned out that Eaton took pleasure in appropriating other people's property, and now intended to do the same. Eva realized that the situation was becoming dangerous, because they wanted to keep her as collateral. Gilbert rushed to his wife's defense, begging Eaton to stop and promising to repay the debt at any cost. Eaton rudely ordered Gilbert to shut up, enjoying his superiority and power over the situation. He gave Gilbert one last chance to retain some shred of dignity by offering him a deal he couldn't refuse. The choice was cruel. Either he would save his company or preserve the honor of his wife, which is exactly how Eaton presented his help. Eva, fearing for the consequences, asked her husband to leave this house and forget about the debts. But Gilbert understood that without company, their lives would be ruined, and he would find himself at the bottom. Eaton, enjoying Gilbert's embarrassment, insisted on an answer, wanting to hear his decision. In desperation, Gilbert asked if Eve could spend just one night with Eaton. Eaton grinned cynically and announced that Gilbert would only get his wife back along with his debt. Trying to calm his wife down, Gilbert promised to pick her up as soon as he found a way out of the difficult situation. He begged Eaton to extend the deadline by at least a few days in order to have time to get the required amount. Eva watched in horror as her husband abandoned her for money and begged him not to leave her alone. Eaton, jubilant, promised Eve a rich life, full of dubious pleasures. Finding himself alone with the poor girl, Eaton loudly ordered the children to enter the room. The fun was just beginning. The children in the next room could barely contain their laughter as they watched what was happening and ran into the old man's office in a crowd. Eaton invited his little buddies into the room with a big smile to show off something special. Seeing a girl of incredible beauty, a crowd of children enthusiastically began to praise the old man for such a living toy. They looked at Eve hungrily and discussed who would be the first to tear off her clothes. Eva, holding back tears with difficulty, begged not to touch her and to let her go, because she was not to blame for anything. Eaton, winking at his son, called on him to join in the fun and not waste time. But Thomas sharply refused in response and hurried to leave the room feeling extremely awkward. It seems that Eaton noticed his son's confusion, but did not attach much importance to it. Linking this mood with recent difficult negotiations, he offered to help Thomas if he needed his father's support. Thomas brushed off his father's proposal and again repeated that he had things to do and was able to cope with all the problems. At this time, Eaton's little friends were delighted with the new toy, admiring its beauty. Eve begged for mercy in a trembling voice, trying to fight off the lustful hands. At the same time, Jacob attacked David in rage after learning that he had given Thomas the car that he himself had given him. David calmly replied that he did it not out of sympathy for Thomas, but to achieve his goal. Peter noted that if Thomas didn't take the bait, they would suffer serious losses. Andrew said that he sent Carms and his aunt to the home prepared by David, even though they resisted. David thanked his friend and apologized for such a strange request, explaining that he needed to protect his rear. Jacob, making sure that everything was assembled, demanded that David outline his plan. He insisted that David explain every detail so that they could prepare for any eventuality. David began his story by assuring everyone that the plan was very simple, and then explained his plan in detail to his friends. That evening, David purchased supplies and set off on a dangerous journey through the post-apocalyptic world. After some time, he returned and solemnly invited everyone to see what he had brought them. Eugene, seeing David return, greeted him joyfully and informed him that he had arrived just in time for dinner. David anxiously asked what happened to Eugene's hand and why he was injured. Ashley frowned and explained that her brother had been injured at a competition a few days ago. David tried to understand what kind of competition could take place in this post-apocalyptic world. Linda began the story and asked David if he remembered that same cleanup squad. David, recalling the unpleasant meeting, clarified whether this was the same detachment that wanted to take the armored car from him. Linda explained that after David left, Eugene, as the most experienced, was training new recruits. At first, everyone was happy until 2 days ago an unpleasant incident occurred. The commander of the cleanup squad, along with his subordinates, began to openly provoke Eugene. Eugene tried to ignore them, but they did not stop, ridiculing him and calling David a coward who could not protect his people. Unable to bear the insults addressed to his friend, Eugene, in a rage, called the cleanup squad to a duel. Unfortunately, the warriors of the squad turned out to be much stronger than Eugene expected, and he was defeated. In the heat of the fight, the commander of the cleanup squad kicked Eugene and stepped on his hand with all his might. 10, as this guy was called, shouted after him to tell his master David about this incident, and about challenging him to a duel. He challenged David to a fist fight, telling him to give him his name, and was confident that he would defeat David. Upon learning of 10's impudence, David exclaimed in rage that he was digging his own grave. Eugene, feeling guilty, began to apologize to David for the fact that his behavior could provoke those guys. Boy Zach, clenching his fists, declared that he needed to find the offenders and take revenge on them. Janine cooled Zach's ardor by reminding him of Commander Patricia, who is responsible for their squad. David, with hope in his voice, asked Janine if Commander Patricia knew about what happened and what she thought about it. Janine replied that Patricia forbade entering into any conflicts with the cleanup squad and promised to report the incident to her superiors. She explained that the cleanup squad was not subordinate to the army, but was a branch of a private company. According to the agreement, the company supplies the army with food and medicine. In exchange, the army provides them with security during expeditions to collect samples of mutated zombies. According to Janine, the collected material is used to create a vaccine against the virus. Scientists have made some progress in their research and believe that within a few years a vaccine against the virus will be created. David said thoughtfully that in this case there was no point in completing the task of the Zombie King. The system advised him not to quit what he had started, hinting that the situation could soon change dramatically. David noted that if a vaccine is truly created, the post-apocalypse will end, and their world will return to normal. The system responded that the zombie virus is incompatible with human cells, and if it is destroyed, the carrier will also die. Janine sighed and confirmed the system's words, noting that at the moment it was highly undesirable to enter into conflict with the cleanup squad. Eugene once again apologized for his temper and promised that he would control himself in the future. David, turning to Ashley, said with understanding that he knew how much she was offended for her brother. He assured the girl that he was not the kind of person who would leave the insult inflicted on his family unpunished. Ashley looked at David expectantly, awaiting further instructions. Linda, fearing the consequences, tried to reason with David and reminded him that if he had a conflict with the cleanup squad, they would be in serious trouble. David firmly said that he would not allow anyone to insult and humiliate his people, even if this entailed unpleasant consequences. He reassured Linda, saying that he was not going to attack the cleanup squad with his fists, because there were simpler methods for solving problems. Linda did not immediately understand her boyfriend's hints and asked him to explain what exactly he was up to. David replied that they didn't have to worry. He would act carefully and would not cut from the shoulder. He explained his plan by saying that he would simply challenge Ten to a fair fight. Meanwhile, a strange exhibit was delivered to the scientific center of the cleanup squad, which was carefully studied by a group of doctors. The young doctor looked at his older colleague with undisguised surprise and asked whether the zombie virus was really present in the sample. Dr. Christopher confirmed that this limb, separated from the mutant's body, does indeed contain traces of the zombie virus. Ten looked at the strange exhibit with interest and noted that the limb resembled more the paw of a spider or crab than a human arm or leg. Dr. Christopher agreed with Tan, noting that judging by the size of the paw, the creature was not small at all. He suggested that it could be a mutated zombie, which however cannot be called something unusual. The doctor explained that ordinary zombies constantly mutate, adapting to environmental conditions, and the higher the level of the zombie, the more it mutates, acquiring new, sometimes very unexpected forms and abilities. However, scientists cannot yet understand what exactly affects the mutation process, and additional research is needed to understand this issue. Ten, with a thoughtful look, asked the doctor whether it was really so important to get new samples. He suggested that the doctor send several soldiers to the high-risk area so that they could obtain the necessary material for him. At this point, his sister Olivia, the second commander of the cleanup squad, intervened in the conversation and greeted Dr. Christopher. The doctor, hearing a woman's voice, raised his eyebrows in surprise, because he was sure that there was a man under the mask. Ten told the doctor that Olivia was in no way inferior to the other members of their squad, although she was a woman. He proudly added that Olivia is one of the best fighters in the squad, second only to himself in agility and accuracy. Dr. Christopher again expressed his surprise to learn that Tan and Olivia were related, and also worked together. He joked that the company treats him well for sending such talented and capable assistants. Olivia, turning to the doctor, reported that the limb they found belonged to a creature that lived 300 miles away. She added that no clusters of zombies were found in the surrounding area, but if necessary, they are ready to return to that place and conduct further investigation. Dr. Christopher explained that the areas where the Zombie King lives tend to have few regular zombies, making an expedition into that area quite dangerous. Ten interrupted the doctor and confidently said that he had nothing to fear, because this was their job, to confront danger and risk themselves. Dr. Christopher nodded with a smile, saying that in that case, he would convey the excellent news to the leadership of the scientific department. He said that he would go to his colleagues so that they would prepare everything necessary for the investigation. Olivia looked at her brother with pride and praised him, saying that he had done a great job. She thanked Ten again for his help and said that she was proud of her brother. Ten smiled and reminded his sister that she should be more persistent and demanding, and in conclusion wished her good luck on the expedition. Olivia, in response, assured Ten that she would not lose face. At that moment, an excited assistant burst into the research center and addressed the commander. He said that a certain David, with whom he had recently had a conflict, handed over a letter for the commander and strictly ordered that it be handed over personally. Ten took the letter in surprise and asked the assistant if anyone still writes letters these days. He unfolded the letter and, seeing that it was empty, decided that they were mocking him. Olivia suddenly looked at her brother and advised him to turn the sheet over. Ten, without hesitation, turned the sheet over and saw that it was a challenge to a duel. He immediately stated that he had already taught one of David's friends wisdom, and if he decided to take revenge, then he was all for it. The assistant reminded Ten that David gave a real dressing down on the day of his arrival at the camp, for which his friend paid. Olivia would be interested in watching the fight, because she has heard a lot about David's tough personality and fighting skills. Ten cut his sister off, saying that she wouldn't see anything because she had to go on a mission, and ordered her to urgently assemble a team. He himself went to meet David to personally verify his strength and agility. Meanwhile, Linda worriedly asked Janine if she was familiar with Ten's fighting style, since she herself understood martial arts. Janine explained that Ten is a master of the iron palm style and combines experience and strength. Linda anxiously asked David if his Tai Chi could withstand Ten's iron palm. David confidently answered that in Kung Fu, there are no strong or weak styles. It all depends on the skill of the fighter. He added that he would never disgrace the name of his teacher for anything in the world and would honorably represent the Taiji Quan style in battle. After the news about the upcoming fight between David and Ten spread throughout the camp, a real stir began. The commander and Commissioner Daniel prepared a special site where the duel was to take place and invited all residents of the camp and the cleanup squad to watch this exciting spectacle. David realized that the commander and the commissar were pursuing their own goals, thereby wanting not only to moderate the ardor of the cleanup squad, but also to test it in action. The members of the cleanup squad gathered around the site were loudly arguing among themselves about how long David would last in the battle against Ten. Those who were rooting for David were looking forward to his appearance and hoped that he would be able to defeat Ten and teach him a lesson for his arrogance and impudence. When Ten appeared on the site, the crowd greeted him with enthusiastic shouts and cheers. Everyone shouted as one and wished him good luck in battle, calling on him to show the entire army the strength and power of the cleanup squad. Ten greeted the commander and Commissar Daniel with dignity. The officer smiled joyfully and greeted Ten, expressing the hope that he would see his famous iron palm in battle. Ten modestly replied that he was just an amateur and did not consider himself a real master. However, it was clear from his eyes that he was flattered by the attention and was ready to show everything he was capable of. He added that he had prepared well for the battle, and today everyone would see the real strength of the cleanup squad. Ten explained to the audience that he used a special frying pan, heated red hot, for training, and that after 20 years of constant training, his hands turned into a formidable weapon, capable of breaking through any armor. Ten, smiling ominously, promised to smash David to smithereens in this fight. At this time, Daniel looked impatiently at his watch and asked those around him why David had not yet appeared. Finally, the crowd buzzed with excitement, and someone shouted joyfully that they saw David. Ten turned sharply in the direction where the scream came from, preparing to meet the enemy. David calmly approached the site, apologizing for being late and explaining that he fell asleep after a night shift. The officer joyfully greeted David, who was late but still arrived for the battle. David returned the greeting with a smile and apologized to those present for keeping them waiting so long. The officer introduced the fighters to each other, saying the name and rank of each. Both opponents were ready for battle, and each of them had no doubt about their victory. Ten examined his opponent and noted with annoyance that David was not at all what he had imagined. David responded by saying that he too had heard a lot about Ten and saw that the rumors did not exaggerate his strength and power. Ten, with a grin, suggested that David not waste time on empty curtsies and start the fight as soon as possible. David, taking Ten by the hand, felt his superhuman strength and realized that Ten not only wanted to show his superiority, but was also trying to intimidate him. David knew that thanks to the flame palm skill, his hand was reliably protected, otherwise Ten would have broken all his bones long ago. Ten was surprised to realize that David had withstood his iron grip without any visible effort. He strained all his strength, but David's face remained exactly the same, and Ten realized that he had greatly underestimated his opponent. The officer, seeing that the fighters were being too ceremonious, ordered the fight to begin. Ten pulled his hand back and looked at David defiantly, although he still didn't understand how he could withstand his grip. However, he was so confident of his victory that he expected to kill David with one blow. Daniel, wanting to prevent a tragedy, reminded the fighters that this was just a friendly fight, and he hoped that the fight would take place within the bounds of decency. None of the participants would receive serious injuries, and everything would end peacefully. Linda cheered for David in a whisper, urging him to smash the arrogant upstart to smithereens. Eugene thought that it would not be easy for David to defeat an opponent with such physical superiority. Janine quietly turned to Linda and, nodding towards the platform, asked her to pay attention to Ten's palms. David also noticed that his opponent was not just a mountain of muscles, but an experienced fighter with excellent control of his body. This was also evidenced by the calluses on his palms, a trace of many years of training and hard work. Linda, looking at the court doubtfully, turned to Janine and asked if David had any chance of winning. Janine, without doubting her friend for a second, firmly answered that David's strength was many times greater than Ten's, and she even felt a little sorry for this arrogant conceit. David dodged the first blow, realizing that he was dealing with a true martial artist. Ten was sure that he must come out of the fight victorious at all costs, and not allow the honor of the detachment to be disgraced. David, seeing that the enemy was hesitating and still would not dare to make a serious attack, impatiently shouted to him to stop wasting time and attack first. Then the two forces directed at each other united at one point, like fire and water. 10 unexpectedly attacked David, but not a muscle moved on the young guy's face. Fans of both opponents loudly cheered for their favorite, hoping for his victory. They chanted the names of the fighters, supporting the morale of their idols. Linda noted to herself that the audience here is much more emotional than themselves. Daniel watched the battle with admiration, and thought with annoyance that 10 was serving in the wrong squad. The officer was surprised to note that 10's technique was inferior to David's. 10 was furious that David dodged his blow and defiantly asked if he was chickening out for using his legs in battle. He mockingly shouted at David so that he should not act like a master and prepare for defeat. David felt the force with which 10 was throwing blows at him, and realized that it would not be easy to resist him. Seeing that David had momentarily let his guard down, 10 prepared to strike the decisive blow. He swung with all his might, hoping that this time David would not be able to dodge. To his horror, David realized that he was late with the block and was about to receive a blow with full force. Linda was already beginning to fear that today she might see a picture of 10 killing David. The officer looked at the sight in disbelief and asked Daniel if 10 was really so strong that he could defeat David with one blow. 10's fans screamed wildly in delight as they celebrated his victory. However, David's supporters objected to them that they were mistaken, and David blocked the enemy's blow. Watching the fight, David's fans enthusiastically commented on his every move. 10, surprised and a little confused, could not believe that David dodged his blow so easily. David internally triumphed, feeling that he had managed to penetrate the enemy's defenses and could now win. He urged 10 to continue the fight and attack him with renewed vigor. 10's supporters hopefully appealed to their idol, urging him to gather his strength and not lose face in front of the army men. They watched with alarm what was happening on the site, not understanding why their invincible commander was so weak against David. David acknowledged the strength and agility of his opponent, and added that if not for the recent conflict with the cleanup squad, they might even have become friends. 10 nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging David's skill, which he had encountered for the first time in his life. However, he did not hide his hostility towards David, saying that he did not approve of his character, and considered him unworthy of the title of warrior. David was indignant at the big man's words, and reminded him that 10 himself was the first to start the conflict by severely beating his friend. 10 replied contemptuously that he was tired of bickering with empty words. He looked at David defiantly, and invited him to continue the argument in battle. David accepted the enemy's challenge and, taking a fighting stance, prepared for the decisive battle. 10 suddenly changed his fighting style and decided to attack David with renewed vigor. David noted with caution that the enemy had concentrated all his power, and was ready to deliver a crushing blow. He felt a wave of heat emanating from 10's hot palms spreading across the site. David understood that the next blow could be decisive, and carefully monitored the enemy's movements, trying to grasp the direction of his attack. 10 rushed forward with a menacing scream, splitting the concrete surface of the platform. Daniel watched the fight with caution, fearing that the fighters would not be able to curb their fighting fervor, and that one of them would be seriously injured. Janine anxiously asked her friend how David was going to resist such a strong opponent, capable of crushing stones with one blow. David went over the possible options for defense and attack in his head, realizing that in this situation he needed to act wisely and not rely only on brute force. 10, meanwhile, continued his attack, confident that he could easily defeat David. He stated that in the face of his absolute strength, David was just a pathetic amateur who didn't stand a chance. David recognized 10's strength and agility, but was not about to step back and admit defeat. He noticed, however, that Tang still did not understand one important thing about Tai Chi, and this would definitely be a fatal mistake for him. Taking advantage of 10's weakness, David performed a series of lightning-fast blocks and strikes, reflecting his energy against him. 10 realized with horror that his own cruelty and arrogance had turned against him. David, wanting to stop his opponent, released a wave of energy from his diamond palm directly into the chest of the stunned 10. The force of the blow threw 10 several meters. He broke through the brick wall of the building and fell to the ground with a roar. Eugene laughed joyfully, saying that it was not in vain that he came to watch this fight. Linda, smiling contentedly, shouted words of praise at David, proud of her brave friend. Daniel applauded David in delight, calling his fight a real work of art. The young fighters proclaimed him their idol and promised to follow his example in everything. They dreamed that David would teach them his secret techniques if he had time for it. David looked a little tiredly at his defeated opponent and calmly said that he was counting on such an outcome of the fight. The members of the cleanup squad rushed to their wounded commander and lifted him from the floor. 10, overcoming the pain, wiped the blood from his lips and quietly said that he admitted defeat. Among those gathered, there were those who hastened to express their disdain for Ten and the cleanup squad as a whole. Others, on the contrary, stood up for them, reminding those gathered that Commander Ten was never cruel to them and always fulfilled his duty honestly and honorably. Ten explained to everyone that he lost to David not because of cowardice or weakness, but because of his own stupidity and arrogance. David suddenly stopped Ten to say a few final words, but one of the soldiers who was carrying Ten interrupted David and asked what he was up to, and why else was he pursuing his defeated enemy. David sharply answered the fighter that he could be free, because he still had an unfinished conversation with Ten. He came close to the commander of the cleanup squad, and asked why he decided that David was a bad person with a bad character. Ten said that he did not like David from the very first day they met, considering him a cruel and arrogant person. Linda attacked Ten indignantly, and began to prove that David is much better than many people here. Of course, it was unpleasant for David to hear all sorts of stories about himself that were not actually noticed about him. Ten only asked if he really thought that he was so stupid and short-sighted that he blindly believed all sorts of gossip and rumors. The officer who was still next to them could not stand it and intervened in their conversation. He abruptly cut Ten off and advised him to first think carefully and understand himself, and only then accuse others of unworthy behavior. The officer reminded Ten and the others present that they were all brothers in arms, and that they should support and not humiliate each other. Ten fell silent in confusion, not knowing what to object to the officer. He looked at David again, and said that he would not hide behind the backs of his subordinates and was ready to answer for his actions. David decided to put an end to their dispute and called his friend Eugene, who was seriously injured because of Ten. Eugene, hesitating a little, answered David that he held no grudge against his offender. He, however, could not remain silent and abruptly interrupted Ten, saying that if he ever dared to offend his friend or himself again, then the matter could end much worse. One of the members of the cleanup squad, seeing that Ten was still unable to recover from his defeat, approached him and offered to take him to the first aid station. Linda watched the retreating cleanup squad with indignation and grumbled that Ten was acting like a cowardly and narrow-minded person who could not distinguish a lie from the truth. David thanked his friend for standing up for him so bravely and helping him understand the situation with Ten and his squad. After that, David shared with everyone his impressions of today's argument with Ten. The officer praised him for being able to keep his cool in this difficult situation and assured him that the army is in great need of such sensible and courageous warriors as David. He noted his valor and self-control, saying that such actions restore people's faith in humanity, in order and law. David was quick to point out that he had not done anything heroic and had only come into conflict with the cleanup squad to protect the honor and dignity of his friend. Daniel responded by noting that true warriors must defend not only the honor and dignity of their neighbors, but also bring long-awaited peace and tranquility throughout the world. David decided to take advantage of this opportunity and offered the officer and Daniel his services in training new recruits. Meanwhile, events in another part of the city were gaining momentum. Olivia radioed her superiors and reported on the situation on the road. Having received permission from higher command, Olivia ordered her squad to leave their vehicles and continue on foot. She reminded the fighters to take ammunition and food with them before leaving their vehicles. While moving through the empty streets of the city, one of the squad members noticed some movement at the intersection and listened to strange sounds. A stray cat suddenly jumping out from around the corner scared the young fighter to death. Having calmed down, he reported to his boss that there were no more obstacles on their way, except stray cats. Olivia sighed with relief and ordered to continue moving. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms of the country cottage, Kruger taught girls the art of seducing men. Kruger called Linda over to examine him and give her opinion, because he began to feel slightly unwell. Linda, trying to maintain the image of a caring and attentive nurse, approached the patient and asked to clarify exactly where he was feeling unwell. The girl smiled awkwardly, hiding the thermometer, which had broken for some unknown reason, in her pocket, as was planned in the plot of their intimate game. Kruger looked at Linda and asked how she was going to take his temperature now. Without being confused, the girl suggested a non-standard way to check the temperature with her own body. Putting his head on the girl's chest, Kruger said that his body temperature had actually increased. Janine, who was watching what was happening from the side, suddenly said that for the safety of the patient, it was necessary to immediately give him an injection to bring down his high body temperature. Kruger, frowning in surprise, interrupted her and reminded her that all participants in this event must clearly follow their roles. Janine stammered uncertainly that she had never worked as a health worker before, and did not know at all how to behave in such a situation. Kruger snorted in irritation, because Linda had never been a nurse before either, but she was doing a great job in the role. Janine suddenly replied that if she were in the role of a police officer, she would easily cope with this task. Kruger smiled and imagined a seductive policewoman and immediately liked the idea. Janine decided to bring the man back to Earth and offered to continue the hospital seduction that had begun. However, Kruger was no longer as interested in this game as before, and he asked Janine to at least try a new scenario, which she herself suggested. But the girl, blushing with embarrassment, refused, explaining that she felt extremely awkward playing the role of a policeman. Kruger barely had time to finish his sentence when an insistent knock was heard on the door. Having irritably muttered something under his breath about Eugene, Kruger in a dissatisfied tone asked the newcomer what he needed. Eugene, with a downcast look, reported that Commander Patricia had come to see Kruger and was waiting for him on the street. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the man tried to understand for what purpose Commander Patricia came to him. At this time, Commander Patricia and David discussed what happened near Kruger's house. The woman repeated to David what she had just told him. The commander told David that a group of soldiers were ambushed by zombies, and only one of them managed to survive. She also added that it is still unknown whether the soldiers met the zombie king or not, because the surviving soldier was in a state of shock and could not coherently answer this question. Patricia, introducing herself to the soldiers in uniform, told them that the commander ordered her to take David to headquarters. One of the soldiers next to Patricia turned to David and asked him if he was really the same David. The soldier in the gas mask was amazed that he met David in person, because the guy was very popular among the employees. Patricia looked reproachfully at the soldier and sternly reminded him that she was aware of the conflict between David and the cleanup squad and asked if he was up to something wrong again. But the soldier immediately hastened to reassure her, assuring her that no one intended to conflict with David and that they were aware of his victory over their commander. After which he added that David is a real idol and role model for them. After these words, he embarrassedly handed David a pen and a piece of paper asking for his autograph. Patricia reminded David that they should not forget about the main purpose of their visit, and it was time to hit the road. After some time, the young people reached their destination and, going inside the building, appeared before the commander. The officer greeted David and Patricia and invited them into the office. David and Patricia greeted the commander and commissioner, ready for an important conversation, after which they turned to those present with a request to tell about what happened and explain what exactly his help was. The officer told David the story of a soldier who was the only survivor of a zombie attack. He also added that despite numerous attempts to find out the cause of the incident, the soldier remained silent and did not make contact. David, after listening to the officer, expressed his assumption that the young man should be given a couple of days of rest before starting the interrogation. But Ten interrupted him, objecting that there was no time to wait and the survivor needed to be questioned immediately. Ten continued his speech and noted with bitterness that they had already lost 10 people due to the accident. David looked at Ten and calmly told him that he would not give any guarantees that he could help. At this time, Patricia leaned over to David and quietly told him that Ten's sister was also in that same detachment. David, understanding the reason for Ten's nervousness, agreed that such news could really unsettle him. Then he turned to Ten and said that he understood his feelings, but believed that even his presence would not change anything, and he was unlikely to be able to learn anything new. After which he advised me to seek help from a more experienced person, or to send a small detachment again for research. Ten, jumping up from his seat, insistently said that David would not go anywhere until he helped them figure out this situation. He continued to insist on his own, explaining that David was the only one of them who understood zombies so well, and therefore would be able to get to the truth. Daniel supported Ten, reminding David that they needed to stick together, and the cleanup squad was ready to help them with this. But David was in no hurry to agree with them, and calmly replied that he was just an ordinary trainer in the army, and had nothing to do with the detachment or this situation. Moreover, David emphasized that he did not intend to interfere with the affairs of the cleanup squad and wanted to stay as far away from them as possible. Ten responded by explaining to David the reason for his strange behavior. After a recent battle with zombies, he checked information about David, and it turned out that his subordinates had slandered him. Interrupting his sentence mid-sentence, Ten told David that he was to blame for what had happened and was ready to do anything to make amends. David stopped him with a gesture and asked him to stop. There was no need to create these scenes at the headquarters. He added that, after all, he is not Japanese, and in order to apologize, he does not have to kneel and bow in front of him. Ten, trying to calm down, told him that his own sister was also in that squad, so he simply could not sit back and do nothing. David thought Ten was a good guy at heart and told him that he was too worried and that he would help him. Ten thanked David with joy in his voice for his help and for agreeing to forget about previous differences. Daniel suggested that Ten tell David all the details about this situation, so that he would understand where they needed to start. David nodded in agreement and told Ten that he wanted to know all the details about his sister and the situation in general. Ten told David about his sister Olivia, who, before going on a mission, discovered a place where, apparently, the Zombie King had recently been. A couple of hours later, David went to the same surviving fighter to try to find out from him the details of what happened. David introduced himself to the young man and asked him about the very day when their squad was attacked by zombies. Hearing David, the fighter screamed in fear and began to repeat that he would not go anywhere and everyone would leave him alone. David came closer and began to calm the guy down, assuring him that no one was going to harm him and that he was safe now. Then he repeated his question about why he returned alone and what happened to their deputy commander. The young man suddenly began repeating with horror that they could not escape and that it was impossible. David tried to encourage the fighter and noticed that, unlike other fighters, he was able to maintain his presence of mind in a difficult situation. Suddenly, the guy desperately shouted in David's face that he would not leave here, and everyone left him. The officer, with regret in his voice, told the others that it seemed that the guy was under severe stress, and therefore they were unlikely to be able to find out anything from him. But David did not stop trying to calm the frightened guy, and said that there was nothing scary here, and they had no one else to fear. David told him with a smile that he shouldn't be afraid of zombies, because recently he himself had to meet the king of zombies one-on-one. The guy suddenly stopped crying, and opening his eyes in surprise, asked David if he really saw the Zombie King and even fought with him. But he immediately repeated in fear that he had seen something more terrifying than the last Zombie King. Patricia asked in surprise if he meant the huge number of strong zombies. The fighter suddenly whispered that there were a huge number of them, more than he had ever seen before, like a tsunami wave that could cover their squad in a matter of minutes. With a trembling hand, he pointed somewhere ahead and added that it felt as if there were millions of them and that they could destroy all life in their path. He then said that he saw the zombies' faces begin to move and say something, and after that he lost consciousness. And he also saw how thousands of faces began to talk about food, and after that everyone else from their squad was literally torn to pieces. The soldier added with tears in his eyes that after what happened there were very few of them left, and Olivia, covering their retreat, ordered them to run to the camp without looking back. After which he talked about how all the remaining zombies began to chase them. After a couple of minutes, the guy came to his senses and, clutching his head, began to repeat that Olivia had saved him at the cost of her own life. After which he repeated the phrase that he saw the rest of the group die before his eyes. Every single one of them. Ten listened in horror to the words of this guy, and could not understand whether Olivia was alive now. The officer loudly ordered David to leave the room because, according to him, the guy was turning into a zombie. Shouting in fear to the entire camp, he tried to push David out the door before he infected anyone. David responded by commanding that he call someone for help, and that no one should enter the room until he gives such a command. A second later, the surviving soldier's head shattered into pieces right in front of David's eyes. The officers, looking at this from the outside, could not believe their eyes. David tried to understand what type of monster he could belong to and what kind of creatures he was now dealing with. After a couple of seconds, looking around the room, David noticed that the guy's body was terribly reminiscent of the body of a spider, which he had seen quite recently. The guy has already completely lost his human appearance, and has now become a spider with a human head. Patricia frightenedly shouted at him to be careful, and not let this monster bite him. David tried to get a better look at the creature, and understand its weak points. Of course, this mutant looked scary, but after defeating the Zombie King, David was difficult to scare. In a confident and calm voice, David ordered the creature to stop growling and behave calmly. And then he focused on the spider, and tried to see its memories and understand what really happened here. The memory ended at a moment where a group of military men are running from a monster with 6 eyes, which shoots webs at them. Suddenly, they saw a huge spider, and one of the fighters, having lost all hope of salvation, turned to Olivia with a request to come up with a plan of action. Olivia stopped in her tracks, and then came to her senses and ordered to run with all her might towards the camp. The picture before his eyes disappeared and David returned to reality, at which time Patricia asked if he was okay. David responded by ordering the army to immediately mobilize and prepare for defense. Ten looked at David with alarm and asked why they would mobilize an entire army. Daniel at this time was already sending reports to headquarters about what had happened. He added that if you believe the words of the deceased soldier, then now a whole army of zombies is approaching them. Ten asked Dr. Christopher for permission to go exploring on his own, but the doctor refused him, citing the fact that now, no one has the right to make any decisions independently without an order from the command. Sighing, Christopher emphasized that this time we are talking about a truly dangerous enemy, and he will not risk people's lives. He said in a confident voice that he was ready to consider Ten's candidacy as head of the search team, only after a personal conversation with the CEO of their company. But Ten, with anger in his voice, shouted that he was not going to sit idly by and wait quietly because we were talking about his sister's life, But Christopher remained adamant in his decision. He was a very calculating person. Turning to face Ting, he again emphasized that such decisions must be made calmly and judiciously, otherwise they could lead to disaster. He continued his attempts to explain to everyone present that the main thing now was to remain calm. 5 minutes later, tired of unsuccessfully proving to him that he was right, the doctor turned to Ten and in a calm voice asked him to calm down. Ten blurted out that he was giving up his authority and was going to personally go in search of Olivia. Continuing his thought, Ten added that after the start of the apocalypse he lost everything, and Olivia is the only person dear to him. The doctor again began to threaten him with dismissal, citing violations of labor discipline. But Daniel intervened in their argument and tried to calm the angry Christopher. He himself was secretly happy that he would finally be able to get rid of this bully Ten. At this time, David, tired of listening to the meaningless arguments of the company's management, decided to take the initiative into his own hands and called them to him. Turning to Daniel and Christopher, David reminded them that they should now focus on the more important problem. The officer agreed with him and asked David to tell them everything he knew about these strange zombie mutants. David briefly told them everything he knew from his own experience about the zombie kings and their puppets. Having finished his story about a chance meeting with one of the representatives of this species of creatures, he emphasized that they always live in a pack, and there are a lot of them. But Ten didn't care whether they were dangerous or not. The main thing for him now was to find his sister alive or dead. He turned around abruptly and said at the end that he intended to return with Olivia no matter what. Christopher was beside himself with rage because the young subordinate refused to carry out his orders. He shouted after Ten that he would deprive him of any help if he really dared to do this. Daniel breathed a sigh of relief and tried to defuse the situation, inviting everyone to calm down and continue the meeting. With a grin, he sarcastically added that there is no need to create unnecessary emotions out of nowhere. Patricia decided to clarify what danger these monsters pose to their safe place. David could not answer this question unambiguously because he did not have complete information about these creatures. Then the officer suggested sending a reconnaissance squad to that part to collect information about the zombies. But David wasn't entirely sure whether this was a good idea and decided to think it over carefully before agreeing. At this point, the system intervened and asked why David was doubting. In response, David said that he did not want to put his friends in danger, even if the zombie king was there and he could complete the task. Then the system offered him another option to go on reconnaissance alone, as he had done before. Without thinking twice, David turned to the commander and offered him his candidacy. To the surprised looks of his comrades, David explained that he would be more comfortable and safer alone. Daniel jumped on the spot, shocked by such a statement, and replied that this was unthinkable and he would not allow such a stupid act. David reassured him, explaining that he was just going for reconnaissance, and for such a task, a large group was not needed and was even dangerous. Patricia intervened in the dispute, taking David's side, for which she caused a wave of anger from Daniel. Continuing her thought, Patricia confidently stated that David's strength was quite enough to complete this task. She understood him perfectly, like no one else, and David was grateful to her for her support, and maybe not just as a friend. He smiled slyly, noticing how Patricia blushed at his words. In the end, the officer gave in and allowed David to go alone, warning him that he could take any equipment from the warehouse with him. Meanwhile, evening had already fallen outside the window, and David was quickly packing his things in the house. At that moment, Carms came to him and curiously asked him what he was up to. David explained to his friends that he did not want to risk the lives of his comrades, and that it would actually be easier for him to carry out this task alone. Linda looked at David and said with sadness in her voice that he had just returned, and now he was leaving them again. David felt guilty and hugged Linda and apologized for not being able to keep his part of the promise. He once again reminded everyone that this intelligence is very important, and only he can help them now. Carms supported him, assuring him that they were completely safe and wished him good luck. Janine sadly asked when he would return this time. Could it really be again in a week? David assured that he would not stay more than 3 days and would definitely return unharmed. Linda, wishing David a safe journey, looked after him hopefully. Meanwhile, Joshua, having finished sorting out the products he found, said with annoyance that almost all the products were expired. He only thought about how much longer they could survive without proper food. Olivia understood that if they continued to eat like this, they would die not from the clutches of monsters, but from food poisoning. Bobby shouted that it was better to die from indigestion than to be eaten alive. Joshua suddenly said that their company had probably already sent a rescue squad for them. Olivia did not fully believe in this version, but still tried to maintain hope of salvation. The girl continued bitterly that the company would not waste time and resources on them. Joshua, nodding gloomily, agreed with her and added that their base had probably already been captured by the Zombie King. There was practically no chance of salvation. Bobby didn't give a damn about the company and their rescue teams according to him. They already did everything they could. Olivia sighed and added that they were true to their duty to the end and fought desperately for the people. Bobby asked if they had a chance of salvation, because he certainly would not want to die in this hole from the clutches of these disgusting creatures. And in general, is there any hope left for all humanity to survive in this deadly battle with hordes of zombies? At this very time, David was sleeping serenely in his room, gaining strength before leaving. Suddenly he began to have a nightmare that David would remember more than once. He found himself in some unfamiliar, completely dark place, and realized with horror that he could not understand where he ended up. Suddenly, out of the darkness, a monster entangled him in a sticky web and pulled him towards him. David took a closer look at the monster, and seeing 6 red eyes, thought with horror that he would now be eaten by it. The monster roared, showering him with foul breath, and threateningly asked why the hell he forgot there. Taking a quick look at David, the monster asked why he, being a human, was protecting these zombies. David even forgot how to speak for a second. Can these monsters really know how to speak human language? A giant spider monster threatened to devour him and gain even more power. The monster said that he found David by tracking the memories of a young man infected by a spider. Initially, the monster only planned to use the guy's body to reproduce and find shelter for his army of spiders. Suddenly, the monster encountered such an amazing and strong organism like David's, and his plans changed. The monster boastfully stated that it had already devoured countless people, and its huge army of spiders was ready to take over David's hideout. Having eaten David, the monster was confident that it would become invincible and be able to subjugate the entire post-apocalyptic world. David desperately resisted in his dream, claiming that his destiny was to destroy monsters like this. The monster mockingly noted that if David dies, then the other surviving people will also be doomed, because they do not yet know about the terrible threat. David angrily declared that he was a man, not a beast, and would never feed on his own kind. In response, the monster laughed and stated that eating people is the key to evolution and limitless power. David realized with horror that zombies become stronger by devouring living people. The monster described with sadistic pleasure the ecstasy of devouring people and acquiring incredible power. David learned the terrible truth. Zombies suck the life force out of their victims, becoming stronger and more dangerous each time. The monster proudly told how humanity after the apocalypse desperately tried to fight zombies, but it was all in vain. In just a few years, the world has changed beyond recognition. Hordes of zombies have filled the cities, and now there are many more of them than there are surviving people. David cheekily replied that he hadn't been around before, but now everything would change. With anger and determination, he vowed to destroy all monsters and save humanity from certain death. The monster laughed mockingly, glad that the reckless David himself was coming into his clutches. The monster looked forward to slowly torturing and killing David, enjoying his suffering. Horrified, David asked if the monster was really going to eat him. The monster confirmed his worst fears, preparing to feast on a new delicacy. David, in a panic, tried to escape from the monster's clutches, but it was all in vain. Suddenly, David woke up. Realizing that it was just a nightmare, he exhaled with relief, glad that the nightmare was over and he did not die a terrible death. Despite the fact that it was a dream, the horror of the experience did not leave David. It seemed too real. Suddenly, David noticed that his hands were handcuffed, and this caused a new wave of panic. David tried to remember how he ended up here and demanded that he be released immediately. Suddenly, Janine appeared nearby as a policewoman who reminded him of the interrogation. David sarcastically suggested that he was in an adult film where women in uniform were trying to seduce him. Janine sternly reprimanded him, noting that the choice of strange outfits was Linda's fault. Linda approached David, reminding him that they would work him hard tonight before he set out on his dangerous journey. Janine confirmed her words and added that they had big plans for that night. David has already begun to imagine himself as the hero of a romantic adventure, rewarded with the attention of 2 beauties. Unable to restrain himself, he playfully addressed the girls, anticipating a passionate night. Janine interrupted him coldly, bringing him back to harsh reality. She sternly explained to David that he was under arrest and he had no right to throw tantrums during this interrogation. Janine demanded that David confess to the crime, threatening physical violence. Linda supported her, adding that she would personally punish the stubborn man. Linda demanded that David open his mouth and immediately start talking and tell the whole truth. Janine realized with annoyance that this bad boy was stubbornly uncooperative. David confidently told Janine that she was wasting her time and it was impossible to get a confession out of him. He proudly stated that he was not going to testify or tell them anything about his actions. Linda smiled slyly and promised David a quick and painless end to the interrogation if he himself told everything without concealment. Janine flirtatiously asked if he was ready to open up to 2 beautiful girls, manipulating his possible weaknesses. David laughed at the naivety of the police who thought they could break him up so easily. David smugly announced that the interrogation was over, and now it was his turn to dictate his rules. With obvious pleasure, he declared that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time and would now enjoy his power over the situation. Frightened, Linda stepped back and asked David to calm down and not do anything stupid. David smiled mysteriously and asked the girls to just trust him. He laughed triumphantly and declared that they realized his intentions too late. David spent the whole night enjoying the company of Linda and Janine, and only in the morning did they allow themselves a little rest from lovemaking. David carefully covered the tired girls, allowing them to sleep off after a stormy night. He promised the beauties to return soon and quietly left the room, going to meet the commander. Having met with Patricia, David assured that he did not need the help of the squad and that he would complete the task alone. Patricia looked at David with concern and asked if he was really sure that he did not need support in such a dangerous place. David, after thinking a little, smiled slyly and admitted that he had one small request to the commander. David boldly asked Patricia to cheer him up before a dangerous mission with a passionate kiss full of love and tenderness. In response, Patricia, without changing her face, pointed to the gun pointed towards David, and in an icy tone reminded him of the consequences of frivolous behavior. Embarrassed, David hastened to laugh it off and assured Patricia that he was not seriously counting on a kiss, adding that he would cope with the task perfectly on his own. Despite the outward severity, Patricia's heart trembled, and she could not resist David's charm, agreeing to fulfill his request. To David's surprise, Patricia approached him and kissed him tenderly on the cheek. Slightly embarrassed, Patricia wished David good luck, and promising to wait for his return, went to the rest of the fighters. Before Patricia could move away, David stopped her, saying he had something important to tell her. Patricia stopped, and looking intently at David, replied that she would listen to him after he returned from his mission. David, hesitating a little, fervently promised Patricia to return safe and sound for her and the others. Mentally turning to the system, David summoned a motorcycle from his mobile space to get to the enemy's lair. David bravely saddled up a motorcycle and hit the road, intending to destroy all the zombie kings and save the hostages. David went to a huge abandoned enterprise, which had turned into a refuge for hordes of zombies and monstrous mutants. In the very heart of the enemy's lair, the strongest and most intelligent zombies have gathered, superior in power to their relatives. A young guy entangled in a sticky web tried in disgust to free himself from the cocoon. People captured by mutants looked around in horror, trying to understand where they had been taken and what awaited them. One of the hostages fearfully pointed at the giant monster that appeared from the darkness and was speechless from horror. The hostages looked at the huge spider with a shudder, marveling at its size and wondering how such a creature could appear. Unable to withstand the tension, several hostages ran away, hoping to escape what they thought was inevitable death. One of the mutants blocked the fugitives' path, ordering them to return and clicking his claws threateningly. The young guy, realizing the hopelessness of the situation, bitterly regretted that he had become a victim of monstrous creatures. The zombie queen suddenly appeared and ordered her subordinates to treat the hostages politely. She reminded the mutants that it took them a lot of effort to deliver people to their lair and should not scare them. Seeing the zombie queen, the hostages were surprised to notice that the spiders obeyed her. Deciding that this was the leader of these monsters, the hostages turned to her with a question. One of the hostages, clinging to his last hope, asked the queen if she had come to save them. The zombie queen confirmed that they belonged to her, and she came specifically for people. In an ominous tone, she promised the hostages to send them to a blissful world where there is no place for suffering and pain. She spoke about a wonderful world where there is fun and pleasure from being together with each other. Hypnotized by her words, one of the men immediately volunteered to go to that paradise with her. Satisfied, the zombie queen chose another man and ordered him to follow them. The young girl, realizing that something was wrong, tried to reason with the selected men, but the man didn't seem to hear her. He pressed himself against the zombie queen's chest, feeling the pleasant warmth emanating from her. The girl watched in horror as the zombies took the men away and begged them to stop and not leave her alone. Calming the girl, the zombie queen explained that she feeds only on strong men and does not touch women. The frightened girl recoiled from her, driving away the terrible creatures and begging them not to touch her. It seems that the queen only wanted men, and she left the poor girl to be torn to pieces by her spiders. Meanwhile, David noted with annoyance that the journey took longer than he expected, but he was glad that he decided to take a motorcycle. Suddenly, David heard the sound of gunfire and realized that in the small town he was passing by, someone was fighting off zombies. Far away from himself, he saw 10 having shot the last magazine, in desperation trying to resist the horde of zombies. He rushed at them barehanded, preparing to die in battle, but continuing to destroy the zombies one by one. However, there were more and more enemies, and 10's strength began to leave him. He He realized that he could not defeat them. Seeing David below, Ten couldn't believe his eyes and asked how he managed to get here so quickly. David, as if he were a superhero from a movie, was already flying towards him. David ironically noted that Ten was lucky to meet him, because otherwise he would have long ago become prey for zombies. Ten looked around the battlefield in confusion and noticed in surprise that the zombies had stopped moving, as if frozen in place. He turned to David, asking if he had gone crazy, reacting so calmly to what was happening. Without holding back a smile, David suggested that Ten take a closer look at the zombies so that he could be convinced of his safety. Ten asked David an exciting question. How did he manage to stop the zombie horde with just his presence? David assured Ten of his complete safety, trying to calm him down after his encounter with the zombies. Ten, still not coming to his senses and having difficulty finding words, asked how David managed to cope with the monsters. Ten's curiosity grew, and he asked David the reason why the zombies obeyed him. David hastened to reassure Ten, promising that he would soon explain everything. At this moment, the system's voice rang out, reproaching the player for excessive demonstration of force and carelessness. David mentally cursed, realizing that the system did not approve of his actions and now he needed to somehow get out. As the cooking water boiled, David tried to come up with a convincing explanation. Taking advantage of the moment, Ten again asked about the reason why zombies are afraid of David. David said that the zombies are afraid of him because he once killed the king of the zombies. According to David, he still has the aura of the king's power, which instills fear in all other zombies. Ten was suspicious of David's words and demanded proof, not believing in such a simple solution. David, in turn, decided to take advantage of the situation and ask Ten an important question. He wondered if Ten really intended to go looking for his sister on a bicycle, given the distance and dangers along the way. Despite all the dangers, Ten firmly decided to go to the end, considering this the only possible option. The guy said that he left the cleanup squad and Dr. Christopher refused to help him. David was surprised to learn that Ten had a weapon and asked where he got it from. It turned out that Ten found it during one of his forays with the detachment and decided to keep it just in case. David noted with alarm that 2 weapons were not enough to fight the cleanup squad and expressed his doubts about Ten's success. Ten admitted that he has good reasons to fight, because their company has actually replaced his family. He said that he dreamed of becoming the main personnel of the company with his sister and getting a chance to live in safety. Ten bitterly admitted that he had already fulfilled the terms of the transfer, and his sister was a little behind, so he decided to take the chance. Smiling, David noticed that Ten and Eugene were similar in their reverent attitude towards their sisters. Ten was sincerely surprised because he didn't know that Eugene had a sister. David confirmed that Eugene does have a sister with whom he has a very close relationship. David concluded that in the post-apocalyptic world, people began to value loved ones more and hold on to their family. Ten disagreed with David's opinion, arguing that in fact it was the other way around. In his opinion, the world after the disaster became like a magic mirror reflecting the true faces of people. Ten began his story from early childhood, when his parents divorced and his father raised him and his sister alone. Before the chaos, his father owned a bicycle repair shop. But due to vision problems, the family had difficulty making ends meet. When the apocalypse began, they, like many others, had to leave their native lands. The father tried his best, going every day in search of food, but no one wanted to help a man with poor eyesight. After long days of hunger, one day my father unexpectedly brought home a fried chicken. Excited, Ten joyfully called his sister, saying that his father had got food. The father, looking tired and exhausted, smiled kindly and offered the children something to eat. The sister happily agreed, and taking the chicken, offered her brother one of the legs. To Ten's surprise, his father sharply confronted him, saying that the chicken legs belonged only to his sister. Upset, Ten apologized to his father, refused his portion, and invited his sister to eat everything. Taking out a bottle of juice from his bosom, the father handed it to his daughter, not paying attention to his son. The girl screamed joyfully, because she had not drunk juice for a very long time. Then Ten did not attach any importance to this act, believing that the father simply loved his sister more. Ten woke up from strange sounds and, looking out from under the blanket, saw with horror how his father was taking his sister somewhere. Rubbing his eyes in fear, Ten called out to his father, asking where he was going with his little sister. Without turning around, the father rudely interrupted the boy, ordering him to stay where he was and mind his own business. Despite his young age, Ten intuitively felt that his father was up to something wrong. The woman looked at Ten's sister with delight, noting her cute appearance and plump cheeks. As if going crazy, the woman began to wail that God had heard her prayers and returned their lost child to them. Without waiting for an answer, the woman announced that she was taking the girl for herself. The man standing next to her agreed with her, because the most important thing is that his wife likes the girl. Unable to restrain himself, Ten jumped out of his hiding place, reproachfully asking his father why he was selling his sister. The surprised man turned incomprehensibly to Ten's father, wondering what he was talking about. Instead of answering, the father handed the girl to the stranger and demanded his reward in the form of a bag of food. Ten rushed to his sister, trying to snatch her from someone else's hands and begging him not to give her away. The father rudely pushed his son away, forbidding him to interfere in the conversation of adults. The irritated man, holding a crying child in his arms, hurried Ten's father to a decision, threatening to leave. The father, without taking his eyes off the coveted bag of food, calmly muttered to the strangers to get out and not come back. The noise attracted the attention of other people living in the neighborhood, who began to peer out of their tents with curiosity. After exchanging indifferent glances, the neighbors quickly lost interest in what was happening, deciding that someone was again selling children for food. Ten fell to the ground, feeling tears running down his cheeks and his heart breaking from pain and resentment. Enjoying his small victory, the father shamelessly told his son that he acted for their good, because otherwise his sister would have died of hunger. Throwing a bag of provisions to Ten, he ordered them to immediately return to their tent. Ten threw the bag away with hatred, refusing to eat the food his sister had been sold in exchange for. The neighbors, not hiding their envious glances, stared greedily at the bag of provisions lying on the ground. Without mincing words, one of the men dreamily said that he had not eaten dried meat for a long time, looking forward to a hearty dinner. The father growled menacingly, scattering the onlookers and ordering them to return to his place before he got angry. Ten, unable to contain his emotions, swore to himself that he would find his sister and bring her home. The young man ran until exhaustion after the abductor's retreating car, praying that he would have enough strength to catch up with them. He didn't have enough strength, and the exhausted Ten fell unconscious in the middle of the road and woke up only the next morning, unable to save his sister. Having come to his senses, Ten thought with horror that he was lucky not to run into zombies wandering around. David, touched by Ten's story, asked with bated breath what happened to him and his father. Ten sadly said that he never saw his father alive, because that night he was found stabbed to death in a tent. Most likely, someone found out about the food received for the girl and decided to profit at someone else's expense. Ten thought with bitterness that his father's cruelty and greed had deprived him of his family overnight. Left an orphan, Ten wandered through the destroyed world until he met a group of mercenaries hunting zombies. Having assessed the guy's physical strength and endurance, they invited Ten to join the squad, where he learned the skill of the iron palm. A few years later, Ten's squad joined the ranks of the company, becoming an elite unit for fighting the infected. But he did not give up hope of finding his sister. One day during a raid, Ten heard a woman's desperate pleas for help. An exhausted woman, clutching a little girl to her, begged for at least a little food so as not to die of hunger. The man standing next to Ten snorted contemptuously, noticing the mortal smell emanating from the woman. Looking at the child's emaciated face, Ten thought that his sister would look the same now. The officer noticed Ten's indecisiveness and sternly inquired about his further actions. Ten timidly announced his desire to share food with a family in need. The officer irritably reminded that the rations were delivered at the cost of risking the lives of the squad members and would not last long. He calmly advised Ten to save provisions for his sister, whom he was so looking forward to meeting. Realizing that the officer was right, Ten nodded sadly in response and was about to move on. The officer sarcastically added that he could have fun in the red light district with that money. The woman, turning to the girl, blamed herself for not being able to protect her from hunger and suffering. With a weakened voice, she begged her daughter to hold on and not give up in the face of death, so that she could one day meet her loved ones. Unable to hold back her tears, she asked her daughter for forgiveness for failing to be a good mother to her. Having collected his thoughts, Ten turned to the woman, carefully noting that it seemed to him that the girl was not her own daughter. Teng directly asked the woman if she had traded her daughter for food. He told the woman about how his own father had traded his sister for a bag of food many years ago. Peering into the girl's face, Ten noticed some resemblance to his sister in childhood. Hearing the stranger's words, the woman fearfully hugged her daughter to her, ordering Ten not to pester her. Trying to speak calmly, Ten tried to calm the woman down, assuring her that he meant no harm to them, while the indignant officer urged him not to do anything stupid. Trying to curb his subordinate's emotions, the officer reminded that strong arguments are needed to prove kinship. With trembling hands, Ten took out an old photograph of his sister from his pocket. Handing the photo to the woman, Ten asked her to take a closer look at the image. Comparing the photo with the girl's face, he pointed out the similarities between them. The woman, taking the photograph, said uncertainly that she really saw a resemblance to the child. Having recovered a little, she asked Ten about the place where he lost his sister. Teng described in detail the location of the abduction, mentioning that it happened on the Western People's Road. The woman sighed heavily, admitting that most likely Ten was right, and this was indeed his sister. The officer, after listening to Ten's story, ordered him to be taken to the company headquarters to establish the relationship in an official way. Relieved that the fate of her daughter was no longer indifferent to people, the woman was happy with this outcome. Feeling that the weight of responsibility for the child's life was no longer pressing on her shoulders, the woman allowed herself to relax a little. Suddenly, Ten noticed with horror that the woman was not breathing and rushed to her, trying to bring her to her senses. After examining the woman's body, Ten realized that she died of hunger without receiving help. Realizing that a little more, and he would not have had time to save his sister, Ten seriously thought about that fateful moment. He mentally thanked the woman for being able to replace maternal affection for his sister in difficult times. After listening to Ten's story to the end, David noticed that fate had prepared difficult trials for them. Ten said with regret that he did not suspect how cruel the world would be after the apocalypse. Ten said that when he found his sister, she was so weak and exhausted that she had difficulty recognizing him. Every day he took care of her, and gradually the girl began to come to her senses, regaining her lost strength. Ten, fearing for his sister's safety, taught her all the skills to survive in a post-apocalyptic environment. Seeing her success, Ten decided to take his sister into the cleanup squad so that she would always be under the protection of the company. He sincerely thanked fate for returning to him the most dear person in the world. With firmness in his voice, Ten swore that he would protect his sister at the cost of his own life. David reassured Ten, assuring him that from now on they would cope with all difficulties together. Looking at David with different eyes, Ten respectfully admitted that he had never met such noble and selfless people. David waved his words away, a little embarrassed by such praise. He understood that he needed to go in search of this missing girl as soon as possible. While they were talking, the water began to boil, and David ordered Ten to prepare dinner. David apologized for the modest meal and promised that when they found his sister, he would throw a real feast with mountains of food. Ten looked with undisguised admiration at the unpacking of the products, not believing his eyes. David thought bitterly that instant noodles had become a luxury item after the disaster. Meanwhile, he continued to take food out of his backpack, surprising Ten with his supply. Without hiding his shock, Ten noted that for such a treat on the black market, they would give an entire plane. Realizing that he had made an inappropriate remark, David tried to correct the situation by saying that he was used to living differently. He smiled and added that it's not every day that you get the chance to make friends with such a strong fighter like Ten, so you need to treat him with something special. Touched to the core, Ten thanked David for his kindness and generosity. He suggested replacing the alcohol with noodles and eating them together as a sign of their strong friendship. Smiling, David decided to supplement his dinner by taking a couple of ham sausages from his backpack. Shocked by David's generosity, Tan remembered with bitterness how rudely he had treated him at the very beginning of their acquaintance. David proudly noted that noodles and ham were a perfect, irresistible combination. Adding the finishing touches to the dish, David solemnly declared the meal open. Inhaling the aroma of food, David prepared to eat this delicious dish with anticipation. Handing the chopsticks to Ten, he wished him bon appétit and ordered him to eat until the hot noodles cooled down. Ten, without hiding his admiration for the delicious noodles, thanked David for the treat and continued the meal. From the very first sip of the broth, Ten realized that he had not eaten anything tastier for a long time. Unable to contain his emotions, he apologized to David for what he considered to be excessive aggression towards the guy. The tears that he had been holding back for so long flowed naturally from his eyes. David tried to calm the guy down, but couldn't resist making a comment about broken chopsticks. While Tan and David were enjoying a hearty dinner, the situation at the base was heating up. Several days have passed since the zombie spiders attacked Olivia's squad. Unable to bear the tension, Joshua timidly suggested moving to the gathering place and no longer standing in one place. Olivia shook her head, suggesting they wait a couple more days because she had a bad feeling about it. At that moment, a groan was heard, and Olivia irritably asked Bobby how he was feeling. Did he really have diarrhea again? Olivia reproachfully reminded him of the dangers of expired products and warned him of unpleasant consequences. Wincing in pain, Bobby muttered that it was better to die of indigestion than to become lunch for zombies. Not wanting to argue anymore, he leaned against the boxes and closed his eyes. Joshua was outraged by Bobby's behavior and reminded him that Olivia was the deputy squad leader. Bobby scornfully remarked that now was not the time for formalities, since they were on the verge of death anyway. Joshua was about to object, but Olivia stopped him, calling for calm. With sadness in her voice, she noticed that out of the entire squad there were only 3 left and the chances of salvation were negligible. Joshua hastened to cheer up his comrades in misfortune, inviting them to wait for the right moment to escape. A couple of hours later, he noticed a child on the street and shouted to Olivia about it, reporting it. Surprised, Olivia asked for binoculars to get a better look at the stranger. Leaning closer to the lenses, she confirmed that she saw a little girl looking for something on the ground. Bobby couldn't believe his ears and asked if anyone had managed to survive in this hell. Olivia assumed that the child was trying to find at least some food and admired his will to live. Despite the risk, Olivia was determined to save the baby and do at least something to save him. Having informed the guys of her intention, she quickly headed towards the exit. A frightened Bobby warned that they would all die if Olivia attracted the spider's attention. Olivia sharply replied that her death was her personal problem, which should not be interfered with, and immediately ran outside. A furious Bobby stormed towards Joshua, accusing him and Olivia of being reckless. Joshua pushed Bobby away and shouted that he was not going to hide like a coward, leaving the child to die. He looked at Bobby with contempt, accusing him of the cowardice he had had all his life. Bobby screamed in despair that he was thinking about them and trying to save them from rash actions. The little girl, gasping in horror, called for help, running away from a horde of mutated spiders. Olivia, assessing the situation, ordered the child to immediately get away from the dangerous place, promising to deal with the monsters. Having emptied the pistol's clip, Olivia realized with annoyance that she had run out of ammunition at the most inopportune moment. At that moment, a huge spider-like creature appeared from around the corner of the building, larger in size than anything Olivia had encountered before. Joshua rushed towards the monsters, scattering small spiders to the sides. Olivia, trusting Joshua to fight the monster, asked to cover her while she examined the girl for bites. Olivia carefully approached the girl, wondering if something had managed to harm her, and if the spiders had bitten her. Instead of answering, the girl suddenly hid and invited Olivia to guess what she hid there. Suddenly opening her mouth, the mutant girl triumphantly announced that she had trapped Olivia. Joshua, noticing the danger, tried to warn Olivia that the girl had launched a parasite at her, aiming it right in the face. Bobby, watching the events unfold from afar, cursed, accusing everyone of disobeying orders and the trap they had fallen into. Having difficulty catching his breath after the fight, Joshua asked Olivia about her well-being and said that the zombie was already dead. Olivia, having come to her senses, realized with horror that she had encountered intelligent beings who were using her kindness against her. Even though Olivia was unharmed, she still felt a sense of foreboding, so she ordered everyone to leave immediately. At that moment, Joshua realized with horror that the zombie spider had a firm grip on him. Bobby, seeing how the number of monsters was multiplying around them, concluded that they were lured into a trap, deliberately pulled out. It became increasingly clear that the creatures acted harmoniously, obeying a higher intelligence, pulling the strings in this deadly game. Joshua, feeling the poison paralyze his body, reported with horror that the mutant spider had managed to bite him on the neck. Without hesitation for a second, Olivia plunged the knife into the body of the mutant spider, saving Joshua from a painful death. Realizing that it was no longer possible to remain in place, Olivia ordered everyone to retreat and seek shelter as quickly as possible. Joshua, having gathered his last strength, decided to cover the retreat of his comrades at the cost of his own life. He understood that the poison had already penetrated his blood, and there was no chance of salvation, so he selflessly ordered the others not to waste time and leave without him. Olivia, shocked by this turn of events, tried to object and said that they could all escape together. Trying to reason with the guy, Olivia asked him to return, but he was adamant in his decision. Joshua, feeling his death approaching, asked him to tell Ten that his death was not in vain. Joshua's last thoughts were that at least he was dying with dignity, saving his teammates. Olivia, holding back tears with difficulty, looked bitterly at her friend and promised never to forget him. In his dying hour, Joshua thought with regret that he never had time to confess his feelings to her. Olivia, running away from the hordes of monsters, promised herself to survive at any cost so that his sacrifice would not be in vain. A sudden pain shot through her leg when Olivia accidentally stepped on a nail sticking out of the ground. Despite the pain, she gritted her teeth and continued to run, knowing that her life now depended on speed and endurance. Olivia firmly decided that she would not die here, and her will to live was not broken. David, continuing to move deeper into the infected zone, noticed that the number of spiders was increasing with each kilometer passed. He concluded that they were moving in the right direction, because more and more mutants were encountered along the way. David, warning his partner, said that what would happen next would only become more dangerous and that they needed to be extremely careful. Ten, moving a little behind, anxiously asked what was happening, because a huge creature appeared on the horizon. Seeing a monster of unprecedented size, Ten asked in a panic whether they were all really so huge now. At this moment, David activated his superpower, which allows him to read the thoughts of zombies and control their actions. David's goal was to find out from the Zombie King the whereabouts of the missing people. Turning to the creature, David mentally asked if it controlled its pets using telepathy. The Zombie Queen explained that telepathy is too simple a name for what is actually happening. She sees and thinks at the same time as her children. Addressing David with a threat, She asked how he dared to come here and whether he was afraid of becoming her lunch. David coldly replied that if he was afraid, he would not have come here, and he needed to discuss an important matter with the queen. He said that his squad had entered the queen's territory, and David wanted to know if his people were alive. The queen ironically asked if David was laying claim to her prize, referring to the missing troop of men. David offered the queen a deal. He was ready to exchange himself for the lives of his people. The queen considered the deal worthy of attention, although it was a little strange to hear such an offer from a guy. David's act, ready to sacrifice himself to save people, inspired her respect. However, the deal did not take place, because according to the queen, the people had already been eaten, and there was nothing left of them. Shocked by the news, David asked with hope in his voice if she ate the girl too. In response, the queen sarcastically asked if he had really come here to save his beloved girl. 10, watching David freeze in front of the huge spider, wondered what was happening. To the queen's question, David calmly replied that he had long come to terms with the idea that the girl he was looking for was dead. The queen, laughing quite happily, corrected David that most likely he was not yet ready to become someone's dinner. Losing herself in her dreams, she promised to eat it slowly and with pleasure. David responded with disdain that it wouldn't work out, and she could immediately forget about it. 10 watched in surprise as the monster seemed to obey David and carry out his will. The next moment, the incredible happened. The monster, uttering a heart-rending roar, sank its claws into its head. David reacted calmly to the monster's death and ordered 10 to move on, reminding him that they still had a long way to go. Shocked by what he saw, 10 asked David if he didn't understand how crazy what had just happened before his eyes was. David explained that he reminded the zombie king of his dead sister, thereby depriving him of his sanity. Urging 10 not to get hung up on trifles, he reminded them that they shouldn't waste time and needed to save the guy's sister. 10, surprised by David's abilities, asked if he was a superhero and what other abilities he had. David, as if not having heard 10's words, mentally turned to the system with a request to sell him explosives. 10, hastily hoping to find out the secret, asked to wait and promised to ask about everything along the way. Meanwhile, the sun set below the horizon, and Olivia was left alone in the middle of the city, surrounded by dangers. Feeling very dizzy and tired, Olivia realized she couldn't walk anymore. There was no strength left at all, so she collapsed to the ground, unable to contain the approaching despair. Thinking that her end was near, Olivia sadly wondered whether her brother would grieve greatly. Her last wish was to see her brother before he died, and then she heard a familiar voice, and her brother's face was looking at her. But Olivia could not understand whether it was reality or hallucinations. Bobby ran up to the girl, and helping her up, could not believe that she was saved. Olivia, trying to concentrate, wondered if it wasn't her brother. Then who? Bobby looked around worriedly, reminding them that they were in an area infested with spiders. Olivia answered honestly that she didn't even have the strength to stand up. Seeing the girl's helpless state, Bobby grinned evilly and said that this was what she deserved for her self-confidence and disobedience. In his opinion, such a mischief like her deserved to die in this god-forsaken place. Olivia, begging Bobby for mercy, asked not to leave her to die here alone. Trying to evoke pity from the man, she even promised that she would fulfill any of his wishes if he saved her. With false concern in his voice, he said that her words gave him an idea. Even if they couldn't return to camp, she could still count on him. He admitted to the girl that he had never kissed a girl and had no intimacy, and he considered it unacceptable to die without knowing a woman's affection. So Olivia should be gentle with him in exchange for her salvation. With a disgusting grin, he announced that he had found a great place for entertainment. Olivia, in horror, begged Bobby to come to his senses and leave her alone, trying to get through to the remnants of his conscience. Bobby abruptly cut her off mid-sentence, reminding her that now was not the time to be capricious, because she was in his power. Leaning over to the girl lying on the couch, he declared that the place was ideal for his plans. Olivia tried unsuccessfully to push him away, begging him to show mercy and let her go. An enraged Bobby shouted at the girl, ordering her to take her hands off him and not resist. In desperation, Olivia pleaded with the remaining humanity in him, begging him not to turn into an animal. Bobby didn't listen to her. He was absorbed in his animal instincts, noticing with admiration that she smelled incredible, even despite the sweat. Deciding not to hesitate a moment, he began to undress, preparing for violence. At that moment, it seemed to him that the girl was trying to escape, and he furiously stopped her attempts. He accused her of having a close relationship with her brother, and this infuriated him. Bobby, choking with anger, remembered how Olivia's brother constantly mocked and humiliated him, and he declared that he would take revenge on her for all the insults and ridicule by abusing her in the most perverted way. The next second, he took off her pants and threw them far away from the poor girl. In a last attempt to protect herself, Olivia begged him to come to his senses, but Bobby turned a deaf ear to her pleas. He, no longer hiding his cruelty, grabbed her wounded leg so that she would not dare to run far. Enjoying the suffering of the helpless girl, Bobby felt like he was in control. Suddenly he stopped. Several huge mutant spiders appeared right on the ceiling, blocking his path. One of the spiders shot a sticky web into Bobby's face, depriving him of his vision. In a panic, he opened the door and ran outside, trying to understand where these monsters came from here. At that moment, the silhouette of a giant monster with 6 huge eyes appeared before Bobby's eyes. He tried to call for help as he ran inside the building, but would anyone be able to help him? Before he could do anything, Bobby found himself pierced by the monster's sharp claw. Feeling the end approaching, he realized that they had been discovered, and these were his last moments of life. The giant monster grabbed Bobby with its tentacles and without hesitation sent him straight into its mouth. Having dealt with Bobby, it moved on to its next victim, Olivia. The girl tried to escape from the strong networks of the web, but it was all in vain. The monster had already grabbed her. Having entangled the girl in a cocoon, he easily lifted her above the ground and dragged her along with him. When she was outside, Olivia saw the zombie king in front of her and was surprised to notice that it was a girl. The queen, examining her captive, asked her if she was David's girlfriend. The zombie queen, looking at the girl appraisingly, noticed that she was indeed very cute. Olivia had a hard time following the queen's thoughts, trying to understand what was happening and who she called David. Turning to her servants, she warned them that Olivia should not be touched because she was their guest. She ordered to take the captive to the lair and prepare everything for the meeting of another important guest. Olivia, not seeing any glimmer of hope for salvation, mentally said goodbye to life. Meanwhile, David continued to move towards the lair of the zombie king, and there was very little left to the goal. He encouraged his partner, saying that fear did not suit him. Ten timidly objected that he was riding a motorcycle for the first time in his life, and that's why he was so afraid. It's quite natural. He noted that he did not believe that David was not at all afraid when he first got behind the wheel of a motorcycle. David mockingly asked Ten if he was really afraid of the fact that he was traveling with the squad leader. At that very moment, their path was blocked by a giant spider, which had been tracking our heroes for a long time. The zombie queen who controlled it calmed the guys down, saying that everything was fine and there was no need to be so nervous. David quietly told Ten that this giant monster had come to the meeting and wanted to talk. The queen pleased David by saying that she had good news for him. David assumed that she decided not to resist anymore and was waiting for her end, since she opened up to him so easily. Offended by David, the queen asked why he was so eager for her death and what harm had she done to him. The zombie queen then continued by saying that she had found a survivor from his squad, which he had asked her to do in the previous conversation. And she added that she was not sure if this was the girl David was looking for, but she is ready to exchange the captive for his own life, if he values this girl so much. David could not answer exactly because he had never seen Ten's sister, and would not have been able to recognize her. Ten impatiently demanded to make a decision and finally explained the plan of action to him. David turned to the queen with a request not to harm the captive, promising to come soon. Besides, he was already tired of empty chatter and asked the queen to accompany them to the lair. Pleased with this turn of events, the queen agreed, because this was precisely the goal she was pursuing. Addressing his companion, David announced that they were going to save his sister straight into the zombie lair. Ten doubted, hoping only that the monster would not deceive them and devour them somewhere along the way. Meanwhile, the zombie queen mentally rejoiced, anticipating the long-awaited victory. She was going to deal with David and then go to a crowded place to satisfy her hunger. Giving orders, the queen called for the help of the strongest warriors to accompany the important guests. She ordered them to follow her and obtain new resources to replenish the zombie army. At this very time, in a safe place, the surviving people diligently trained their shooting skills. Linda praised Sharon, noting that she had made great progress in her shooting. The girl, pleased with the praise, said that David strictly ordered everyone to train hard and they try not to be lazy. Linda, in a good mood, promised to ask David to reward them with an extra portion of food. Hearing about the award, the rest of the squad ran up to Linda and began vying with each other to ask when it would be their turn to demonstrate their skills. The guys also wanted to be praised and receive an award from David himself. Linda warned the guys that they would receive punishment if they did not improve and continued to be lazy. Meanwhile, Eugene ordered an increase in the training load for the new recruits. The officer asked Ludwig about his progress in training new recruits. He reported excellent results, but immediately warned that he intended to increase his training time. He reported that under his leadership, the recruits had become much stronger and more resilient, but there was still room for improvement. Eugene, although he could not boast the same strength and agility as David, nevertheless turned out to be an excellent mentor. The officer, pleased with what he heard, noted that soon these guys would be able to join the detachment and join the battle. Ludwig was a little surprised by the officer's words and reminded him that they had not received any assignments recently. Janine turned to the commander with a question about why he had not yet sent reinforcements. The officer assured that a collective decision had been made not to send reinforcements to David. However, he added that if he does not return in 3 days, he will send a detachment of fighters after him. Ludwig tried to calm Janine, assuring her that David was not in danger and knew him too well. Janine waved him off and muttered under her breath that those eternal excuses were starting again. At that second, Ten noticed that David sneezed loudly and jokingly remarked that someone remembered him with a kind word. David responded by saying that this was nothing more than a stupid superstition from the past and that one should not believe in these signs. They continued to move in silence for some time, when suddenly Ten asked where this monster was taking them. David noticed that most likely, this was the lair of the zombie king. It was impossible not to notice the pungent smell of blood emanating from the cave. The system warned David of the danger, saying that defeating this zombie king would not be easy. David turned to the system with a request to provide him with all available data about this creature. The system apologized to David, saying that there was no data, but it was ready to analyze it. According to the system, the combat power of the Child King is superior to that of the monster that David killed with his bare hands recently. The system noted that although the physical strength of the zombie frog was inferior to the previous king, his abilities for telepathy and control of other zombies were much stronger. She added that the zombie frog could subjugate other zombies and order them to give the food they caught to him, thereby increasing his strength and power. Most likely, the system concluded, it was the constant eating of human flesh that led to the child acquiring superhuman strength. Based on the analysis, the system concluded that the more human lives the zombie king absorbs, the stronger and more powerful he becomes. Convinced that his fears were correct, David noticed that the zombie king was stronger than he could have imagined. The thick smell of blood could be felt even here. So David thought that the queen had eaten every single one in this city. The system confirmed David's guess, and added that the city looks like the apocalypse has hit it. For the first time ever, the system recommended that he escape as the only sure way out of the current situation. David was no stranger to hearing advice from the system to flee at the slightest danger, so he only listened to the information in silence. Ten suddenly froze in place, and pointing his hand forward, said that the monster had stopped and they were already there. David nodded, and calling on his companion to be careful, offered to go in and see for himself. As soon as he crossed the threshold of the lair, Ten winced at the disgusting smell of decomposition and blood hanging in the air. Looking around and watching the hordes of spiders swarming around them, Ten realized with horror exactly where they had ended up. Noticing that the spiders surrounding them were beginning to slowly approach them, Ten warned David of the danger with horror. David, remaining calm, ordered his companion to remain silent and continue moving, promising that everything would be fine. To his surprise, the spiders, as if on command, parted, freeing them to pass deeper into the cave. The next moment, a loud female voice was heard, addressing David by name. Ten, shocked by what he heard, hardly squeezed out the question whether he really just heard what he thought he heard. Looking ahead, David nodded and confirmed that she had been waiting for them to arrive all this time. Addressing the huge spider, David calmly asked where the man they were looking for was. Feeling that his patience was at its limit, David warned the monster that he would not be afraid to use force if he was deceived. The zombie queen, pleased that she had managed to lure David into a trap, laughed in his face. Raising her voice, she asked how he dared address her in such a tone, standing in front of her in her own lair. Reminding David of her power, she promised to set all her minions on him if he did not behave quietly. The zombie queen demanded to immediately admit defeat and ask for mercy. Undeterred, David decided to put her in her place, noting that it was she who misjudged the situation. He recalled that he had already managed to deal with 3 zombie kings, and asked why she decided that he could not handle another one, albeit a more powerful one. Ten, not believing his eyes and ears, watched this strange scene with bated breath. The zombie queen was not at all afraid of David's words, and speaking on behalf of the giant spider, said that she likes brave guys. Suddenly, she ordered her servants to present the captive for examination. Turning to Ten, David invited him to personally verify that his sister was still alive. The guy, with trembling hands, approached the huge cocoon in which the girl's body was wrapped and tore off the sticky threads of the web. Recognizing his sister in the emaciated, pale girl, he sighed with relief and immediately tried to free her. Ten tried to bring her to her senses and shouted that her brother had finally found her, and now everything would be fine. David, having examined the girl, sternly asked the zombie queen what she had done to her and why she was injured. She calmly replied that it was not her fault, and that she found her already in this state. David believed her because the wound on his leg looked neglected and required urgent medical attention. Realizing that no one would help them here, Ten decided to go to a safe place as soon as possible. David, seeing his condition, calmed the guy down and said that first he needed to give the girl some medicine and only then leave. Taking out a small green bean from his pocket, He put it in the girl's mouth and said that this one magic bean would be enough for her to get better. Without hiding his surprise, Ten asked David about a magical potion that he had never heard of before. A couple of seconds later, after giving his sister the medicine, he was happy to notice that she began to look much better. Noticing the surprise on his face, David explained that this is a very rare and valuable medicine that he always carries with him. Saying that he needed to talk to the zombie queen alone, he told Ten to take his sister and follow him at a safe distance. Before leaving, he handed Ten his backpack, saying that there he would find a gun and food to get to the base. Ten refused to leave him, saying that they came here together and would leave together. David was a little surprised by his naivety and decided to explain the situation to him again, but in more detail. Having said that the spider was clearly not going to let them go just like that, and he would have to fight in any case. He assured that Ten would only hinder them here. Seeing his uncertainty, David again urged him to leave while there was a chance to save at least one life. Raising his head, David loudly addressed the queen, saying that he had fulfilled the terms of their agreement, and now she must let them go. Pleased with this turn of events, she nodded in agreement because this was their first agreement. Saying that the conversation was over, he turned to Ten and ordered him to leave immediately, promising to return soon. Ten, realizing that there was no other way out, once again wished him good luck and ordered him to return alive. Nodding goodbye, David ordered him to leave quickly and warned him of the danger. When the entrance to the cave closed behind Ten, David turned to the spider and asked if she was happy with how everything turned out. Leisurely approaching him, the queen noted that they needed to discuss a few more nuances before deciding his fate. David grinned in response and said that he did not see much point in negotiations and preferred to resolve issues by force. Slightly offended by the rudeness, the queen suggested that David be reasonable and try to find a benefit for both. Having said this, she invited David to go to the most unexpected place, to her stomach, where no one would disturb them. David ironically noted that her hospitality left much to be desired. Losing patience, the queen reminded David more sharply that he was in her power, and he had no choice. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, David decided to play along with the spider and see what would happen. A moment later, David was surprised to find that the monster's giant tongue lifted him high above the ground. Now he had to continue his journey inside this monster. But David did not lose his presence of mind and was ready for anything. Taking more air into his lungs, he asked the queen why she had brought him here after all. The queen reassured him, telling him that she meant no harm to him and that he could feel safe. Pointing to a small area inside her stomach, she invited him to sit down next to her. David refused to approach, deciding to stay at a safe distance from the predator. Looking at the mountains of bones around him, he quietly noticed that the queen was not joking when she spoke about the people being eaten. David's patience was running out, so he asked the queen the same question again. Sighing, the queen realized that there was no point in delaying any further, and she would have to show David her cards. Confident that their goals coincided, she invited David to join forces and fight shoulder to shoulder. David, without hiding his contempt, reminded her of the obvious, because he's a man, and she is a monster who eats people alive. The queen did not deny the obvious, and noticed that he was not being completely honest with himself, because he had already begun to turn into one of them. David refused to admit that he was one of them, recalling that he had never touched living people and only killed zombies. Wanting to shame her and explain his position, David suddenly reminded her of a famous story from Chinese mythology. He remembered the story about the monkey king Sun Wukong, who, being a demon, protected the monk from evil forces all his life. David added that he himself, despite his unusual abilities and strength, is on the side of good and protects people from monsters like her. After listening to his long monologue, the queen smiled and praised him for his beautiful comparison. However, she immediately noticed that even in this story there are some inaccuracies that change everything. The zombie queen screamed that the monk David was protecting was not worth a penny, like all the pathetic scum hiding behind him. David asked why the queen treats people with such contempt and feels nothing but hatred towards them. Reeling from the approaching zombie queen, David demanded that she stay away from him for fear of her evil intentions. As the queen approached, David felt an oppressive aura envelop him, piercing him with chilling horror. David surprisingly reminded the queen that becoming a zombie did not stop her being human, hinting at her past. Thinking out loud, David asked if she also despised her old self, since she felt such hatred for humanity in general. The queen replied that she was very different from other zombies, because she became like this by her own free will, and not by a coincidence of tragic circumstances. Confused by the queen's words, David asked in surprise whether she had actually infected herself with the virus. The queen mentioned a mysterious organization she once worked for as a human. Continuing her story, the queen explained that before becoming a zombie, she worked as a chief scientist in the research department of a large company. David was amazed to hear about the queen's high position in the company and did not understand why she decided to become a zombie. After studying zombies for a long time, the queen came to the conclusion that they are the most powerful creatures on Earth. Taking advantage of her position in the company, the queen began researching ways to become a zombie queen, which ultimately led her to her current state. David, who always thought that this company was developing a vaccine, suggested that the organization could deliberately create viruses. The queen laughed at David's naivety, explaining that the development of a vaccine was just a cover because there was no way to destroy the virus. The queen said that she had always conducted experiments on living organisms, but all attempts to control or destroy the virus inevitably ended in failure. The queen explained that the virus is capable of rapidly changing human genes immediately after entering biological tissue, turning people into mindless monsters. According to the queen's research, it is impossible to kill the virus. The only way out is to destroy its carrier. After many unsuccessful experiments, the company's management decided to change tactics. Since it was not possible to kill the virus, it was necessary to carefully study it in order to learn how to control the zombies, turning their power to one's advantage. Responsibility for the new task fell on the shoulders of the queen, as the chief scientist of the company, possessing valuable knowledge. The queen conducted countless studies, collecting information about zombies and carefully studying their bodies in search of an answer to the question of how to subjugate the virus. The only food that zombies were interested in was always people, which, according to the queen, indicated the connection of the virus with human genetics. The queen discovered that there was only one organism in nature, which, when combined with a virus, mutated into something much stronger. Research has shown that spider genes were able to significantly change the virus, giving zombies new deadly properties. Over the course of many years of experiments, the company's scientists managed to create a completely new type of spider zombie with enhanced attack abilities. To test the capabilities of the new virus, the queen collected samples of the zombie spider virus and used them to conduct experiments on a living organism. As a result of the tests, it was discovered that the new form of the virus not only increased physical strength, but also suppressed the side effects of the virus that caused people to go crazy. Thanks to the queen's research, they managed to create a drug that can give a person the power of a zombie for a short period of time. An important discovery was the absence of any side effects of the new drug. The body's cells remained undamaged, and the mind remained clear. Confident that she was right, the queen believed that the new discovery could be a real breakthrough for humanity. Excited by the potential of the new drug, the queen immediately reported the results of her work to the company's management. To the queen's chagrin, management decided to suspend further development of the drug, fearing irreversible consequences. The company's management was convinced that such a drug would turn people into uncontrollable monsters, no different from zombies. The queen could not accept that the fruits of her many years of labor would be destroyed in vain. After that, she decided to sacrifice her humanity for the sake of evolution. Confident that only she knows how to protect humanity from death, the queen has obtained a sample of the most powerful zombie spider virus ever created in the company's laboratories. Without waiting for the company to destroy the results of her research, the queen got ahead of them, deciding on a desperate step. The girl introduced the drug into her body in order to independently test its effect and prove to everyone that her work has the right to life. Instantly, she felt an incredible transformation. Her body began to change, turning into something more powerful. The appearance of the zombie queen did not go unnoticed. A vigilant soldier ordered her to raise her hands, accusing her of illegally entering a protected area. The soldier warned the girl that if she did not obey orders, she would be immediately destroyed. Noticing the employee's transformation, the soldier panicked and ordered to open fire before she turned into a giant spider. David couldn't believe his eyes, because by becoming a monster devouring people, the queen had completely renounced her humanity. Considering herself a superior being, the queen reminded David of the laws of natural selection, according to which the fittest survive. In a post-apocalyptic world, people cannot survive, and only she accepted her fate, becoming the new queen. Despite his recent transformation, the queen felt an inexplicable sympathy for David, showing interest in his superhuman strength. Instead of attacking David, the queen invited him to join forces, sensing his great potential. She saw David as the key to further evolution, believing that together they could become the strongest beings on Earth. A strange feeling came over David. It seemed to him that he began to understand the queen's motives. Convinced of their compatibility, the queen invited David to become parents of a child capable of inheriting their strength and endurance. In her opinion, their child will become the strongest creature in the post-apocalyptic world, capable of establishing a new world order. David was confused by the queen's words, doubting that they were even capable of conceiving a child, being so different. The queen nodded, confirming the possibility of having a child together, because she had been researching this issue for a long time. Suddenly, the voice of the system was heard in David's head, demanding that he immediately wake up from hypnosis. The system reminded David of how many lives the zombie queen had taken, urging him to come to his senses and not trust the monster. Realizing the horror of what was happening, David pushed the queen away, reminding her of how many innocent lives she had ruined. David had difficulty getting rid of the queen, realizing how close he was to succumbing to her charms. The queen was furious. She could not believe that David was able to resist her charms and disobey her will. Amazed by the queen's words, David only now realized that she has the ability to seduce and subjugate the will of others. The queen believed their genes were the perfect combination to create a new species, wondering why David was so persistent. David categorically refused the idea of the queen, saying that he would never become the father of her children. The queen did not understand what exactly displeased David, suggesting that her appearance repulsed him. To seduce David, the queen decided to use her transformation abilities, turning into a beautiful girl. Intrigued, David asked what she was up to as she watched the queen's transformation. Presenting herself to David as a charming beauty, the queen asked if he was now satisfied with her new look. The queen assured David that she could take on any form he desired, as long as he reciprocated her feelings. Stunned by the beauty of the queen, David realized that if he were an ordinary person, he would not have been able to resist. Despite his outward attractiveness, David remained adamant he was determined not to get involved with the queen. Realizing that David could not be seduced by beauty, the queen decided not to waste any more time on persuasion. Angry, the queen decided that David would become her dinner since he was rejecting her. David began to play for time, hoping that his comrades would have time to leave the city before the monster returned. Realizing that he would not be able to detain the queen for long, David decided to kill her as soon as possible. Suddenly, David felt a garrote on his neck, realizing that the queen had attacked him using a web attack. After that, David was bound by shots of webs like ropes, and with all their strength, they dragged him down. With a mocking reminder of her strength, the queen made it clear to David that her patience was at its limit. David asked what she was going to do with him. Did she really want to drown him in her own gastric juice? Angered by David's refusal, the queen decided to kill him, and it was clear that she did not intend to talk anymore. The queen has already prepared her blade-sharp thorns to plunge them into David's body and enjoy his suffering. Not wanting to die, David begged for mercy, promising to fulfill any of her wishes just to stay alive. Laughing evilly, the queen replied that it was too late. The queen enjoyed her victory over David, believing it to be a just punishment for her disobedience. But suddenly she was surprised to notice that there was not a single scratch on David's body. David thanked the viral shield for saving him, thanks to which he was able to repel the mutant's attack. Enraged by David's immortality, the queen decided to devour him alive. David recoiled from the terrifying sight of the monster into which the once beautiful, intelligent woman had turned. Gathering all his remaining strength, David activated his body-strengthening ability to free himself from the queen's clutches. Fortunately, he managed to escape the monster's grip, and his physical strength increased significantly. Seeing the open mouth in front of him, David made the next attempt. Activating one of the Flaming Hand's most powerful abilities, David attacked the queen. Only now did the queen realize that she had greatly underestimated David's strength. Memories of how the queen tried to seduce him made David furious. David decided to unleash his full power on the queen, combining his flaming palms with the fist of death. David hoped that the combination of two killer attacks would put an end to this nightmare. The next second, the queen's body turned into a puddle of green liquid, covering everything around her. Surprised by the destructive power of the death fist, David wondered what else it could destroy. Suddenly, the earth shook, as if a global earthquake had begun. David realized with horror that a giant tsunami of green liquid was heading towards him. Realizing that he needed to flee, David rushed away from the oncoming wave. Touching David's skin, the caustic liquid burned him, causing him to feel unbearable pain. Trying to grab onto something, David felt a monstrous force that was pulling him deeper into the tsunami. Bound hand and foot by a wave of corrosive liquid, David was powerless to do anything. The queen laughed sinisterly as she enjoyed her victory and David's suffering. The queen wanted to show David the full power of her gastric juice, the temperature of which exceeded 100 degrees. Surprised that his body had not yet been cooked, David tried to understand how he managed to survive in such hell. The system's voice reminded David of his body adaptation ability, which he had recently received. Remembering the ability, David realized that he had nothing to fear as long as the ability still worked. The queen was surprised by David's vitality, not understanding how he managed to survive in her gastric juice. David ironically told the queen that she had greatly missed the mark by underestimating his abilities. The queen admitted that in the entire history of her existence, she had never met a zombie like David. David at that moment clearly heard the selfishness of this monster, which still considered itself the crown of creation. The queen urged David to give up and accept his fate, because his strength would still not be enough to win their fight. But in response, David shouted to her that he had a better idea than just dying in her stomach. Not understanding what David was up to, the queen tensed in anticipation. Horror gripped the queen as she felt David create a powerful whirlpool in her own stomach. Feeling that she was about to burst from the inside, the queen screamed in pain and horror. There was a deafening explosion and a stream of green gastric juice burst out of the mutant's body. Ten heard the roar of an explosion, and he clearly understood that the sound came from that very lair of monsters. Worried by the lack of news, Ten mentally turned to David, wanting him to return safe and sound. At that moment, having climbed out of the remains of the killed monster, David felt a disgusting smell. A pungent and unpleasant smell followed David, forcing him to think only about how to quickly wash off this disgusting thing. The system's voice interrupted David's thoughts, warning him of danger because the zombie queen was still alive. David was ready for a new meeting with the queen, realizing that this time it would not be easy for him. Suddenly, the familiar voice of the queen was heard. She was not going to give up without a fight. With annoyance, the queen stated that she simply wanted children, not understanding the reason why her plans did not come true. David did not want to waste extra time talking with this mutant, deciding not to waste it on meaningless dialogue. The queen threatened David that if he had not refused her, he would not have to go through these trials and defend himself from her deadly attacks right now. Realizing that the conversation had again reached a dead end, David decided to interrupt the debate and act, tightly grasping her tentacles in his hands. Using a new powerful tornado technique, David decided to incapacitate the queen by causing her body to spin at great speed. The queen screamed, asking David to stop the torture and not use forbidden techniques. Deciding he had had enough of the games, David stopped the whirlpool and threw her aside with great force. The queen was furious, but she quickly recovered and prepared to continue the battle. Not finding David, the queen turned around, trying to figure out where he had disappeared to. Suddenly, the zombie queen smelled gunpowder in the air. Was David planning to blow everything up here? Looking up, the queen saw a huge pile of dynamite. Her guess was correct, and the guy planned to finish their fight. The queen realized that David's plan was extremely cruel to her, and it was too late to do anything. The next second, a deafening explosion thundered, lighting up the sky with a bright flash of fire. Confident of her victory, David rushed as fast as she could away from the place where the explosion occurred. David was annoyed to count the cost of the explosives and realized that he had spent a lot of gold, hoping that it was not in vain. Ten saw his friend right in front of him. He was glad to see him alive and asked if David managed to destroy the zombies. David confidently replied that there could be no trace of the queen left after such an explosion. Despite the death of the queen, there were still many mutant spiders in the area, so David decided to get out of there as quickly as possible. While David fought with the queen, Janine and Patricia waited for him in their room, and after a while they went to bed. Every shadow and sound made them flinch, reminding them of the danger that lay in wait for them literally around every corner. Worried by the lack of news, Janine woke up and could not sleep for a long time, thinking about her boyfriend. At that moment, Patricia, while going about her official business, was also thinking about how things were now with David. Meanwhile, two soldiers serving their duty at the checkpoint were carelessly passing the time talking. One of the soldiers admired a photograph of a beautiful girl, whom he did not let go of for a minute. Noticing the confusion on his comrade's face, the second soldier asked in a curious voice who he was looking at like that. Blushing with embarrassment, the soldier explained that the photo showed a girl his family wanted to meet. Having carefully examined the photograph, the second soldier whistled in admiration, noting the incredible beauty of the stranger. Smiling arrogantly, the first soldier noticed that such a brave and strong guy like him was ordered by God himself to marry the first beauty. Laughing at his friend, the second soldier suggested that the imminent return home was one of the reasons why they had already rushed to introduce him to his bride. Confirming his friend's words, the first soldier explained that his parents dreamed of him finally getting married as soon as peace comes. Looking at the photo with a smile, the second soldier wished his friend to take care of himself, so that the bride would not go to someone else. Offended, the first soldier pushed his comrade in the side, indignant at such advice. Realizing that he had touched a nerve with his friend, the second soldier tried to correct the situation with a joke, saying that he just wanted to defuse the situation. Having stopped arguing for a moment, the soldiers felt a vibration and noticed strange tremors. The soldiers decided that an earthquake was happening and became wary, not understanding what they should prepare for. Having assessed the situation, the first soldier decided to sound the alarm so that people had time to take cover before the earthquake began. Nodding, the second soldier rushed to wake up the sleeping people and evacuate the civilian population to a safe place. Continuing to run towards the building, the second soldier noticed with horror a crack that was crawling along the asphalt at incredible speed. A couple of seconds later, a huge body of a monster appeared from the ground. larger in size than any apartment building. The soldier was stunned with horror when he saw a huge red body slowly crawling out of the crack and furiously rushing at his comrade. Realizing that he could no longer escape, the poor fellow screamed with all his might, feeling like a bug caught in the mouth of a giant spider. Janine rubbed her eyes to make sure that the monstrous monster in front of her was not a figment of her imagination. Linda confirmed her friend's words with horror. It was a giant centipede that was approaching the city. An alarm sounded throughout the camp, alerting civilians to immediately evacuate to the nearest shelters. Patricia gave orders over the radio, calling on all soldiers to attack the enemy while protecting the lives of civilians. Ludwig insisted on immediately leaving for the scene without wasting a minute. Frustrated by the absence of the generals, Patricia asked where the platoon leader and Commissioner Daniel were now. Ludwig said they immediately went to the scene as soon as they heard the alarm. Looking at the monster, Ludwig had difficulty finding words to describe his shock at what he saw. Annoyed, Daniel pushed Ludwig aside, demanding that he not block his view. Fearing for the life of the commander, the soldiers asked him to evacuate along with the commissar and civilians. Commander Charles proudly refused to leave the battlefield, not wanting to abandon his men to their fate. Commissioner Daniel, supporting Charles's decision, noted that it was no longer time for him to shirk responsibility. Tired of arguing, Daniel advised Charles not to be a hero and to focus on the safety of civilians. Not listening to persuasion, Charles snatched the rifle from the soldier, intending to engage in battle. Giving orders, Charles assigned one soldier to organize the safe evacuation of civilians to the nearest shelter. Before rushing into the thick of things, Charles put him in charge of camp security. Realizing that it would not be possible to convince Charles, Daniel only wished good luck to his departing friend. Daniel looked after Charles with a smile and reminded him that they would have a bottle of good wine waiting for them immediately after completing the mission. Charles, laughing, promised Daniel not to dilute the alcohol with water again after his return. The commander gave the order to begin the attack, aiming straight at the monster's head. Concentrating the fire on the head of the centipede, the soldiers tried not to be distracted and accurately follow the orders of the command. The tank gunner received instructions to aim at the monster's weak point, located just to the left of center. The tank crew understood that they had only one chance to hit the enemy. A deafening shot rang out. The tank fired an armor-piercing shell aimed directly at the Skolopendra's head. Without stopping for a second, the tankers continued to pour fire on the monster. To the horror of those present, the Skolopendra did not even move from the injuries received. Noticing the monster approaching them, the soldiers screamed in horror, rushing in all directions. Huge tentacles of the Skolopendra fell to the ground, tearing the soldiers into pieces. Seeing the power of the enemy, the soldiers began to retreat towards the building, desperately trying to hit it with grenade launchers. There was another powerful explosion after this. The grenade accurately hit the target. Realizing that they were losing, the soldiers rushed to the shelter in order to have time to regroup there. Linda at this point gave an order to her little friends, instructing Sharon and her brother to protect the refugees at all costs. Zach reassured Linda, promising that they would handle everything and would not let her down. Janine handed the bag of food to Elizabeth, warning her not to show it to strangers. Elizabeth promised to be obedient and wait for Janine's return. Janine looked lovingly at little Elizabeth one last time and hurried after the others. Ashley at the same moment looked with alarm at her retreating brother, fearing that she would see him for the last time. Eugene tried to calm his sister down and promised to come back as soon as it was all over. Janine resolutely shouted to the squad, calling on all army soldiers to fight the mutant. Carms, raising his rifle, smiled in anticipation of a real hot battle. Commander Charles noticed that the centipede was heading towards the shelter where civilians were being evacuated and ordered to block its path. The face of the soldier turning to the commander expressed horror and hopelessness. Choking with excitement, the soldier reported that dozens of giant spiders were crawling out from under the ground dug by the monster. The soldier understood that they did not have enough strength and resources to withstand so many mutants. Stunned by the news, Charles could not believe what was happening. Why were there so many zombies here? Charles instantly decided not to let the centipede get to the shelter. This is their main task, for which they all risk their lives. In a loud voice so that everyone could hear him, Charles asked if there were at least a dozen brave men ready to go with him to certain death. The soldiers understood perfectly well that many of them would die in this bloody battle. The commander explained that firearms do not harm the monster, and they only have one chance left to attack in close combat with explosives in their hands. The soldiers held their breath as they listened to their commander's desperate plan. Despite the fear, one of the soldiers took a step forward, ready to give his life to save his loved ones. The rest of the soldiers, inspired by their comrade's courage, followed his example. Pleased with this answer, Charles ordered the fighters to prepare for the attack and be all together as one fist. Driven by a sense of duty, the soldiers rushed towards the giant enemy. Encouraging each other, The soldiers attacked the monster, despising the danger and their own lives. One of the soldiers was unlucky when a huge tentacle of a monster overtook him one step from the target. Seeing that the enemy was not giving up ground, the soldiers began to retreat under the cover of their comrades. Ludwig screamed in despair, not understanding where so many monsters had appeared here in just a matter of minutes. Defending the passage to the gathering place from huge spiders, the soldiers were already losing faith. Their strength was at its limit. At some point in front of them, they saw a bright flash, similar to the explosion of a large shell. The soldier could not understand where this unexpected fire support was coming from. Squinting, the fighter pointed his finger at a huge bulldozer that appeared from the direction of the forest. At this time, Linda looked out of the hatch, calling on the soldiers to retreat immediately. Looking at the mountains of weapons and ammunition loaded into the bulldozer, the soldiers suddenly realized that they had a chance. Carms gripped his weapon tightly in his hands, preparing to unleash all his fury on the monsters. Linda, without wasting time on words, opened fire on the enemy while still in the bulldozer. Noticing the danger, Linda loudly commanded Eugene to dodge the attack of the giant centipede. The giant creature was ready to fall to the ground, unable to stay on its feet, which Eugene immediately took advantage of. Seeing an opportunity to attack, the soldiers opened heavy fire on the huge centipede. Carms was eager to fight, hoping to personally deal with at least one creature. At some point, he suddenly noticed the weak spot of the giant spiders, which turned out to be their heads. Carms told the others that only a hit in the head can neutralize the enemy, and that is where they need to shoot. Meanwhile, Janine listened to the report that the soldiers were using their last strength to shoot back at the eight-legged creatures, but the ammunition was melting before their eyes. And these mutants did not end, as if they were born again and again in their lair somewhere nearby. In order to somehow rectify the situation, Janine ordered to find cars, furniture, and any other large objects nearby, and fill the cave with them where the spiders were coming out. Realizing the value of every second, Janine hurried the fighters, demanding maximum activity and coordination in actions. As soon as the fighters completed the task, Janine ordered them to immediately take cover in a safe place so that they would not be hit by the blast wave. Pointing towards the path to the shelter blocked by the monster, Janine ordered to hit it there. One of the fighters, turning to Charles, quickly asked what the next steps would be. Having collected his thoughts, Charles ordered the nearest building to be blown up along with the explosives planted in it. Having received an affirmative order from the commander, the sapper activated the detonator. Convinced that the explosives intended to slow the enemy had worked successfully, Ludwig ordered the attack. Charles, grabbing the radio, ordered all sections of the army to attack. Having received the long-awaited order, the soldiers rushed into battle, ready to cut the giant creatures into pieces. Pouring lead on the enemy, they continuously shouted battle cries, confident that their grandchildren would be proud of their feat. All available grenades and explosives flew at the mutant's head, but to no avail. The mutant's screams, although loud, did not foretell his imminent death. Otherwise, he would have been dead long ago. And only long, continuous fire at the monster began to bear fruit, instilling hope for a quick victory in the hearts of the soldiers. The Zombie Queen's order was very clear. She wanted to wipe out every single one of humanity from the face of the earth. The monster's terrifying transformation forced the soldiers to retreat. It changed its form, becoming even more dangerous. The soldier was struck with a chilling premonition, because the monster's transformation was coming to an end, opening access to its hidden power. It was impossible to believe that the huge scolopendra into which the monster was transformed could disintegrate into several living parts. The terrifying sight of the moving parts of the dismembered monster inspired chilling horror even in an experienced officer. Exhausted soldiers looked at the army of monsters in confusion, not knowing how to deal with them. The thirst for revenge for all human sins burned the Zombie Queen, fueling her desire to destroy all living things. Miraculously escaping the monster's sharp teeth, one of the soldiers ran for his life. Another soldier, observing the shameful flight of his comrade, begged him in vain to return and continue the fight. The young man, with rage in his voice, pulled the running soldier back, calling him to prudence and a sense of duty to others. Captured by horror, the soldier tried to convey to his comrades that if they retreated, the civilians in the shelter would die. The girl declared with determination that flight is certain death for everyone and remaining to fight is their only chance. The soldier's gaze turned to the suddenly appearing monster, whose terrifying appearance left no doubt about its bloodthirsty intentions. The man, determined to protect the people dear to him, prepared for the last battle, realizing the inevitability of his death. This was the last heroic impulse of a man with a grenade in his hand. He jumped into the open mouth of the monster, hoping to destroy the monster. The other soldiers, shocked by their comrade's self-sacrifice, realized that there was no other way to stop the monster. The two brave men, without hesitation, rushed towards the monster, clutching grenades in their hands and preparing for a fatal explosion. The grenade explosion smashed the soldiers' bodies into pieces, dousing the ground with blood, but the monster also suffered significant damage. The commander could not fight from the horror he had experienced, and it took considerable effort for the ordinary soldier to bring him to his senses. Overcoming the pain, the officer assured his subordinates that he was ready to continue leading the operation. Sighing heavily, the officer said that their sacrifices should not be in vain. They need new tactics. A group of soldiers discovered the head of a centipede on the battlefield. Perhaps this was the key to defeating the monster. 3 smaller copies of it circled around the monster's head, desperately protecting it from any attack. The officer instantly assessed the situation and came to the conclusion that the monster's head was its weak spot. The order was given to concentrate fire on the monster's head, using every opportunity to destroy it. With incredible speed, the soldiers threw all sorts of rubbish into the pit, trying to block the exit from it forever. But their efforts were in vain. Despite the mountains of garbage, hordes of spiders continued to climb out of the damn pit. Assessing the situation, Janine asked Eugene how much ammunition they had left. Eugene regretfully reported that the cartridges were almost out, and they would soon be unarmed. Janine understood that this could not continue like this, and they must urgently find a way to destroy these creatures. In the midst of the battle, Patricia appeared, bringing with her a ray of hope in this apocalypse. With concern in her voice, Patricia asked Janine what the current situation was. Janine sadly reported that they had practically no ammunition left, and the cursed pit continued to spawn hordes of vile creatures. Seeing the jeep approaching, Janine instantly realized that it could bring them the long-awaited victory. Janine turned to Linda hopefully and asked how much explosives were left. Linda reported that they had to spend almost all the explosives fighting the monsters. Bitterly, Linda reported that only 2 boxes of dynamite remained at their disposal. Janine resolutely declared that this was quite enough to carry out her risky but only true plan. Eugene received clear orders to immediately deliver 2 boxes of dynamite to the edge of the abyss. Without further ado, Janine turned to Patricia with a request to temporarily put the jeep at her disposal. Patricia, completely trusting Janine, agreed, giving her complete freedom of action. Linda was horrified to hear Janine's crazy plan the girl was going to jump into the abyss in a jeep. Eugene also tried to dissuade Janine, reminding her of how dangerous her plan was. Janine listened with surprise to her friend's doubts, amazed at their distrust of her driving skills. Patricia, having assessed the risks and not wanting to put Janine in danger, volunteered to complete the task herself. Squaring her shoulders proudly, Patricia said that risking her life to save others is a military duty. Janine stopped Patricia's impulse by reminding her that, as a police officer, she also took an oath to serve and protect people. After that, the girl pressed hard on the gas pedal and looked forward with hope. She needed to complete this task in order to save all the survivors. Carms watched with alarm as Janine approached the edge of the abyss at full speed. Janine decisively drove the jeep towards the abyss, hoping that she would have enough speed to overcome it. For a split second, Janine's heart sank in horror as she fell out of her jeep and flew down. Only by miracle did she manage to land on the other side of the cliff, remaining safe and sound. As a result, the girl escaped with a slight bruise and looked at the boxes of dynamite lying nearby. Harm shouted to Janine in alarm, asking if she was okay after such a dangerous jump. Janine assured her friend that she was fine, and asked him to immediately throw her the gun before the mutants caught up with her. Linda immediately complied with Janine's request, accurately throwing the gun at her, and she caught it on the fly. Janine confidently grabbed the gun, preparing to carry out the final part of her plan. Right in front of her, Janine saw a huge spider, ready to attack. The spider jumped, but Janine was quicker, and with one well-aimed shot knocked the monster to the ground. Having destroyed the monster, Janine looked around, not knowing how many more creatures this damn pit was hiding. The mountain of cars blocking the path to the pit would still not allow her to pass, which means now she will have to improvise. Suddenly, Janine's gaze fell on the boxes of dynamite lying at the very top of this mountain of metal. The girl knew she would only have one chance. She needed to aim well. Taking a deep breath, Janine pointed the gun towards the boxes, preparing to pull the trigger. A shot and a powerful explosion shook the air, scattering the remains of cars tens of meters around. The blast wave threw Janine aside, but she regrouped and avoided serious injury. Janine remained alive, although her body ached from the blow. But the main plan was a success. Linda screamed in admiration, congratulating Janine on her victory and proud of her brave friend. Janine suggested immediately going to the pit and assessing the results of the explosion. Patricia agreed because, despite the powerful explosion, there was still the possibility of a threat. The soldiers, having received the order, opened fire on the pile of metal, fearing the appearance of new monsters. Each shot was filled with hatred for the enemy and hope for a speedy end to this nightmare. Eugene, having reloaded his weapon, noticed with relief that no one else was emerging from the pit. Janine also informed everyone around her that the blast wave had completed its task. The threat from the spiders was neutralized, and this could not but please the survivors. Patricia believed that they had enough strength to destroy the remaining monsters without the help of Janine. Offering Janine to rest after a difficult battle, Patricia enlisted the help of Linda and Eugene. Janine was ready to go into battle, but Patricia insisted on her participation in the attack on the centipede. David, meanwhile, was racing towards danger on his motorcycle along with his two companions. Olivia, sandwiched between her brother and David, politely asked her brother not to press against her so tightly. In fact, Olivia was more embarrassed by being touched by a strange guy than by being hugged by her brother. Olivia was blushing more and more every second, trying to at least mentally distance herself from what was happening. The girl watched with interest David's concentrated face, not noticing her embarrassment. Suddenly, David turned to the system, noticing that the notification of the death of the zombie queen had not arrived. The system confirmed David's guess. If the message was not received, then the target was still alive. From all accounts, the zombie queen was David's most powerful opponent to date. Despite the lull, David was not left with a feeling of anxiety and a premonition of trouble. The faces of his friends spontaneously appeared in his head, and his heart sank painfully. David increased his speed. He needed to quickly get to the meeting place and personally make sure of the safety of his comrades. Meanwhile, the desperate battle for life between the soldiers and the monsters continued. The soldiers rushed to the aid of the commander, surrounded by monsters on all sides, to get him out of there. But it was not possible to get through to them. There were too many mutants. All attempts to break through the encirclement were futile. The enemy was too strong and agile. Despair gripped the soldiers. They could not come to the aid of the commander. Although they were mentally prepared for this, the officer realized that there was nowhere to wait for help, and now their lives depended only on their own strength and skill. The officer decided to act according to a pre-developed plan, remembering Charles's instructions. The soldiers began to carry out the order, hoping for the success of the operation according to the old proven plan. The ladies rushed to their heels, trying to lead the monsters away from the surrounded commander. To everyone's surprise, the monsters did not react to the provocation, remaining motionless. The head of the operation warned the fighter not to rush and strictly follow the instructions. The soldier, aiming straight at the spider's head, fired a burst from his machine gun, wanting to avenge his fallen comrades. Suddenly, the fighter was overcome by a strange joy. He gladly shot the monsters, without fear of a response from them. The laughter of the soldiers, distraught with fatigue, suddenly fell on the battlefield, and only the roar of shots interrupted it. Unexpectedly for everyone, the monsters moved and headed towards the soldiers. The commander of the operation shouted for an immediate retreat, urging the soldiers to run as fast as they could. The officer, having assessed the situation, ordered to concentrate all the power of fire on the approaching monsters. Finally, the plan began to work. The monsters were distracted, and now it was time to attack the centipede's head. Bullets and grenades rained down on the enemy from all sides, causing him to writhe in pain and rage. The crazy dance of death continued. No one could predict its outcome, but no one was going to give up. Continuous fire required more and more ammunition. The soldiers requested urgent delivery of shells. To avoid unnecessary casualties, the commanders ordered to keep a safe distance from the monster. The main target was a point located on the head of the scolopendra, the only way it could be killed. Suddenly, the monster threw out a huge whip-like tongue, causing wild horror in everyone. The soldier barely squeezed out the words, trying to draw the commander's attention to what was happening. The zombie queen, proud of her strength, looked at her opponents with contempt, admiring their tenacity. The zombie queen unleashed her wrath on the soldiers who dared to kill her spider children. In horror, the officer realized that in front of them was not just a monster, but a zombie queen in all her power. Tauntingly, the zombie queen asked the soldiers if they were satisfied with their job in destroying her. The zombie queen was filled with a thirst for revenge, and she was ready to personally deal with the offenders. The soldiers concentrated their fire on the creature that appeared, trying to hit it in its most vulnerable places. With incredible speed, the zombie queen attacked the soldiers, causing them to run away in panic. Something flashed in the monster's hand before. With a sharp movement, it threw it straight at the commander. With horror, the commander realized that the head of his comrade was flying straight into his hands. Fury filled the soldier's heart. He was ready to do anything to avenge the death of his friends. In mad courage, the soldier approached the monster with a grenade in his hand, wanting to blow up this degenerate. The soldier threw a grenade directly at the monster, hoping to at least punish him for his suffering. But it was all in vain. The explosion only amused the zombie queen, leaving her unharmed. A deafening explosion mixed with screams of horror, but the battle was not over yet. In the clouds of smoke, one could see the silhouette of a monster, unharmed and ready to continue the battle. With an arrogant grin, the zombie queen turned to the officer, holding him tightly in her clutches. With hatred in his eyes, the officer listened to the monster's bullying, preparing for the worst. The zombie queen screamed as she declared the captured officer a hostage for David. Without holding back his emotions, Eugene demanded to immediately release the commander, threatening the monster with violence. At that very moment, the silhouette of Linda appeared behind the mutant, hovering above her in a jump. Linda, seizing the moment, decided to attack unexpectedly, and thus increased the chances of success. The girl struck a powerful blow at the monster's tentacles, trying to cut them off with her sharp machete. To her chagrin, the blade of her trusty weapon was unable to pierce the steel-hard flesh of the monster. Angered by the sudden attack, the zombie queen turned around to destroy the impudent bug that dared to attack her. But her reaction was slow, and she did not have time to react to the shot that rang out somewhere far away. One of the snipers, who carefully tracked the target, chose the moment and shot at the monster's most vulnerable spot. The bullet unerringly struck the zombie queen's right temple, causing her to yelp in unexpected pain. On the roof of the house, the sniper who took this shot saw the fruits of his long, hard training in shooting. With a curse on her lips, the zombie queen tried to see the source of pain that pierced her body in the next second after the shot. Janine, holding a bloody spear in her hands, demanded to release the commander. Otherwise, the monster would not live. The girl was ready to fight to the end, protecting her commander, despite the difference in strength. The zombie queen, amazed at the audacity of the pathetic insect, promised her terrible retribution for her cruel wound. She couldn't believe that these pathetic creatures still believed they could resist her. But Linda did not pay attention to the threats. She rushed into a new attack, aiming for the monster's head. The next moment, the machete blade descended, piercing deep into the monster's flesh near her eye. Patricia watched the progress of the battle with admiration, encouraging the brave Linda and praising her for her agility and courage. Eugene picked up the wounded commander and pulled him to a safe distance, shouting for everyone else to follow him. A wild scream rang out as the zombie queen writhed in pain, feeling a sharp blade pierce her eye. The soldiers were ordered to focus fire on the monster while it was weakened from its wound. Inspired Linda, inspired by a small victory, rushed at the monster with a scream, finally realizing that he could be killed by common efforts. With a curse on his lips, Carms opened furious fire on the monster, trying to stop it at any cost. Having difficulty dodging attacks, the zombie queen tried to reason with the annoying insects, talking about her power. The zombie queen always believed that people should fear and reverence her as a supreme being. Janine watched the battle in horror, noting with disappointment that the monster's wounds began to heal. With horror in his voice, one of the soldiers said out loud a thought that was already present in everyone. The situation seemed hopeless. But Patricia, without giving in to panic, urged everyone to remain calm and continue the attack. In desperation, the soldiers rushed to the attack, realizing that the fate of the entire camp depended on the outcome of this battle. The enraged zombie queen let out a terrible scream. She was angry and wanted revenge for the pain she had caused. The next moment, one of the soldiers found himself cut in half by a powerful blow from the monster's limb. Two more fighters who happened to be nearby were pierced through and through by the sharp tentacles of the enraged zombie queen. Carms recoiled in horror. Watching what was happening, it looked like a brutal massacre. Eugene, unable to watch the senseless efforts of his friends, decisively rushed towards the monster. Picking up an ordinary shovel from the ground, Eugene stabbed it with all his might into the flesh of the zombie queen. But it was all in vain. The monster's reinforced flesh turned out to be stronger than steel, and the shovel broke after his retaliatory kick. The zombie queen laughed and threw the guy several meters away with a powerful blow. Linda shouted to Janine to join forces and attack together. Patricia loudly gave the order to attack the enemy only all together, because individual attacks were deadly. With sadistic pleasure, the zombie queen played with her victims, dragging out the battle until David appeared. Meanwhile, Dr. Christopher received the long-awaited cargo. It was the result of his research. The soldier in the gas mask reported that the mission had been completed and that he was ready to depart. Having assessed the situation, the doctor decided to immediately leave the gathering place along with the entire scientific group. He didn't want to waste a minute and called everyone to follow him, wanting to quickly get to a safe place. Apparently, the research was successful, and now it was possible to use the results of the work. He noticed that it was surprisingly easy to capture this place thanks to the work of the same woman who tried to inject herself with the zombie virus. A plan was already ripening in his head on how to use her viral weapon project. Who knows? Maybe soon a new order will come to this post-apocalyptic world. Having given the order to return to the laboratory, the doctor eagerly anticipated new experiments. Meanwhile, a real hell unfolded on the battlefield, which plunged the entire settlement into darkness. Janine lay unconscious in the middle of the street, her life hanging by a thread, and no one could help her. Carm's body lay nearby. He also suffered greatly in this battle. Other soldiers lay next to him, including Eugene, their eyes closed and their faces frozen in masks of pain and horror. Only Linda and Patricia were still on their feet and desperately fought the monster. With amazement in her voice, the zombie queen asked Linda and Patricia where they got so much strength and endurance. The queen turned to Linda, who, despite serious wounds, still continued to fight with her. Unexpectedly, the monster invited Linda and Patricia to become his loyal subordinates. In response, Linda refused such an offer, preferring death to eternal slavery. With bitterness in her voice, Patricia turned to her brave ally, apologizing for dragging her into this story. Linda interrupted the commander, assuring that she herself had made the decision to stay with them and fight against the monsters. She believed that David would return and restore order to this damned place. Patricia agreed, expressing hope for a successful outcome of this story and David's early appearance. The woman was sure that David could cope with this threat and save them all. The zombie queen, not having heard Linda's last words, decided to keep her alive as a hostage for David. Janine caught her attention. The monster smelled David on her body and she decided to use it. With a triumphant laugh, the zombie queen announced that she no longer needed a second hostage. Linda and Patricia were to become her dinner. They were too tasty a morsel for her. But at that moment, David appeared right behind her and with superhuman strength attacked her with his strongest ability. David longed for this creature to learn on his own skin what the pain of loss is. David then picked up the girls and immediately carried them to a safe place, away from there. After recovering with difficulty, Linda said that she was happy to see David again. He had arrived just in time. The girl was amazed by David's strength because he was able to resist such a strong zombie. Linda no longer hoped to see him. She said goodbye to everyone before David left. Seeing his wounded friends, David clenched his fists in anger and decided that this monster would have to pay dearly for this. After examining his friends' wounds, David took out medicinal beans from his backpack and handed them to them. This was supposed to restore their strength. Then he asked the girls to distribute these beans among the wounded, because there should have been enough for everyone. The zombie queen listened to the conversation in surprise. She couldn't believe that he was capable of such care and tenderness, but at the same time treated her so rudely. But the zombie queen did not deserve compassion, and David attacked her with a quick attack immediately after making sure of the safety of his friends. His fiery palm slammed straight into the zombie queen's face, leaving her no chance to dodge. After a monstrous direct blow, the queen flew several meters away, and David followed after her. The second blow hit the monster in the chest, because David wanted to avenge each of his wounded and killed comrades. In horror, the zombie queen realized that she had lost this battle. The enemy's strength exceeded her own. This was the first time something like this had happened to her. Never before had any creature in the world managed to beat her so brutally. Looking at David with hatred, she still continued to think about how she could get the genes of this guy and give birth to children with the same natural strength. But David's words shattered all her hopes. He was going to kill her here and now. David prepared for the final blow, activating his most powerful Flame Buddha palm skill. The flames engulfed the figure of the zombie queen, devouring her completely. The air became heated to the limit. After a few seconds, everything calmed down at once and David carefully examined the place where the flames had just raged. It seems that this time luck was on his side, and David managed to rid the world of this monster. Relieved, David announced his victory to his friends, who ran to meet him. As soon as she came to her senses, Janine asked David in a weakened voice about the fate of the zombie queen. David smiled slightly and assured the girl that the monster was dead and would never bother them again. Ludwig ran up to Patricia out of breath and reported that the commander had already been sent to the shelter for treatment. At this time, Carms reported that he managed to survive in this meat grinder only thanks to the medicine from Linda. Janine announced that the worst was over and now they could expect a lull, at least for a short time. Moreover, the death of the zombie queen affected the behavior of the remaining monsters. They stopped attacking and wandered around aimlessly. Despite the general joy, David could not get rid of anxiety and foreboding of trouble. Some soldiers were surprised to note the strange behavior of the spiders, which stopped responding to them. An explanation for this strange fact immediately appeared, because the main threat was destroyed, which means that the creatures subordinate to it also became safe. The soldiers congratulated each other with relief on their victory, and on the fact that they managed to survive this battle. The victory celebration was in full swing, and no one had any idea about the new danger. David asked the system to check again the information about the elimination of the zombie queen. The system processed his request, but the answer was unexpected and not very happy. After checking all the information received, the system reported that the zombie queen was still alive. Sensing something was wrong, Patricia turned to Ludwig and said that their problems were not over yet. The soldiers watching the battlefield noticed movement, because something was coming out of the head of the killed centipede. To everyone's horror, the new creature began to absorb its fellow spiders, increasing in size. Commander Ludwig, trying to remain calm, ordered everyone to remain in place and watch for the new threat. David turned to the commander and ordered him to urgently evacuate people from the affected area. Not understanding what was happening, Janine asked David directly what danger this zombie queen was posing. David briefly answered her that this creature was truly dangerous, and it was time for them to get out of here as soon as possible. Watching what was happening, Linda shouted loudly that they would soon meet a new form of the zombie queen, even more powerful. Realizing the horror of his situation, David shouted at the top of his lungs to the remaining people to get as far away from here as possible. At this very moment, a new, even more huge and terrible creature appeared from the body of the dead monster. Without taking his eyes off the mutant, David ordered everyone to retreat towards the fortifications, where they could hold out for at least some time. From the monster's mouth came the loud voice of the zombie queen, who challenged David to the final fight. Seeing the madness of the guy who decided to stay, the soldier called out to him and tried to stop him. The rest of the fighters also shouted after him, demanding to return to the other survivors, but David could no longer hear them. He turned around sharply and told them to all run away without looking back, and he should stay here and take the fight. After all, the man named David, whom the zombie queen furiously challenged to a duel, is exactly him. Hearing this, the soldier shouted after our hero words of support and good luck in this battle for himself and for all humanity. Left alone with his fear and a huge monster, David mentally turned to the system for advice on how to win and survive in this battle. The system did not answer immediately, as if thinking about his question, and then asked the player David if he believed in fate and in his special destiny. Yes, it was a strange question for that moment when the guy was facing the most powerful monster of the post-apocalypse, ready to destroy David and the entire group of survivors right now.